so instrumental to what Mongols are doing because, look, in CS2, firepower really does matter. And, you know, this kid's really got talent. And doing it with an injury, you know, we've only seen one thing like that kind of really in CS history, where it was Guardian changing his mouse sensitivity out in Columbus to, you know, try and play the final after breaking his elbow. It's actual heroics from what Senzu has done. And remember, the narrative around Mongols were they were these timid and inexperienced young team, and, oh, all the pressure was getting to them. And, you know, I said now, I think they're characterized by their tenacity. They haven't looked amazing at PGL Cluj-Napoca, but I think what they have done is they're never out of a game. They win unwinnable rounds, and when you can do that regularly, you're going to go far.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're very right. And I think, you know, the VRS forecast you're looking at right now is also essential to understand how important this game is for Astralis. You potentially secure yourself 72 points, right? And Astralis right now is 14th in the VRS ranking. With a win here, they move up into 10th. And right now, Astralis is on the cusp of potentially not making the major again for the 5th time. So if Astralis were to beat the Mongols, who currently is number 3 in the VRS ranking, that would be a massive win, a massive result. Not only as a statement to the new team and maybe trending upwards, but also in terms of getting to that major that has been escaping them for 4 times in a row.
I was going to say, I think there's a little bit more at stake on an individual basis for some of the Astralis guys. I think, obviously, we've already talked about 𝙁𝙗 and his legacy. I do want to bring up 𝘾𝙤𝙗. I want to talk about how his stock was pretty low coming out of Team Liquid. The move to Astralis was in and of itself a shocker. He's had a shocker since he's got there. And unfortunately, now a lot of people are saying he needs to be replaced with either a snappy, you know, even a 𝙬𝙀𝙼. And, you know, and Astralis have to go in a new direction. People aren't sold with the 𝘾𝙤𝙗 project. What have you guys made of it? I think he's playing for his life.
I think when it comes to just sheer calling overall, I think he's been doing a pretty decent job so far, right? Some of the wins they've had, the game they won against Big to make it here to the arena, I think there's some great calling coming out from 𝘾𝙤𝙗, and I can't fault him for that. But you can clearly see in the server, man, the pressure is getting to him. The pressure to perform is getting to him. And he's making these mistakes, which, as you very eloquently put it, making a lot of noobish mistakes, which I don't expect from someone like 𝘾𝙤𝙗. And you have to ask the question, why is he making these mistakes? It's very simple. Pressure. The pressure is mounting game after game, and I feel like even someone with so much experience that he is starting to crack right now, at least from an individual standpoint.
There's 2 nuances you need to understand in terms of 𝘾𝙤𝙗 coming into Astralis. The first and foremost is that Astralis spent an awful lot of money signing 𝙬𝙗 and 𝙬𝙗𝙗 getting into that lineup. They didn't work out to begin with. They didn't perform at all. You think to yourself, you then sign 𝘾𝙤𝙗 back into it, and you know 𝘾𝙤𝙗 was always getting the best out of those 2. So you're kind of protecting your investment in that regard. And I think that was one of the main reasons why they're willing to pick up 𝘾𝙤𝙗 instead of 𝙬𝙗𝙗, considering that you had 𝙬𝙗𝙗 already on the ops, so now 𝘾𝙤𝙗 has to move into a rifle role, which is also why I think he's getting a bit of a leeway within the Astralis camp. They are aware they're forcing him into a role where he's not at his strongest. However, I agree with you, the calling aspect on the server, not necessarily bad, not necessarily good, but 𝘾𝙤𝙗 is a project guy. If you don't believe in the project that he's running within Astralis, if you don't believe in his vision, it's either him or you're out of the lineup. Simple as it is. Right now, I think Astralis have faith that 𝘾𝙤𝙗 will do something good with this project, but the second they lose that faith, he will be gone. So I agree with you. He's playing for his life here. Getting into this playoff is a step in the right direction. But if they can continue to do that and trend upwards, 𝘾𝙤𝙗 at some point will be replaced with someone that makes more sense as a rifle.
And not to keep forcing the point, obviously last night they played in a qualifier for another tournament against heroic rivals, you know.
Did they play?
I mean, arguably no. And it was horrible. They got 5 rounds in 2 maps. They were blown out straight away. I know they're probably concentrating more on this, and maybe the qualifier came at a bad time. By the way, that's going to happen a lot with the VRS. But yeah, it just seems that like they're in a very bad place.
Look, you can always give the excuse that it was online and whatnot, and yes, they have been playing non-stop, but it was just unforgivable. Some of the scorelines were unforgivable. 2v4 situations being lost multiple times across 2 maps, had like 11-1 halves going to favor Heroic. By the way, Heroic, I got to give them credit where it's due, but also such a young team with such less experience, so it's obviously going to be something which 100% would have affected their morale. But one thing we know about Astralis is they have a pretty big, backup team support staff behind them. So I hope they've done their work, because if we see anything close to what we saw yesterday online in the qualifier, they're going to get mauled alive by Mongols.
They got 5 rounds over the course of 2 maps. It was
kind of embarrassing, honestly.
I mean, obviously, there's an option, you know, maybe they're saving some strats or they just didn't have time. It's never great when you're playing from a hotel, obviously, and using a practice room.
Sure.
It's not the same environment, but it does have to be said, I think Astralis, they need to look at what they can do in the VRS. They need to look at that prize money. They need every win really helps get them back to where they want to be, which is back to that major. It doesn't even matter how far they go at the major. They just need to get back to one to show they can do it again.
I 100% agree, and that's why this game is so important for Astralis. You can argue it's important for Mongols as well, because they have a chance of winning the trophy. I think they're one of the front runners coming into a potential grand final should they get there. But for Astralis, it wouldn't guarantee them the major. You know, again, the VRS is constantly moving up and down. It's very hard to predict where teams are going to end up. But getting at the very least 75 points secured, is it $86,000 as well in the bank as well? It's just going to help Astralis a whole lot, considering that the cutoff for the major is less than a month away now, or roughly a month away. So I agree with you. Cadian is playing for his life. Astralis is playing for their existence, I guess, in terms of the budget they're working with as well. How long can you keep justifying have some of the biggest budgets within Counter-Strike when you get absolutely nothing out of it? So there's a lot of stake for Astralis.
And it's got to be said, same for Mongols as well. Obviously making that historic top 8 in Shanghai. It's got to be a foundation. You've got to build on it. You've got to go forward. And this is a winnable tournament for them.
Absolutely, and that's the thing with the Mongols. Every single time they find a new ceiling and they smash through them, right? We saw it making the playoffs in Shanghai. Great run to make it there, lost to Mouse. Katowice, first arena win over Eternal Fire, who were the ones who were more experienced, who actually choked, and then they eventually fell to Vitality like everyone else did as well. And now for Mongols, now they're coming to the next step. Can we make it to the finals? Can we get a win? And this is the best chance in ever to get a win in Tier 1 event, and that's going to solidify them to the upper echelons of Counter-Strike right now.
All right, guys, we're ready to introduce the team, so we go over to James Banks on the stage.
Thank you very much, Richard. Cluj, how are we feeling? Well, you are sounding damn good, and I'm so ready for this one. We're moving in to our second quarterfinal game. And our first team, they have shown that they can be a consistent team making it to the playoffs. They've shown that they can grow and develop at the big events. And I know for sure they're going to want to stick it to Cadian and Astralis. It's the Mongols!
Revenge time.
And facing them is a familiar opponent. Certainly Astralis are still trying to find their form, and it's not been the easiest of times for this team, but their skill ceiling can be so high. It's about using that experience on the stage to find it at the right time and deliver today. It's Astralis!
Astralis hate maxing. Here we go.
Well, our teams have taken to the stage, and Cluj, you are certainly going one way with this. Cadian, come join me at the front. Mazzino, you come as well. That's more
Oh.
like it. That's a bit nicer. Now, you guys are having some more experience on the stage. Are you starting to feel more comfortable?
Yeah, we're getting comfortable and we're getting experienced by tournament by tournament. Yeah, getting experienced. That's good.
It's definitely good, and you guys are looking good while doing it. Yeah, come on, guys. Now, there is some history with you and 𝘲𝙗𝙗 here. Is it going to be you shouting noobs at him this time?
No.
Oh. You going to be nice?
Yeah, I'm not that type of person. I'm just chill guy.
Chill guy. Yeah, you're certainly a chill guy. That I can agree with.
𝘲𝙗𝙗, man.
Now, 𝘲𝙗𝙗,
Ora.
yesterday's game, although it was online, obviously was not a positive one for you guys. How does that affect the team coming into this game on the stage here at Cluj-Napoca?
Yeah, I think, of course, maybe mentally yesterday we weren't juggling kind of expectations the right way of kind of being in two tournaments at one. But I think there's no denying that today's game is way more important than yesterday.
Brother,
So,
your
yeah, we took
career
the
is
things we could
gonna
learn from
end
it, which
today.
was not a lot, but more maybe
It's
about the
gonna
mental
happen
approach. And
today,
then, yeah,
right
today we
here,
are hopefully showing up in a
in
better
this
shape.
arena.
Now looking to show up in a better shape. I'm not sure if you saw it. 910
Career-ending
tweeted you,
series.
but you didn't reply. He told you to pick up the AWP. Anything you want to reply
Of
now?
all the 5
He tweeted me?
astrologers.
Yeah.
I only see notifications from people who's verified, so don't know.
Oh.
Oh.
This crowd's not loving you though, man. You're used to this, right?
I mean, I see there's a lot of Mongolian fans. I don't understand this entire thing. An entire country being mad that I called someone noobs in a video game. To be honest, I even said it in the post-game interview afterwards, that the Mongols are playing insanely well. They have been doing for a long time. They are a big pride to the country. I understand the support, but I don't understand the hatred the other way. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Well, it should be all about
Okay,
love.
buddy.
So you guys show some love to each other
Chill
right
out,
now.
buddy.
Because it'll be war when we get
You're
inside
going
the
to
server.
get clapped.
Cluj-Napoca, are you ready? Oh, you are sounding good, and this is going to get better game by game. But let me find out something here. Are you liking the Mongols? I see even Jaxie's got his hands up over there as well. And what about Astralis? Okay, I think I know which way you're going. Richard, over to you.
They make my job so easy. What a great crowd, guys. You nailed you absolutely, you read the assignment on this one. I love you all. Wow, I have never seen a visceral response to an Astralis lineup like that. I mean it. You think about it. They were one of the most popular teams, you know, because with success comes popularity. Now you're in a place where you're coming into games like this, you're under pressure, you're having a tough time, you can't even get any love from the crowd. It's a crazy turnaround.
No, but I'll tell you this, that may be the truth for Astralis, that was definitely not the truth for Heroic, and I would even argue that this lineup is more Heroic than it is Astralis by the DNA of it. You have 𝙬𝙗𝙗 in there, you have 𝙬𝙗𝙗 in there, you have 𝘾𝙗𝙗 in there as well, and if there's one thing I know, it is the man on the screen right here, 𝘾𝙗𝙗. He thrives better when everyone is against him.
Oh, yeah.
He feeds off that energy. That's exactly what he's saying right now in this huddle, you know, feed off that energy. Everyone is against us, right? There's this whole notion about the calling noob thing, etc., etc., etc. If anything I know, it is 𝘾𝙗𝙗 is thriving better in an environment where everyone is against him. So that should help them out a little bit.
And that's something you can't deny as well. No matter the trials and tribulations they're having right now, this is a team, by the way, who have managed to take down some big ones against a crowd, a whole world against them. So you can never take that away. Heading to the bands here, I think this one's going to be pretty straight cut, Richard. I think it's going to be Mirage getting called here by the Mongols. I think it's going to be Inferno. That's the map that Astralis are making their home map. It's a map also, by the way, that Mongols have no problem playing, mind you. And I do believe it should be a handshake on Ancient. It's one of the most predictable vetoes we have over here, and I think we're 100% in for a banger.
Oh, there we go. Astralis
Okay.
removing Ancient. I think you're spot on when you're saying Mirage coming in, Inferno coming in, no doubt about it. Nuke being the third deciding map.
Okay.
That's interesting. It's a map that Astralis can play at a decent level. Haven't really had too much success at it. They tried a couple of times in 𝘾𝙬𝙗𝙗, got dunked on by Team Spirit a couple of times as well. But for 910 and the boys in the Mongols camp, it's also a map they like to play. So I think should we need it, it's a good common ground.
I kind of felt it was going to be Ancient because it's a map that Astralis have looked pretty good on it so far, but you can't discount the fact, and that is respect being given by Astralis to Mongols, that it is their best map. It is Mongols' best map right now. I'd rate it even above Mirage if you ask me. And Nuke is a map where I personally have had problems watching Mongols play. And I feel like the Astralis, in a small way, if it does go to map number 3, they might have potentially won the veto at the very least.
Here's the problem with the veto for Astralis. Mirage is a punish pick. Mirage is a map that they have been very, very tough for Astralis so far. We saw it in Katowice, we've seen it at this tournament, especially their CT side for some reason is just not working out, and that's exactly where they're starting in this game as well. I think one of the players that has been stepping up massively in this tournament has been 𝙬𝙗. The first 2 games, his rating at this tournament was just a clear 1. Didn't really get much done, was under a lot of critique, a lot of scrutiny. The past 3 games he's played so far, he's at a 1.19 rating, so he stepped it up massively, and he's going to be vital playing that connector role, because that's the role that has been exposed within Astralis time and time again. I don't know what it is, but him and 𝙑𝙑𝙑𝙑 are not working as well together towards middle as they used to.
Welcome,
And
Dipanshu,
that's a big
bro.
problem, because that position where 𝙬𝙗 likes to play, that is where a star player is supposed to play, and he is supposed to be the star player. And if you're gonna not wake up on the right side of the bed here today, Rich, if you're looking at everyone on the Mongol side, that T side is lethal. They're going to bombard you. They're just going to own you. And at times, there's not even something too complicated, not too convoluted. Just going to be running up. Senzu's going to be running up towards mid and duking it out. And I have to say, if you force me, put a gun to my head and ask me to bet on who's going to come out on top, 9 out of 10 times, it is going to be Senzu in that deal.
That's what I call it. Well, I can say 9-10 as well. But look, the problem, I think, is the style that Mongols play, that run at you, that relentless aggression on T side. It's a confidence sapper. Like when you can't get a kill on CT, you're just being swung. It's CS2. It's a nightmare to even try and hold an angle right now anyway. I really think this Mirage certainly could get out of hand quite quickly.
I agree with you, especially considering the layout of the map. You know, we know Mirage to be a map that allows for individual plays pretty much all over the map as well. I think 80% of the task for Astralis on Mirage is just matching the firepower, doing their absolute best to see if they can match the firepower. In terms of tacticals, in terms of 3v3 scenarios playing out clutches, I think Astralis is on par with the Mongols. Maybe even have a better understanding of that, but I think in terms of raw firepower and in terms of how aggressive they can approach the map, the Mongols are miles ahead of Astralis.
I'm gonna just stop glazing Mongols for a second here, and I will say one thing though: they have been a bit lackadaisical in some of the games we've seen so far, at least in a group stage. Maybe getting a little too ahead of themselves. We know, and they know, that pound for pound, they probably might have the most firepower in this tournament, apart from maybe Eternal Fire in FaZe, perhaps, right? Yeah. And I feel they're overly reliant on that a little bit too much, and they get away with it too many times, and that is potentially something that Astralis can punish.
Sure, but as I said, they win those unwinnable rounds. One thing to watch out for are the number of like forces or 2v4s. I just feel out of the 2 teams, it's actually Mongols that do that despite having lesser experience.
I would 100% agree with that, and that is going to be a bit of an issue for Astralis as well. There's this whole pistol round conversation as well in MR12, where they're obviously very important. Both of the lineups so far won an equal amount of pistol rounds.
Issue maybe.
Astralis are very good at breaking in the second round, you know, so they are in a scenario where if they lose the pistol, they have a couple of good force buys coming into it, where the Mongols have struggled converting in the second time as well. So that could be a way of evening out the playing field. One thing I always like to look at when I go into a game like this, especially in a playoff, is ask myself the question, who does it mean more to? Which team is it more important to win for right now? And I make the case that's Astralis. With the VRS situation, with the points at hand, with the fact that the Mongols are number 3 in that ranking, you steal an awful lot of points if you're Astralis and almost guarantee yourself to be in the mix for the major. Whereas if you're the Mongols, yes, it's a big game because you can potentially go and win the trophy, and that means an awful lot as well, but they will be qualifying for the major regardless of this outcome.
All right, guys, we're going to go into the action, and this one is brought to you by Scrawny and Launders.
I heard some good things about that movie.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Cluj.
Everyone is appreciating
How about
around.
we get the second quarterfinal underway? We've got Mongols and Astralis, and I do indeed like what Pimp just had to say right before we go live.
Marco, too much
Astralis
violence.
camp are gunning for this.
It's
an
only
incredibly
violence.
valuable head that sits in front of them with the Mongols.
No
but just because you want it doesn't mean you can take it.
Yeah, we see what's
I
on the
want
line.
a bit of a story.
Maybe 5 VRS
and action
positions
combined.
moved up for Astralis if they can win. But the firepower conversation for the Mongols is there.
Trying to play it patient. 𝙑𝙑𝙑𝙑 looking to aim first. There's a lot of boots on the ground. We've got 4 players already in the site. It's ending up Mongols for the time being. Device cleared off that back pillar. Stairs trying to help out. And it looks like Mongols got first blood till 𝙑𝙑𝙑𝙑 brings this back. Now he's had a shooting gallery in front of him. Only picked up 1 kill in the mix of all of that. And that is a clutchable one if he clears Van, but he won't. It's a Mongols T-side pistol.
Crowd favorite picks up the first round. If Astralis win this game, it makes up for yesterday and more. That was like massive headlines, not because they didn't qualify for Dallas, but because they got absolutely smashed. And if you watched some of the clips from those rounds, you would see that it was a calling problem more than anything else. And that's really disappointing to see because, as Pimp mentioned, this is the lifeblood of Heroic on the Astralis lineup. But with that core, comes a certain level of expectation, and there comes Stavn, who's also brought up as having a huge uptick recently.
Yeah, we'll see if his impact can continue to be felt throughout middle. That's highlighted that connector role with 𝙑𝙑𝙑 over towards Catwalk, a very critical pinch dynamic for Astralis' CT side needed at the beginning of the series. Stavn on the smoke, going for a second. And of course, this is supported by that peek out from the windowsill. Stavn's collected a second kill now off of a Desert Eagle. There's the response back. Not only the one kill that happens in the front of ramp, but now actually alleviating the mid pressure.
That was great timing from Stavn, and also what a massive find here from Senzu. He was about 10 milliseconds from getting out of dodge. But now with
angle and exposes himself, that's going to drop him down to a quarter HP. 𝘾𝙤𝙑 gets in with a Desert Eagle. Our desk just highlights that
planning for CT, which actually makes sense. Techno low HP on missiles.
It's a fast plant, and it's one that then get the AK back in hand.
They know there must have been someone who pushed A, but
Kendi
will they
önde
catch
şu an.
this?
Oh, the climb-up's happening. 𝙑𝙑𝙑's clearing the wrong side, so he loses stair support first. Through the edge of the smoke. Astralis rebound in the Mongols' house with a forced by round 2 win.
They could not find that third guy. They made a really good decision by changing it up to go to the A site, but all credit goes to Stavn this round. First, showing off the mechanics with his Deagle kill inside the window, and then sneaking out a connector for the second kill, but with the support of somebody shooting above him in connector. That allowed him to really just like relax and focus his aim, and he still had the fresh smoke to get away. If we don't see team play moments like this for Astralis, they will lose.
It's 3 clean Desert Eagle frags and an MP9 mowdown. And to be a fly on the wall in that huddle after that interview where, 𝘾𝙤𝙑's protecting himself.
Yeah.
I've seen 𝘾𝙤𝙑 really take up the role
we've seen him get booed louder than this.
Sure, 100%.
Yeah.
And when those boos happen, I've never seen him kind of walk it back like that. Added pressure. Doesn't seem to stop them early.
You can't have too much love, but you can't have too much hate.
Yeah, it
really
starts to stack up. And in a high-pressure moment where Astralis obviously looking for success early in 2025.
And you put on the Astralis jersey, and it's a chance with a new lineup and joining players like 𝙍𝙗 to sort of change your image. But then you also have to perform, and there are high expectations for these players.
Yeah, 𝙍𝙗 doesn't know what it's like to get booed. We're talking about 𝙍𝙗.
Yeah, and he was unfortunately one of the worst performers when it came to that Dallas match yesterday.
Would be a nice early moment of glory if the Mongols can, again, force buy back like Astralis just did to them and get this setup occur.
But if there ever was a LAN player, that's 𝙍𝙗.
Yeah, 100%. Execute comes over top. 𝙑𝙑𝙑 and Stair in the pocket. Should be good tethering, and it looks fantastic. 𝙑𝙑𝙑, while blind, doubles down, and Blitz isn't able to get out from Palace in time. So he gets 1 to the kill feed, but it is a total stoppage out of this defense. And it looks like Mongols have been turned away. In fact, flanked already. So if Blitz thinks he's going to get away with this gun, he's not supposed to. And then 𝘾𝙤𝙑 will drop the ball and almost allows for the exit. Still majority alive as the conversion comes out to the CT favor.
Yeah, it's a great start here for Astralis. I mean, winning the second round just keeps the spirits alive. And there's pressure on the Mongols. Mongols might be thinking, this is a great chance to win a tournament. Like, there's a chance you play Eternal Fire FaZe in the finals, or you play 𝙑𝙗 next if you can get through this match. But to be honest, on their ladder of expectations, they'll be more scared to play 𝙑𝙗 than they would be to play Astralis here. They just think that this should be a gimme, as their Shanghai rematch awaits them tomorrow if they make it. But there is always room for that to go wrong as well.
That frag grenade looks primed to be chucked down into the apartments, but 𝘾𝙤𝙑 actually takes to the helm, gun in hand, and instantly popped. Desert Eagles go both ways. 𝙑𝙑𝙑, though, it's great positioning, just delayed enough that maybe they think there's someone in sight, but not necessarily somebody so upfront on the apartments. AK-47 grab by 910. And now he's killed out by Stair. So yet again, a moment where Mongols maybe look to break out, but majority alive in 2 consecutive rounds. And Astralis starting to piece together a defense.
What we don't want to see from Astralis, there was a round yesterday where they were playing on Nuke and they got into like a 4v2 situation, and former Heroic or even older iterations of Astralis always knew what to do with space and time if they didn't see anybody. But what happened yesterday was it seemed like absolutely no communication. 4v2 dropped because they searched the map way too much. Like they looked like they completely weren't talking to each other. They obviously played that match from here, so it was an in-person environment, even though they were playing an online match.
Ooh, damn, Techno, nice shot onto the top stairs. Stair under pressure, traded out again. This is man advantage for Mongols.
They're not ready for this.
No, it's the positioning that works wonderfully, at least for an additional kill. But it's going to put 𝘾𝙤𝙗 into a clutch early days. Round 5, no coverage. Easy pickup.
Oh, what a
and
shot.
A snap to go with it.
Oh my God, that's the 1v2 out of 𝘾𝙤𝙗. Not watching CT, as you pointed out, and an amazing flick to end that round. I mean, that's about as good as flicks get.
We don't get to see it from his POV, but that opening kill from Techno had to be instantaneous on the stair peak. 𝙑𝙑𝙑, much like last round when he caught them off guard playing up on the porch of balcony, does it again. Just this additional piece, slightly delayed, catching Mongols on their entries unprepared.
𝘾𝙤𝙗's somebody who, at the end of CSGO, he was, just outside of top 20, if not right inside top 20. I had him right inside. But in CS2, that's down on Liquid. His opping fell totally off. Like, it had no place, and most oppers couldn't figure it out. Only the truly elite players really stayed at the top, right? Honestly, even 𝙬𝙬 stopped opping as much. But to get moments like that out of 𝘾𝙤𝙗 are going to be key. You have Device on this team, but that is your hybrid.
No resistance to the mid walk up. Does 𝙑𝙑𝙑 want to engage? Not while blind. And 𝙬𝙬's going to help out with the smoke spam. Device coming back into the bomb site in anticipation. Another Desert Eagle kill. We're getting glimpses of what I think could be a factor of this matchup as long as it goes on. There is always going to be potential in the lesser weapons when you've got Mongols and apparently Astralis in the server today. So no round should go down easy. But Astralis flexing the weapons advantage. 𝘾𝙤𝙗 taking a sniff back at middle, gets the contact he was looking for. That's the bomb dropped at his feet, and Blitz is going to be found out as well. Nice and easy. This is majority alive every single time, barring the 𝘾𝙤𝙗 1v2, and that is a good look for the new look Astralis.
We don't get to see Mongols on stages all the time. When we did see them play at Shanghai, they went up against 𝙑𝙬 and 𝙁𝙀, to be frank. They had starts on both maps and got 2-0'd in the end, even though they played close games. Senzu had one of his worst performances. Senzu's the newest player to the team. This team's overall extremely young. They're obviously going to get a lot better and need stage experience to get there. But they're not beyond feeling nerves. That's absolutely a fact. I think you look to people like Blitz to make sure that if he's going to make executive choices as to keep this team sort of as a rotating door of extremely talented young players coming into the roster, that he's also got to be responsible for making sure they're prepared to deliver in front of big crowds. It's brutal because not only are there, limited games in playoffs throughout the year, but you've got to qualify to each and every one of them for your 1 or 2 matches to have a chance to prove yourself and to get that so valuable experience. So, there has to be a lot of preparation done to make sure your head's in the right spot.
You heard it in the pregame too. Mzinho, definitely highlighting the comfort that's coming through with what is now becoming a regular playoffs attendance. A team that has definitely secured #1 place in Asia, and it's not even a question. They could afford a loss like this and still be secured, like Jacob highlighted with the VRS situation. But at the end of the day, it's a trophy that Mongols are hunting for, and this one in Cluj, well, it looks primed for their taking. Not right now. 𝙑𝙑𝙑 off to a phenomenal start. 10 kills to his name.
Oh, no.
Device falls off the apartments play. This is a lot of flashes coming out, but 𝙑𝙑𝙑's still good. Able to hold on to this test. Gets his 1. Puts Device into a better spot. He'll take Mzinho down at the knees. His Molotov queuing up that easy leg shot. And then there's a sudden pause here for the Mongols, waiting for all pieces to get into position. That third piece, unbeknownst to 𝙍𝙗𝙗, to come in from a different direction. But you've given 𝙍𝙗 more time to solidify these angles, to slot into comfort. And as he takes that glimpse down towards Cat, he's
what a
dead.
move.
𝙍𝙗, again, just in this pocket to the pistol, damn it! It's a 4K on site made easy.
Man, how could you expect him to be pushing default pillar, going that wide on Cat? They come off guard so many times, and even though 𝙍𝙗 dies without his kill, it's his molly to slow down the attack. One player jumps out of the window with no one to swing into the window to trade him, and this alone makes it easy for 𝙍𝙗 to really shine. Mongols are getting decimated. They've got no smokes on this round.
Top middle dead already. Second challenge right there with him. So they're just going to try to pop out ramp instead. 𝙍𝙗, yet again, collecting kills as he can. 2 versus 5 queued up. And 𝙍𝙗's already contributed alongside Techno. They know where the retake's already coming at from.
Oh my god, crossing right though is huge. Oh, bomb goes down.
Nade, good utility
They don't know
usage.
Techno cross back.
And so he'll catch them off guard with the peek, but it's a good response because 𝙍𝙗's rifling is looking incredibly crisp today.
Yeah. And we saw some great shots from him throughout this event, even though Stavn getting better has been the story. And that's Mongols throwing their initial utility out to mid to make a fast connector split happen, having no smokes left over, meaning they need to frag to both get that bomb plant and win the round. And are lucky to even get that plant off.
There's a little bit of electricity being offered up by Mongols right now. I think the tempo of that instant ramp attempt once you've started to lose your mid play.
I like the call. Instead of showing that you're losing confidence, you just sort of fake it till you make it, if you will. But again, then we look at the buy going in forward. They're looking for this first round to get them back on their feet. You know, just
What?
Problem being,
they just need a fix right now. That's what they're looking for.
every time they try to take a move.
But yeah, they're doing it with low utility, coming in disadvantage, trying to use aggression as an extra resource.
Oh. Clean one from Techno, but tagged by the op.
It sounds easy, but just don't make a mistake. This op now has some pressure put on it.
910's gonna find a kill. Blitz will do the same.
𝙍𝙗
Techno
got his.
did end up dying inside this B site, so they're able to find him at the very least. And the Mongols had to go back to grab bomb, but they've still found entries. They found control to come with that. There's a question mark on this half of the map for 𝙍𝙗 and Stavn to try and piece together a man disadvantage. They don't know how deep these T's could have gotten, so cautious on the approaches. 𝙍𝙗.
It's another highlight here. 2 kills already. Stavn watching the cross, crushed by 910.
His headshots have been clean.
This is a very slow rotation. 𝙍𝙗.
Look at the gap, though. Look at the gap between these T's. We've got Blitz now getting closer to the site, but was gone for a moment. 𝙍𝙗 opted not to make his move within that timing. Not that he would know it. And now contemplating the save, because at one point there were players just flooding out through middle, so no surprise to see 𝙍𝙗 kind of cautious on this one. There's so little information in this retake that the Mongols have indeed broken through. It is a second round on a T side, but one that started with a pistol takes them 7 rounds to recover for the second.
They keep forcing down their economy each and every one of these situations, and it finally works. Again, Mongols were looking for their hit, and they could have gone and tried to save one. I think they just felt like that round is coming. That's a hard call to make if you're Blitz, to be honest, but look what it has granted them. It's definitely stopped the hemorrhaging in this half. And they have gotten 1 or 2 kills in each and every one of these rounds. So it's not as if, even though 𝙍𝙗 are in control, that they are rich. They are definitely a little bit low on economy at the moment. They'll be able to get this one force off. Mongols come in with full utility. And now I think they add a little bit more structure.
Well, something different. Stavn in a pesky position here. It's going to be set up by a flash, and we can see the presence down there as well from the other team.
Oh man, this is a crazy spot.
Here it is.
Oh, that's early. He doesn't see anything.
Oh, now he's just out exposed.
Yeah.
He's waiting for another.
Can't like this play because how do they get him out too?
And 𝘾𝙤𝙤 didn't even have a second flashbang. So 𝙬𝙗 very much fed to the wolves there, at least some damage in return. But it is a forfeiture of mid.
They had eyes from the window from 𝘾𝙤𝙗, but two players are already cross top boxes. Astralis did not have full mid control, and Mongols' approach was just safe enough.
𝙬𝙗, despite the man disadvantage, is able to take this forward position.
I think they're, going to come in carefully. They still have time, but
He'll have Shadow, though, so that puts him on high alert. And the third place is the lowest. So good on 𝙄𝙗𝙗 to at least get a trade, but that's the move that evens this out. A 4 versus 5 queued up for the Danes. As the bomb tries to get out, it's a late Palace peek. That second Palace player very much catching Device over scoped. 𝘾𝙤𝙗 loses his head. And then we get the dink back from the guy in jungle.
Senzu's done too
How
much already.
can
Going
you
around
not
to
click?
A-ramp, dodging this piece of utility.
Wow.
𝙄𝙗𝙗 takes the peek.
Love that.
You
Jabby,
serious?
he's so lights out at the moment.
That
Oh
was
my gosh.
14
awful.
kills to his name, swings wide, and the
By
young gun of the
𝘾𝙤𝙗.
Mongols clears sight.
It was just a touch
What
more
the
conviction
hell?
with every peak. 𝘾𝙤𝙗 could have taken out one more player with his op if he just clicked. On the ramp, you almost had the 3K spray
Of
down
course,
from 𝙬𝙗.
he
He had
clicked.
held it. Just for any extra damage, he would have got that kill. It had to be this. It had to be this clean.
Clean is what they do.
That's the leverage right here. Look at the buy now here for Astralis. It's a force down to try to get back into this. They understand the opportunity that they just missed.
And the one that has now found itself in the palm of the hands of the Mongols. Can't take it away from them. Great streak of CT rounds. I mean, considering that for the majority of that 7, we don't even get bomb plants out of the Mongols. And just a lights-out play from Jabby tethering off middle and honestly repositioning to both bomb sites as a dedicated anchor as well. They've been putting Jabby where he needs to be to thrive. He's got 𝙬𝙗𝙗 and Device propping him up. But now, in the waning moments of this first half, Mongols have a chance to bring this score into a very respectable state before they switch over.
They've finally got center ring control here. The Mongols, I think they have Astralis playing from the outside. It should be pretty easy to see that this is either a full anti-eco or anti-force buy. The one thing they have to be worried about is that op.
𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗's got a good angle for this.
The B site defense has been pretty synergistic between Cat and the site with the utility. It's never been a situation where at least one person doesn't multi. Yeah, that's the full anti-eco default, and it's the CTs who will eventually get insecure and start looking for information. The question is, will they catch their timings? And 𝙄𝙗𝙗 makes some noise.
Yeah, that would have been heard. So now you know these guys are on vigilant alert. Ramp swing gets the trade. Desert Eagle gets away from Jabby.
Yeah, no disengage. It's time for Device.
To die. Dude, the headshots that have been coming out versus Oppers in these last 2 rounds now, magnificent. Between Senzu and Blitz, prime examples of it. 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗's angle will catch you off guard. He's been sat there this entire time. But of course, there's that slice up from the catwalk that happens simultaneously. Techno able to get off the plant site, but exposed himself for a moment and takes a tidbit of damage. Senzu gets caught.
What
trying
if
to
they close
reposition.
this?
You know Techno's down here somewhere.
Yeah.
They can
But where
close this.
exactly? That smoke makes his reposition a bit ambiguous. And CT is working with half health on both of them.
Techno
Have
is
a
good
slight
about 10
edge.
situations
He's got
like
keeping
this.
full vision this whole time. Looking for
Just
that
got a
first fight.
trade. And you can see he's got no idea from where they come, but he predicts the first peak to perfection.
Wow.
Techno off the van
Look.
keeps this Mongols recovery surging.
I love the way he plays that. He can actually be so underrated in clutch situations, man. Techno, wow. This is a force-up round, another opening for Astralis. They could have actually made up for the last round and more with that.
Crisp.
And crushed inside this half, if not
Clean
for that
and
1v2. But top of the barrels, Techno knows, well, makes the read that they're going to take their time. And they don't know where he got off to. That is a rare spot to play the 1v2 from. Could have been tucked in van if it was super late on time.
Fast flash to the underpass. Jabby is he's on a mission. And it's not one that works out his favor. There is that challenge out through apartments. At the same time,
You just speed up to A now.
yeah, not as simple to just hit. 𝙄𝙗𝙗 about to have his hands full, but really, it's just the pistol. So Device gets swept away with ease.
Right now the rotations come back. They see the smoke inside of Palace, and the Mongols know they can kind of play with 𝙍𝙗 at this moment, trying to draw some time out. It's at this point of the round where there's no bad decision to make, but the low HP will sacrifice a player, and that's the direction the bomb was moving as well.
Still ample time to redirect, and it looks like that's what's coming. Obviously, 𝙍𝙗 also thinking the same thing.
Yeah, this is nice from 𝙍𝙗. You got to make a bet in this mid-round. Stairs looking for the peak, but he runs.
That would have helped. A kill towards Connector would have certainly served up a great distraction. Now it falls on 𝘾𝙤𝙗 to try to go clutch to clutch. Not going to happen. We had a streak of 7 rounds from 𝙍𝙗. But give
What
them
the hell
enough
is my
time
guy
and they will
thinking?
break through. The Mongols
Really
step it up for the 4
3
last
people
rounds
out
of
of
the
that
half.
smoke.
Dude, that took everything, right? They had to get the clutch in. They had to win with a round after they kept forcing up. They came in with like 1 smoke, a flash, a Molotov, and had to frag their way out of that round. They did that. Basically a perfect comeback in some sense. 𝙍𝙗 put themselves in a great position to easily get 8 and maybe get 9 and potentially even get 10 with the way they started this game out. But yeah, Mongols, I think the best part about this half for them is they showed that they weren't scared to continuously bet on their ability to be aggressive and win rounds on low utility. And that's where they get to show their range as a roster, because not only do they have a strong system that can contend with some of the best teams right now, but they're willing to really get scrappy versus anybody.
I think highlighted perfectly by the 1 round where they lose 2 players middle and it's just instant out A, right? Challenges that come at you fast causes 𝙍𝙗 to react, and I will give them props there even as they start to lose those rounds. You know, we see that rotation from 𝘾𝙤𝙗 off of the kill over towards the B site, trying to get the stack in the right spot at the right time and remaining fluid and trying to play catch up to a fast-moving Mongols is what we got in that first 12 rounds of play. So fun first half, but the Mongols 5, trailing by 2 as they take to this defense.
We have 𝘾𝙤𝙗 up on 2 duels, but I don't even remember 910 opping really in that first half. So I think he'll have a chance to respond here.
Yeah, fair point.
On CT side. Blitz takes one from pretty far away here, but Stair will shy him back.
And I think cleanest op shots for the record, those 1v2 from tickets out of 𝘾𝙤𝙗.
And Techno was jump spotting, but actually didn't have any utility to burn, which is interesting because now he goes back to just watching it. And so this play doesn't do much except alert the Mongols that there's no one here. I think this means, especially with the run-up, that the CTs are going to get suspicious of A more than anything else. Now, even though 910's not opping, this is actually key for him as an opper. Historically, opper's always great on pistols, and he's in a spot where it's just 1 long-range shot he's got to hit.
Zeno to keep his head down, ready to let those Berettas rip.
No mollies.
Here's it all coming. Clean first one, and then right back into the corner. He hangs on deep. He's got 3 already. Push up to the Palace. It's a stoppage offered by the 17-year-old Mongol. And 𝙬𝙗 wants to get him out from that corner, but he's got no reason to give 𝙬𝙗 what he wants. And so he'll just wait this out. Down to 15 seconds. 3 kills from down beneath Palace. And a few extra shots to the corpse for the road.
Rounds like that aren't won alone. There was a really solid flash on the timing that 𝙍𝙗 came up for the A exec. And a lot of this round is also won by the fact that Techno made sure to maintain information over on B. This is a moment where if Techno is spotting the entire time, it doesn't see anybody try to run up and bait his utility, then he doesn't know if they're going to do a late B pop. But because he goes back and takes the risk of spotting again and sees nobody, that only creates confidence in Mongols, even though it's 𝙍𝙗 who push him back first. Maybe they can do another eco. Back 10 coming fast.
Good flash from 𝘾𝙤𝙗. It's exactly what 𝙍𝙗 was
Wait
looking
up.
for. This could be back-to-back round 2 wins. 910's got support out from jungle. You obviously know 𝙍𝙗's MAC-10 still floating out mid somewhere, but look at your radars, folks. That bomb's going B.
But if the A players don't show themselves, this is Techno who's going to meet the bomb. I mean, he's going to instantly be able to stop this plant.
And it goes down.
And because he got a sandwich guy, he's not actually moving device. He's only become alert.
𝘾𝙤𝙗 thinking that they had fooled them, but in reality, Techno's still close enough.
I do want to extend the olive branch here to 𝙍𝙗, though, because it's such a fast rotation back for the Mongols they were suspicious, but off of a read. They really didn't have the information to make that move. It could have been the bomb just waiting inside a palace or something else.
Jump the gun on that one.
But it does make them look silly, that's for sure. And you know what? They've still got a couple of outs this round. I mean, 𝙁 doesn't have armor, but oh, I was going to say, he was coming in Metal Gear Solid style, but then gets spotted.
And he's going to get found out first, so there goes the hope. Realistically, there was a P250 kill in the mix at one point for 𝙬 early, but it's a great recovery from Mongols, and I think a testament to what I tried to highlight as we come into the second half, right? There's just fast movements happening. Mongols reading this one before it's kind of the time you'd expect others to.
Game's tied, man. It's been a long time since the 𝙬𝙗 have won a round. 6 in a row for the Mongols.
Ooh, but a force out of 𝙬𝙗. Well, limitation in Tech9 and 𝙬𝙬.
Yeah, but they do spend all their money.
Right, that bomb plant would have been real nice. Would have made the difference.
True. Yeah, that's a great point. That's all their utility in that bomb plant. Ooh, nice kill. That makes up for it a little.
Okay, you take those. And I guess the limitation of the Tech9 can just take its sweet time up in Palace. See moving pieces here for 𝙬𝙗 already. 𝙂𝙬𝙗 going to be down beneath Palace. That's where he starts. But it is a reposition offered over with a lack of pressure on him. He'll take up 𝙬𝙗 instead. It's numbers out from Palace, and if they jump out into that bomb site, suddenly they've got the cover of default. And who do we have? Well, 9-10 over towards Ticket, but not with an AWP in hand. So the fact he's got that M4, he tries to slide out. Now he's sitting triple. 9-10 goes down. 𝙂𝙬𝙗's got to pick up more than that, but it's just enough damage for Blitz to come out. And it's a near trade train jump up. He's going to challenge. Oh,
nice shot. Nice
takes
shot.
it over top to open the door for the sandwich bomb carrier to cross. And damn it, those limitations don't hold them back.
Well, you have 9-10 coming in with a smoke. This is actually a possible 1v3.
Techno's got a back turn to him first. Oh, he just missed the timing. 𝙁𝙗 is able to peel away. Your other two players are obviously deeper over towards Con and Jungle. And so Techno, soon enough, is going to be split by all three. But it's all about the contact. And he sees the first, but back offered to 𝙁𝙗. 𝙬𝙗 breakthrough early.
Yes, they do. Right back into the game. That's a really nice shot and round from 𝘾𝙤 with his kill over top of triple. That's the one that makes the difference. He knows that was a scary approach from him because he's got low HP, but you can hear a Blitz using all of his ammo, trying to spam on the cross. And the opening refrag on 𝙂𝙬𝙗. That's a key find. Had to be a headshot.
All the economy on the line now for the Mongols. And they're going to make a move. 𝘾𝙤 better be ready. Flash at their feet. They turn. But the 5-7 rips the head off.
Wow.
And utility indicates, of course, that there's another player there.
So
Molotovs both sides. They got them stuck.
You got to watch for Senzu because he's the only one who could really help out unless they're going to go via underpass. But it looks like they're literally just going to sit here and burn time off the clock. Senzu's just walking off of Cat now. This is an interesting way to support, actually, instead of pushing upper.
Doing a good job with the frag grenades to keep them softened up. Senzu, long-range 5-7 duel, not ideal. And they have earned this approach. You're going to catch players along this underpass wall. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Unfortunately for the Mongols, it's an opening man advantage, but it's a great recovery.
Welcome
from
to the stream,
Danes
LF.
out through middle.
Yes.
And with that, 4 versus 2.
And they do find B. That's Senzu's Cat push. I don't think will influence this. 𝙂𝙬𝙗 looks to meet them there. Of course, with this itty-bitty gun. Bomb is walking back, however. Full connector control
Can they
and
lose?
vision on mid for the Mongols.
Can 𝙬𝙗 lose this round?
Okay. Now it'll turn back. But there is timings. Gotta be careful here. This is a 2v3 situation.
Oh, his head's down. Pops up perfectly.
Oh,
it's evened out at 25 seconds. Jabby's next. And that MP9 does more damage. He's already here.
Revives him clutch.
Vision onto the site. We've got a critical clutch between him and 𝙁𝙗. 15.
He's got to milk
Where's
this.
the peak? From backdoor, he comes at him, and he's got him locked on. But who's locked in with who? It's a clutch from a
Tom
man
Cruise
who's got a wealth
with the
of
clutch.
experience.
Oh, it looked like aim was going to fail him in that spot. 𝙍𝙗 shooting into the wall as he was peeking back. 910 staying open the entire time instead of swinging afterwards. There was always the option to allow that bomb to go down in the final seconds and then put a ton of pressure on that way. But that's just not how the Mongols like to fight now, is it? It's a marginally scary moment here for 𝙑𝙑 but surviving is the only thing that matters to them because Mongols have no money left.
Now what? We are on eco.
They can recoup their economy on this one. It's full A stack to meet the full A hit.
𝙍𝙗 chilling in the flames.
Oh, he got by.
Yeah, some trickery for sure, but vanilla pistol easily dealt with. Blitz finds one more than he should. What they don't know about is that compromise that 𝘾𝙤𝙗 already has behind them. And again, such little weaponry here to work with. You know, Blitz will send a small shiver down their spine, but it all gets swept away. And it's 𝙑𝙑 with a 10-7 lead.
How the hell they are winning?
Off the back of a clutch into a money-making round. 3 rounds straight now for 𝙑𝙑 to end the 6th streak for the Mongols, and they are back in control. Now this one shapes up to potentially go the distance. With the amount of money that they've got left over, they can make this a real comeback. But at least the 𝙑𝙑 are showing teeth on both sides of the map. Do you guys miss Emma? Me too, man. Me too.
Underpass has seen a lot of action so far throughout this second half. And for the time being, it's just 𝙍𝙗 scoped up with nobody to come at him.
No commitments at all.
Nope.
Underpass with the op, it's just the opening pick play. They won't get the aggressive mid control that they were expecting from the Mongols, which is actually kind of interesting. But if we look at the utility, they weren't in a place to do so. Their biggest resource is these smokes. The longer the round goes on, the more 𝙑𝙑 will be favored as long as they stay 5v5. Now, if they... The timing can be created inside of connector if window isn't smoked. That's what they have to be careful about.
Oh, Molly.
And 𝙍𝙗 searching.
I see position and
carefully. And
oh, not careful enough.
Nice shot, 𝙑𝙑𝙑.
Nice to see it as well. Incredibly fast start to the game has kind of cooled off, but he's right back at it. In a critical juncture in this gun round, we get a double kill out of 𝙑𝙑𝙑, total mid control, and it's a flood up from 𝙑𝙑 to come with it. So much pressure on 910, but you cannot be affording to miss a shot like that right now.
Yeah, that was an opportunity.
No way.
Wait, what?
Hold on now. They're on the chase.
Hey, they're pushing an op who fell back in CT. Why would you give him a chance?
𝘾𝙤𝙗 down to 14 health. 910 stepping through the fire is going to give that info over. He just burns. He just burns what's left of him straight up in the flames. Techno gets a trade back onto jungle. And in a round that looked like A-Site was gone, now we've got the Mongols on the retake.
And Techno's moving forward.
𝙍𝙗 again into the corner, trying to draw him in with that time. And time is going to decide this one, though. They've got to still run. They rack up the cost, and they make 𝙑𝙑 look slightly foolish for that confident deep ticket peek. 4 players taken, and then the bomb takes the 5th.
Well, a wealth of mistakes right there for 𝙑𝙑. Pushing the op and CT, once he falls back, that's already your victory. You've taken CT control. It's harder for him to reapproach you if you're holding up by missiles than it is the opposite in trying to go into him. That might be something you try on the pistol round, but they had enough control here to win this round and keep many players alive. This is a round where it's still good for 𝙑𝙑 to win, but it being costly in this situation with those mistakes makes you wonder what they've opened themselves up to now. Like, look at the round here for Mongols. They've got an MP9. Don't let them win here.
Easier said than done.
Wow, Stavn with that commitment up the ramp. There was nothing behind it, actually.
Looks like they could catch Blitz off. Oh, 𝙍𝙬𝙗 offering up the info of his position. But it's all about waiting, and that waiting could pay off. Device. Oh, he hit that! He's got a teammate to step forward in the meantime. Looked like 𝙬𝙗 took a shot back in return to keep the op up. But what they don't know about is Blitz. And the op goes both ways. Mongols thrust Device to the clutch.
He's still here.
He goes into the ramp play with
No
the
way,
AK.
Mongols can clutch this, no.
Swapped out to the pistol. Screw the sniper. The USP's got it. Mongols tether well enough to keep the game going.
Yeah, I don't know who was supposed to win that round, but after Stavn swung up the A ramp and died, that was a much harder situation for Astralis. They nearly salvaged it and brought it back. 𝙍𝙬𝙗 had a bad spray. They got 2 kills in response, but you saw that the Mongols were well prepared for the A site no matter what. Blitz on the A ramp with the flash from his teammate, and a little inconsistency shining through for 9-10, especially on the opportunities, but they still survive it because of the man advantage brought to you by Blitz.
True.
And because of that last round, the enormous fumble in a post-plant situation that was pretty much already won from Astralis, they lose 5
Double
players.
setup still alive.
And now they're in a precarious
Economy on
spot.
T is bad.
Oh, after the tack, they
If
actually
you
are
win
going
this,
to
if you're
invest.
Mongols, then
Okay.
Yeah, they're putting it all in this round.
What's the move? What's the play?
Wow, buying down to 0. I really don't like this considering the loss bonus for Astralis. Like, even if you full invest, you want to keep a few extra dollars when it becomes your time to buy again. And we'll see, because they actually give themselves a chance to win this round. But if it doesn't go well,
There's been a lot of space offered over lately through middle for the Mongols, but the fact that they've already collected that bit of info.
this is a moment where I think forcing down entirely can be a mistake.
Oh, that fire went out.
And the nade does nothing. Senzu's going to fall back, and now you wonder if the AWP liability inside the B site.
Next nade goes down. We've got a sea of
they're
flashbangs
pushing
being chucked
smoke.
over top. Tough one for Senzu, and he's lost his support. And now already, we find him in the site. 𝙍𝙗𝙗's got another. The Tech-9s. They're able to take him down. 9-10 back in the market, clipped out by the upper. You've given over a bigger gun, and 𝙍𝙗𝙗 shines.
Wow, okay, it's the B play. They actually win on this round. We don't even see that situation play out. The full investment works towards the B site. 2 ideas from the Mongols. One to try to blow open their own smoke, one to molly behind it. They get no information off it. They burn resources. Senzu falls back with the op. He eats one of the late flashes on this exec from Astralis. And so they can make mistakes too.
I wonder what it comes down to. The util, does that give the confidence over to
Man,
Astralis
no.
when the fire burns out?
It's definitely very awkward. It's not as if he would have seen anything if they blew the smoke open.
how could you win the next round?
Missing that incendiary, who knows if they tag somebody. It's just
No money.
the fact that things didn't go well in that spot on the B site, exactly when Astralis wanted to attack. And wow,
That's
𝙍𝙗𝙗 can't see a thing. I mean, did he have 1 frame of vision?
Tricky.
Is that how he even got that shot off, or did he
Had to
just
have.
start shooting?
That's a whole lot of left clicks.
And it's been a great map on entries from 𝙍𝙗𝙗.
4 rounds to try to push OT. 4 moments for Astralis
Nice
to
push.
rob away their opponent's pick.
No.
Senzu caught out top mid blind.
Blind and keeps
the
going.
shot from Device finds the window player. 22 kills to 𝙍𝙗𝙗's name, now offering assistance through the
No
util.
way.
Cadians waited a long time to try to get that revenge back on the Mongols. And to kick off a series when the Mongols are better than ever. The map pick stolen away. That is what we're on the brink of, but Astralis will not rush their position, their advantage. So it seems. 9-10 on ramp, given a chance at a second kill. Nice pre-fire clear here from 𝙍𝙗𝙗, just locks him in. Another headshot on the brink of 25 kills, just outside of the top 10 highest rated players here in Cluj. At one point, top
What
5
the hell is
in the
happening
group
to this
play.
guy, man?
𝙍𝙗𝙗 taps into that potential to send a message to the Mongols at the start of this series. But Techno, well, now he swaps over. It's a better tool for the job, but with 4 players ahead of him, he cuts down the first one on
Looks
ramp.
like.
That might have been the most important one. I don't know if there's a way he wins this.
But Techno can win
He'll
this.
try, and as he will, he'll take the top ticket. There's confirmation on another player, but a dink that queues him up. 25 frags.
Welcome to the stream.
Great on 𝙍𝙗𝙗. And 𝙍12 will not bend a knee early.
Not worried.
Under pressure here in Cluj.
I mean, Inferno. They can win on Inferno. Can go to the decider.
She said she loves you, but she
No
can't
issues.
love me.
But I love you.
Man, 𝙍𝙗𝙗 hard carried them. And those some last rounds. Seriously. Not gonna lie.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
1.7 rating. 𝙍𝙗𝙗 1.08 only. 𝙍𝙗𝙗 performed. Blitz. Let's see. Easy win. Man, I want Mongols to win. Astralis, how the hell they are so bad and they are winning? I don't know, man. I mean, they lost like yesterday. They lost 2-0, and I will show you the result. And now they are performing this good against Mongols, which was the match against Heroic. 21st, 20th.
The Mongols have solidified themselves as a consistent playoff team.
Like they won total of 5 rounds.
He's going to dive into the fire, put the smoke on top. We've got the challenge down the ladder. Blitz is in the heat. Senzu slides.
They're not good, bro. I'm telling you, they're not good. They're just having some luck today. Or maybe Mongols is playing under pressure in front of Arena, but they are not at all good. They lost.
What
Like
patch is this? How did he just do that? He stopped the
Heroic's lineup is good, but not that good, and they lost
by
in this fashion. You can see the scoreline just yesterday, and they couldn't even qualify for IEM Dallas.
Down beneath the window, easy cleanup. Senzu's the sensation.
Absolutely
Canadian, what I'm saying. Canadian is good, but right now their form is not good, but still they managed to win a map, not the series right now, but let's see.
Welcome back. That is
Mongols is good on every
to
map.
silence a crowd. Astralis
I think
drawing
Nuke
first
is there
blood in his quarterfinal
bit of
here
shaky,
at PGL
but
Cluj-Napoca 2025.
Inferno they are
with you,
good.
Jacob, you said it best before we went into the game. You said if there's
Mongols
an
is equally
environment
experienced now.
that
They have
will
got the
thrive
experience
on and
now.
can make players around him buy into. It's the adversity. It's being hated.
Kaden
This
is playing
Kaden.
with
We all
the,
remember that
you know,
group that he wasn't allowed into, right? He's been one of these historic, controversial
wants to
players.
prove the
This is
point.
nothing new to him. You're not going to intimidate him.
Like
You're not
in
going to get in his
the
head.
last
And he's
series where they
channeling that
played
energy
against
so well right now. What a performance.
What a performance
Mongols
from him, what a performance from
played
Astralis
against
as a whole. I think you're
Heroic
spot on when
in
you're saying
IEM
that it's something
Katowice.
he's used
They-
to. It's been like that throughout his entire career.
got trashed
I
out
remember
by
myself
Acadians,
playing with him at
so-
times as well, where we kicked him and we never really treat him with the respect that he probably deserved back then as well. And Acadian overall had a good game in terms of the calling, in terms of
He's
setting
playing
up the
with
team.
more
And
fire.
I noticed one thing when Astralis won the map, when the game
But I
was over, if you
still
look towards
think
his body language, no
Mongols will bounce
excitement,
back.
no enjoyment, no celebration, pure focus, right? He's mad right now. He's in the zone. He want to make sure that he wins this game 2-0. He want to make sure that he makes a statement on the server and not necessarily outside of the server. So I think the pre-game interview that we saw, that was the best possible preparation Ksden could have had coming into this game.
Oh, absolutely. He does kind of
Yeah,
remind me of the Hulk. You know, he powers up the more.
Mongols
he
is
says that that's
really
great. Listen,
good.
if that's what it takes,
I mean,
if that's
they
what it
only
takes, so
lack
be it. But one thing I do
confidence
want to
on the
highlight
big
here for the
stage.
side of Astralis
Like
was the
today,
prep
they
work
are-
and the switch up on
they
the
didn't
CD side.
perform
The
in
CD
this
side was
map,
dynamic. The
but
CD side
they're good.
where the individual visuals,
Best
having
team
the
Asia has
agency
ever
and
seen.
actually hitting their
It's
shots.
Mongols.
I'm looking at 𝙍. I'm looking at, we'll get to 𝙑𝙑𝙑, by the way. I'm looking at 𝙍. I'm looking at
They're
Device.
only getting
rock
better
solid foundation.
time.
𝘾𝙤𝙧 as well. He was everywhere taking fights at mid, going early towards B, depending on the spawn. And of course, a little bit
Any
quiet
other
start.
team
He's
which
been
is
struggling
good
quite a bit, but
in
man,
Asia?
𝙑𝙑𝙑, he just came alive. He's been phenomenal
really.
thus far in the group
There
stage.
are no other
the best
teams
player
which
for
are
Astralis,
good.
the reason they're here in the BT arena, and also the reason they won map number 1.
Yeah, I mean,
Indians
obviously as
don't,
well, you have to talk about Mongols. We expected better. They
Don't
got
get
off
the
to
chance,
such a rough
and
start.
if they even get the
Started
chance, they
cold,
get
and
smacked
again,
by
is
the
it
other
just a little bit of
countries of
complacency? You
Asia.
know, it's a very different
So
speed when
if you
go
can't
from
even
being
compete with the
perennial
other countries in
underdogs
Asia,
to
then
being one of
how the hell you
tournament
can
favourites.
compete
It's
in
a
the international
mindset
level
shift.
against
And
Europe
this is the
and
one
North
thing,
American teams?
which we did allude to in the pre-show, right? We were talking about this
Where
the first
the
time that Mongols
competition
are
is
entering
even
an arena
fierce.
game
More
as
fierce.
the firm favorite.
Yeah.
That is a switch up in the mentality, and now, especially considering what
First, you
how
need to
pretty
be
one-sided
good at
and
in
all
your
honesty this
region
game
at
was,
least.
questions have to be raised about where they are, at least in this
Indian
match.
teams are
I mean,
not
they
even
did
good
come
in
off to a very
the
cold start,
Asian
couldn't really
region.
get much done.
You need to
and
be
it's just
become
one
the
map,
best
you know,
in
but I
your
agree
region
with you,
at
it's a
least
different
first.
mentality, different
Then you
mindset
can
come
compete with
into,
the
and then we gotta
European
give
and
credit to
North
Astralis
American
for
teams.
playing arguably the best Counter-Strike Astralis have played.
But I'm
as
going to
a
point this out as well. Production weren't even sure they had a graphic for 𝙑𝙑𝙑. He's been that anonymous since he's kind of got there. Turns out they do have one, but this,
And there are not
this might
so
be the best
many
I've seen him play
opportunities
in like
to.
a long time.
This is without a doubt the best tournament 𝙑𝙑𝙑 have had in the Astralis shirt, and even the new one obviously being premiered today. It's good to see him play well. It's good to see him come in and have an impact on the server. People
Now
kind
in
of
the new
forget how
format,
good
now
he
you
is and how
can't
good he
even
were back in the
qualify
heroic
for
days.
the
He's a
major
difference
through
maker.
open
He's very good at
qualifiers.
taking opening
You
duels,
need
etc., etc.
VRS.
I also do want to contextualize
No
the
open
fact that it is
qualifiers from
Astralis
now
wearing
on.
the map pick
So
of the
that
Mongols.
also
On Mirage coming into this game,
reduces
they've
our
been
opportunity
struggling
to showcase
massively
our
on this map.
talent.
The past 9 times they've played it, they only won 2 of those games, and that was against MIBR in a
Mostly in
triple overtime
Valo,
game,
yeah,
and it was
but
against OG,
we are not
who,
even good
let's
in
be honest,
Valo
right
too.
now is not even a team that
I've
Astralis should
seen
be
that.
playing in any sort of imagination. Apart from that, they've lost it 7 times to teams that I hardly even know. Let's say Syria,
In Valorant, also Asian teams,
and something else.
other
it's
Asian
been a massive
countries
struggle for them to get
are
anything
better
done on
than
Mirage.
India.
Fast forward into this quarterfinal, and all of a sudden they take down the Mongols, which has been their perma-pick, which has been their home ground for such a long time. This is a massive, massive upset coming in for Astralis, and that could very well shake the Mongols even more.
Yeah, and speaking of being shaken, right, the Mongols, and we do have a couple of rounds to highlight what went wrong, but it does feel like there are times...
Internationally
Firstly,
closest we have been
firstly, I've never seen Senzu
in
pick up
PUBG
the
Mobile.
secondary AWP and a CD side of Mirage.
Like,
a puppy gets kicked somewhere
once,
out there, Richard.
Scout's
Stop doing that.
team,
Every time he picks it up, I've never seen it work in his favor.
finished
He's the best
second
rifler on his
in
team.
one,
Stick with the
I
rifle.
don't
Seen a
remember the
couple of rounds
tournament,
where they have a double
PMWL
up.
it was.
Sure, you might win one round,
It
but
is
you
the
have a
only
round
game
where
I
you saw
think
how
where
completely
India has
around banana.
yeah, there we go.
some
And also, you got to say, right,
good,
when it comes
you know,
to calling it, I do feel
good
𝘾𝙤𝙧 was at least a
placement.
couple of steps ahead of Blitz right
They finished
there. Blitz
second
did have his
and they
moments as an
could
IGL,
have
turning a
got
couple of
even
rounds
first.
around individually.
It was
but it did feel
PMWL,
like Mongols were playing
PUBG
catch-up
World League,
when it comes to
something,
just the tactics in this particular map.
Yeah, we do have the first round we kind of want to highlight
Which
right here. It's
was
round
it?
16. It's
PMWL
Astralis again, a round
2021.
they should be winning. They're up in a 4v3. The force spike coming in. Somehow, some way, they lead Device into a 1v2
Orange
in just a
Rock,
couple of
second
moments.
place.
Messino doing a good job with the MP9 right here, getting a double kill as well. And then obviously Device have to get it done by himself.
This was the
which he
team,
then
yeah,
will, and
who
that's
are
kind of what we
esports.
want to
And
showcase
they
right here.
finished
I'm not sure if you want to
second.
point out the Mongols.
Look at the time.
I'll
Yeah,
show
I know
you.
the time is what it is, but it's also Device keeping his cool, you know. At the time with the bomb, 14 seconds left, he's going for the duel. He doesn't have armor, he doesn't have a big kit right there, 9-10, so he does feel like he has to force
it
the
this
issue a
one?
little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah.
And you have the experience. If you're Device and if you're Astralis, there's no player you'd rather want in a 1v2 scenario at that moment.
And that's the
Yeah.
thing with the Mongols, and this is the
PMWL
a bit of a
2020.
symptom I've seen so far in some of the games they've played.
This was
By the
really
way,
like
a
a
lot of the wins they had in the
big
group stage
tournament
against
where
weaker
India finished
opposition,
second.
where very close
That's
games,
the
where
best
overtime
we have
games, where
performed
they were
ever.
kind of throwing away the lead they had. And it comes down to sometimes I've
That's the
noticed this
best.
from the likes of a Senzu,
It was
even
Scout,
9-10.
Diljit,
Funnily enough, not from a Xenu. He's
in
actually
any
the
game.
safest pair of hands, where
I have
they've kind
seen
of forced
I have
duels
seen
they
this
really
only.
have to.
That's
You
the
can play the clock, you
maximum
can play the
best
ball,
we
you
have
can play the
performed
situation you have. But because of the fact
in any
that they
game.
get away with all these brazen duels so many
you could
times,
say this.
they go for it, and then you go up against someone like
रात में
Device,
stream
pure
नहीं.
class, pure
No stream
consistency,
at
who's
night.
been in clutches like this hundreds of times in an arena scenario as well.
Not
so
today.
I feel like
We
they
are
were
watching
punished a little bit here
quarters
and
today,
there.
bro.
And one more
Legend.
point Pimp raised earlier on is
Welcome
the
to
fact
the
that
stream.
Mongols great in winning pistols. They won both the pistols, mind you, in what was a lopsided defeat. And yet when it comes
Tomorrow
to those
semi-finals
those
and
half-buys, they do struggle.
Sunday
They lost
grand
two
finals.
important pivotal rounds to Astralis' half-buys. And that's what cost them the map here in the end.
You want to see one of those rounds?
Absolutely. I
Round
reckon you
training,
got
I
one,
think
right?
we should bring it up right here. I think that's where the game completely was denied from the hands of the Mongols. Again, 8-11, you force Astralis into a force buy, you can make a comeback right here. It's not over. Again, well executed from Astralis. They apply pressure, they get out here. 𝙑𝙑 perhaps getting a little bit lucky.
I mean, the calls were good by 𝘾𝙤𝙑 in this map. Not gonna lie. Give credits to him, but Mongols can perform way better.
Winning here, making it 12-8, winning the force buy. You lost belief in the Mongols coming back.
And also looking at Sinj's positioning right there, right? Like, sure, you lose your first player, towards Van. Great pathing by Astralis to just avoid where the op's going to be playing towards Pillar by 𝙑𝙑. But at that point, you need to make a decision. You can just jump back into window, try to play for the retake. Instead, it's like, I'm going to stand here, I'm going to have a highlight moment, I'm going to combat op. But when you're alone right there, even if you get a single kill, you're getting traded almost instantly, right? That thought didn't enter his head. In his head, he's like, I'm going to get a 4K with the up close and personal, and Astralis just shut him down. So mistakes were made individually, and also I feel like for the Mongols, and I've said this earlier as well, Rich, I feel the map pool is a bit predictable. Every single time you know what they're going to pick, and when you go up against some top-tier opposition, they're going to come in prepared. Astralis came in prepared.
That being said, Mirage, they should have won 9 out of 10
Sunday night
times.
I'll stream, bro, due to the
There
grand
was no
final.
way
I'll
they
try
could
to
ever have gone
stream.
anywhere else. And for Astralis to make that result and make that
I want
performance,
to watch the
that's
grand
another
finals.
huge step in the right direction, there, Sid.
Well, speaking
India
of
versus
predictable
Pakistan
maps,
we'll watch,
hello,
but it's gonna end.
friend. Welcome back.
It's
gonna end early. It's gonna start. It's going to start around 1:30 or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Then it's going to end, I think,
phenomenal.
till 9 or 10 max.
I think a far second would be Ancient, if you ask me. I think they're pretty solid there as well. But one thing I like from Astralis
That's what I'm saying.
on
I'll
this
stream
particular map
after
is the T-side
the match.
is beautiful. It's perfect. They know exactly
Everyone's
how to
gonna
manipulate
watch
rotations.
that match,
They
but
played the way you're supposed to play.
yeah,
it for
ODI is a
deny
bit slow,
information,
but
get that
yeah,
practice control, get
we'll
that
try
pass
to
control,
watch.
be unpredictable, condition them, and have done this to many a team. And this is where I start to sweat a bit for the Mongols, Rich, because the wins they've had on this map, yes, it was against Wildcard, yes, it was against, I believe it was Pain, were overtime games, where just heroic Senzu with no scopes through the smokes and just crazy individual plays.
Was crazy, by the way.
It was crazy, but the thing is, so many individual plays which allowed them to close out a particular map. And now you're going to be
there,
team
okay,
who
no issues.
are actually, in my books, one of the best teams on this particular map right now.
I mean, they're good on Inferno, very good on Inferno. I think the change of pace on the T side is something 𝘾𝙤𝙑 does well. As you said, unpredictable in a sense that they can play fast, but they can also drag out the tempo completely and just go for map control. One thing I don't like about the Inferno in particular is the CT side. It's still the old DNA of Heroic where they gamble stack an awful lot, so they play 4-1s or 3-2, so to speak, where you have 4 players on towards the bigger A-bomb side and only 1 B defender. Could be the vice with the AWP, and then vice versa some rounds as well. So it is a bit streaky and a little bit gambling in that sense, but that's what makes it so uncomfortable for the Mongols right here. Because if 𝘾𝙤𝙑 is reading the game correctly, and if he's in that zone that we've seen so far,
tomorrow will come live at
these gamble
8:30.
stacks can prove to be very vital.
After that,
and also the fact for the Mongols, their teams on Inferno, it's very simple. It's very fast initially, and it's just grouping up. It's just grouping up.
Sunday will come
it's
on
a pack
9:30.
mentality. It's nothing too convoluted. And like you said, sometimes when the gamble does pay out, they're going to be walking straight into a full stack. And they did actually in this game as well, right? Just walking to a full stack from Astralis, for example. So yeah, mistakes can be made. That being said, man, Mongols, every time I count them out of this map, they're able to somehow drag us back. It could be a huge game.
When will World Championship happen in CS2?
1 point something about 9-10.
You mean the major? It will happen in July.
Amongst everyone.
Major is gonna happen in April, July. I don't remember. I'll show you it.
Manufacturing these opening duels, and he could be towards banana. He could be starting towards mid. And
that's like the biggest event of CS.
Low-key, it's funny to say, but Inferno might be one of his best maps.
If you are asking about that.
Interesting. It's an interesting point as well, because when you think Inferno, it's not necessarily an
regional qualifiers will start from April.
I don't think Device is going to force the AWP.
The main event,
if it makes sense in terms of how Astralis want to approach
the
game,
main event is going to start from June 3rd.
Is one of those maps where you can easily get by with having 5 rifles.
June 3rd to
July. So 9-10,
22nd.
someone from the Mongols have to go out there and try to dictate the game, install a bit of fear in Astralis. But as we said, if there's one thing Astralis is good at, it's the utility usage. It's not giving up these first picks. It's making the game slow enough for 9-10 to sweat a bit.
I mean, this event is also having the same amount of prize pool, but yeah, that event is going to be the most prestigious event of CS.
No, listen, this is important because
happens 2 times in 1 year.
About now is, okay,
earlier it used to happen 1 time,
only
once in a year.
It happens,
but now it happens
with
2
that inexperienced team, youthful exuberance, it happens. But I've
first half,
at the record
first and the second half of the year,
it doesn't matter that it's their
second
map
major.
Pick. Like, we're 100% still able to beat this Astralis team. And all of that emotion, all of that adrenaline that they've been using to get the Mirage win, that now dissipates when you
But the
have
major
Mirage.
hype
I
is
agree,
more.
and I think it's a fair point, because if you
Even
were
if
to
the
ask
prize
me
pool
heading
is
into the
same
game and you
on
were to
this tournament,
isolate
but
every single map, the Mongols
hypes
heavy
of
favorites to
major
win Mirage. Even though Astralis picked
unmatched.
Inferno, the Mongols were still favorites to win Inferno. And if you were to go into Nuke, the Mongols would still be favorites to win on Nuke. So in theory, had it been an uncontroversial series, it could have been a 3-0 for the Mongols. So yes, I agree with you, Richard. It helps Astralis, obviously. It builds a bit of confidence, but the Mongols are still the favorites heading into Inferno, I would argue. And if we should go into Nuke, they're very much still the favorites to win the series.
I think that the fact of the Mongols, the one thing that switched up over the past 1 year is they've grown balls. Right, they know even if they lose the first map, I've seen them completely capitulate the moment they lose their map pick in the past. Right now, they play with cojones. I feel like they've grown not just as a team, but when it comes
Second
to
most
the
important,
tenacity,
yeah.
the mental
𝙬𝙬,
fortitude, which
then
was lacking
Cologne.
once upon a time. So I agree with Pimp. I don't
First
think they're
major,
quite out
then
there.
𝙬𝙬, then
No,
Cologne.
so we're about to get into the action.
Cologne and
there.
𝙬𝙬
I
are
think this one's going the distance. I can't
equally
believe Astralis
prestigious.
are
You
coming
can't
in
rank
2-0
them.
in this, guys.
It would be a
You
massive
can
surprise.
you can't rank
With
one
the way
higher
they're
and
playing on
one lower.
Mirage, who knows?
They're both equally prestigious after
Okay,
major,
guys, thanks a lot for your thoughts. Astralis
but not
are
equal to the
wearing
major.
black,
But after
it might
major,
be
they are
Mongols'
the
funeral,
best.
taking away
𝙬𝙬
Scrawny
and
and
Cologne.
Ooh,
I am
maybe
Cologne and I
just
am
maybe,
Katowice.
but I think you guys raised a lot of points. It's still an uphill battle. but
Then
it's one that goes
these
down
tournaments
on
come
Inferno,
after that.
And this is where Mongols made a name for themselves. So our desk before the first map even started highlighted the threat that the Mongols bring
Let's
on
go.
Inferno. Now their life in this tournament on the line. They have to kick it up, and they've got to
I'll
find a
increase
way,
the volume a
honestly,
bit.
to mute 𝙬𝙬. 25 kills deep back on Mirage set a tone for this series.
That was a stellar performance from him, no question about that. You saw 2 triple kills in the last 2 rounds to close that map out, and I think it was only headshots, man. Senzu's going to have to be that guy for the Mongols.
Blitz will find the first blood over towards brackets. Counterpart leader down first. All about the bait and switch, but the Berettas get a single kill.
Here comes 𝙬𝙬 again. Flash allows
Cricket
Senzu
7,
to
yes.
disengage, but he stays here to fight.
Yeah,
Who has
sticks
not
around
played
for
that
a bit
game?
'cause Blitz goes charging
If
down
you are
middle.
an Indian and
CT
if you are
pistol
born in
round win
around
for the Mongols.
They kind of
1995
do have to play mad. We saw them
to
even when they were down
2005
1-7 on that first map,
or
that they kept forcing, rushing, and pushing everything.
around that.
I think that style
Everyone
is,
has
it's
played
going
that
to
game.
probably pay
It was
off
so
in the end here
popular
for the Mongols,
among the
but
kids.
obviously because it's a stage game, there's more to it than just who's the better team, right? It's who's the better
Tell me
team
if it's too
when
loud,
the
I will
pressure's
decrease the
on.
volume. If it is too loud.
We are no longer in groups, folks.
After the cricket, I don't know if any good cricket game
Back
came
to
out.
back middle pressure.
Cricket 7
It's
was
layered
elite.
as well. 2 sets of eyes from brackets to support Blitz. Only
Best cricket
turns.
game out there.
And it is a fast Tech 9 kill from 𝙬𝙬. Where have we seen that
They're,
before?
they're
24
getting caught
better
off
or
by
cricket
this
20?
every single time.
I think
And it was the utility that
Cricket
paired with
7
that
was the
peak to
best.
allow Astralis to do this.
even in
It has to be
the
said,
groups,
you know, they signed up for that.
if you
Sending a
see
player
in
down
Reddit
middle,
groups,
𝙬𝙬
people
also
say
gets 3 players
Cricket 7 was the
preoccupied
best.
on the opposite side of the map of Senzu.
They did see him
Nice
Back
ball.
volley, and another Tech 9 headshot from Stair.
Uh-oh.
Where have we seen this before?
My goodness,
and
they are
any
shooting
other
This is
version
Mongols
even
with all 3 pistol
if it
round wins
came,
so far in the
it
series.
didn't get any popularity
They
in
straight
India.
up lost to the Force at the start
Cricket
of Mirage.
7 was the only
Remember,
one.
they
And
nearly lost to the Force by
Cricket
in the
7
second
was
pistol
modded
of
into
Mirage,
the IPL
and they
version
will
too.
indeed lose
I
to the
played that
3rd
also.
pistol Force.
And it looks like a double-layered lurk here from 𝙬𝙬. He's come
Gameplay
back.
joke.
And he'll also get
Cricket
another
25
kill.
size like CS2?
At least for them, there was 1 MP9 to upgrade, but down to 2 players. This is a
Hmm,
massively
decorated one,
successful
yes.
forced up for Astralis.
Cricket 7 is 30 GB? No way. It's gonna be 30 GB.
Trying to hang on to the double M4
Cricket 7
situation.
was around 4 to 5 GB max.
It's under pressure though. MP9 for device could come at it.
CS2 is
It's worth it for him to
30 to
try.
40
Yeah.
GB. If you're talking about
Hung
the
on to
storage.
M4s. Good to go. Double rifles moved into the next one,
Of
but that
both
is
teams.
Astralis doing it again.
Yeah, 1 gun down there, and then I think 𝙬𝙬 got his kill in CT spawn, so exiting through Banana. Didn't
Now I'm
net them
talking
the
about Cricket 24 by
extra
other
gun
company.
upgrades for
Oh.
Astralis, but still winning with the plant.
So EA is not creating
And more than that, off the
cricket
back
games
of good tactics and great aim.
now. Cricket 7 is only 1 GB. Oh.
But because they
Man,
didn't save
1
all of those
GB and
guns,
so goated
just
game.
that 1 M4
And
picked
it
up
ran in
for device.
every computer
Still
out
has a
there.
chance here for the Mongols.
Opening kills is Technos.
Nice opening.
It's pretty good use of the MP9.
No.
Blitz lays down utility to delay this.
I mean, I think I know the reason why they are not focusing on
Senzu's
cricket,
got that
because
smoke grenade now chucked down in
played
front of the
by
pack.
less amount
Towards
of
Banana,
people,
and he'll walk
only
away.
main popularity,
But if he plays
main
retake
audience
in the
is in
spot, we'll see
India
he's got an extra
and
smoke
Asian
to pick
region
up first.
where cricket is the
This
most
ends
popular.
up B. It's just going to be another save for the Mongols.
So EA is like, they don't care.
Bomb
They
still
will create
undecided past a minute. We've seen moments of
they will
hesitation
create
from
football
Astralis.
every year and FIFA, which is their game, and they will mint money through that.
Support positioned in time.
People in India
And,
won't even buy the game.
I like how they're weaponizing Yabi here.
So
We saw him in the lurk last round.
they don't give
This time he's still
a
making
damn.
presence on A, not catching any pushes
Piracy,
right now,
yeah.
but still always a threat to peak.
Gonna crank
That's the
open
main
this-
reason.
No, not even. They're just going to damage the cross, and that's a well-positioned
Outside India,
frag
nobody will
grenade.
play
Jabby
cricket
moving
games,
back from
so
brackets.
This is awkward
they
now
won't
for
get any
Astralis,
profit,
actually.
It's
real
confirming
profit from
delayed
those.
on the rotate, so it
from
just boils
the
down to
game.
who's in this bomb site at 15
More pirates in
seconds.
India, yeah.
5-7 gets a kill and the distraction. Senzu turns it.
Oh, that one's not calm. Senzu puts up two. Yabi coming in late, and they know it. He cannot win this round.
Using the smallest amount of cover with the fountain pillar.
Do
It
you
is
think CS2 will
clean
be
shooting
pirated
out of
soon?
the M4, and what
Wait,
could have
Yabi,
ended up being
CS2
Do not die after time.
Can't be
Year to
pirated
run.
due to the...
Wow, my
And they're going to
goodness.
let him go. Mac 10 can be saved for the next one.
That's a crazy attempt to
Right,
go for a kill in that spot. You get confused as to who is scared of who. But yeah,
What do you
Mongols
say?
win that right back, and it's at the moment
The
that Yabi shows
online
presence on the
multiplayer
lurk.
thing.
But it's because
I mean,
Mongols
there are
actually
games
playing an
which
aggressive,
are online multiplayer and
A-site
they are
as well
pirated. I
as
know
having
some
two
games,
on
but
B that allows them to make sure that this lurk does nothing to their setup.
CS2
They don't
can't be
maintain info on
pirated.
brackets. It's a whole different round right there. And that
It's just
activity is
that
what's going to get
straight
them
and
out of
simple.
situations where one Tech 9 kill ruins the round. We got hair slicked back 𝙇𝙍𝙗𝙍.
Powering up.
SSJ 𝙇𝙍𝙗𝙍.
You can play the CSGO, older version of CSGO, pirated one, but
Just
not
curious
the
to keep an
online
eye
version.
on
You
this
can't
Mongols
pirate
camp to
that.
see if a map 1 loss would kind of have them a bit more timid as the series went on. Doesn't look like we're going to get that.
Some people are preparing to pirate GTA 6 soon.
Bled mentioned that he used to keep a
GTA
close eye
6
on the
will launch
Mongols when
on-
they would just kind of bend
Let's see
after
this
an
round
early
first.
break like this. A map 1 that could cost them a series,
GTA
no
6 will
longer a
be
feature.
launched first on PS and Xbox, so
We get a resilient Mongols nowadays.
Well, he
after
comes
2-3
out first,
years when it
which
will
means
come
Techno
to
still has his smoke in hand,
PC,
and he's going to stay active on
and
the spot.
provided it doesn't have any,
Senzu leans ahead of this one.
Yeah, doesn't want to leave.
what do
He's
you
going to have
call
his hands
that,
full, that's for damn sure. The
DRM.
numbers to the Astralis push about to come in through their favor. It's a good first
companies
kill
put
on
DRM
Kayan.
on the games
Beautiful
these
lineup
days,
here for
so
9-10.
they
Commits to the spray through
can't be
and
pirated,
eats it back
can't be
the other
cracked
direction,
that
but
easily.
it's a bait and switch for Blitz.
Oh, I mean, it's two players coming in.
Like
through
Sony
CT
doesn't put
spawn.
any
Blitz is right there
DRM,
behind
so
the
their
smoke, and
games
now
are
Stout is just
pirated
alone.
really quickly.
And actually, a
Due to
spot
the
where if he
DRM
can't get a
not
gun,
being
man,
present
he's
on
going to
the
be
games.
saving nothing here. This is just as bad as dying after time if he doesn't find a way to
DRM
get
is
an
like the
upgrade.
more,
And
more
he's
you
not going to
know,
find one. 5
protection
seconds,
layer,
can't even make
which
it over to the arch.
makes
So
it
an
harder for
armored
the
Desert Eagle.
cracking
Why not
groups
just
to
keep running
crack
with
the
them,
game,
man? I guess, okay.
like Denuvo
$50
and all.
armor, Desert Eagle.
If you know, you know.
Could be worse, I suppose.
So if they use
But there is no
Denuvo,
money for him. No money to
so
drop him
GTA
either.
6 will have Denuvo. When it releases on PC, then it will be hard. And it might not even get cracked.
So Mongols so far so good. You lose the second round, it's whatever. They still pick
Because
up the
there are
next ones.
games like
9-10 picks up
which
the
are
op. It's really about how
which
can
have
Astralis
Denuvo
respond, and
and
there
they
won't
are
be an
not cracked
investment
yet.
here.
They exist. Single player
one's all
games
about
I'm
Stout.
telling about, not online games. They are not cracked.
An op that can afford to float through brackets at the moment.
No.
Mongols really
Search
pestering
Denuvo,
Astralis down middle so far
Denuvo
in the opening 5 rounds
on
of this
Google.
game.
Then you will get to know what I'm talking about.
Long are the days where Mongols' only good map was.
They can be good, but the
was the one map
amount
that you
of
just did not want to play them
amount
on.
of, you know,
And yet everybody let them play it.
Yes, they did.
And then we learned the hard way that,
amount of
the
time it
Mongols
requires,
are
amount
stepping
of
up in 2024
group
and
of
have
people
carried
it will
that
require.
through to new heights.
It is not worth
The
that
fact that
all
they're a
that
clear
time.
favorite on paper in this matchup speaks to their progress. 𝘾𝙤𝙧 dies,
You can look on YouTube and Google 𝙤𝙗𝙗.
and they've got a good defense versus a Hall's pop. Bomb will
Rockstar,
walk away from this.
Rockstar is
Another round where they.
I don't know if
They
they
have to
have
die.
𝙤𝙗𝙗 in their games, but
9-10
I mean-
out here.
they have bunch of
Tiptoes a little
people,
closer to the corner, but now
the
that's going to
diehard
queue
fans
up the
which buy the
mid-peek in a
game,
second.
so it's not really a,
Mid-peek finds him
it's not
exposed.
really
pick up an off.
that big of loss for
Try
them.
to get their
So
hands
they
on
don't
it,
care.
hands down, offers
Simply they
another.
don't
Now
care.
that's bomb and off
It's like
scooped
Windows.
up. You've still got
Microsoft
your pit player in
don't care
position,
about
ready to
India.
hold back. It
We
is
are
indeed
pirating
𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗.
It's
And as
like
he
they are
leans
making
along
us
the wall,
habitual.
he hears the approach from Moto. This is all the 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗 have left. Fire at his feet.
And
Sensu's
later,
come out
if the
to help.
person
He
gets the
finds a little
money
bit of
in
sanctuary.
future,
The AWP will still strike him down. And imagine a world where that D gets a shot off.
later
Fast
if the
frags
person
from
gets the
Sensu
money in
post
future, if
Mongols,
he's
fourth round.
That was actually a
capable,
scary
he
moment
will
where
buy
Zinho
the
had to cross
software.
back off the molly. Astralis'
Windows.
protocols almost brought
So it's
them
like
success in this
following
situation.
that model.
And even those kills are nice.
And they get decent, what I'm saying, decent, they get mind-blowing revenue. Even after the game get pirated, they get $1 billion of profit.
Astralis going to take a breath here.
If buying is not
on this
owning the
tack pause.
piracy, isn't stealing.
So they're coming
Yeah.
in with the full strength buy. I think the worst of
Steam
Astralis for me sometimes is
cleared
some of
out
the set
in
plays,
their
but to
recent,
be honest, they're operating at such a high level right now. If you can
recent
count
article
on
that
𝙍𝙗𝙗 and Stound's entries, then I think
you
some
are
of these
not
set
owning
plays
the
will
game.
actually just look
You're
super
owning
strong.
just the license to play that game.
I don't think this is a half where Device is going to have to rely on his op to be able to win it here for Astralis.
Even
but
one guy from India made a video
because of how
on
punishing
piracy.
rotations are on CT side,
I don't remember the channel
commitments you
name,
have to
but
make
it's a good
moving
video.
from site to site.
You can watch
The
that.
opening kills, like we saw on that
He has
pistol,
made like a 20-minute or 30-minute
you can
video
instantly
on
cause
piracy.
3 player saves with a
That's a
one-bullet
good video.
headshot. That's what they're looking for. That's the golden ticket for Astralis.
Every single game, yeah.
Because
So
as a
yeah,
team,
they're not
we're
using
gonna
𝙤𝙗𝙗,
outclass
most
the
likely.
Mongol
That's why the
setups.
game is on.
Yeesh, burning.
Can be pirated every
Holy
game.
hell,
Well,
9-10
one
down
tick
to
away
14.
from death.
Simply they don't care. They
But
are
they'll
getting
send some
revenue.
damage back the other direction.
They're making their games popular in third world countries by letting
Calculated.
those countries pirate, and if the guy gets money in
Calculated
future,
and
then
yet still sketchy.
he will ultimately pay for that. I've seen some people,
But it's a pretty
around
significant reposition for the AWP this round. Never
those
even
who
took a
used to
shot for the
pirate
record.
earlier, but now they are buying them.
They do want to move into this. Yeah,
After
and,
they have money
9-10,
now.
he's weak, but he's on A.
Looking to bolster that arch play. Definitely opens a
Following
door where
that
Blitz can go
model.
and rotate if needed, if they feel like he's needed on B.
Microsoft model.
Well,
you
let's
can
see.
say.
If they go A, they have 2 smokes. Sometimes all you need is
And
Moto
people
and
outside
Arch.
of I mean, not including
See
the
which
third world
variation that
countries,
they attempt here.
they buy the game.
Blitz still sitting
don't
over at
pirate
that B
at all.
site temporarily.
Yeah,
And there are
Mongols actually
some
lacking a
strict
little bit of
laws
information.
in
They clear out
countries
a
like
key spot
Germany, so you
and start
can't
to
really
make a move
pirate
over.
Ooh, he can play in front of these smokes
that
though.
easily. Like you
9-10
can
can still
in
play
India.
on this corner. Low health or not. He's at the very least peeled one player off the approach, and Blitz is going to keep them on high alert. They're now stuck up along the arch wall. They've gone ahead and taken down the pit player. That's a big opening for 𝙍𝙗𝙗. Pressure on the AWP now. He'll be found out. Device just squeaks up into the bomb site. At the very least, the Mongols have put themselves in an even
Tagged.
3v3.
Will they go for
You've
it?
got Device on site looking to hold back the
nice
library
timing.
play. Nobody's holding for this. It's going to be Stair versus Techno in a second. Device up in the corner. Stair, he's now got that glimpse of an elbow just jiggling on this fight.
What?
Great dink. Still no play out from the pit. Fire at the feet of the offer. He's
two
going to swing
guys.
out. Little pit player, head tucked. 𝙍𝙗𝙗 just draws them in. And
much damage.
Astralis rocking a post plant under pressure.
Wow, man, that arch split actually works out really well. You see they lose 2 pieces as they go for it, but they keep scaling the entire way. That was a very nice attempt at the retake out of Techno.
2
That's a
and 10
spot where
HP
he
on two
knows he
guys.
both has to bide his time, but also make something happen and gets a
How
lot
the
of damage
hell?
off on Stair. And Device for that matter.
They are
But
alive.
because he doesn't kill either of them, there's actually no way for his teammates to get out of library onto the site. And this is one that starts 3v5. This is a great round for Astralis to win, I think, for their confidence on this map. Very often we could see them well prepped for their, picking the veto and then still fail on 2 following maps, but
I want to say bonus points for 𝙍𝙗𝙗 in that situation. How elusive was that?
yeah, man, he's made some moves.
Having a fantastic series. Or fantastisk, as the Danes say.
Yeah, he was the Copenhagen Flames player who joined up with 𝘾𝙤𝙗 originally for their, I think it was a 𝙂𝙀𝙼𝙖𝙧 back in 22, I think, right, for Cologne. Started off really slow on that roster and then reached his Copenhagen Flames level on Heroic, and for a while was their best player.
He is the highest rated member of Astralis coming into this quarterfinal.
Skin changers, yeah, you can use them in CSGO.
And he is the highest rated player after map 1 of this quarterfinal. So a bit of consistency from 𝙍𝙗𝙗 as of late. And it comes at a very important moment for the Astralis squad, fighting for success.
With cheats you even can escape, but not like
it's
not like
impressive right there.
You will
Bomb stage back, man.
be able to play with the skins and all.
Really are pressing their faces up against the glass right now, looking to exec, but
maybe 1 to 2 years because back is not that good.
As they just really want this
But
site,
ultimately,
and
already will get banned.
But 𝙍𝙗𝙗 didn't grab the bomb.
He didn't grab the bomb. Oh my God! If they start pushing down mid, this gets really hairy. But honestly, it looks like it doesn't matter.
Oh, they're getting away with one. In a tighter round, a mistake like that makes you look foolish.
I don't care about ban.
Any kind of mid push.
Then you can use.
Like, it's fine. 𝙍𝙗𝙗's got it. Just runs right by.
I think there are free skin changers online.
Where, again, this one doesn't get punished, but like they're pushing. Oh, 𝙍𝙗𝙗 definitely saw that, right? Maybe not.
We always have the advantage of the X-ray, but I swear he saw it.
Yeah. I think so. Well, no one calmed it for him either. So
tell me how to. I have never done. You can Google that.
Finds him out.
I have never done that.
With a slight error, but not one that costs them, and so 2 consecutive round wins on this T
side. I don't want my ID to get banned.
For the tie
but
early
I have seen people.
4-3, the Mongols
just from Google, they have got some free skin changes. Make sure you don't get some kind of malware. Downloading free stuff can even get some malware.
It's a celebration for 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗 because I think he can sense blood in the water.
Yeah, you can play.
It
it's not like your hardware. Like in Riot,
and what you do with USPs, you stack.
So in CS that doesn't happen. You can use
𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗 over towards the
ID.
apartments. Careful now, Astralis. They're bringing that bomb in. USP's off the flashbang. 1 frag, all they're going to get. It was always going to be a tall order. And in this one, they come up short. Sure enough, tie game.
And again, this reopens the conversation about the VRS points. The fact that Astralis can move up 5 positions, that Mongols stand to lose something like 70 points. It's an opportunity that gives them a huge win that on paper will be remembered for Astralis. To take a playoffs game here versus the Mongols, but also to turn that 1 win into something that can massively affect their odds of making the major as the season rolls on. That just adds to the pressure, but also to the prize.
I mean, add to that a chance tomorrow, if they win this series, to play versus a 𝙂𝙗𝙗 who we know has been powering up as this event goes on, but still a fresh roster, one that has shown weakness at times, and one that is right within that pool of other important teams to take points away from. Could end up being a double whammy for the Danes in Cluj. But let's fixate here at what's on hand. 4-4. Mongols lead gone. Blitz, can you scoop up a gun? No, sir.
Just too far away. I mean, if the Mongols lose this game, this is a failure. You know, this is a massive failure, especially considering the ramp that they've had. And the one sort of spot where it was like, okay, they need a bit more time was Shanghai. But even since then,
CS2 esports
looking at like Cadian's heroic, they never reached the peaks of, you know, consistently winning every event.
They don't get it for free.
But they
are like
always had a very important
people with
the
skins which
them consistently.
are the most richest person and most likely the traders
because they
which
took
got
one
the
step
money.
forward in their playoff
They
after
often
Shanghai.
give them
Again,
the
the
skins
playoff
to
chances
the
are rare and seldom,
professional
and
players.
so you can't even trust yourself now. You've got to
For
grind a
some
whole
time,
tournament back
only
just
for
to
the
get to a
tournaments
playoff
and
spot,
all.
just to have one
And
chance
they
to prove
return
yourself
the
again.
skin
That only makes you
after
more
the
nervous.
tournament ends.
Ooh, there's a chance. 9-10 walks into
And
the
even
scope.
pros
Missed shot from Device.
buy some
That could
skins.
have been an early death
They
for
got
the
the money.
defense.
At least
It's
9-10
not like
took the fast
CS2
step.
pros are
But,
poor or something like that.
There's still a
but
chance for the flick.
He doesn't
yeah.
have an op of his own to try to take that challenge. Now we're going to get this.
They have
both
saved
blocked back
personal
towards
skins
B.
and
Techno
sometimes
dropping
they
smoke
even
ahead of the
borrow
arrival.
skins.
This is quite a boring looking
from
map
the
here for the
traders.
Mongols in terms of their positions. They are going to feign this B control, but Device
Which
walks
give
right through the
them
smoke. Gabby's putting pressure on mid, but they
happily
don't have the
because
mid setup this time to get that
Of
information.
course,
He's
they
going to be a thorn in their
have shown
side.
their faces and they are popular,
whole
so
pack
they
of
are not
players
going
ready
to
to pounce on
scam
this
you.
hit.
The CT's
The
can't get smoke
professionals are
down,
not going to
rotate. They
scam
have
you.
to.
So people
Well,
give
at least there's the
the
smoke.
skins.
35 seconds as that one pops.
And they get
Look at the amount of
their-
space
those
and
skins
control
back
that
after
Jabby
the
has
tournament
created.
ends.
And a kill here would make it go down smooth. A reaction up to the balcony confirms
But now
the second
Astral's gotta
player.
go.
You know they're going to hit this. You know it's going to be the all-in B. What can Techno do to offer stoppage? Player already crossed down beneath.
But esports players exist then well and CS2 exist then if they don't give them
not
at
nearly
the
enough to stop it.
That is way too much control that they gave Yabby in this
esports
spot. But
players
Three
exist
for
then well
three.
when CS2
Blitz
if
finds
they
one. It's
don't
going to be
give
another
them
fast
I
flank.
want
Blitz has done a good job
they
of
want them
challenging
no
out
values
from
to
mid.
skins.
Boost back sight is a
No, it's
miss.
not like that, bro.
Device with a single bullet left in this magazine.
and now they know they're both here.
Astralis may have gotten into the site, but they are hanging on to little angles. And now that 2-kill come right back. 9-10. He's got to push this into him with pistol in hand. It's a bunch of damage. He needs the headshot or a couple more. By God, the
Close.
Mongols retake comes through.
That
The
was
shot gets missed for
close.
Device there on quad. After he gets spotted on the boost, they have to play actively. There's always a chance to get
Valve is
native
like
mollied.
they won't give you skins
And it
for
looks
free.
like he got the opportunity he was looking for,
After
but wins the
all-
raw duel on the pistols.
It's like
Blitz flank again.
Yeah,
if you will
that's
give
true.
skins
That was
to
actually
pros for free, then
a very low odds retake. It was one where I think Mongols, if they delayed even,
I mean, they
got delayed even
can,
5
but they
more seconds,
won't.
would have thought about just saving their guns for the next round, and instead,
So it's
they
like
take the
that.
lead by again. This is extremely
They can
clean
give-
hit, right? Like,
But
and
they
I also
won't.
think that Mongols' problem started well
they
before
only
this.
they only organize
I can
like
see
tour
based on
tournaments,
this
which I
game,
tell you, which I
expecting
told you, like
Astrals to win some of these rounds because they're shooting
S-tier
better than the
tournaments,
Mongols.
majors,
But in terms of the
tour tournaments
staging
they
of these positions,
organize, and
Mongols
they have prize
normally
pool of
do
around 2
deep
million
smokes on mid
total.
and peak CT, or sorry, peek
that's
down into
their
alt with either Blitz or
investment in the
910. They
professional
double
scene
nade
of
the stairs. They
CS2.
put way more pressure on both
And
B
after
and
that,
mid. And
they
on this
only-
round, they let Yabby
only,
smoke off arch,
they
lurk
invest,
around
like,
through the
in
porch,
some,
get up and fight their guy in graveyard, not get that kill with the first peek, while there's still
What
4
you
players
s-
on
what
B.
you can
That's the
say.
least amount of map control that you'll see from
They-
Mongols
they
on
let the
Inferno, and I
organizers,
don't know why they're playing like that.
Yeah, the
With
situation
the-
you just described feels like Jabby has the
with some money,
reins
they help them
over
with some
on
money,
A-site.
and
He can do what he
that's-
wants,
that's-
and if he
that's the
peeled a
most they do.
player off that site, then Blitz doesn't flank, etc.
Name ka game.
Okay, the one you're talking about for taking alt.
This is what they use versus everyone else all the time. But
Oh no, it's a rush.
uh-oh, 2 players coming in, but they're in retake
CS is not
position.
like that, bro.
Alt
CS
mid
has got
retake, they get smoked out.
popularity from
Blitz is going to try to keep the challenge with
2
the nade, but
decades.
Cadian still
Like,
survives that.
it's
Oh,
not
they
like
had their
that.
utility sitting in that CT smoke, man.
Even if the professional scene died, CS will not thrive. CS is like the most simplest game out there.
Blitz down to 13, caught out by the SMG.
So the
Jabby's got
simplicity
position
aspect
backside,
and
910 takes it.
There's no one emo.
And there's
Bomb's going
nobody
what do you
back.
say?
Already up through
That-
Arch goes to
The
Vice.
impact
They
from
have finagled this not once but twice from the B site
from
to
the
A
generations.
slice. To Vice. Oh, he's so deep inside this defense that by the time they go back, they've been fooled a second time within
No
one
new
round.
skin in
They can't
CS2
shut down
since
these
SWOT
rushes.
is released.
They can't. Like, they're getting
No,
killed
they
by
are-
players
they
pushing
are
through
adding
smokes
skins.
way too consistently. You saw Stair get the double
Skins are
entry
being
that previous
added
round. That
quickly,
was
bro.
warranted because they set up the round so
Every
that they had to
2-3
exec
months
B, but they knew it was light on site.
after they
But
add a
Stair
new case
previously,
or something
jumping
like
through the
that,
Tech 9 on the
pass,
second
avali
round,
pass or
that was
something like
completely
that.
through a smoke. This time, through their utility once again.
They add that because it is the most
They want that op as well. 910 going to fight for
revenue
it, tooth and
generating
nail.
thing for them.
Mac 10's getting
They
closer.
will add skins.
Ooh, show us what you got. But
Skins
at
and
least
cases
push
are
out from
being
behind
added
box and
regularly.
Device sweeps it away.
Yeah, and he's not even looking for it on this round. Doesn't even consider it.
What I was saying, so yeah, CS
You watch
1.6
back this demo
was
of your
released back in
Mongols, and you think, oh,
1999,
this is so
so
silly how we're
it had
dying.
no skins
You know?
and all. Still, it was
In
popular.
Counter-Strike, you can absolutely run through a
So
smoke,
it's not
get
like
a
that.
kill. She's the bigger fan.
That's a keeper.
It had no skins. Skins came back since
We all like our alone time.
skins were launched like after the
Forced
release
by out
of
of the Mongols.
CSGO.
2 rounds left in this half.
1 or 2 years, I
Astralis
remember.
again trying to fight for this early banana control,
As
keeping
far
that
as I
pressure on
remember,
Blitz, but he'll
after
step up
1
to the
or 2
challenge.
years. In
Contends
CSGO.
to duke it out
In
through that smoke,
2014 or 2013.
but also not confident
So
enough to
it's
stick
not like
around
that skins
entirely.
made
Goes and grabs a piece of
game
utility
popular.
from the
But
actual
skins is
defender.
also
Look at that
the major
backline
generating
defense Mongols are
profit
offering. Look at the way
generating
Senzu and
aspect of
Techno are just
CS for
tucked in.
Valve.
Yeah, they're literally just expecting
I mean, it's
their first player to die and then Astralis to commit through the site.
It's great if they do. It's horrendous if this A hit ends up coming out,
So FF
which at the moment is being pieced together with apartments control. And you can see there's not a single piece
think
of
the-
defense in place to stop it.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Fire,
they
you
don't
can't
have full
compare
guns
with
and
Free Fire,
utility.
bro.
This is not
In
actually a
CS, you
full
can
buy
trade your
for the
skins.
Mongols. They'll have
So
some
it's
kind
like
of
the
weapon,
whole
but they need to take
market.
risks.
I don't think in Free Fire you can trade your skins.
He didn't respect their own molly.
You can send your
You've gotta
skin
hold
to
that for a second.
someone
That was
else.
the only play that could have
Can
been
you do
made.
that?
That's a
They're gonna
fumble.
try short.
I don't know. I'm
Frag
asking.
grenade into the middle of the pack. It is decent damage.
If you can do that, then it's good.
5-7. Oh, wow.
But in CS you can send
You love that wall bang.
your
If you're
skin
the
to
T
some other
side,
guy if you want.
caught to the flank is Blitz. Pretty omnipresent
They're not clearing this.
on the
so
flank of Astralis.
Yeah, so you need to buy the account.
They elicit the reaction, dude. Everybody's dying without finding targets.
Nice.
Wall bangs and smoke spams are the way Astralis peel players off this bomb site, and that is going to guarantee them a 6th round on this T side. Comfortable deep corner bomb plant.
A
Senzu
CS
can't
skin,
do a
CS1,
damn
CS2,
thing
each
about
and
it.
every one skin.
Mongols looking
Yeah,
like
there
a
are
bit
every
of a
skins from
glass
CSGO and
cannon
CS2.
right now. The
Every
way that they're
skin
playing
was
out these rounds,
you
the raw
know.
duels that they can't win right now, Astralis have
What
been
is
beating
that
them
word?
up. And even though this game is just a 1-round lead for Astralis, the way in which they're winning these rounds and coming
Every
back,
CSGO skin is in CS2.
there's some egg on the face of the Mongols.
Looking to take it all down, but that's
You have to buy
a
someone's
chance for
account,
Senzu
yeah.
to leave. They're going to keep the pressure on him from the other side. Critical gun to be saved is denied. So not just the lead, but a sweep of the cash, and that is going to leave the Mongols limping into this final round of regulation.
Yeah, I mean, I think the better team is in the lead right now.
Lovely shot.
That's not something I thought I'd say in this game. No, we have some good strategic rounds. I think
People
the
open
meat of this
cases,
half,
people
though, has
open,
been the aim on the entries.
Capsules, sticker capsules.
And it's not about
It's like crazy
sort of
money for
tactical
Valve.
brilliance, I'd say, so far. But yeah, the lack of mid control, it's just not the typical Mongols game plan on Inferno.
And that's with every online game. Creates
The great part about that deep smoke is you don't even have to use it. They could use it to throw nades, to peek into ult, but it just draws out so much time re-clearing mid and allows a lot of utility opportunities. But now on this round, I mean, they just got nothing. Trying to force this one down.
But
Nothing to
if
stop
even
them
if
from
they
taking over
did
this
that
control,
skin,
and in fact, we start to see the defense move forward slightly, and that slight
I'm
move
sure
is going to open the door.
CS
Jabby,
This is a nice look,
would have-
Jabby.
timing is perfection. He walks out, kills the one in the corner, spots a second,
Would have
and
still been
instead he's going to
popular.
try to swing from lower. Big pickup here from 910.
And they wanted to come back to A off that kill, but they can't now.
Awkward. Looked like he was going to get 2 kills racked up, but there's that simultaneous mid.
Because there is no other game like CS.
𝙬 ends up going down empty-handed. 35 seconds to this clock.
It is the first 5 versus 5
kernel up for the
tactical
defense,
shooter
allowing for 𝙍𝙗 to play into it.
with good mechanical.
They've kerneled up on both sides of this map, so it's a 3 versus 2 for 𝙍𝙗 on the site. It all boils down to the element of surprise and some clean shooting, but Blitz, well, he misses his first chance, takes a frag to the head. He still has 9-10, but that was a low HP
Good raw
player
shooting
back
mechanics.
sight.
That's the
Blitz
word,
now
correct
at
word.
bat, 3 in front
Nice
of him.
hold.
Flash off the mark. Bomb is going to be prioritized, and Blitz has locked this in from
Easy.
pit. Goes for the sweep of all
No,
3.
no, no.
Stound's going to find the response.
Now he
and
can
as he's
clutch.
pinned into the corner, the pistol rush comes through. The Mongols will play passive, but
They have
it works.
seen.
2 force downs in a row for the Mongols.
That's what I
They at
told you,
least win
bro.
one here.
If you play online, you can
that's quite
improve
fortunate
really
to be able
fast.
to do that. I mean, even
Bots
though this
are
game
good
tied up in the
for-
half, I'd say that's really impressive from 𝙍𝙗.
Good for just
Again, the fashion in which
beginners,
they won is
and if you
a
want to
mirror
improve
image of
constantly, then
Mirage.
you need to play online.
They won off the back of
Because
some
the
great
AI
kills.
is
They
not.
used 𝙑𝙑
I
really
mean,
effectively when it
I
came
don't
to
know about
lurking
other
into
games,
middle,
but in
take
CS the
control of
AI
the
is
map.
not that good.
countering the vacuum of space that Mongols left open.
So it's like they will come, like bots can come. If the bots are in cities, like they will come.
They could still
They
take
can
this
hold
one
like
over the line,
if there are 10
but
bots,
I
they will
wouldn't argue
hold
that they're playing like
all 10
themselves
will
yet.
hold A site. I've seen that. My brother used to play CSGO, like with bots. So I used to see him like.
No denying that they've made the Mongols work for it.
It's not real. In real game against
It's a nice
of
scene
online
to see
players,
Stound
you will never
step
see
it up a notch in this second map of the
5
series as
players
𝙑𝙑 cools
on
off.
the same side.
And we never said it, but I think it's a good time. 𝘾𝙤𝙑.
I mean, you can see
Well,
that,
he's 1
but
in 12.
that's rare.
Yeah, I was
Only
gonna say
when it's
anything.
going to be a stack.
But he's called the great side. Gotta give him that.
I was looking at the 6 rounds, Connor. I was like, okay, we don't have to bring it up.
Oh,
Message retracted.
Senzu be shooting bodies. But I think that's okay.
Flirting versus harassment.
Emotes.
Sounds like Streets want Mongols to win this pistol round.
They're trying to add new things.
Cheer for them all you want. They've got to
Let's
step
see.
it up.
It's on them whether they
They
will
have
add or
won
not.
all of the pistols.
Yeah, true.
Can they go 4 for 4 on the series? If anything, that really does paint the bleak picture that is.
That's why we do the defense music at hockey games for the
course.
second rounds.
Ah, gotcha. 𝘾𝙑𝙑 needs the flash.
But then the uniqueness of the
Jabby.
game will also be.
Oh.
One kill, you say? Well, how much is a pistol frag worth at this point in the match?
What?
More kills already in the whole first half.
Then people will say,
Unbelievable.
if they add
Mzinho
modes,
takes
then
a
people will
bullet to
say
the
it is
head,
copied.
and this defense gets 3
From
frags
other
despite
games.
allowing Bomb to go down.
Like they said for
A 2v5 post plant
Chance.
demanded of the Mongols.
When they had a chance.
So many bodies coming at it from CT spawn. Poor 9-10, brother. You know your time is limited. And he's going to try to fight tooth and
No,
nail.
don't
Needs the
reload.
fresh mag. Swings for the fences. Toppled. 𝙍𝙗 take their first pistol.
Oh,
But they are
man.
playing
And what a
good.
critical juncture for 7 rounds. They get the defuse off the 2 smoke shots out of 𝘾𝙑𝙑. Seem to be aware that they could be trying to push through it. Timing is everything, but crosshair placement is right.
That's a way to teabag.
It's that 2x zoom.
To
That's
piss
why
off your
Yakuza just gets
opponents.
closer.
Then they will spectate you and they will see you emoting, they will get angry. Everyone does that. BGMI also they have emotes, yeah. PUBG PC also has emotes. Let's see. I think in CS2 there are emotes, but you can
Trying to
only
see through
use those
full
with plugins
flashes
if
has
you
gotta
have
be the
on
most irrational thing that we do as
your
humans.
private server, not in official matchmaking.
They just really want to fight.
I've seen some videos where they have.
𝙍𝙗𝙗 gonna have one soon enough.
So it's not like it's
Problem
not
is,
possible, but yeah.
How the hell do you get out of here? You got a whole
An
pack of
offline
players on the other
private
side of
server.
this
One got tagged by that molly.
piece of wood. All he needs, a little vision, but you're not going to escape. That's the thing.
Now they can go B.
Fast response from Techno to clear out the rest of Banana, and now to keep the pressure up on site. Clean little flash from Stavn, but he only gets one with it. MP9's being offered up. 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗 been struggling, has to do better now on this hold. His rotator in isn't able to do enough damage, and he falters.
We need this round.
He has allowed this
Please.
bomb to go down with a smoke onto the cross. 𝙁 takes his chance at challenging, and it is going to be 𝙍 who actually gets any sort of vision. It's a man disadvantage retake for Astralis.
They've got pool clear. They can join up inside a CT if they want to. No one playing con.
Free Fire is.
Oh, 910 sends a message.
Oh, everyone's got a plan until they get hit.
Free
Good
Fire is
night,
popular,
𝙍.
really
Pack it
popular
up,
in India.
nerds. Run away. Mongols just burst through with Tech9s. And if 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗 gets something of a hold on that bomb site, then maybe 𝙍 can join up from CT Cross and his spam connects. But the defense isn't enough, and so momentum from Pistol fizzles.
It's yada, yada, yada to the one deek. You know, that's all that matters. So, okay, well. So this means that no one's converted after a pistol now in this series.
Also true.
Not a single team.
Okay, so we are even.
We don't have to mention that it was Mongols 3 times. There's always a new first casting Counter-Strike matches.
My shot.
𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗 and 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗. Probably the 2 funniest players to have a tied scoreline in this matchup. But 910 said he was bringing the op this game. He's up 4-1 in duels versus 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗, but it hasn't really been the op duels.
Going B.
Looks like winning a pistol is a curse, but that does mean that Astralis have their chance to go for an eco.
Smoked off.
Bomb relatively undecided. Full banana control, however, is a little too tempting. 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗 just in a lurk position. 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗 readying flashes. And 𝙁 with the
B
best gun of the
execute
round.
incoming.
Uh-oh. Wait, do they have a smoke?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, they do.
They put it down perfectly. 𝙁 is maintaining this angle.
I wonder.
And that's with a fire in front of the T's, so that
Can
pack gets
device
slowed down slightly.
get a
Oh,
3K?
how has that happened?
Through the smoke.
Down off of Coffins, M4 surprises, but it goes down with no frag. Luckily falls into the hands of 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗. He's going to drop 𝑚Zinho from the top of the grill. Stavn 4 points of health.
Just barely missed this.
And Blitz is going to plant the bomb. They get away with it. Immense amounts of pressure from the B defense, but not enough to stop
I
plant.
mean, there's still the B rotations there. 157 shot. There's 910 who's low.
2 players looking at him. Both from inside of the pit.
He's burning their
Stavn
bullets.
kills the player backside. Now there is pressure on this grill.
Oh,
and so
that's nice.
Blitz actually leans out. 𝙍 gets the kill. Oh, good. Blitz with the double. Mongols with the lead.
Yeah, 3 in the end right there. 4K in total for Blitz. 16 frags
That was close.
after that round. Wow, that's a close call. But it's his move to actually expand to CT, trust his team. There it is. 𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗. He's made you guys proud in the last year. Deserves that. Yeah, Mongols survive a key situation. I mean, the stack was beautiful from Astralis. It was the right play. And they didn't just all sit on the B site somewhere. They all picked good spots.
Yeah,
they
there was a
helped each
moment.
other. They complemented it. Yeah.
Have the right smoke for the M4.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
there's great layers to that one.
That actually became the wrong place to go for the Mongols in the end. So, a couple more reads like that, and Astralis, they'll be cooking. 𝙍. Ooh, what the heck?
How?
What the hell, that one?
Excuse you? USP from Pit. Techno about to get swarmed, but it's all good. And they catch that Apartments player. So curveball offered up by the USP of Stair. All they're going to catch here. Mongols taking to the lead comfortably at this point. Cheeky triple from Techno 4K's Mac 10 to make some extra cash.
He's a type of guy.
These skins can beat skills in CS2. I mean, skill play with no skin versus normal with skin.
No
Yeah,
music,
bro.
sitting up
There's
straight.
nothing pay to win
360
like
hertz.
in CS.
4 consoles.
It's not like you will get an advantage with skins. Player with no
But I like
skins
that we've
can
gotten
beat
enough out of the moments with lesser
a
guns
skilled player
from
with
Astralis
no
that we
skins
get
can
back to
beat
this
a
one.
player
Fully equipped, device on the op.
with skins.
There have been
easily.
moments to believe in Astralis
It doesn't
offered in
matter
these
if you have
last couple
skins or
rounds. So
not.
let's see if they can piece it together and keep this game tight.
I think pay to win skins
CT
are
pistol
like
round
in
win for the Danes, 3 straight
which
for the
game?
Mongols.
It's immediate risk.
Apex Legends
This is the
has some
chance.
pay to win skins.
There's no molly in front of the
Like there's
smoke.
some
They have
visibility.
full
Not
vision.
like your gun will
There's
get
no
some
plans to do the
more
CT
damage
retake.
if you
They just
have
want
that
to
skin.
honeypot this, invite them in.
Device gonna lock in.
But it's
I
like
wonder if
the
Mongols are going to be
visibility
weary of this.
is somewhat improved if you have the have that
Full
particular
exec
skin.
would be the right call, but they might just...
Oh, no way again! We have seen so many of those.
Oh,
That was a peak of
𝙍𝙗 has allowed the climb over Orange. That's going to cost the player back sight.
peak of tournament.
Okay, Stair rotates in. That helps.
well, there we go. 3v3.
Certainly a possibility. Spam on the bomb plant denied.
Harder than it
Stair
looks.
grabs the op.
Visibility, yeah.
I
So
can't
like
believe
it's like
It's almost as if Senzu knew he
Iron
was just
Sight. I have seen
meant to take
in
an op out right
Apex
there. One
Legends
kill
some
wins the
skins
round,
have
just
better
like
Iron Sight.
For Astralis in the first half, they're using a smoke just to get out of here.
We have seen
If you know
Oppers
what
just
is
get
Iron Sight,
deleted.
if you don't have any sight on your weapon,
Back on Mirage, dude, that
like
ticket booth.
if you
right.
don't
It
have,
was
if you have
impossible to
played
hold because entry
BGMI,
fraggers are hitting shots like
if you
that.
don't
I mean,
have
that's
any
form on
sight on
display.
a weapon, then it's
That is
Iron
a
Sight.
moment for
So
Senzu
it
to
is
take
better
a
on
bow
some skins.
because it thrusts Mongols to a 3-round lead, double digits secured.
So it gives you
for a
better
T-side
visibility.
that just tears through
And
the
it's
first gun
easier
round
to
of
shoot.
Astralis' defense.
That's it. It doesn't
Wow.
make your weapon
The crouch
more
peek, 2 coffins,
you know,
had to be first bullet.
more lethal or
Had
something
to.
like that. Only some
That's
visibility
what the
advantage.
Senzu, you get the beans.
And in Call of Duty, there are some pay to
What
win skins
an
too. I think.
entry.
Call of Duty,
It's majority
In
alive
CS there
for
are
Astralis. They go
none.
into the tac pause.
like no skin will give you
They
visibility
called that
advantage or
all-in rush
something
off
like
their
that.
previous tac pause back in the first half.
But different skins have different attributes.
Between Mzinho and Katie, this has kind of been a 4v4.
Turns out they're both noobs.
What kind of attributes? If you're talking about color, yeah, there are different color of skins.
4 straight on this T half.
There are skins with
God, the
different
momentum
colors,
that could have been
with different
with a map
patterns.
in their back pocket. Now it is a fight needed by the defense. Honestly, it's a buy that looks doable.
Like some
Good
skins
on
have
Astralis to have disengaged last
different
round with 3
pattern.
players alive.
I fear they're...
some skins are more
It's a lot of damage
clear.
opened up to an offer. Frag grenade's gonna find him.
Not just that, but extra damage on Senzu and Techno too.
𝙍𝙗 will take a
If you
bottle
buy
to
a
the
factory
forehead.
new skin, then it will be
He was the one loose piece, aggressive here on
More-
CT side. But now this
more
map looks pretty
cleaner
good for Astralis.
than
They're maintaining brackets at the same
field
time.
tested
They're
or a
looking out for any kind of
well
Hall's
worn
lurk. Of
skin.
course, Mzinho has just been very passive in this spot.
same skin.
They're going to hear this boost up. 𝘾𝙤𝙧 has a chance to cut this down.
Oh God.
There are many
High smoke.
weird ratings you call
It's gonna
them.
force it to
Ah, yeah.
disassemble.
They really
Goat
didn't
and
think
Weir.
anybody was
Weir.
sitting there
Weir
at the
type.
top of Banana.
Of skins.
𝘾𝙤𝙧 remains in that position. He's got 𝙍𝙗 right with him.
Range
This is
rate
a
of fire,
great
no.
spot for
Every
Astralis.
every gun
defense
is,
starts to pull off.
We're talking about a round where they've still
even
got
if you
some
have
utility.
a skin with
Stown has
even
a
if you have a
molly
gun with
left
no
in his-
skin, then it will have the
at Su's
same
disposal. And
range
Stair on
and
site
rate of
has a
fire.
smoke as well.
Well timed. Device challenged by the util. Oh, just barely. That bullet around. Good engagement from 𝙬𝙬 into the pit. It does open a door for 𝙍𝙬𝙗. Drops in. Surprise, surprise. Player inside of the site hides, head down behind mid-box, and he's going to fall. 𝙍𝙬𝙗 a second.
Yeah.
You've allowed the player from Balk to get down. You have now scooped that bomb up, and with fire on this bomb site, it is a post-plant. Regardless, this is incredibly
Mongols
low
win
health.
this,
Okay,
For the 2 Ts that remain.
this is
it's
𝙍𝙬𝙗 time to shine. They're coming up lane.
dusted.
This is his best fight.
𝙁switches that off for the AK rifles, just looking to trade train their way through. 𝙍𝙬𝙗, a double kill's all he's gonna get. Techno head down, found out, finds one, and can't turn it back.
Okay.
Just can't turn it back in time. It's the numbers to make the difference.
That is an excellent round, though, from Astralis. Even though the bomb gets down in that spot, 𝙍𝙬𝙗 shows up for the A hit. When it has been largely B-side attacks, his kills are going to be important. This is super solid staging. This is a great round out of 𝙑𝙑𝙑, both on the perspective of map control Banana, but getting the HE kill after the spam damage and then delaying so much time off the clock. They really pushed Mongols into the wrong site.
Now it's gonna get close.
𝙬𝙑, great shot, off info. Perfect defense here too. It's like it's a miracle really that they got
Good
this
game with
ball
heavy
in.
size on PC. They should also include vehicle damage in maps also.
These are the rounds you want to see from Astralis in the second half.
They can add, but
So hold-made confident
it's
by
like
again 𝘁𝙗𝑚's early positioning, hanging
they're
on to
not
Banana.
adding due to the
Fully informed
competitive
was
player
that
base
defense
of
in
the
high anticipation of the Mongols' commitment.
That's the key.
game.
And Mara wants in.
CS has a
Still great money here for the
huge
Mongols.
This is
amount
perfect
of
timing for attack pause because it's not like you just died because someone pushed the
competitive
smoke.
player
This was
base,
actually
which is
one of the best
reluctant to
strategic rounds out of
some,
Astralis. Their setup was the thing that
changes
did them wonders,
in the
not
game.
necessarily their aim.
So they don't want. It's like if they added. If
Let's see
Valve
what
add
kind of
these
value Mara
types
can
of things,
add
then they will get the community
to
backlash,
round 19.
which they don't want to face. So yeah.
What's the change up? What's the move? We've got a potential early boiler fight here between 𝙍𝙬𝙗 and 𝙬𝙬𝙗.
Valve can do a lot of things,
Just
but
checks the nade out, looks to leave.
communities like that, they don't want
Techno taking a
changes.
good look at Banana.
And fair
Actually
enough,
climbs
CS
over the molly. This position along the
is
wall
like
could catch the
Oh,
ball.
that's beautiful.
𝙑𝙑𝙑
that type of
swings
game
out.
which
He
doesn't
goes down
require
to
any
Techno. No
more
chance
changes. It is
for 𝙬𝙑𝙑
polished.
to get the trade back.
Like changes
That's
in
wicked.
a way it can
Techno playing anti.
This double op
do
setup,
like
man.
it can be more
It's a
optimized.
big investment,
It
and it's
can be
one
more
that keeps 𝙬𝙑𝙗 on his toes. He's looking at another
more
chance on
stable.
Banana.
I don't know if he gets the shot off. We'll see.
Those
but
changes are
he's also not pushing,
appreciated,
not
but
overextending for the moment.
visual
Techno's
changes
got
are not
low
liked
health.
by the
Oh, he gets
community
it.
at all.
Wall bang
Nice
on
shot.
Techno. That's enough. He's low.
Now 𝙬𝙗 had a chance, but right now there is a gap in this defense,
Yeah.
and the Mongols have found it.
There is no op on Arch, but time is a factor. Mongols have this wide open, but are not using it just yet. And Astralis, they actually don't plan to move. This might be too passive from them. Split 2-2 to sights. Big gap here. 𝙬𝙗 is going to get info very late. It's a must-hit shot for him.
They hear the rumblings of the utility
𝙬𝙗
on the other
can hold
side.
this.
That's going to turn 𝙬𝙗 to hold off on the Arch wraparound. 𝙬𝙬𝙗, what can you do to offer help? He's dropped an incendiary.
full
𝙬𝙗
flash.
loses his vision. He fits a leg shot, but that is all. A leg shot is the only thing that defense puts up.
They created that situation. The op wasn't watching the Arch rotate, which could have also helped with lane. The setup didn't really allow for it. They're going to punish in the exits as well.
That's fine. Cadian's
This one
up.
comes a bit down to the wire. Mongols took a long time to recognize their opportunity, but it is surprising to see Astralis have played the 2-2 to sights in that late round position, not looking for info back. That's what Mongols were expecting. It allowed for one good flash to win the round, and that's all they needed to dismantle 𝙬𝙗's spot. Wow. 𝙬𝙑 making a lot of noise with this gun, but not much else.
1 kill in the first half, 2 kills in the second pistol, and the frag on the wall. Let's go.
�8-11 it is.
Fans of Asian Counter-Strike have had to wait a long time
Yes, we have.
to be able to celebrate a team like this. Soak it up.
Those are buying up to defend against 12 of 4 MP9s. You know, it's Inferno. So if there's one map to do it, it's definitely one of the maps you're
most liable to get ecoed, even if you play well, just because of all the close positions. But whoa, big risk for the Mongols. They clear out top banana real fast. 𝘾𝙤𝙖 could just peek into this.
Love the timing on this one. Senzu, early challenge, gets the smoke out. That smoke goes down definitely before 𝙬𝙗 wanted to have to use it. Yeah. Mongols have won in that regard.
It had to be respected, though. They would have just exec'd for sure. Stare spotting. He's the big gun of the round.
𝙬𝙗, in terms of kills, really hasn't been putting up too much, but he's pretty constant inside of the apartments. And just that positioning, that pressure that comes with it.
Man, I swear you can really bounce nades so much farther back now.
Oh, they're pushing
Body
it.
blocking them. Oh, this push.
No flash.
In the smoke, dude. Techno's gonna just get into the corner.
Oh, not
Easy
cleared
headshot.
properly.
𝘾𝙤𝙖 kind of flicks at it.
And they just smoke this out, right?
Meanwhile, we do get the device hold at least over towards A, but there's an additional death inside of the B site with 910's op frag. Will they anticipate 𝙬𝙗 having already moved over? Smoke onto the coffins. I mean, there's a world where he goes through, but there's so many players for the Mongols that they're just going to keep eyes on it. A little frag grenade for the bomb plant, tries to get that wallbang damage in, and then we do get the frag from Stare out of spawn, but everything else has gone south. Mongols take 12.
Yes, they do it confidently here on T side. It's been a nice climb for them. They really struggled, I think, to impress in the first half, but their aim is getting better. The strategies have been good. I can't remember if they won the round after the attack pause from Mara, but they did not let 𝙬𝙗 build up momentum off of their one good CT round so far.
Can he save this AK?
And I'm not talking about the pistol.
For the record, they did. It's the last round where they wrap into this A site.
Right. Blind device win the round. Mongols on 12.
4 map points. Analyst desk alluded to it. Inferno, maybe the Mongols' best map, despite them picking Mirage in this series.
Right camera, yeah.
And we see them power up into this second half of the game.
Valve can add those, like, you know, they can add details like that on other maps too, but
a pistol round win that could
it's
have been
like,
converted,
it's
but
affecting the
wasn't.
performance of the game that
And a
people will do
one-off
in
in the
hardware.
18th.
Overpass
The MP9 forced down
has one
into another one. They've
area
got
like where there's,
at least 2 rifles this round.
I think they removed that, yeah. It was causing FPS issues. People were getting low FPS.
They're going to try to fight for banana. Not going to happen. You've got players
If you see that area around the...
But the Mongols actually get caught.
Around B side it is? Yeah, around B side.
Felt like finding that first one
There's
was going to
water,
offer banana control
so
over,
it had
but
some,
it's a
you know,
clean moment here from
really
𝙬𝙗.
high resolution texture.
𝙬𝙗 just stays there the entire time, walks through the smoke, and now
So they
oh my
removed
God,
that.
I think he
He's
knows
going
because people were
that
getting
is
less
actually
FPS.
unreal.
Dude, he's
that
going
is
through.
unreal.
They can add
𝙬𝙗,
so
6
many
kills, but
more
so
things.
cerebral. He calls out the entire
People
rotation.
don't have
This
the
is going to be the
hardware, so they
quietest bomb
complain.
plant of the map. They walk right back into the op, and that is
shot.
a golden move.
He's just able to stay posted now on CT spawn. At 11 HP,
They just
𝙬𝙗
want the
runs
player
a risk.
base to be
But I said
happy.
it hasn't been putting up frags, but he's been everywhere all over the map, feeding information. Mischance from 910, gunned down by device.
Oh, the molly buys him time, does some damage.
Yes, it does. 𝙬𝙗, though, with
So
such little
CS2's
HP,
community
he may have put
can
them
be-
into this possibility.
Counter-Strike's
But can his
community can
teammates
be
make the most of it?
toxic in
Blitz has
general.
been playing lights out. 𝙬𝙗 comes back.
If you do not
traded
cater
up from the spawn.
according
Blitz
to
over
them.
towards the coffin. 2 kills to get. Oh, and it's close, but it's not enough. Not yet.
Why you
𝙬𝙗
are
will
fighting?
find this retake.
You can play
𝘾𝙤𝙖𝙧
post
defuse
plant.
gives 𝙬𝙗 a 9th. 3 map points now left.
This
Train
fifth kill
also,
and a clutch
GT is
with
a-
that round to make it 9.
This is low end game, but what's the problem? God well, engineers.
And he immediately keeps it calm, starts talking about the next
The
round.
difference is
Because this game
the
is still
quality.
live. That was the opportunity for the Mongols. Those were all the
GTA
MP9s
San
again.
Andreas,
The double force
if you
down was
compare
exactly
the
how
graphics
Mongols
of
wanted
the
to win
both
it.
games,
The push from 𝙬𝙗 should have won that round.
you have
But
the
910
answer
went back to
to your
regress
question.
towards banana, missed an op shot. Saw 2 players, and we don't get the 1v2 once again from Blitz on B.
The textures, the shadows, everything.
Still a
It's
5
much more
situation
detailed-
for Mongols
detailed
money-wise,
in
but next round it
CS2.
won't be.
That's all. That's your answer to the
Another
question.
banana clash.
They've been getting a lot of value off
Less
this.
efficient coders or
Brought to you
no,
by
CS
Stand
is
last
not
round.
that much poorly
Additional
optimized
smoke
like the
beats
AAA
910.
games. It is full. It is not.
And good thing Stown was fast
It
about
is
it. But here's a
optimized
weird
like
one, Mohan. He's locked in this corner with 9 bullets in a magazine. and
decently.
has to reload.
Not that good, not
You know, it all comes
that
unraveled,
bad.
so he leaves.
Like if you see games like which game had poor
They also
optimization.
naded right in front of him, I think, to try to trick the Mongols. that he wouldn't
RDR2, I
have
think,
tried to
when
push,
it
but
got released,
I think this
Rockstar
is
released on
actually
it on
decent for the
PC.
Mongols
It had
because they
really
don't
poor
use any HP
optimization.
finally to start the round.
So it's not like CS2 had a really bad that kind of
That flash doesn't
optimization
find 9-10, so
when it
Jabby
got released.
dies.
It had decent and it's
Blocked off
improving
the play. Stown from the
with
corner
time.
comes 𝘃𝙗𝘖 in,
And it's
he's
going
picking
to
it up.
improve
When push comes to shove, finding better moments.
with each day.
𝙍𝙗𝙗 will
They're
take a
trying.
chance at A. He does not have the bomb, so he's going to need the frags. But by clearing out
I
this
mean,
A
my
site,
PC is also
he
not
can
that
go
good,
ahead and
but
try
I
this.
get
He read that
100
peak, man.
FPS.
That's 9 kills now for
And
𝙍𝙗𝙗.
I'm
was
like,
struggling
it's
all the way
okay
up
for a
until this
PC
round.
or
Just like
I've
𝘃𝙗𝙗,
built
who
around
also finds a
my
multi-frag
PCs
in
around.
the
Wait, at
22nd
30
to play.
seconds, what's happening here, 𝙍𝙗𝙗? He's not even going to
He's
try to
not
go
going
for it?
to try
Whoa,
for this
he's
round.
actually saving.
My PC is,
Oh, because there's the
was
op on the
around
floor. Ooh.
was around 40,000 when I
Wow.
bought it back in 2021. So for a
I mean,
PC
it was
which has
unlikely,
costed me
100%. I
40,000
think there
is
was
giving me
actually,
100 FPS
you know, some chance there, depending on where the
on a
CTs were
game
set
which
up.
is
Check the util too. It's
released
still
in
smoke and then another
2023
smoke and another
CS2 got
Molotov.
released, yeah.
Not that he knows it, but
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not bad,
impossible.
Well, his 2 kills here, 𝘃𝙗𝙗𝙗.
and the
We
graphics
gave him
which
time to
CS2
warm up.
has, it's okay
Everybody
in
chipping
my
in now.
opinion.
Fighting
60
for
FPS all
overtime.
time is to load
Very
hardware.
nice hold on the rifle
You
from
should cap your
𝘃𝙗𝙗.
frames.
It's not a bad position to be. I would say it's a lot of good work going down on
Capping
Banana
frames
now. Now that we've actually
can be
seen more
good
gun rounds from the
at
CT
for
side.
Oh,
some
they saved the op and
people,
force behind it.
but
Really?
in
Surely you
competitive
start to
games, you
anticipate
need
some more of these
to
banana fights, but with the
God.
force,
You need
you're
to
gonna
have the
less
most
nades.
No, this is
minimize
crazy
the
because your op
latency.
is just like, you know, it's
So the
it
more
can be
FPS you
frivolous on
get,
T
the
side.
less input
It netted
that
them
your
the
PC
9-10 kill
will
last round,
have.
but it can
Your mouse will
totally,
feel more.
you know, have null
know,
impact.
mouse
It's not going to
movement
be
will
able to
feel
take
more
over
smooth
every single time. This
and,
could be an amazing
responsive.
call from the
If you
Mongols
if you have uncapped
or a
your
total
FPS,
disaster. They've got Tech9s to support the op. Astralis probably,
So
you
it's
know,
like
will
that.
have the suspicion after attack pause that there's going to be an investment. But if they have any
60
idea about the
FPS,
money, they know
I will
the
get
only real threat
input
is
lag,
that
no,
op
bro.
in play.
You can search input
Odds are
lag
stacked against the Mongols
on
to win
Google.
this round. If they really come up with something here, that'll be
For better
wildly
cooling.
impressive.
but laptops have not that good option for feed bypass. Yeah. Laptops,
The hard part about this is tricking the
I
other team
have-
into
I've
believing
used
that you're
laptops
going to
for
make it a
gaming
longer
also,
round,
but
getting them to use a
I
lot of
mean,
their early utility. Then
laptops
then
heat
you have to
a
also
lot.
beat them out in post-plant situations if you get that bomb down
So
when they have lots of utility coming in from the other side.
you
There
need to
are
play with
so many advantages for
either
Astralis
by
to be able to close
undervolting
this
it
out.
or
And they
using
know
a
if they win this round
thermal
and they see
paste,
the players dying with
replacing
armor,
it
with their
every
investments, that
after
the next
every
round is basically
5 months,
free.
6 months, using a cooling pad.
It was one of the points that the analysts really hammered home, dude. It's all about the winning rounds with less when it comes to the Mongols.
In PC, you
Experts
don't
gave them
need
the
to
edge.
do all that
Highlighted, they've got this in their toolbox.
because PC
Time to
has
prove it.
bigger form factor,
Stare
so heat can be.
rapidly gets into the corner at the bottom of Banana. Jabby, while blind, finds Senzu.
It's a
And
quick
so
one down.
4 versus 5, you know, in a round where you're already working with such limitations, now
That
you've got
jump on
to deal with
GTA
man
5, they have two good
disadvantage.
details.
They've been so
two
great
good
on that
details.
timing, and now
But
Stairs in a
GTA 5,
position to think, well, they're weak now. They're going to have to group up pretty soon.
GTA 5
They
is
can't
a
just
different
lurk
type of
everywhere.
game.
Little flash for device,
And
gets him back
even
for a
if you
second.
compare
No
it to
immediate follow through from the Mongols. Frag grenade does some chip damage.
Again, this is
CS2
about 9-10. Can he find an op shot
GTA
on
5
T
is-
side? That's
is
why
not
they
having
won.
that type of detail.
Clean one. As 𝙍𝙗𝙗 just gives it a quick look. He's now the second casualty of the round. Everything on the line. Down. Finds 2 players unprepared
GTA
for the
5
peak. There's the trade.
Is of,
We go
was of
round
course ahead of
24.
its time,
Astralis
but
crushed it right
it's
there.
not.
Survived
It's not
every
good for
test.
today's. You know,
So much yield out of their banana
Today's
plays. Their spams
elitist
down have been
AAA games
perfectly
are
timed, perfectly
really,
placed, and
really much
perfectly
better
supported with the
in terms
pushes.
of textures, in terms of shadows.
Final timeout for Mara.
Even if you compare
Now you've got to come up with a game plan with way less.
GTA 5
Not even a
on
single player
4K,
$3,000.
4K
You can
ultra,
hear Mongols
ultra
drop
resolution,
an AK to somebody and have nothing
ultra
if you want
settings.
to,
Sorry,
but
what I'm
instead-
saying. 4K resolution, ultra settings, and you
all
will compare
armor,
it to
all nades,
a game
all upgraded pistols.
of today.
Interesting.
It will not look good.
And what's the early round play? We've seen
Because
almost nothing at all halls here
the
for the
time-
Mongols, nothing early A.
those
But if you leave
textures
some of
will
these
not be
strategies
that
until too late in
good
the game,
looking.
then they also become obvious.
Of course, they're
If you're
they're
Astralis,
decent.
what do you have to do?
They are not like
copy and paste your game plan. You have an even easier round than the last.
that. But CS2 in 2023 versus
Like,
GTA
are
5
the
in
Mongols really
2013
going to
is
run through all
hypothetical.
that banana
Yeah.
pressure one more time? They've been dying
FPS, yeah. That's what I'm
decidedly
saying.
with that, but it's
Details
the
don't matter.
full aggression up through alt.
CSGO was like that. It had no details.
Fanning
CSGO
out into mid. Looks like
1.6.
continuation
Only
nades as
CS2
they
is having.
link this with an arch smoke.
It's fast. First one's easy. Challenge out from
What the
𝙑𝙑𝙗𝙗.
hell?
You want to fight, you've got it. Device low health. It's going to have to come up from short side. Great distraction.
Oh.
Great run back. This tap from 9-10.
Can you
Who are you
close
going to call to
this?
save you? Nobody else. Flustered. They falter.
That's why it's better. You can upgrade, yeah.
Overtime. Once this delayed CT side got started,
CSGO
it
had
comes up Astralis.
really poor
Got
graphics,
through it,
but
man. Astralis still can 2-0 this game.
when Valve
It looked impossible. 12-8, and we
Valve
didn't see a
saw
single good
Valorant
moment from
and
Astralis
other
besides
games
one rifle round. And
which
a
were
pistol where
running
they got eco'd right
good
after.
on low-end PCs and they had better
Device
visuals.
deleted. But so be it. It was already a 1v5.
When they
Every
saw that
piece
they
of the
came with
puzzle there for the
CS2
Danes, ready to respond.
and it's
Fast reaction.
looking
Look
good.
at 𝙑𝙑𝙗𝙗 just gunning down through that T-ramp smoke.
and it runs good.
Cutting off any possibility
Decent
of fallbacks. We go back in
on
to
low-end
early
hardware.
banana contention.
The utility is fantastic here for Astralis once again. Lots of damage. They're safe on the control. It looks like they want to
Not
swing
good
this
as
way.
Valorant, but Valorant is not
Nate 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗
really
nice.
that good
That's,
looking as
almost 100
CS2.
damage on the nose.
So fair
That's
enough.
a softened B site. But it's also an instant
Valorant
move.
can
That AUG.
run on any Intel
Excuse
SD
me, no,
graphics,
𝘾𝙤𝙗
AMD
instead
Radeon
goes
graphics,
sprinting over in anticipation of an A
PC.
commitment. Ooh, more
But
utility
that's
damage.
not the
𝙑𝙗𝙗
case
actually
with
gets chipped
CS2.
down
I
by a
think
quarter health as well.
CS2
And this read is on the
might
money. They have
launch,
set the
but
appropriate
not
site. You've
It's still
got layered
early in the
defense.
will not give
Gotta watch for the
above
mollies
60
here.
FPS on Intel SD graphics.
Down, counter flash, great distraction from the players up close. Double from the rooftop, balcony falters. Good thing
That's a
𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗𝙗
nice
here
hold.
to offer helping hands. The health bars of Astralis may be low, but the hope's high, and the lead now theirs. 13-12 to the Danes.
They're in the lead here on Inferno in overtime with one of the best rounds so far. There was a great piece of utility in the beginning.
Man.
They finally
How you
Mongols
can bottle
survived
that-
taking banana
that
without
lead.
losing a player, but that's about as far as they can push. When they came back to mid, it's 𝘾𝙤𝙗𝙗 who made the executive decision to come back to A to support this play, and they had full brackets control. It's exactly where Mongols wanted to go. Astralis are in their heads.
Coders working in the game industry do BTech in CSs all over the world. So all coders working in gaming industries do BTech in CS all over the world. I don't think all of them do. Like
Back to brackets.
gaming
they'll go,
industry
which means
has
back into the scope of device. Missed shot, not ideal. Runs
gaming
back, takes a bit
industries
of
have
damage. Tempo
coders,
trying to dive through that U-turn.
designers,
And this is a fast crank from the Mongols trying to play
and
with tempo. Device
every
is
kind
about
of.
to get swarmed. Stair trying to offer up some damage, does so. And then he gets a chance to hold back Bow. Stair from inside pit, the best
How the
piece
hell
of
they are
this
holding so good?
defense. Senzu doesn't know he's doomed. A
Yeah, so
no-scope
where
to
was
the
I?
gut. It's flawless so
There are
far.
coders,
Overtime's
but
Astralis.
I mean,
there
the
are
rounds are literally
designers.
getting better and better from
not every
Astralis.
designer is
Even the angle of Device's nade is so perfect specifically for the
engineer.
run through. Could have
There
gone for
are,
something deeper, had a feeling that they were going to try to
like,
rush him down. They could not
developers
scale
don't
to use
design
this molly to its
player models
maximum
and all.
effect, and instead,
That is done by artists.
Stair had the perfect situation to set up a second peak. The
They
fact that Device
specialize
lives
in
this
visual,
long shows you how healthy this
what
A
you
defense
call-
was.
These
The fact Device was
visual
on the
effects
fallback
programs, I think
From
they
the
are
moment
not,
brackets
not
gets
from
challenged, drops that nade, queues up
not
some
from
early
engi-
damage,
not
lets
from
Stair
engineering
spray
degree.
do that much more.
there are
A
teams.
clean sweep of a CT
It's not only
side
developers
on
alone.
the table for Astralis. And
can't-
this is an Astralis as an organization who
Yeah,
has
could you
not
watch?
won a match in playoffs since IEM Cologne 2023.
No.
Designing
Nearly 2 years of making it to playoffs, but not being able to put forward a win on the stage.
Designers,
To do it in a moment where they will just skyrocket through
3D
the European
artists.
rankings.
And this is no easy draw for them.
which you can become even if
This
you
is a team that
don't
some people
have
have as a
technical
tournament
degree.
favorite.
That Mongol's head has value. And a 2-0 over top of them would send a message to the rest of this bracket.
Exactly,
And
branch
wash away
from
the
which
bitterness
branch
from yesterday with
they
this match win if they can pull it off.
they are, I don't know, but
Because the beauty of Cluj
surely
is
not
there's a lot of hungry
every
dogs
other artist
looking for a trophy,
is from
looking for a
engineering.
springboard of success. And to think Astralis over
So I
Mongols
think
was
coding
one that
exists
could be
then
had.
only game exists. Yeah,
This one
coding is
catches
a
the
major
world of
part,
Counter-Strike off guard. But it's not done yet.
but you need to have
It's limited,
visual
of course,
artists,
pistol in hand.
create textures,
for
to
910.
create maps, map
And a boost
designers.
disassembled inside of the apartments. Opening frag also belongs to Mongols.
Open world
Tried to
games
highlight that
and
MZNO hasn't really had a ton of impact, even though he's had a lot of
in
control.
general every game
And now
requires
that he's
them
found a kill with apps in his back
in
pocket,
any
we
3D
see
game,
that boat rock back
if you say.
slightly. Bomb still floating. Options open at 30 seconds.
He's been very careful about his moments in taking these Halls fights. Sometimes not having any.
coders use
for the
those
entire
assets and
rounds.
they
Oh, another opener though from
create
devices. They
logics
just
and
test
they
B and find the op.
write
Look at
the
Stare,
code.
man. Look at Stare.
But
He's thinking about it.
They can't actually walk this whole rotation
That bomb's
around.
running up
Yeah, they
on
have
the
to.
pistol.
Yeah,
What
they
the
have
hell
15
are they
seconds. They
doing?
gotta go.
That bomb's not going to get picked back up. I'm sorry. You're not going to scoop that back up. You've got 𝘾𝙤𝙑 dealing with the one player who could have grabbed it. Now the Mongols look shaken. Now the Mongols have faltered because of time. The clock dictates a CT.
how the hell are they
sweep.
playing so
They have
bad?
officially fallen apart.
Cracking under pressure.
You don't get many opportunities to play playoffs in a year. And when you look back at those 4 or 5 chances, if you're even a great team, it'll be these moments that weigh on you the most heavily the next time you enter a match after grinding through a tough group bracket.
This is tough to watch.
And for the Mongols, Astralis were maybe the last thing on their minds.
Bro, how the hell?
They had a
Yes.
revenge match versus Mouse at Shanghai where they choked
I
last
mean,
time
bomb
they
got
would have had to
dropped.
go up against.
On short.
Potentially a
Boiler.
FaZe or Eternal Fire in the finals, or whoever makes it there on the other
So
side of the bracket. That's where they were thinking.
They
Maybe
they
too
had a
far
guy
ahead.
on site, so they need to
Astralis
eliminate
get their head
him.
on the shoulders
And
this game.
to
and now have
eliminate
3
him,
chances to close this
they
out
burned the
2-0.
time, so they had no time in the end, so they lost.
And the fact they leave
They
this
could have
half
done like
on
one
a
guy
round they
could have
lose to time.
gone to bomb.
will only imbue
like, both of
Astralis
them
with the
were on
confidence
site.
that they need to come at this one hard.
Man, Mongols, don't do this.
910 and Senzu double CT off out of the gate in overtime.
Let's see how focused Mongols are.
It's a couple cannons to stop it, but look at Device, dude. The pace on this. Oh, missed chance.
He's
At
feeling the
what could
game.
have been a costly early death. With an entire pack of Astralis players ready to flood
Oh, he
forward.
found it.
Device will be given a second chance to strike one down off A, but there is no immediate all-in. Astralis are not
it a
rushing
GG?
a golden opportunity.
Mongols are watching this one slip by.
Is Astralis winning
Senzu
this?
hit down low. Double op adjustment. Looks like it won't even be noticed here for Astralis.
They're going to blanket this A site with smoke grenades, including one that cuts off the Moto player from the Pit player. Blitz, he's been playing well, but this time it's down with nothing. Astralis, a chance in overtime. One, all they need on this T-half. Techno, desperate. And the Mongols down to just 2 as the onslaught of Astralis continues. It is a bomb plant that will not be stopped. It is an Astralis who have seized the day. A conquest for the Mongols in Cluj, cut short by the Vikings. Finally, an uptick in performance and a playoff match win not seen since
How the
August
hell?
2023.
And as many mistakes as Mongols made,
Man,
you
oh
have to
man.
give Astralis so much credit.
GG.
There were so many good moves from them and a CT comeback and a flawless overtime and all the trimmings. Astralis winning this match alone, secure some prize pool, secure a massive amount of VRS points, and take down a rival all in the same breath.
I will say not well played by Astralis, but really bad played by Mongols.
And on the other side of it, a plucky looking
I will
mouse
stick to my verdict.
But at the end of the day,
Astralis
this is a
is
big
still
one for the
bad,
Danes.
and they will lose in
Counter-Strike is a game of
semi-finals.
high and lows, and oh,
Whoever
what
they
12
face
hours can do in difference.
tomorrow.
Stepping forth when it matters, critical win for the
What
Danes.
the hell was
James, it's all yours.
Astralis get a solid win over the Mongols.
Bye.
And a big playoff match finally
bye-bye.
secured where you get the win. It's been a while. How did that feel?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Take
It
care.
feels good. A nice arena. People here
Tom
are really
Cruise.
nice to us, so yeah.
See
it
the
feels
Tom
good.
Cruise of Counter-Strike.
People here are really nice to us. You
He's
missed the
the Tom
booze at the
Cruise.
beginning?
I can't hear that.
In terms of that, right, you didn't hear it. You stuck it to them in the first map. Did you guys come in extra fired up with like a point to prove when it came to Mirage? And how was your prep going into that match? Because you must have expected it from them.
Yeah, we expected it after yesterday as well. We got completely destroyed. So we had a good view on how the video was going to go, and we prepped as best that we could. We also had to reset after the game yesterday. So yeah, just proud of the boys, and we know that our Mirage is decent, but beating Mongols is really huge for us.
It certainly was, and it looked very impressive the way you did it. Here on this Inferno, it got a bit shaky though. There was a lot needed, especially to push you into overtime. Why was it quickly falling apart when you got into the second half?
I mean, we were 4-1 down in the beginning. I think we clawed back on the T side, winning the CT pistol, and then losing the second round is like, I think the same thing happened on Mirage, where it wasn't like an easy game at all. They kept pushing us, and we kept having to find solutions, and I think that everyone provided everything they could, and that's why we won today.
Now, you did win here today, but we're going to talk a little bit about how you reset to come into this, because you mentioned already what happened on your online game. You guys have a lot of experience, but was it particularly hard to reset in that way, from going online, now playing on LAN, and just having that in the back of your mind?
For me, it's been a while since having played this many games in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I think it's been a long stint for us, but yesterday was just not acceptable. We didn't perform at all, and yeah, as you said, we needed to have a serious talk with each other and our expectations. I think that after a few hours we reset, but yeah, I don't know, we just got destroyed yesterday as well. Sometimes you just play a better team, and Heroic definitely were better yesterday.
Now, looking at how good you are here on this stage and what it looked like against the Mongols, for you guys, getting the points here, winning some more matches is so important. That trophy is obviously in your sights as well. Do you feel like this Astralis has improved enough and has a chance of doing that? Are you capable of doing that?
Yeah, I think so. I also think that we have 2 games left, no matter what, which is huge for us. We need more games on the stage. We need to play here is good for us because we had a lot of experience, and just really happy right now. Don't want to think too much about tomorrow yet. Just celebrate a little bit with the boys, and then look at Mouse, and we'll see what happens.
We have a smile on your face, and it's very good to see that. Anything you want to say to the fans out here?
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the support.
Guys, 𝙁and Astralis through to the semi-finals.
Right, you're not going to get under 𝙁's skin that easily. He's been there, done that, bought the T-shirt. And look, I'll say this, given the energy that was in the room with this crowd and the booing at the start of the game and then the nice little turnaround at the end and 𝙁 saying he didn't hear it, I'm kind of glad Astralis are going through to tomorrow when we're going to have even more people here. The energy is going to be palpable in that semi-final. But just to set it up for the talking points, Jacob, I'll start with you. You said there was 2 teams on that stage and one had a lot more imperative to win. It was Astralis, and it just seemed to energize them and drive them forward in this series.
They definitely played with a purpose of showing everyone inside this building, showing everyone outside of this building as well, that we're wrong in assessing Astralis as a team that is a bit of an ongoing joke almost, and I think it's very hard to quantify where they're at right now, because I do think there's been certain signs of improvement. There have been certain signs of a team that definitely can play Counter-Strike at a high level. We just haven't seen it transpire over the entirety of 2 maps in a row. As you said, Richard, they are having a tough time winning their series, but they can remain competitive in them. This is by far the best iteration or the best looking Astralis we've seen ever since they came into 2025. It's a massive result, and as you said, for the VIS standings as well, the fact that Device just alerted to it right here as well, they get to play 2 more games. If they were to win against 𝙂tomorrow, it's a grand final. Even if they lose, they place the third place decider, which is also a big game in terms of the prize money, the VIS. So overall, I cannot underestimate how big of a win this is for Astralis and how big of a confidence booster this is. And I will say the quality of Counter-Strike that we saw today on Inferno, but also on Mirage, that was the best looking Astralis we've seen in 2025.
We've been justifiably critical of 𝘾𝙤𝙧 and, you know, what he's bringing to this team, how this team has been so far. But I want to say this right now. This map, the way they won Inferno, 𝘾𝙤𝙧 did it, as Frank Sinatra sang a long time ago, his way. He did it his way. There were times here I'm watching them play, I'm like, is this prime heroic? You've seen a gambled stack, you're seeing play just going for it, not playing scared, playing in your face, dictating the pace of it. And more importantly, when it seemed like map number 3 was on the horizon, the nuke was absolutely going to be played, they win 8 in a row, and they make it look clean, they make it look convincing. There was never a point where it felt like they would be doubting themselves. And that is something that's been completely missing for this particular lineup, for this particular five-man iteration they have here. At 100%, I believe the flowers, even though everyone stepped up for the side of Astralis, I got to give the flowers to 𝘾𝙤𝙧 for this.
And I want to give him credit as well for elevating himself from the fact that he had a stinker of a game, individually speaking. He was 3-18 at a certain point in the game on that CT side. And you think to yourself, a lot of in-game leaders will then call automatically at a way lower level, right? You lose confidence in yourself, you lose confidence in your calls.
He was still picking up the AWP.
He was still picking up the AWP. He was still being aggressive towards Banana. He was still doing all the right things, so to speak, despite not getting much out of it. And then he did step up later stages in the game. He was 3-18 or 3-17, and as you can see on the scoreboard, he did get 10 kills, you know, so he kind of had impact at the later stages of the game.
And someone who's been, I mean, I think everyone's been rightfully critical of 𝙬, at least in the group stage. He's been struggling quite a bit considering he's supposed to be the star player. You're seeing 𝘖𝙗𝑵 step up. You're seeing Stair finding impact, you know, his aggressive entry. You're seeing Device being Device, so to speak. And he was absolutely pivotal. He was, you just look at where he's getting all these kills as well, right? All over the map. A couple of huge holes comes from him, especially on the CD side towards Shelter, where he just shut down whatever play Mongols were sending his way. So absolutely deserved MVP as well for 𝙬.
Well, I'll tell you what, he was, as you said, in the group stage, the first game, he was not playing well. In the second game, he was not playing well. He had a rating of 1. In the past 4 games he's now played, he's the 3rd highest rated player in the entire tournament, if you exclude the two first games. And I know that's not how it works, but 𝙬 have stepped up massively, and ever since they were facing, you know, a rough time where they could potentially exit the tournament, that's when he's been playing his best Counter-Strike. So that's also a massive sign and a massive step up from him, especially heading into the semifinals.
And when you're looking at the old adage of, when the pressure is on, some crumble and some turn to diamonds. And 𝙬 has historically crumbled, especially as Jacob pointed out right here, when it comes to elimination games, when it comes to arena games, Richard. But here he was in great form. Everyone chipped in. And I gotta say, man, watching Device in with full confidence with the AWP, and even though I feel like, you know, the individuals and Mongols are phenomenal players, so to speak, he did teach them a lesson or two here in the server.
We'll just talk a little bit more about Astralis before we focus on Mongols and turn our attention to the future. But I do want to say, sometimes you see with teams, they hit this kind of like rock bottom. It's like it just feels like the world is against you. You can't buy a win. Everyone's hating on you. Every time you check social media, it's just, you know, abuse. Basically my life, right? So I understand why that would get on top of you. But sometimes when things turn that corner, it feels so impossibly good. It leads to a lot of forward momentum as a team. And I just wonder if the crucible they've been through going into a legit win in a stadium in 2025, I wonder if this could be the start of something. I don't want to get carried away.
No, I think it's a good question, and it's something we have to pay attention to as well. And I think the answer we'll get tomorrow. If they were to lose to 𝙬tomorrow and do it in a fashion where they're not competitive, and we're back to the same conversation about them not showing up and them having their issues, then I think 1 win is not going to be enough for Astralis. But let's say they were to beat 𝙬tomorrow and book a spot in the grand final, then I think we can open that conversation and be like, yes, you're right. When you've been in the dust together, when you've been all the way to rock bottom and you find a way out of that together as a unit, it does build something special.
And obviously, 𝘾𝙤𝙧's got to be looking at that one, and given all the criticism he's come under as an individual, both as an IGL and a player, and that's the team that doesn't have the experienced IGL. That's the team you realistically should be able to call a game plan around. And if he's able to do that and get to a final, you know, all of a sudden people might think about 𝘾𝙤 just a little bit differently.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I'll stand by what I said earlier. I don't think 𝘾𝙤's calling has been bad at all. It just feels like the synergy in some of the individuals was missing, so to speak, right? And now, like with the Inferno was just one purely and beautiful calls coming from 𝘾𝙤 right there. But what he had this time around were players who weren't feeling the nerves, who were actually delivering in the server and shooting heads. That's all he needed. And I agree with you. Tomorrow, when the game's on for Astralis, obviously they want to prove a point and whatnot. But this is going to be, for young Broland, the third real test after what was Falcon's loss and, of course, the loss they had against FaZe.
And what you see on your screen right now is very important to understand. The whole VRS ranking, we're speaking a lot about it. It's very unquantifiable. It's hard to understand. But fact of the matter is, with this win, Astralis just moved up into 10th position. They guaranteed themselves 72 points. And with the fact that they have the game against 𝙑 tomorrow, that could be even better. Even if they were to lose, they get a third place decider where you can also win a shit ton of points and a shit ton of money. More prize money, exactly. So this game for Astralis, I cannot underestimate it. You said it yourself, can that be the turning point? Can that be the cornerstone? Maybe it is and maybe it's not. But in terms of getting invitations to more tournaments and getting more chances of proving that, this was a massive win for Astralis. There's no way they can afford, no way they can allow themselves to miss another major. And this win alone could be the difference maker on that. We obviously don't know as we're getting closer to the cutoff point, but moving into 10th, that's a good start.
Meanwhile, the post-mortem on Mongols, Blair, we have to talk about it. You know, people started to believe in them, top 8 at the major. I think that's fine. I think that's more than fine. It's historic. They did very well. People were then looking at them at 2025 to move on. They themselves said they were ready to take that journey, start winning tournaments, getting deep runs regularly. They played essentially in front of a home crowd. This is the most friendly crowd. We actually had an enclave of actual Mongolian fans there for them. Fantastic turnout, and yet ultimately they disappointed. What can we point to?
I think a couple of things we obviously, which are very obvious as to why they failed over here, right? Firstly, I got to say, sometimes I feel like, you know, because they get away with the individual prowess that the players possess, that sometimes they can be a little easy to read. I look at the Inferno game, I look at the way 𝘾𝙤 was just abusing the B-bomb side. He seemed to know exactly where the Mongols are going to be playing every single time. We've seen players like Senzu, as talented as he is, holding positions which are untenable, positions where, you know, if you go against any good team, decent team with the right protocols, you are going to be found out. You might get a kill, but you're going to be traded. And I feel like that is something where it's not something you can fix immediately overnight. It's going to be something which is going to take a little bit of time. Secondly, again, as 𝙑 said in the post-game interview, it's something I alluded to earlier as well, their map pool can be predictable. And when you're going in the higher echelons of Counter-Strike, sure, Astralis are a bit of an underdog. Sure, you might be going up against other teams who might not be the best on Mirage or an Ancient, but they're going to be doing their homework. And that's the thing. When you're at the top, it's always hard to maintain that position because now you're going to be targeted. Every team's going to be approaching you the way they approach an absolute S-tier team. And you need to have a B plan, a C plan, more contingencies in place. It was a commendable effort. We saw some great individual plays coming out. Blitz, again, leading from the front, by example, out-fragging everyone else on the side of his team. But I feel like from a, I don't want to sound too reductive, but just from a tactical standpoint, you need to have a deeper playbook. And I feel like games like these is what's kind of, you know, showing that it's a bit shallow. It's a bit shallow at the moment.
I feel like there's two ways of looking at it. You know, you can look at this tournament in isolation and you can be, yes, it's disappointing they lose to Astralis. Yes, it's disappointing they only go to the quarterfinal when they could realistically lift the trophy or be part of the grand final. But you don't go back 2 weeks earlier, to the year where you have 𝘾𝙬𝙗 going into a semi-final. So if you were to ask the Mongols from the beginning of the season, would you be okay with getting into the semi-final at 𝘾𝙬𝙗, getting to the quarterfinal at PGL Cluj-Napoca? I think they would have said yes. I think they would have sold it at that point. So yes, in isolation right now, disappointing they couldn't confirm that. But overall, it's still a team that is in the conversation just behind the likes of Vitality, Spirit, Na'Vi, etc. Personally, I have never bought into the fact that they can win Tier 1 trophies. I don't think they're good enough just yet. I don't think they have the experience just yet. I haven't seen the level of that play just yet. It's not like I've seen them beat, you know, Vitality on a big stage. I've seen them beat Na'Vi on a big stage, you know, in a big game like that. That gave me that confidence. But they are still in the conversation to be 6, 7, 8, which is not bad at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, great talking to you. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have the next quarterfinal, and there's going to be a little bit of deja vu because Falcons will be taking on Eternal Fire again. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The Mongols were certainly a fan favorite when it came to this arena, and they did put up a fight, especially on Inferno. But Techno, we got to look at maybe how it started for you guys on Mirage, because there was fight from it in you. You obviously win the pistol as well. You get upset after it, but it wasn't maybe the same Mongols we normally see, especially when it comes to Mirage. Why do you think that was?
Firstly, they were preferred the maps. Yeah. Of course, the map full. It was expected for them. And secondly, it was just our bad day, I think. Yeah, it wasn't asked for day.
When you say it's a bad day for you guys, do you notice a difference when you guys are on the stage compared to when you play through the group stages still?
I think there's not really difference,
okay.
Yeah, at all.
And coming on to this Inferno, you guys had the game in your hands, right? You were the first to get to 12. It looks like you're going to take Inferno from them. The last few rounds, they leveled up, right, been able to shut you down. What do you think was the reason you were not able to fight the same way when you got into overtime?
I think we just mentally broke down. I think at the overtime, yeah, we can end this game. We could have ended the game at 12:08, yeah. Yes, yeah, we lost, yeah.
When you say you mentally broke down, is it like frustration or the team not doing the same thing? What happens in these moments for the Mongols?
I think, of course, it was the 1 round to win, become to 4 round to win. Yeah, it's really became difficult, yes.
Do you have someone you work with to work on that as a team, to improve these kind of problems you have?
I think we can fix it in future, yeah. Yeah, I hope so.
Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck with fixing it going forward. For now, the Mongols' road does end here, but they're still fighting, they're still making consistent playoffs, and that's certainly a positive side for the Mongolian team.
Yeah, I do. I remember my first LAN tournament. It was with my brothers, and I wasn't supposed to go. I was 13, I think. Danish local LAN, bring your own tournament. And one of also my friends today, he got sick, so he couldn't go. And they were like, "Oh, should we bring Stavn or not?" Let's bring him, you know, because I was playing a lot and I always wanted to play with him. And we actually managed to win the B tournament, not the one.
Yeah, because there's a main tournament.
And I was destroying that tournament. What was this LAN? It was called CG LAN.
Okay.
CG LAN. It was back in the days quite popular event in like Danish. So yeah.
Was that like a lot of young Danish players coming through that as well?
I mean, some, but not many. And I still, it's the first trophy I won. I got.
Oh, you actually went on to win the B tournament?
Yeah, we won the B tournament, and I got a nice little trophy. I still have it. Still have it at home.
You helped win?
Exactly.
Did you perform good there?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Hell yeah, that's really good.
Good memories.
I think we have to go back to 2004 or 5. It's a Danish local LAN, and my parents are driving me to a city called 𝙁𝙗𝙗, which is like...
I love how you remember the city name. This is
great. Because my father was asking, what are you doing there? And then he drives me to a hall and drops me off, and I have like a sleeping bag and my PC and my monitor.
Classic.
And like, when should I come back? Give me 2 days, 48 hours. Come back and pick me up Sunday evening.
It was World Cyber Games pre-qualifier in Denmark. It was in 2003, I think. Yeah. So we tried to go to Seoul in Korea. We won that pre-qualifier, but that was only to get to the main qualifier of Denmark. But unfortunately, we had 2 or 3 really good Danish teams.
A strong team.
Spirit of Amiga was one of them.
Yeah.
So and then we had another team called Level, and then the Titans. So those 3 teams, you know, I think we finished 4th. But then I kind of got spotted back then, and then I got to experience Seoul later. But my first tournament win, at least, was in 2003. We didn't have that much money back then, so I had to kind of travel myself. So it was more, you know, me grabbing my huge monitor, a huge PC cabinet as well, because that was popular. You know, you wanted to get big as cabinet as possible. So there was not that room for anything else. So when it came to, you know, like an actual sleeping kit or whatever, because back then you had to kind of sleep under your PC.
Yeah, sleeping bag time.
Yes, I always slept terrible. I mean, I had maybe sometimes not even a surface to lie under.
Oh, really?
Yes, it was just
straight floor?
Yes.
Oh, God.
3 or 4 hours of sleep, and then back up to the admin board. Back then you were kind of playing, you know, the entire day.
Yeah.
So from 10 a.m. to maybe 9, 10 p.m.
First LAN tournament, I think it was with Dark Passage, WSG 2016. Must be. I already checked it.
we had to do some research. He's had a long career.
Yeah. Like I had to do it. I think I played also 1 or 2 more with Dark Passage. I think it was in Bulgaria, one of them.
Yep.
Vital Bet Championship or something, and first one was Wesk.
What was the feeling when you went to that event? You feel like a big deal?
Yeah, because like there were also some bunch of people. Like I think not in the first event. When you qualified to the main event, that was a regional event. So when we qualified to the main event from that, I think not in 2016, but I think we did in 2017 to the main event. I think the first time when I see the like big boys from that time, like Virtus Pro, we played against Virtus Pro. That was like first experience to play one of the best team in the world that days. So like Bayali, Neo, like Pasha, that roster. I think it was like amazing to start the journey to see these guys and how they are. You are looking even like how they are walking, you know, like how they are talking each other, walking, those kind of.
Seeing the aura.
Yeah, seeing the aura.
I played 2 local LANs, but they were like pretty small. I don't even remember too much from it. I think we finished semi-finals in both. We obviously lost to better players there, obviously Flamesy.
That's not bad though for your first event.
Yeah, I was playing against a lot of like Flamesy nerds, like these type of guys. Also Lotan was in one of them and he won it. So yeah, but the first one I can remember, the bigger one, let's call it, was obviously the WePlay LAN in Kiev. I'm super grateful and since then for this opportunity that we got. I felt like it was super professional and I just really enjoyed that LAN, to be honest.
Not easy to answer because there's been like during those times, 2001, 2002, we've played a lot of Polish LANs.
Okay.
So we were traveling around, you know, different cities in Poland and playing different LANs. Probably one of the first one was the one run by my father in our hometown. We had like biggest Polish teams come there, and I think we won the whole thing. There was I don't remember.
How old were you?
Probably 14, 15, something like that. There's been a couple of LANs, like back in the days, you know, my sister was playing as well, so we had like 2-on-2 tournament, me and her going to some local internet cafe, beating all the, you know, all the people over there. So it was pure fun.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Back in the days, we always played on LANs, so we were kind of used, but most of the times we are facing another teams, but it was not a tournament. It was like call it meetings, and it was like one team from other city comes to your city, and you are playing against them. So
that's interesting.
Yeah. So
you plan it online, and you say, okay, let's do it on LAN, face each other.
Yeah. So that was very good. But let's say the most important, it was in 2006, I would say, and I faced my brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But what happened is that my brother was out of the game for a year.
Yeah.
And we won. We were like the little kids, and we won 16-14.
Ooh,
I remember because it was 16-14, and we passed the groups.
Yeah.
And we qualified for it was like the grand finals.
Yes.
It was like 32 teams.
That's pretty good. For your first LAN, that's really good.
Yeah. And that was a qualifier, and it was very good because that LAN was in a stadium, a big stadium, so Porto Stadium.
And you were young then as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're young, playing in a stadium.
My father needed to
sign permission.
Yeah. So
I had the same when I was first playing. My parents had to sign the form. Yes, he can go. It's fine.
yeah, so that's what happened to us. But yeah, it's after that it was very quick.
Yeah.
The progress, but yeah, it's my first memory.
That's an awesome experience though, to go to your first LAN and then be like in a stadium as well.
Yeah,
that's super cool. Not many players can say that for sure.
Yeah.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. 2 quarterfinals done, 2 more to come. We're about to start breaking those down on the desk. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, if you are just joining us. And joining me on the desk...
match. When it will start.
Murray, North American contingent. Hopefully you can put any tariffs on the desk.
25%. Best I can offer.
All right, well, I'll take it.
All right.
25% less yapping. But no, there is plenty to talk about with this, these 2 teams. We've got, obviously, Eternal Fire Falcons, 2 teams that have played each other a lot. I already alluded to it being a one-sided series. With that in mind, why don't we talk about the Falcons Super Project and how it's going? Maui, I'll start with you.
I just want to say, Richard, I'm trying to fight the good fight. I'm trying to hate Falcons as much as humanly possible, but they're making it really hard, okay? They're playing better Counter-Strike. This is the best iteration of the Falcons we've seen thus far, and the games that they've been playing, they're competitive. They look like they have better structure. They don't look like headless chickens. They actually do look like they might be soaring, although maybe not at quite cruising altitude yet, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, I think the expectation from the start was that this team should really kick it into gear immediately. I mean, you took the core of Heroic from last year, who was very successful, that top 4 finish at Rio, the run they had at the Major, beating Na'Vi, the tournament favorites, to knock them out of playoff contention, take the spot themselves. And I thought they looked good against G2 in that quarterfinal. And I felt like, you know, we all kind of discussed, we hope that team stuck it out together. But that obviously didn't happen. You know, Falcons saw opportunity knocking. They went ahead and picked up those 3 players, and they've essentially swapped in Nico for Nerds and Matches for Shush. And they had a bit of a slow start this year, for perfectly honest, but they've really been picking up steam here in Cluj.
Yeah, and obviously we've seen Dexter have his best performances in a Falcons jersey at this very tournament. But on your screen there, I want to highlight 2 players. We'll start just by talking about the young, upcoming IGL that they have in the form of 𝙬𝙬. I think we saw, perhaps in the Mouse game, is the best example of it here in Cluj. We actually saw what he can do when he's up against kind of theoretically weaker IGL. 𝙬𝙬 called a fantastic game there, and finally I think he's starting to understand the chess pieces he has on the board and how to use them.
𝙬𝙬's mid-rounding has been one of his specialties for some time now, and I have firmly removed him off of my fraud watch. Thankfully, he's not buying the Gevs anymore. He's sticking to solid game plans overall. And even when the game plans aren't working, it feels like he's ready to adapt. And I will say, these stats may not jump off the board, but one thing I do like about 𝙬𝙬, he doesn't embarrass himself in the server. He's not jumping in, just bottom fragging every single game. I've seen this guy have great multi-frags from anchor positions when his team is definitely needed to. And he's a guy that you can rely on when he has a rifle in his hand.
Let me throw an extra stat out there that's not on here. He's actually won almost 60% of his opening duels on the T side of this tournament. He's not taking a lot of them, obviously, because, you know, Nico's the main entry, Texas is kind of the other. But, you know, a lot of IGLs will sometimes take that sacrificial first-ed role, but he's actually creating openings when he does it in some of these situations. And I tend to agree with you on the calling front. Look, this guy calls a diverse game. You know, he's got great standards, and then he's got great mid rounds, but he also has great pacing changes he can throw in with heavy utility and really catch teams off guard. I think for the long term for this team, it's just about figuring out how to get the pieces to gel together in the mid round. Obviously, 𝙬𝙬 has a great idea about how he wants to do things, but now there's more cooks in the kitchen with Nico and a new coach.
Yeah, well, we can talk about what the game means in a broader context. Obviously, it's a quarterfinal here in Cluj, but with the VRS and how the tour now works, every game really, really matters, particularly when you hit the playoff stage, because of the prize money, because of the points. And you can see here on the board, Falcons, I've said historically throughout this tournament, I think they are a little bit elevated because they're still riding the high of having that heroic core. But obviously, you can see they can even climb up a spot and be guaranteed that 8th spot if they win.
And I'm just going to say that this is a pretty scary game for Falcons. You're in a position where you're 9th right now, and the sweet spot for teams out of the European region, top 10. That's what you're looking for. If you're able to get into the top 10, it means you're immediately birthed into the 2nd stage of the Major. If you're out of that top 10, you got to play those online MRQs. So obviously, Falcons, this means a lot for them. The more they lose, the closer they get to teams like Astralis that are down there that are really fighting to just stay above water.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that coming into this year, you know, we knew who our big 4 teams were, right? We knew that FaZe was kind of like a gatekeeper of the top 5. We kind of had a lay of the land. And I feel like now we are finally starting to see Falcons pick up where Heroic left off, essentially with that core 3, which is great news. But then Eternal Fire has been kind of the coolest story this year. I mean, honestly, this 𝙬𝙬 pickup, I think in most people's eyes wasn't the blockbuster move. You know, a lot of people were focusing in other directions with a lot of the other, you know, roster mania shenanigans that we had going on. But this team has elevated themselves to such a high level, and 𝙬𝙬 is a big part of that. And he's just getting started. He has been getting better every event he has played with this unit. He seems to just keep growing and growing as a player. He represents an opportunity not to have a supportive element like 𝙑𝙬𝙗 was in the past, but to have a playmaker on the extremities and an anchor who can deliver on a consistent basis.
Yeah, and it's crazy, dude. Like, 𝙄𝙀, when he was brought in, we all knew it was going to be a good roster move. We all knew he was going to be an upgrade for 𝙑𝙬𝙗. Even 𝙑𝙬𝙗 just had to take his medicine on that one. That's just how that goes. But I didn't realize that he was actually going to plug into this team instantly and carry maps for them. That is crazy to think of for a player that is either your third or fourth, depending who you talk to.
And that's why this game's so interesting for 𝙄𝙀, because in almost every single category in the server, I would say he's an upgrade to 𝙑𝙬𝙗. He's more decisive, his tracking game is better, I'd say his mechanics overall are better, and I like that his rotations are always on point. However, we're in an arena finally. This is one of the few times where you would maybe think about 𝙄𝙀 on this sort of stage and say, is this moment going to get to him? Are the lights too bright? Is he going to fall off because he's been so strong online? He's been great in group stage sort of matches, but he hasn't been that good, say, at Katowice, for example, when he had to play on a stage. And right now, they're just waiting for him to level up on that regard, because right now, Eternal Fire, they are the favorites, and they have made a clear upgrade here.
And the real meat of this matchup, we're kind of playing around with the other elements. It's two generational riflers going head-to-head, Dust. We've got Nico, we've got 𝙬𝙗𝙗, two riflers that have a distinct style. You would immediately know it was them playing, even if I took the nameplates off. They are absolutely talismanic and have these incredible tenured careers, and we get to see them go head-to-head.
Yeah, both of them leading in a lot of different categories in this tournament. Definitely very different players. Nico, to me, represents one of the most versatile riflers the game has ever seen. He can do entry work. He can be an aggressive lurker. He can be a rotator or an anchor on the CT side. Just keep the op away from him. That'd be the only thing I might say. But other than that, he's pretty damn good. Whereas 𝙬𝙗𝙗 is that tip of the spear, and he's very good at it. He's one of the few players in the world I've ever seen be able to win over half his opening duels on the T side for over a year now. He's been doing that, and he's almost 30 years old. Like, it's actually absurd how talented 𝙬𝙗𝙗 is.
And just in terms of the head-to-head, at the Blast Bounty, when Falcons actually picked Eternal Fire, or sorry, vice versa there, Eternal Fire picking Falcons in one of the draft shows, I said, I mean, sure, you got 𝙬𝙗𝙗, but you got Nico to go up against, and that's exactly how Major framed this. He said, I mean, we do have 𝙬𝙗𝙗, and in the head-to-head for the year, over the 4 maps that they played against each other, 𝙬𝙗𝙗 has been bodying Nico. 19 kills to 7 deaths. It's just been a completely one-sided affair, and for a guy that, sure, the stats aren't quite as good against all other opposition, Nico's worst opponent this year has been Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's interesting. We kind of see Nico do that to Donk, so to have 𝙬𝙗𝙗 do it to Nico, you kind of start getting into that rock, paper, scissors kind of game you play with riflers. For me, I said I have a strong feeling Eternal Fire win this tournament. I actually think they are deceptively good right now. I think Major might not get a lot of flowers as an IGL, but I think in the same way, we look at some teams, like we're looking at Mouse and saying, look at all the firepower they've got. You have to say the same about Eternal Fire, and I think they've got even more firepower than Mouse.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point to make, and I want to pick up another name we haven't talked about yet, but that's 𝙂𝙀𝙼. You know, I think people forget 𝙂𝙀𝙼 kind of had a similar trajectory to 𝙄𝙀, where he came from the academy system, but he came straight to the main team, whereas 𝙄𝙀 instead kind of went and played with 𝑠angall and kind of gained experience elsewhere on loan. But 𝙂𝙀𝙼 has really picked up his level of play. You know, I think he was kind of the third quote-unquote star of the team last year next to 𝙂𝙀𝙗 and 𝙬𝙗𝙗, but just wasn't consistent. But so far this year, he has been really on point. And he's also taken a lot more entry roles because 𝙄𝙀 has kind of come in to be that extremity player. 𝙂𝙀𝙼 has had to take on some more active positions, and he's actually not forcing 𝙬𝙗𝙗 to just be a hard entry. Sometimes he will be the one to do it, and he's actually been quite successful. Either he's going to get the pick or he's going to let 𝙄𝙀 trade behind him. So I've actually been very impressed with 𝙂𝙀𝙼 this year.
𝙂𝙀𝙼's trajectory along with 𝙄𝙀's, I mean, they're very reminiscent of one another, because the reason that it felt like Major and Eternal Fire were taking a step up is when they first added 𝙂𝙀𝙼, and we started taking note of them one Katowice, or 2 Katowices ago, actually, back in 2024. It was like, okay, they're starting to hit our radar. They had that major run last year as well. And now with 𝙄𝙀, it just feels like they're making very steady, very shrewd upgrades. They're not just trying to pick random Turkish talent and say, this is exactly
That's
like
the game plan. What they're doing.
Exactly. It's not just looking at the highest rating. It's saying, who's actually a fit for our team and the system that we want to build.
Which is what Falcons are trying to do as well. I mean, out of the 2 teams, who do you think's kind of had the better of the team construction so far?
I mean, I mean, I know who's had more money to work with. I know who's had more attempts at it. They've taken a ton of stabs at so many different players and really found practically no success, but now they finally bought success. They finally put themselves in a position where it's impossible to ignore the Falcons. They have that heroic core like we're talking about. They're already in a position where if the major started tomorrow, they would qualify it because of that. And now it's time to just show that you can put the pieces together. Show that 𝙍𝙗𝙗, even though he failed with Snappy in the past, failed with some other in-game leaders, now he's going to have to show that this is a roster that makes a lot of sense. And honestly, I think the Falcons are going to be looking at this matchup saying, we got to do better. We got to do better than we have in the past. You can't go down 0-4 in the hole against Eternal Fire and say, we have the better players. I think if you look at these two players, or the two teams, all 10 people on the teams, I don't know how you really look at it and say, like, Eternal Fire is just better on paper. Like, this is a really star-studded heroic lineup.
Well, we are about to introduce those stars. James Banks is on the stage.
Thank you very much, Richard. And hello again, BT Arena. How are we doing? I think we're certainly warming up now, and the games are going to deliver once again. For this one, the first team taken to the stage, well, they were a team that have finally taken flight. They're looking to build on that success and continue the run here. But it certainly isn't easy. For a team that has been built to win, they are a long way from doing that. But they have the firepower to do so now, and it's about proving it at this stage. Let's hear it for the Falcons! Well, the crowd is certainly enjoying this already.
Fans.
But their opponent is a full Turkish side looking to do more damage than they've done before already to the Falcons and do it on the stage. This team is no longer about just one player. They've shown great CS all year long, but it's about keeping that energy high when it comes to this one. Guys, let me hear it for Eternal Fire!
Toxic. Centaurus. Oh, they can't even sit. That's sad. We need to stand and face off. Okay. Look into the eyes of opponents. That's interesting.
𝙍𝙀𝙗𝙗𝙗, Major, come join me up here. 𝙍𝙀𝙗𝙗𝙗, for you guys right now, it's been some tough games against these guys, but do you feel like through Cluj, through the wins you've been able to get, you guys have improved enough to be able to change that?
Yeah, I think it's always hard games against them, but now I feel like it's a bit different because we have more experience playing as a team, and it's also a game in the arena, which is our first, so I'm excited for it.
And we're excited to see it go down as well. When it comes to the last couple of series you played against these guys, you've picked into different maps, you've been trying to find your way into this team. What makes them such a difficult team to play against?
Windows sound?
Well, I think they have great map pool, that's the first thing, and also at the start of our team we needed some time to find ourselves and find which maps fit us better. So now we feel a bit more comfortable than before, and yeah, it's going to be an exciting game.
I'm excited to see it go down. And for you, 𝙑𝙑, you told me at the beginning of this event that obviously you've done back-to-back events, you've gone deep in tournaments, but you started to feel like that energy was lacking. How is that energy today now you're stepping on the stage again?
When we go on the stage, we have full energy. Like, it's very good to be here, to play in front of this crowd. Thank you very much, guys.
Ooh, we have fans. We have got
now,
some
when
fans.
you say about playing in front of this crowd, you guys are getting a bit more experience playing in these arenas.
More
but you've
fans,
also told
most
me
likely.
in past events that you notice a change when you get on the
Everyone
stage. Not the
hates
same
Falcons.
communication, not the same level. What are you said to the team? What are you trying to do to make sure that doesn't happen here today?
Yeah, I think a lot of talk, to be honest. But like, I feel confident right now. We're gonna try to play a good Counter-Strike and show everybody that we have a place here to play here. Yeah.
Well, you've earned your place to play. Let's see how far you can go. Guys, shake hands and take your seats as we get ourselves ready for the game. Cluj, let me hear you. Now, I heard some Nico chants, but are you guys all for the Falcons? Okay, a few boos in there, not too bad. And what about Eternal Fire? I'm not too sure just yet. Falcons? Eternal Fire? Well, it seems pretty split, Richard.
50-50.
Listen, I'm loving the energy from the crowd today. They've really got into this idea of having a partisan, home team and away team. It has to be that way if you really want to see how people excel under pressure. And I thought that was a great point by 𝙍𝙬𝙙𝙬𝙖. He said it is actually our first stadium. I didn't even think about that as a lineup. And obviously, yes, that is going to make a difference. They're probably a little bit relieved that they've actually got a lot of fans on their side tonight.
Of course, we've seen Nico in dozens of arenas just like this, but 𝙍𝙬𝙬𝙙𝙬, no stranger to it. We can remember his Blast Paris major run with Apex. 𝙑𝙑, of course, one of the best stage anchors of all time. And yeah, I think that when it comes to the studios, when it comes to online play, Eternal Fire, they've had their number, but Falcons, they have a time to bite back here.
Yeah, I mean, they have shown progress throughout this tournament. Again, a slow start to the year, but I see them building better protocols and getting more polished as time has gone by. Meanwhile, Eternal Fire hit the ground running right away this year, doing so well at the Blast Bounty, coming 5th, 6th at Katowice. Now it's time to cash in for an even deeper run now that you've gotten things even more settled and had even more time to work together. I think this is going to be a really damn good matchup.
Yeah, and you've got the Spray Lord there next to 𝙍𝙗𝙗. It's all happening. I'm making that nickname stick. Right, we're about to get into the veto, guys.
Sure.
Where's this going to go?
Well, what's not going to Ancient Anubis, we know that. I think what'll be interesting is the picks, because Eternal Fire so far, 𝙑𝙬𝙗𝙗, have been picking Inferno every single time, and it's worked for them. Meanwhile, Falcons have tried picking Nuke and tried picking Train, and they still haven't really been able to find a win there. I think Dust2 should be their pick this time, 𝙑𝙬𝙗𝙗. I don't know what you think.
Agreed. I would imagine that Falcons are going to take their new perma pick against many rosters and try to use that against Eternal Fire today. And when we see this one pop up on the screen, I'd be shocked if there's any kind of differences. I mean, what is that? What am I seeing right
Surely
there?
They have to throw a curveball.
Is that Train on the screen? Did I just see Train on the? I mean, I'm trying to get a spoiler over here. Yeah. That's Train. We're seeing Train on the screen.
Falcons have picked it before. Falcons have
picked it. They got bodied last time they played it.
Just
yeah, that was
the huddles, Mounty. What's wrong with you?
Oh man,
you hate the sport. Here we go.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if we're right, Dust. I think perma vetoes, like you already highlighted, are going to be coming out as is. And then Falcons, I mean, this is the surprise for me. Yeah, they do. They go for Train.
Oh, it's happened.
I'm shocked. I'm personally shocked.
You didn't have any stats prepped for that, guys.
I'm pretty sure there was 13-5 last time they faced off against each other. You can't get past me, Richard. Come on. And then this time around, okay, actually, what? Wait, Eternal Fire giving them what I thought they were. I thought Falcons were maybe going to pick Dust. Wait, Dust.
I thought so too. That's very wild to me.
Oh, and then could they be switched around, maybe?
These got to be switched, man.
Yeah.
These got to be switched.
Yeah, I think so.
No, it is switched because Eternal Fire aren't banning Anubis. It is Falcons.
There it is.
Okay, unfortunately it is.
It all makes sense now.
That's why we got you on the desk, Richard. You're writing the course.
Listen, I'm sharper than I look for my age.
Yeah. Okay, so actually it was Madger that picked Train this time, and after the 13-5 whooping that they laid down on that Falcons ass, I think that they're fine with that. They're okay with going back to the well on that one. I think it's actually a really cool pick, given that they've been so good at Inferno that you would only expect Falcons to get better against your Inferno this time around, and yeah, they just go for something that Falcons picked against them.
Yeah. So there is the correction. That does make a lot more sense. I'm glad Falcons did go for the Dust 2 pick. It's been a clear strength of theirs, and that has been a map at times that Eternal Fire has had some struggles with. And I think Nuke's a good handshake here. I think both teams feel pretty good about playing that map. Obviously, Eternal Fire, 5-1 record with this roster so far on the map, so they had the better resume. But I do think that Nico has brought more comfort to Nuke for this Falcons team, just based on how well he plays it individually.
Going into the first map, though, I mean,
if EF wins Train, then it's
I am surprised, though,
2-0.
Richard. You're right. I was caught off guard by this one because I thought that Eternal Fire were just going to go back to the Inferno well.
Provided
That's
if they
just
win
where they've done
Train.
so much good work on that one.
I think
Train
they are
overall,
good on Dust
I guess
2.
last time it was a pretty tough T side for the Falcons in general. Just couldn't take all the space that they
EF is
wanted
good
to on
on
these
Dust
kinds of
2.
things. That's where people like Zonic have to come in, though. That's where people like Majisk have to come in. You know, the wealth of experience on one of the best Train teams ever, and just showing everybody else like the way in terms of, because Kickstand, by the way, this guy didn't call Train throughout his come up in the scene. Like, Train was out of the pool completely.
Yeah, it's super interesting to see because
Can
there
be at
hasn't
least
been a lot of
2-0
early adopters
for
for
Eternal
Train.
Fire.
Obviously, we saw the stats. No one's really playing it. And I think the first team that masters it, it's always going to be that curveball you can throw in an opponent.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because what makes this map cool for me for the T side of Eternal Fire is Xantares. Let's highlight him. So Xantares actually, unlike most entry fraggers on this map who are usually going to be playing out team main or something along those lines, he actually likes to double up with 𝙍𝙗 in the inner halls and take pop and really entry from that position, which kind of allows 𝘾𝙀𝙼 to be their main guy out of team main. And I think that that's just a different approach. A lot of teams don't really double up or triple up inner halls unless they're looking to take the inner site, but you're going to see a lot of that from Eternal Fire, even on defaults, just really kind of putting an emphasis on pop early to try to deny that from the CTs, Maui.
I'm going to be looking at Dexter.
Rotator,
of course. I feel
okay.
like his rotations, his positioning has been one of the
Dexter is
big
a
question
rotator.
marks for Falcons. Sure, his individual fragging abilities, such as his mechanics, are nothing to slouch about, but it's just that sometimes it just feels like he's in a losing position. One where if you miss one shot, it's just there's no fallback plan possible. There's no chance for redemption in that kind of round.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about Dexter is that when he actually just goes for the shot, he is crazy successful. He's almost at a 70% success rate in opening duels with the AWP on both sides of the map. Obviously, that's really going to be more on the CT side where he's doing the most opening attempts. I think where he gets into trouble is in mid-round situations where he's having to make a tough choice in a critical moment. But if you just place him as a turret on a site in a post plan, or you say, hey, we're sending you out this direction to go get a pick for us on T side, he can do it.
All right, guys, thanks a lot for your thoughts. So,
come on, give me Sponge and Machine.
Generational talent in the commentary booth. It's Sponge and Machine.
Let's go.
Oh my God, what an intro! What an intro! I am very excited for this one, Chad. Arena Counter-Strike, a fantastic Friday, a crowd who are absolutely killing it. Love you guys, Cluj. And we've got Train. Are you excited for some Train? I certainly am. CT start for Falcons, EF on the attack.
Yeah, limited sample size, but last time round, Falcons' choice, they started on this T half, and it's going to be very difficult to get rounds. The pistol will be a great way to kick things off, as 𝙗𝙗's getting aggressive up pop.
Ooh, he's got a lot to work with here to set up. It's a trap, potentially to be sprung. Patience, a virtue.
They've actually rotated heavy back, so likely expecting Ivy or late team main now. We can see that's not the case. So Matt just posted up in brown walls as Nico takes an exchange over towards team middle. So Matt just has no support. You can see this little cheeky angle that he's playing over towards high ramp. He'll be overrun. Essentially needs to get a kill, stay alive, and then the rotation, he kicks him through.
What the hell?
Connector.
Oh, we're good.
And there's a spot. Xantares spots out Magisk, and he will fall away. Doesn't get the kill he would have liked.
And here's the rotation to kicks, and he can block low ramp.
Does so.
Okay, well, they're really taking their time with this. Now pivoting in towards pop. So flash for
Weak
Madger,
answer.
and Nico's taking a
Going
whole lot of space.
Yeah, but
It's bad info. Look at the radar right now. Look at how many players are out towards the inner side.
Oh, there's a wide open opportunity. He's hearing this.
They can plan
Nico
for free.
gets the info. Rotation through Z. How quickly can they stop and disrupt this cross? They're in the right place for a tap or two, and it's going to be 𝙍𝙗 straight into Kixon. 𝙗𝙗 finds a response. Have the kit playing retake now. Retooling. All of that hard work for Nico. He has to go back around. A couple exchanges here from 𝙍𝙗. Post plan set up. Dexter kind of trying to forge a path back in towards camera. Jumping up, elevated angle. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙀 puts Tessus down with that P250, and Nico poised.
Nice flash.
Takes down the head of 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗. Awkward for 𝙬𝙗𝙗. Hitting shots though. Hitting every shot he takes. Get down. Only Nico can stop him. He's light on ammo. 3 bullets, 2 chances. Pieces out. Nico grabs the kit. He's low on ammo too. They need to get on that defuse now. It's not planted for 𝙬𝙗𝙗. Is he really going to dare stick it? Can 𝙬𝙗𝙗 really come on clutch? This young gun,
Oh man.
and steals away the pistol.
They sold the whole game
Info really costing
to be
Falcons
honest.
there. Misreading the play.
Astralis should
Completely
never win
unpositioned,
against
doing a good job to try
Mongols.
and draw that one back into contention, but Eternal Fire will get the pistol conversion.
Keeping in
Well, we'll find out about
consideration
the
their
conversion.
form.
Onto the second coming out
Astralis'
now.
form is
And Nico surprised Shaw. This throws the post plant into a
what
curious
the hell
scenario.
is that view model?
Some great shooting from 𝙬𝙗𝙗, staying calm. And
3K
important to
by
see him have a
Ďurta.
good train. We casted one of their train
Welcome to
matches in
the stream.
Katowice. Well, we casted this one, and we also against Virtus Pro, and he got exploited towards the inner
I mean,
box. He'll be playing B on the
Astralis
CT side. So
are
if he
going
gets
to
off to a
get
hot start now, that's really positive. Force Pie in for Falcons.
going to get eliminated in
Nico
semi-finals.
just
No issues there.
Yeah, he
So
has vision.
let them enjoy.
A different smoke.
One victory.
I just playing a block on B. Looking like a set up towards an inner execute. Now, can always pivot through pop. It's not a full commit. Tessus with main control. There's the defensive smoke dropped, and to rotate over will be Dexter with the scout. A couple of tags like this could be important again. Team main control, sure.
This is a potent angle that Dexter's on.
Depends on how good the execute is.
Yeah, starts the
Magic
ball
has
and
just
giving
given
a-
away an
yeah.
opening kill.
Nobody
Swinging through
expected
with
that.
MP9.
And
Hard
the
shots to hit with a
2-0 too.
scout, and he only gets a couple more chances before he gets
How
brought
can-
down. Does hit one shot.
Okay. they
Nico,
post.
however, can hit more than one. 𝙬𝙗𝙗 converted upon. Nice shots from Nico. Is there really a conversation to be had about this? It looks like Eternal Fire's conversion is imminent. Flank is coming in though. Tessus held, and seems like 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗𝙗's done enough.
And they lost
Eternal Fire,
2-0
slow,
against
methodical,
Heroic yesterday
converted.
in
Yeah, nice little
open
execute
qualifier.
there. Gonna take the scout
So
away.
it's-
Go on.
Oh.
No. Nico looking
Nico.
filthy on the scout. He's even going to grab an AK-47 for his hard work.
Yeah, can wait for the bomb to go off. Might get blown his way. So no reason to charge in. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗's
Nico
the one having
playing
a
with
dip
the
out. Make sure he
Biguzara
doesn't lose his
view
weapon of
model.
choice. Good amount of damage, sure. We'll have to see how this educates Falcons' choice going forward.
Mongols,
Likely to
I
see them
think
take the eco and just use this AK. Oh, where
arena
is it?
pressure got to them and they
Austin
fumbled.
found, doesn't want to. Okay, he found it. He found it. All right, they will be able to upgrade into the AK.
But
But
I
likely
think
just to see the save behind this. He's got Kevlar to work with. Actually, couldn't be more wrong.
they're gonna lose in semi-finals. No way they can go
That just has an
to
M4.
grand finals.
Oh, right.
So how much more are they going to
No
buy?
way. That was a washout game against
Here
Heroic.
it
No
is, the
contest.
end, just
Yeah.
scooping, trying to find this AK.
I mean,
And he grabs
after
it.
losing
Good job from
in
Nico.
that fashion and you win
Yeah, they do
against
go all in.
Mongols
So
today.
Falcons really want to fight for the CT
Complete
control.
contrast.
Interesting.
Oh, they've already telegraphed the fact they have guns, right? There's a nade, there's a smoke.
I think Mongols should have at least
Initially,
won
very heavy start
Inferno.
towards like the brown halls to
How they
open.
bottled that
Haven't seen
map, I
EF
don't
going
know.
Ivy,
It's going to
main.
condition them to potentially play for information or play 2 towards B.
Even if
See this new
they
angle being adopted from Magisk over towards the high ramp.
even if they were
Very
not feeling
powerful.
it today, they should have at least
Again, it's
won
going
on
to come down
Inferno.
to this execute. In the previous,
That was
you saw
really
them throw
bad
out that
showing
lurk
by
on high ramp, so they're
Mongols.
able to avoid the sightlines.
It was not at a good showing by. It was
Can they
just
go again?
they got lucky. Astralis got lucky.
Molly and flash and go.
It's just that.
Magisk is going to lose vision. Can Dexter deliver with the SMG? He's good for ones and
And Device was also hitting his shots.
held at
today.
bay. You can see that rotation now smoked off, and it's good from Magisk. Now his position noted. Is he ready for oil?
When Device is on, then
Nico present brings down
it's
the
tough.
leader. And man advantage for this retake, but no kit time.
semis they will
It's of
get
the
good
essence
beating.
for Falcons.
Yeah, they're gonna
Just
get
over the
crushed
top, a
2-0.
comfortable
I'm telling you.
conversion. Nico definitely
Calling
looking
it.
his best. Oh, but so 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 nearly finds all 3. Was worried about Tessus coming in from the flank, and so a clutch from Tessus and a Falcon CT round.
Yeah, a bit frustrating for 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 there. Getting one step ahead of himself, knowing that Tessus is the pop player, expecting the flank to come through. Bomb going down. Should see a force spike out of
God.
Eternal Fire. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh no, they're doing it.
Well,
we haven't got time.
We can't see you right now.
You got 10 seconds.
And even Javi was hitting his
Timeout from
shots
Eternal Fire.
today.
See this push-up speedway, so trying to open up angles on the side. Interesting that Magisk goes overlooked. He is the inside anchor, so 𝙬𝙯 getting a bit ahead of himself.
Contrast, Mongols.
𝙬𝙗𝙗 immediately considers the flank, turns his back, gets removed.
9-10 didn't perform that good.
To lock horns with
Senzu was not hitting easy shots
hard work in that previous with the scout.
Whenever they tried the double
this could be
offset.
miserable for Falcons if they lose
Blitz.
this one consecutive. Feels like an
I
absolute
mean, he's an
must.
IGL. He frags good, but
Isn't he? He's got hang.
he can be given
Into
that.
main from top red.
No.
And just to extend the conversation, I wanted to do this when we got to an eco, but the fact that Eternal Fire picked this,
𝙍𝙍 was playing good.
𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗, so they were obviously happy
Really.
to play it, but this is a very CT-sided
He
map.
was not fumbling.
So when you pick it into your
no one
opponent, you're allowing
supported
them
him.
to start on quote-unquote the easier side.
I think does not work
Interesting
in this
smoke
way, yeah.
that forces a decision out of 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗, and he opts for the passive approach.
And then to build on that
That's what I'm
conversation,
saying.
with
They are not
Inferno,
good.
picking
They
it
just got
twice in a
lucky
row in
with
the
this
series against them.
series,
They played in Bounty, they played in 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗, now they're
I
playing
don't
here
know why
Cluj.
Mongols is fumbling
You
so
go
hard in
Inferno again.
playoffs.
Falcons getting the reps in of playing against
Every
your
playoffs,
style.
like they won.
So wanting to throw in a bit of a curveball, I can
They
understand
won
it.
against
But you have to convert upon this, and it is a good start. 2 out the gate. Win this one.
against
It could
what
be
team?
worth 2.
In Kato they won against one team.
Okay, this
EF,
is the game
yeah,
plan
EF. They won
from the
against
get-go.
EF.
Madge has been here since the start of the
So
round.
winning
It's
against
all
EF and
hinging on
losing
this main pop pin
against
set.
Astralis,
White
that too in
screen,
a
Tessus
small
waiting
arena.
for vision, pressure applied by the incendiary, flushes them into the fight. And he is just back turned, not prepared for that angle. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 clears him out from Olof. A response from Kicks and an important equalizing frag from the
EF is way stronger than Astralis, and they won
Not comfortable unless Nico can remove 𝙍𝙗𝙗.
against them in the arena.
Instant deletion with the hands. Oh, 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗
really push
and
win.
Magisk. It's really hinging off him. Gets
But
one.
carrying alone at even yeah,
there it is.
exactly. That's what I'm.
Again.
What the hell? I didn't see
Doubles his
that.
kill
Please
total.
replay.
4 kills in the round, and you said it would
That's
be
what I'm saying.
disastrous for
𝙍𝙗𝙗 was
Falcons to
playing
lose
with
that one. Well,
confidence.
disaster has struck early
No one
for
supported
the CT
him.
side.
Tenzu did stepped
Timeout
up.
just to bring Zonic
He
onto
was
the
missing
conversation.
easiest shots.
So they're going to try
Sitters.
and manufacture yet another buy. Really good round from 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗. We get the 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗 Nico head-to-head again. Now we're bringing up the fact that 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗 has him in his pocket.
Clean.
And
This
time,
guy,
he
man,
does
this
get
guy
the
is
clutch. I
so
think if he
good.
lost 2 back-to-back, he would start to fall
Then
into
he's
that tilt.
feeling
We
it.
saw
EF
𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗.
EF can win
Oh,
games
okay.
like pretty one-sidedly if he's hitting
What's going on
and
here?
feeling it.
For a range, this is,
Falcons.
yeah, we're not taking any ecos, are we?
Paris.
They really want to keep the pressure on to Eternal Fire, and well, opening kill. Ooh, Magisk at risk of conceding, but he actually does one better. Catches 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗, removes him with Kixon's
Nice
help. The
double
scout
up,
and the
double
SMG
bait
now
setup.
noted and charges away.
Well, Magisk taking the space with that info.
Oh, 𝙬𝙗𝙗 gets it done.
Good round from 𝙬𝙗𝙗.
Yeah, really.
That's the opener and likely the closer. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 and 𝙬𝙗𝙗. That's 2 standing, and this is going to be a tough round for them to get back into. Falcons, are you able to keep the majority alive? Well, first test, yes.
Steady form in that
Tragic
is
eagle.
about bad and used to YouTube biggest advantage, yeah.
Damn, Falcons. They're looking polished. albeit,
Even in
you know,
one
the score
article,
is 3-1, but the fact that they've managed to consistently
he said that
keep up
he's
the
not playing with
financial
mouse
pressure.
acceleration.
And
Earlier he
convert.
used to
Yeah, they're
play
putting a lot
with
in their
mouse
individuals, which
acceleration
makes sense.
in CSGO.
That's nice,
But now
there's
he's not.
Nico.
So yeah, he's
Falcons
feeling
2,
himself
Eternal Fire
in
3.
CS2.
And Eternal
CS2
Fire didn't play this
does,
time
I
round. They
think,
also didn't do as much
does not
damage.
support mouse
So likely to see them
acceleration.
go for the
So
force buy again, sure, but it is
he
gonna be
was
lighter
forced to
on.
play with that
Take 9s,
off.
Mac 10s, maybe a
in
couple of Deagles in the mix. if they
CSGO
wanna
he
surge.
used to play with
Depends on
mouse
what Magic
acceleration.
has in store.
Then
If we see
Paris.
mainly Tech 9s and Mac 10s, which, yeah, take a look now at the heads-up display, you can see plenty of that coming through. Maybe
So
something
was it
quicker,
the
more
mouse
direct.
acceleration which was holding
Sandwich
him
smoke
back
in the air.
on LAN?
Could just charge onto B.
Or is it just
Yeah, it's going to be a
CS2
test then for
speakers
Magisk, but I
advantage?
mean, he's a veteran in this position, and he's not taking a passive approach, or rather an aggressive incendiary at the very least.
Rotation point will be 𝙬𝙗𝙗 through con.
6 people watching.
Suquan towards Yard. He's on his way now.
There's the support network as the block smoke is thrown out early. Magisk has got a good idea from his teammates' comms. It's a bit too quiet on the western front.
Yeah, Tessus is also in towards main. This nade could do significant damage. And now Nico's rotated towards B as well. So Falcons understanding the play.
They know.
Here's another one.
Oh, Magi on your head, mate. Oh.
Have to go.
Here they come. Perfect setup. Falcons can just smash them. Spray, and it's Absolutely beautiful. 𝙑𝙧 could take the 4 of them, and it'll be 𝙂𝙀 to wrap it up. Experience on display, locks it down, aggressive util.
I think they need to increase the crowd sound a little bit. What do you guys think? Not supported, yeah.
Okay, now
that's what the article
so a chance for Falcons to take the lead.
was about, that
Remember,
mouse acceleration is not supported.
map,
So he was
Eternal Fire
forced
gonna be looking
to
for,
play with that off.
1 or 2 more extra rounds, and that's going to be great.
In CSGO, it was...
Falcons get a chance to start establishing some cash and residual buys.
It can be used in CSGO, but
sure
not
they
in
don't
CS4.
fall up to this 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗𝙗.
Because advantage is crazy in CS2. I play a lot.
𝙑𝙧's turn. He's picked
Yeah,
it
yeah,
up, but I'm sure
definitely.
they'll be rerouting and having a look elsewhere.
Definitely
This
it is
quarterfinal
hard.
does feature some of Counter-Strike's most premium rifling talent.
Some heavy hitters, that's for sure.
𝙁versus 𝙂𝙀 once more.
See if we get 𝙂𝙀 activated on the stage as well. Always fun to watch.
I mean, it's like 70-30 advantage
for Falcons. 2 highest rated
in
players.
a duel. 70% to the peaker
For this roster.
and 30% to
Both on the
the
rifle.
hold.
𝙑𝑠 is spray control. Can he
Holding that.
Yeah, I want to get some confidence builders for Dexter as well. So one of his better series to lock them in for this portion of the tournament. So it is going to be instrumental for him to be finding impact.
Surely that sound of the AWP is going to cancel the plans of 𝙂𝙀 and 𝙑𝙧 here.
It's just an
If your
eco,
crosshair
so
placement
really
is
matter,
good,
does it?
then the
You just want to try
peaker
and hit
should
heavy.
win.
Yeah, see if he
easily.
can get anything done.
Nice
Farm some of the
control.
U2, and there you have it. Kicks in with a double. Now it's 𝙑𝙑's turn.
Oops. Slips off of the E-box, no problem.
Okay, right.
Okay, so
come
this
back
was
out.
equal.
There's no 𝙂𝙀
Gun down
EP
next.
available on the T side just yet. 𝙂𝙀𝘼 could drop it, but it means you have no armor.
This
so that's
map
not
is
gonna be happening.
CT-sided, right? Train?
So how on top of the
I've
cash
not watched
situation
Train
are the
so much
Falcons?
on professionals play. And a
They will have the
well-executed
sniper
flash being
rifle
easier.
advantage. So within the early stages, just recounting what Eternal Fire
On
brought to
LAN,
the server.
some pros said
Every
that on LAN it is
Brown Halls to take control of either
it is like
the pop
a
dog
bit
or the B executes.
a bit 50-50.
They want to go to something that's going to allow Zentarus
On
to
online
take head-to-heads
CS it
against
is
Nico and 𝙑𝙧
crazy.
and team main.
Online CS
So how
speakers
much
are
they're backing
favored
the individuals
a
for
lot.
that in a bit of a default
But in
spread.
on LAN it is
Timeout from
it
Eternal
is
Fire
quite
getting
even.
favor on the mic. Trying to
People
get some
said
chip in on the
that,
other side.
pros said that when they played CS2 on LAN and when it is compared to online. On LAN, CS2 feels different, really
Eternal
different.
Fire picking train.
Used to be CT side, yeah.
Yeah, look, we've discussed it a little bit. I think, you know, going for a curveball, trying to catch Falcons off guard. I'm sure Falcons would have thought 100% they're going to pick Inferno.
Right.
Or sticking to what's worked. Back over
Okay.
heavy.
Gun round.
Look at him go.
Oh, economy
𝙂𝙀
is good.
making
Falcons.
a very aggressive yet silent presence here on pop. 𝙑𝙧 and him establishing a very potent crossfire. 𝙬𝙗, though! The 𝙬𝙗 peak. 𝙂𝙀 feels his wrath. Traded by 𝙑𝙧. 𝙑𝙗 onto 𝙬𝙗 levels us out.
You see that smoke there? 𝙑𝙗's just redeploying it. That one's thrown from connector. So
Yeah.
Eternal Fire had a good idea that this aggression was coming.
Pop Dog is now
Back
more
into 3v3. Haven't established any space on the map to start to settle
more
into the mid-round. A minute 10 left on the
comfortable
clock.
for T's to
𝙂𝙀 and 𝙑𝙧.
go
which
and
have residual utility to
fight
work
there.
with. 𝙑𝙗 has full
Earlier,
control.
there used to
of
be a
the Brown
ladder,
Walls for now.
so it was more favored
Dexter
to
with the deep
CT's
line,
right.
and that means that Kixon, he
Because
just needs to
they-
worry about main.
Because they can see
𝙂𝙀's
you
just
first
thrown out of smoke towards Pop Dog.
when you are coming down the ladder.
𝙑𝙧.
Now it's better.
Can't get past Kixon. There's the Dexter AWP. This AWP advantage being felt.
Like they managed to get the city upper to rotate,
Powerful
yeah.
weapon. Some of these
Yeah,
long
holding
angles of
ladder was
train.
easy, yeah.
Spots out 𝙂𝙀, bomb on his back, and he's not shying away from a repeat. Is Dexter.
Dexter missing.
With 30 seconds, what can 𝙂𝙀 really get
Ridley
done?
can clutch, not gonna lie.
His best bet trying to isolate a duel,
Ooh,
hoping
he's
Kixon
reading
perhaps
it.
overextends on this lock of the door.
What if Kixon dies?
Confirms his
No.
positioning. Kixon has walked on up close, and with his back turned, Kixon converts.
Now it's a
Really
long
good
corridor,
understanding of
yeah,
the
yeah.
situation there. Right, the fact that they do get
That's
the
a-
Brown Walls
that's a really
control,
good
it means that
change,
nobody
in
can
my
come through
opinion.
pop. They push through. There's no way in. They're not going B, they're not going Pop Dog. You can just focus fire towards Ivy and team main, and they handle
That opens a lot of opportunities for
Allow
T's
the AWP
also.
to take the main duel,
Yes.
knowing they'll be walking in late. Kixon deals with Ivy. That's
They can make
essentially
some
the round-winning
plays.
kill against 𝙑𝙧. And Lostburn is starting to build now. Eternal Fire can get some extra investments, but it won't be the full buy-in. You really want to bring the AWP out into 𝙂𝙀's hands going into the next. Try and level that field, set him up.
Making
allow for
the
some
map more
head-to-heads.
balanced, ultimately.
Didn't work out for them last time they tried this.
This is just about Falcons building back into the game. They're going to be looking for 8 or 9 rounds on the CT side, that's for sure.
Zantares star.
Has support immediately. Dexter's AWP is already here.
Okay.
Nice restraint on his util as well. Oh, they're going to be ahead of this. Magisk will have to reiterate just the imminent threat, and 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 is a big threat. That 𝙍𝙬𝙗, if it brings down another, he can win the round right here and now. He's got the 2. Nico finally puts him down. He has the power level necessary to bring down 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗, make this round a
𝙁𝙗𝙗 can hit some.
comfortable retake. He finds 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 hanging around the oil. Next one as well is Nico's. And Majo with 1 kill to his name, 3 more demanded of him up against the rifles. Nico pulls away, Tessus covers.
Nice
it's
try.
a 6 for Falcons.
See, they didn't have the weapons for the job. Were unable to get entrenched within the site. They're stuck in those more passive angles. And Nico just owning them right now, 14 and 4.
I believe Magis and Esther are playing up to the potential. Yeah. Falcon standard sometimes.
Seems to be a bit of a fan favorite here in Cluj.
Yeah, Tessus is really good. I mean, the only guy who is consistent on this team, I can say it is Nico and Tessus.
This was
a nice try. Yeah, look, and the thing
Nico,
is, if there was more pistols pushing up with him, maybe they could have traded or taken more
like,
space, but you can see the angles of these MAC-10s
he's too good when he's playing
each other. They get
his
killed apart
best.
one at a time.
And Tessus is really a consistent
Looks
piece
like another inner
of
push
this
coming
team.
from the
Dexter's
Falcons.
also a
Dexter's
bit.
actually going to be there to lend a hand.
He's missing
Just
easy
to facilitate
shots.
some aggressive. Oh, hang
And
on, no,
Magisk
Nico
not
will look to try and
playing up
catch
to
a
his
timing.
level.
With 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 picking off Kicks and Ivy, though, does that change things?
Can't for now.
What
They
if
have to
you
stay committed
replace
to this. They
Dexter
can't really
with
rotate away. They
a
need
good
to win a
offer?
fight.
Yeah, but look at
Like
this. This
one
Qianpei.
SC
Dexter holding the cross as well.
or
They have to
anyone
be
like
very careful on their approach. This is
consistently
a
good offer.
forward setup from Falcons to disrupt 𝙬𝙗𝙗 and
Nice setup.
𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗's progression.
Smoke fading.
Nico going to activate at the same time. Now he swings. Orb doesn't
Oh,
connect.
bait setup.
Nico falls away. Nade could find 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗, but backs away for safety.
They should accelerate on Yard. They know that at least 2 more players were towards B. It's just Tessus they have to deal with.
Can Dexter hold?
He's going to be
No,
playing a
he's
very
playing B.
passive position. Almost playing retake A. He's worried about that orb pick
Tessus
on
can
Ivy's
hold
side. Now, shows...
Nice try.
Another empty hand. Tessus goes down to 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗, comfortable on his exit. He does have the bomb, and I think he just realized that.
This
He's
round
a
should
go-to
be a
guy,
total
yeah,
5
true.
now. 5v2, no dramas. And it's good that we're getting 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 and Nico both online
Like,
for some of these exchanges.
if at that position, if I had wonderful or not wonderful, let's say device.
Okay. Did that
I
change
think
with
that
the
shot,
T-spawn being pulled
device
back?
would have hit that
T-spawn,
shot.
you were able to get out main almost uncontested.
Like Dexter
but
missed
the
that
CTs would be able to
shot.
throw
I mean, it
U2
was a hard shot,
the
but
spawn to be ahead of it. Nico gives away that AK. And now it seems
I think
more like
device would
the
have
old
hit that.
train in terms of the timing for the T. So you're not seeing them just try and brute force out
Common
mid.
SC.
And actually from Eternal Fire, it's been a lot of play in
One
through
of the
ground
figure
walls.
was positive
has.
vector, yeah.
Does he hold on to this? 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 is going to ask questions of the save. Does well to remove 𝙬𝙗𝙗's head.
He's only got 1 bullet left, but he should be all good for this. Residual cash, so no dramas in the buy department. 12k for
But he
like
managed to
Tessus.
save this, yeah.
8.4 for Dexter, and he stays alive with the AWP. So plenty to work with. Now you'd love to get these final 2 going into the halftime break. Zonic
Against
bringing that up
Dong,
in the conversation and playing aggressive.
Nico.
Well, Magisk has
Nico
actually done a
in
decent
head-to-head
job of
is
dealing them
really-
when they've been coming towards B. So I don't know if we'll see
really
that
good.
again.
I think only Nico is that good against Dong. No other player even
Some
comes
love for the
close.
local.
Closer
He's sitting on his own. Hello.
Hello.
in terms of head-to-head against Dong. Oh,
So
headshot
yeah,
kills.
Zonic takes time out, reminds his boys 8-4 is ideal.
3
Imagine
on
if that
3
was what
direct
coaching
duel
was.
ones.
Yeah, that's all he had to say.
Guys, just get 8.
If we could just get 8 rounds, please. All right, well, I don't think we'll see them go aggressive in that same fashion again. Doesn't feel necessary.
Crazy and once in a
I
while, but I'm
understand that
missing
EF are
some
playing a lot through that
consistency
position,
issue, yeah.
but you could take main control, take away a different piece from them.
Let's see.
Kicks is
I
gonna
hope
throw out
Monesty
aggressive
will
mid-smoke.
come to Falcons. I think Nico
See that
can
one
bring
land,
him.
bounding in and confirming that control early. Means that Nico and Tessus get to focus.
Ooh, what is that nade?
Well, that nade didn't land either, did it?
I like the ideas, though. They've clearly been workshopping.
Just applying a little bit of pressure towards Ivy. That's at least to keep the Falcons curious. This is not a free part of the map, as now smoke exchange is landing. Low ramp blocked, pop blocked. They're going to rifle through these quite quickly.
Yeah, there's still an abundance of time for Eternal Fire.
Now, that's one of the key points right now. It's just Molotovs. if you're Falcons to block with. And this will be called out. The different sentries across the map communicating to their in-game leader 𝙑𝙬. Smokes are being used.
Bomb is moving towards A.
They can set up for an execute of their own.
4 guys on A. They're reading it perfectly.
𝙍𝙠 and 𝙬𝙗 in through Pop. 𝙂𝙀𝘼𝙍 and 𝙑𝙗 in through main. 𝙑𝙬 to set them up.
Yeah, Tessus is going to be once again tested. It's up against 𝙬𝙗. That's a good timing on his incendiary. Actually forces 𝙬𝙗, isolates the duel, but you still have to hit the headshot. Something 𝙬𝙗 is all too good at. Dexter, a first miss. Nice catch onto 𝙬𝙗. And Dexter racks up the double. More required. 𝙑𝙬, he's all alone now. 𝙂𝙀𝘼 doesn't get a chance, and comfortable. CT's locking it in. Dexter, despite his first shortcoming, he still manages to deliver a dub.
Yeah, that molly in towards
That's
ladder
the
room,
Dexter
it really
you want
screwed the
to see.
timing, didn't it? 𝙬𝙗's had to play ahead. Fortunate to get that first. Kixon had that round secured. He had pushed 𝙬𝙗. He was coming behind towards T middle, so no matter what.
Umarza Manasi wants to play in the get in. Yeah, I
just
did
ahead of the
that. On
timing that
HLT
they were
article,
hoping
yeah.
for. Some good shooting.
Let's see. I think if 𝙂𝙀,
Flank takes that
I think 𝙂𝙀 will approach.
All right, final round, first
So
half.
here's my take.
Map choice of
When
Yeah,
his contract
quiet
is
for the
about
T
to
side with
expire,
𝙑𝙑 on the
which is
AWP
most likely
very
going to expire
occasionally.
later.
This round is one of them. And
Later this year.
𝙑𝙑 wiggling. Missed his shot and no trade. Okay, 𝙂𝙀, you've seen enough now. At least that's what that smoke implies.
Still staying quite combative. So hanging around to do some more damage. Expecting it to be the B finish. Nade deep. Chunk of damage onto 𝙂𝙀𝘼. If you EF it,
So here's my
you're going to
take.
have to reconfigure this
He
round.
will approach
but to go
Manasi for
back,
sure.
You don't have
If
control
Dexter
of
doesn't
anything,
perform
and there's long
up to his
rotation
level,
points on train.
up to a good level.
𝙬𝙗 is flirting with that smoke fade.
And
just throws out the name.
wanna
Is he
see
expecting 𝙂𝙀 to have stuck around here? Throws out a
and
lurk
𝙂𝙀's
smoke
relationship.
towards
I
He
mean,
might play ahead of this knowing 𝙂𝙀. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
So keeping information
They like each
in the
other,
balance for
so-
Falcons with the man advantage.
he can bring him on the team.
8-piece of 𝙑𝙑 to activate Ivy.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
in-game leader duel.
Was
Tests
it,
back up
was
on
it.
with the AK.
He will be distracted now. Spotted at the back of the bomb. He's just deadly. And there's 𝙑𝙑.
Huge kill.
Yeah, Kixon's gone.
Man advantage.
CT's in trouble.
𝙬𝙗 speak
𝙑𝙑 pushes
for
through.
you guys.
And oh, Dexter's ready. A quick scope. Nice find. 𝙑𝙑's double spray.
What?
𝙬𝙗 and 𝙬𝙗 shut down. It's only 𝙂𝙀𝘼.
Yeah,
Got time
chemistry
to
is
work
good,
with.
yeah. So I think 𝙬𝙗 can clutch.
And time continues to tick, and he is
Ooh,
getting
he might,
cheeky with
they
it.
might not
Risky
expect
move.
this.
Very risky.
Ooh.
However, they're not to know.
Nice
Will
gap.
𝙂𝙀 be
No time
anticipating
to
someone
go.
so close?
B.
Oh, not ready for that. Nice shot with Dexter. Immediate trade. 8-4, par for the
8-4.
course. CT side, Falcons will get the double thumbs up.
Yeah, especially losing the pistol. I think EF know, though, they're going to be now swapping over. It's their
So
chance to
provided
defend.
no, I
So
think
they know that anything that Falcons do,
most
they
of
can
the
do as
top
well.
teams will approach
Just to remind
Manasi
everybody, 𝙬𝙗 this map
after his
was picked
contract
by
expires
Falcons. They lost
in the later end
13-5.
of
These
this
T-side starts, they're brutal.
of this year.
So they changed in
most
recent
likely.
times.
So
We haven't had it played an awful
who are
lot. Only
gonna?
2 times during
What are the
Cluj.
possible
In
teams?
terms of top teams, we've only just really cracked
FAZE
towards
can
double
approach
digits, and it was
if
for a
they
while. Teams
provided
were
they
picking
don't
it,
get the
were
results
consistently
with
losing
Loki.
it. It has changed.
FAZE can approach Manasi.
Now, something
Spirit,
we did
I don't
catch
think
was
they got 𝙬𝙀.
On the CT side for Eternal Fire, 𝙬𝙗 and his
G2
inner holds.
That was against
He's
Virtus Pro,
leaving
and that was in a
G2,
pressure
so
game. Right? That was
he
to
won't
qualify
stay.
them for the
I
arena.
don't think so. He
And
will
they
stay
were
at all
isolating him
in
towards
G2.
B. He just looked out of sorts, so the moment was getting to him. He is still young to this
Astralis,
environment.
huh.
I don't expect it
He
to be the
won't
same in
join
this game,
Astralis.
especially with more reps. The fact that they picked the map, it's something that they'd be confident behind him.
EF
and they should
native
have a better
team
idea of the rotations.
not gonna
Yeah,
approach
well, we saw it from
Manasi.
like the Falcons POV. Every time 𝙑𝙑 needed a hand, we
𝙂𝙀 will
had
approach,
Dexter slotting in,
surely.
or we had an AWP rotating through.
He was given a lot of utility to harass as well.
Cloud9 is
Doing
gone.
a lot of HG
Bed boom,
damage
yeah,
while they're
bed
setting
boom
up for B
can
executes,
approach
so
Manasi.
Falcons not just dumping all of their nades towards team main to worry about those pushes.
So I think these teams are gonna
Here we go,
approach,
underweight,
and
second
I
half
think
is
he's gonna
around.
accept
You took for kicks
the Falcons offer.
Love that there's a P250
Yeah,
in the
two
hands
set
of 𝙂𝙀.
spirit.
Kevlar
Now he has
with it.
wonderful, yeah.
A potent pairing.
Let's see where he's
Quick
gonna
about
end up.
this. Just going to be searching out a pop with a couple of flashbangs. Smoke down as well. Angle to be found. And 𝙬𝙗 is finding headshots. this. 𝙁𝙀𝙗𝙖𝙧 will as well. Okay, comfortable. 𝙁𝙀𝙗 now makes himself present and correct.
𝙁𝙀𝙗
2 versus 4 demanded of just 𝙬𝙀𝙗 and Nico, and yeah, shots are being hit. A goosh on towards one on the bomb train. Madja,
nice
however,
flank.
a very fast flank, and not so clean.
Oh.
Not as clean as he would have liked.
He needs to run
𝙬𝙀𝙗.
and live.
Oh, he had a chance onto 𝙬𝙀𝙗, now just Nico. No, 𝙬𝙀𝙗. Sharp
What
with the
if that-
conversion. Nico down. Pistol is Eternal Fires.
Zeb was
not
also
gonna be
not
happy that he
even,
didn't
yeah.
get that kill, but the fact he gets
Yeah,
away, stays
Vitality
alive,
is not
that's the important
approaching
factor right there.
Manesi.
Peeled away the attack
So
towards Yard.
what I'm saying is
both pistols,
probability is
no
FaZe gonna
plans.
approach them,
This is just
Manesi,
peppering through 's&Tauras to get the first, and 𝙑𝙑𝙑 snappy with the
because
V2
he has played
K.
in international
See,
team.
𝙑𝙑𝙑 once he gets
G2 is
the
an
AWP out, he'll be
international team,
starting
so he
Ivy
can
at
speak
the start of
English.
pretty much every round. Or at least that's how it was in the past.
Falcons
I'm pretty sure
will
once he dropped
approach.
a 40 on Train.
Oh, he has done it.
Bed Boom is gonna approach.
Yes, I think that's right. I think that's right.
3
Because
teams
they've
are
only played it
named.
3 times. Won it twice, lost it once.
Mouse. No, he won't join
Enough
Mouse,
to
I
fill them
think.
with some
But
confidence, though.
Mouse can also
Enough to
try.
pick it in a quarterfinal.
Most likely he's
I mean,
gonna end up in
Richard mentioned it on
Falcons.
the desk. It's going to be a valuable asset to any team that starts proving that they can play it.
And teams have been quite shy, understandably so. It's risky.
Audio
right?
not
If there
in
is
sync?
one move that you're getting fooled by throughout the entirety of a map,
Game
and you're
audio?
unable to plug that gap,
matlab
it can cost you.
Stream this
So here's 𝙬𝙗𝙗. Jiggles
mic
out,
audio or
gets the
stream audio?
information.
It is
Game
interesting
audio.
he didn't have
Tell
any
me.
util. Just feels like he can spray him down if they were to rush him.
I think the most important part for me is that he has head armor to go along with
True.
his M4.
Yep.
Don't want to risk it against the Glocks, understandably so. Has the support network now of 𝙍𝙗𝙗.
I mean, mission for Falcons is a bomb plant.
He could waterfall
Wait, I'll
out.
fix this after,
Still
after
feels
this
like
one.
𝙬𝙗𝙗's about to get himself a nice couple of freebies, couple of eeks. Ooh, just like that. And 𝙍𝙗𝙗 gets his own.
Clean.
A pair of them. 4 headshots, and the Deagle is in the mix. Has he got one? I don't think so. I don't think so. Gets a bullet to the face. Avoids the nade.
I'll
3
fix it.
points of health and 5 CTs up against him. Maybe Magic gets one. Yeah. $600. He'll take that.
So his teammates are going to have to start stepping up and contributing. Any into the AKs. So bonus round for EF. You wonder, how are they going to use these
me
MP9s?
not, no,
Mandro
it's fine.
𝙂𝙀𝙖 could go aggressive pop. You might want to take them for an inside push. As long as
it
you get
any
up
better?
close and personal, you level the playing
I'll do the
field.
same.
They're just going to use it like a standard gun round. Insta sandwich, nades towards middle.
Liquid Falcons were
premature
doing
on
it
that.
afterwards, yeah.
Ooh, and Ricardio actually ate the team
Liquid
flash
also,
there.
yeah, you named
Still gets the space.
correctly. Liquid can also try.
They thrust over towards inside. They have the pop control. Eternal Fire have taken team main for the troubles. Tessus the late activation piece
Sorted,
through
yeah.
Ivy. He's thrown out a lurk smoke. Kind of opens up both sides of Ivy. Needs to be considered from back a bomb, and there could be the leak potential all the way around through CT. So that'll be a conversation that EF are having right now as 𝙬𝙗𝙗 back towards spawn to throw out some late smokes. Looks like 3 players through Ivy as Matt just
I
called
think
the bluff.
Liquid's
He's just
issue
dropped the
is
block
not
smoke of his
the offer.
own.
I
We're down to
think
55
Liquid
seconds,
needs
so
a real
𝙬𝙗𝙗
idea.
won't be able to throw that for now.
Let's see.
The fact that
what
Matt just
happens.
investigated, decided, hey, likely no one's lurked through this. Don't know if Falcons got what they were looking for.
Ivy didn't feature too much in...
And Pop just got blocked, so it's going to be interesting timing on this outside pincer.
Yeah, okay. Smoke is in the air from 𝙬𝙗𝙗.
They're
Flash from
thinking to
Magic
walk
just upon the
through the
fade.
smoke.
He is up close and personal. Doesn't seem to have any info on the walkout.
timing.
Tess is very close now. Magic's got the angle. Swinging in. Oh, does very well. Handles business. Magic double. Wasn't ready for a third, but somehow he's still alive and kicking Dexter. A belated trade. Oh, and an important frag back. 𝙬𝙗𝙗 gets one. Shut down by 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗. It's all good in the Eternal Fire hood, and Magic gets a firm handshake from his teammates for that one.
Yeah, great job from Magic, the in-game leader, stepping up with a massive multi-kill. Felt like he should have been good for the third, but that's a strong position even in the old train.
Can't hold angles in CS2. Well, look at Magic.
Hey, showing you can get it done with that MP9 pesky weapon.
So,
And that was the first
I
rifle
think
round in the second half, so
the
just a
main
one-round
issue
game.
is the IGL. I think
Two
the
walls starting to be
first
put
move
up
they
by
should
the
make
CT side.
is get an IGL, then
Now these are scary.
check if the team
On train
performs
against 𝙬𝙗𝙗. All it takes
better
is a couple of
with
one
the real
bangs.
IGL.
Make sure that you're not leering into angles without the utility.
Yeah, there is a Nico effect.
And there he is.
Every team he's on suddenly starts hitting a couple more digs, inspired by his own
Ultimate
prowess.
can be a good
𝙑𝙑𝙑𝙑's job
offer.
at the start of these rounds is so boring. He just has to go up and post on Ivy, but then once they establish control, he gets to float more forward, play back of the red train.
But first they should get
Usually
it
it's
in
like, hey
IGL.
mate, can you just go watch the place nobody goes?
Try someone like
Last round there was 3
Hooksy
there.
maybe.
Which,
And he got a kill in this one.
yeah.
But as far as traffic goes,
yeah, you're right.
Not a whole lot of friction. Well, EF going to look to level things up with this one.
Maybe
Dexter
Nitro.
will be getting his AWP out
Maybe
into the next.
Nitro, they
Lost
can
bonus
try
is there.
Nitro.
Oh, that shadow is crazy, isn't it?
Nitro back to liquid.
Very ready for that.
And posts up back a red train.
Nice shot.
So they're still going through the same playbook that we've seen out of EF in their previous train matches.
Oh, you can see how Madra immediately understood what that smoke meant. He falls in and he actually
𝙑𝙧 and 𝙬𝙗 are like
will maintain information
the
on
two
Ida,
strong
no longer
pillars
flying
of this
blind.
team. When they perform,
And we
it
did it
is
with an
over for the
MP9. Now he's
opponents.
only up against
Opponent
unarmored Deeks.
enemies.
Can he hold
This
it?
feels harder for some reason.
It does. Why does it? A Deagle. Oh, peeking in. Incendiary forcing the fight. Kicks and does overcome Madra, but it still feels like there's nothing more to be said about this one.
You've got the backlines, sure, but you got 20 seconds. You need to die for the loss bonus.
And there's 4 CTs ready for you on the bomb tray.
Surely
Kingston
you
still
can't win
gets
this.
another one.
Oh.
Okay, Dexter's hit a headshot, picks up an AWP, but with 12 seconds left, he's in 2 mines, and Torres puts him down.
Good damage. Stops the residual cash from being built up. 𝙁𝙗𝙗 has a truckload, but for Madra and 𝙑𝙧, yeah, now they're going to be a little bit lighter on. AWP can be tossed across. So that is substantial damage. An opportunity now for Falcons to try and break back in, but they need to get something on the board on this T-half.
He's good, but
See
he's
how quick a
under
lead
attack.
that seems very strong can get away from you on a map like this.
Plus Deve minus ultimate plus Shuhei. Yeah.
never seen so
I
many
forgot
Falcons
about
fans.
Shuhei, yeah.
I've never seen so many
Nice.
talented artists.
Shuhei on liquid will
Like
be
paint, You
great.
could have just copy and pasted.
No.
Plus Deve, I don't
you do
think
that?
because
Oh, yeah.
he's not having. I mean,
Dexter, this is
Device
risky.
has his games, but
In the main smoke.
he has health
Does he
issues.
dare? 𝙑𝙧 did just post up as well. We have potentially got an AWP head-to-head here. In the meantime, though, Magisk, oh, messy, and Xantares will punish the mess.
Nice hole, man.
A double kill from
Xantares.
Xantares. Is that already the round determined?
This guy is.
Feels like
too
a long
good.
time to save, doesn't it? Minute 20 left on the clock after those kills, so in fact, they couldn't breach through main. Tessus is going to have to try and
Any
make a
offer, no
play.
one in market.
This time there's conviction behind
Ultimate
that
is
smoke.
good, in
Ooh,
my
that was likely
opinion.
heard. That's
Give them a
really
realizer,
unfortunate
like
on
you
the
said,
timing that they get
Shuhei.
As 𝙁𝙗𝙗
First try
sucks up some
Shuhei.
space on the other side of the
Remove
map.
JKS
That's a
or
little bit of a
Naf
punish for his walk.
for
Yeah,
his
and I think
place.
they were playing ahead to deal with the
Okay.
save. So if somebody else oversteps the mark
I
in the
think
next
Naf
10
is
seconds,
better,
Falcons
so
start
I
to go
will
for
take
this,
JKS
but
out of the team. I will put Shuhei,
maybe just maybe it will be holding onto what they have.
and then we'll try to see for some months. If ultimate then even not performs, then we can try to switch him with
I
the
think I'm
better
going to give this
offer.
one a look. Well, Nico's not done with this just yet. Tip of the spear.
Ultimate
Dexter not far
has,
behind. Madra
I
rotating
think,
over.
has potential.
This is late activation. They're still going to give this one a look.
Yeah, Jota and Tess are simultaneously looking for answers
Let's
for their
see,
teams.
Brawlin is looking good. They are looking
Jota's
good.
calling
Not
horse
gonna
clear.
lie.
𝙑𝙧, great
Today they
catch.
look good.
Tessus pokes out main, and now maybe the decision's been
Let's
made
see.
for them. With the amount of time left, and Jota can remove the AWP. Good awareness from Dexter.
Pain is a good team, so
Not playing for the
2-0
round, but playing for
against
the
Pain.
save. An important
That was
save, an
impressive.
AWP and an AK-47. Nico and Dexter look to bring through.
Yeah, the loss bonus will be there for Tessus, Magisk, and Kicks, and if they want a half buy-in behind this. Oh, okay. Wants to make sure he gets that AK-47 as Mr. Xantares.
Device had his health
taking
issues
the
just
lead.
before the start of the
Coming up
major.
next, we've got Dust 2. Bit of a home
And
map for Falcons.
Astralis missed
So
the
they shouldn't
major.
be too down in the dumps if they do drop this one. It's been
missed
something they're
qualifying for the
picking
major like
in a
2
lot in
times or
recent
3 times
history.
due to
And they have a
that.
pretty good down
Due
record
to
on it,
his
so
health
they might be
issues.
able to draw this one out to go the distance.
And it's not like in recent times he has started having health issues. He's having from his NIP days.
Tactical timeout called
since he
second
left
by Falcons. So
Astralis
Zonic,
and then he joined NIP.
give them a
Since
moment
then
to
he's
take
having
stock,
health issues.
Look at the finances, decide how they're going to address
So,
the issue. No
I
loss
think you
bonus for
don't want
Dexter and Nico,
someone
but they keep their
to
guns.
just back off.
Everybody else can get in with Galil's and utility, and that's if they want to shove.
Right when the major is about to start or some big event is
Direct
about
Jules
to
won, okay.
Yeah, it's
Ah.
quite balanced in the head-to-head.
Xantares having the clutch earlier on in the piece, right? You need as
shot
many T
injured.
rounds as you can get, and you're not going to get a whole lot. So if you're winning them out in clutch varieties, especially the pistol as well, helps out the campaign. You're seeing the difference right now from Falcons. Yet to post anything. We're talking 5 on the trot right now for EF, showing strength on their CT side.
Nico looks like he was flirting with some aggression, but here comes a potential head-to-head. The flash is good, and the bullet in the head. dead. 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙧 dead. Space taken. Is this where Falcon's first T round is delivered? Off the back of a charge from Nico. Good awareness from 𝙂𝙀𝙼𝙖𝙧, but there is bodies now and space being taken. Look at 𝘋𝙀🙗. Charges forward. Magisk is holding on the Magic peak. 𝙂𝙀𝙼𝙧 down as well. Magisk 2. 𝙬𝙬 with a response. And the round falls into place. It's Falcon's round unless 𝙑𝙬𝙗 can get everything. And he's been robbed right there. Could be good. Oh, wow. 𝙬𝙬 just finds cover. Repositions as well. The setup is potent. 𝘋𝙀🙗 is going to be clearable. Trade available. 𝙬𝙬 has it on lock. So likely just going to try and retain his AWP.
Yeah, and Finance is already looking a little bit wobbly for EF. Not a whole lot of residual for the likes of Maja, 𝙂𝙀𝙧, and 𝙬𝙬. 𝙬𝙗 should be able to drop one. 𝙑𝙬𝙗 likely the same, so they can still piece this together, sure.
I'm curious, for 𝙬𝙗's being so close to main and that flash blinding him, do you have to throw a very specific flash for someone so close? Like, is it...
Well, this is the pretty standard one that you see them throwing, right? Because you're clearing the E-box line as well as the Olaf, and it's a catch-all flash for players up close, essentially.
Okay, because it was so well timed, I wasn't certain.
But the key of this is that extinguished smoke that they've been throwing consistently in main, that the Ts have been dropping, that we saw 𝙬𝙬 playing before with the AWP. This is the first time they've actually used it to initiate the fight out middle. So what they're doing is they're negating that aggressive CT and sentry with the self-extinguish. This time they've played off the top of that tempo. Really important kills from Magisk here. Beautiful work on the Galil. Oh, and the nade just...
Had it actually had a little bit more height,
yeah,
it probably would have done.
There's that smoke again. Every time. So it's liberating Nico to go for these fights.
And there's the flashes thrown out by TeSeS. Ooh, they are blind for a moment, and he does slip out, but look at the damage already inflicted. Barrel bait.
Bad miss.
Locks up for it. Takes down 𝙬𝙬. Nico swings through. Nice headshot. Tempted by the AWP, given his low HP, but thinks twice about it. 𝙬𝙗, however... What? Didn't even pull the trigger. 𝘋𝙀🙗 faster on the reaction. 2v2 though, and it's looking good now for EF. Maja claws an important kill out of the round, and Magisk stretching his legs on the other side of the map.
This is so tough. How are you even meant to get into this?
They're already considering it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I suppose the fact that all of the options are currently open that you need to be concerned about for EF, it could be timing in Magisk's favor. We can see the bomb down towards E-box. They know exactly that.
Oh, clean. He
now
is
to 1v1 and Magisk low.
But Maja has the AWP. Doesn't matter if he can hit this first shot. Oh, he baits it. And now Magisk. Oh! Down to Maja. He may only have 7 kills, but high impact in a lot of those.
Damn, Maja, important one to win right there. A knife's edge. Very low on HP. And you can see Falcons turning it into a brawl. They use that smoke again. They get the space. They're able to aim map their way out. EF lost track of all of the territory that the Ts had.
That's
just
a great
going
kill.
down everywhere. Yeah, 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙧 with the double. Flash was a little bit deep. Fortunately, Maja makes up for it.
Yeah, you could feel it. You could see him just almost expecting himself to win a 1v2.
Still able to break EF. And happening this late within the half is huge. And Faber's aware of that. That's why he's taking this timeout. They know that only one player survived. They have that AWP. They're talking about what type of setup they're going to go for the CT side just to make sure that they can hold on to this. I understand, looking at the round timeline on our screens right now, Falcons only 1 round. But there's no residual money for the likes of EF. So if they lose this, Falcons can break through. You wipe the board. You go up against... well, what is going to be a very tough buy situation. We're talking only 1,400, so it's going to be force. So this one could essentially be worth 3.
Yeah, round 20.
Exactly.
Okay, okay. Well, that's the status quo. Made clear. This round determines an awful lot. 𝙬𝙬, Molotov flash, it all lands at his feet. 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙧's hearing a lot of steps. Magisk and 𝘋𝙀🙗 making... no secret of their occupation of the brown halls, and 𝙂𝙀𝙧 starts to investigate. Partners up with 𝙬𝙗, a power position for 𝙬𝙗. He's good at these fights. Held by 𝘋𝙀🙗 at range, just now catching a timing. Looks like he's going to edge forwards. And 𝘋𝙀🙗, the timing. Oh, he favors him. 𝘋𝙀🙗 brings down 𝙬𝙗. Sure, the 𝙂𝙀𝙧 trade is there. 50 damage dealt.
He's got an extra smoke on the body of 𝙬𝙗, so he can drop one out. 𝙬𝙗 now searching. This is risky.
Especially with someone already pushed up.
Kind of any support. So needs to drop back and play for his life, does 𝙬𝙗. Magisk clearing out Ivy. 𝙑𝙬𝙗 might start floating over connector. It's all going to come down to the timing. 50 seconds. See, 𝙂𝙀𝙧's got that smoke picked up from his teammate, drops another and starts to backpedal as well. That's almost channeling them towards B.
It certainly is, and 𝙑𝙀𝙧 is going to have to move. Smoke lands at his door, peeks through, good shot, ouch! That hurts. Dexter gets an immediate trade, he needed that. And now the bomb's getting across, a messy spray. Dexter gets away with murder. 𝙬𝙗𝙗 holding onto his side for a moment longer, and 𝙬𝙗𝙗 in it to win it. Don't forget what's at stake. If he can just bring down Nico, he can save EF from the 1400 bye. Nico hits it, nails it, 10-10 locked up. Of course he does.
Messy on the rotation in, wasn't it? 𝙑𝙧𝙗𝙗 does well to get one. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 spray looks sketchy. It took a while for the comms to get through to 𝙬𝙗𝙗 of where Nico was, because Nico gets a kill during all of this madness. It's a good trade. It's that one right there from Dexter, which is fantastic. Nico gets this, so they know where he is. But the penny drops a little bit late. 𝙬𝙗𝙗 plays for the fight, not the bomb. And they're real tough spot. Would have likely spoken about what the finances were going to be if they did lose that one. And now they're left with no other choice but to force. Not a whole lot you can buy with the loss bonus where it's at. 𝙑𝙧𝙗𝙗 able to get into a scope rifle, sure, but the weaker of the two. Everybody else is going to be operating with just the pistols. That means 𝘂𝙀𝙗 is going to be nothing. So right now, all the advantages are for Falcons.
What really fills me with confidence is 𝘋𝑠𝑡𝑠 and Magisk's spy.
Yeah, and this is, they're either just going to go super fast, and fortunately for them, there's only one helmet in the server on the other side. That's on 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗. So the fact that they can just shred through his Kevlar opponents is going to be massive.
Oh, he actually pivoted. We'll go for just the one. Mac-10 to forge a path. Sandwich smoke and pressure out main. They know they haven't got the nades to stop him, so Nico will start to investigate. That's a boost. It does connect. A scout brings Nico down, and that might humble him. Let someone else play first. 𝑇eSeS starts to step up to the plate, starts to maneuver outwards. A hard clear hit onto 𝙬𝙗𝙗 on the red tray. And 𝙑𝙬𝙗𝙗, another tag. He's making it a little bit more realistic. Dexter, however, has a better version, and one bullet is all he needs. Oh, 𝑍𝑠 5-7 around the smoke. Magisk is housekeeping that.
And you have nothing next round.
Do you
That's what I
save?
said, it's worth 3.
Yeah.
Right? So the 1400, you go into the force. Next round, you have to take the eco. Then you're playing for overtime. So right now, if they can steal away a gun, that'd be huge.
Yeah, it looks like that's the play Mag is trying to make. Dexter last seen. Towards main. Trying to contain him here. Oh, the flanker is going to be flanked.
Could get more than that.
Oh. Yeah, 𝘋𝑠𝑡𝑠, this is perfect. Mag are alerted to his presence. We'll have to be concerned about a lot of angles here. Oh, Nico and Dexter were available. Can't believe Dexter hits that. Quick scope.
Well, you know where the other two are. Now you just don't need to give anything over. Sure, 5-7s, but if that's really all they have to offer on a map like Train, where does that work? If you can get close pop, yeah. If you can push B or Ivy, otherwise they should be able to keep you at arm's length.
Yeah, credit to be given to 𝙑𝙧𝙗𝙗's attempts with the scout. Did give them something to work with, but handled graciously by Falcons.
Very tough spot for EF now. Map choice might be working against them.
How crazy. It was looking so like such a comfortable CT side, but the finances come and bite them in the backside. An important round win, a 1v1 in the end. Nico has given them a chance for 12 on a silver platter as a product of that clutch.
You can see what I mean by it being worth 3.
Yep, oh definitely, Chad. It's manifesting before our very eyes.
It's just such a tough spot getting your finances broke late on the CT side. So if you are going to accrue a lot of rounds, you need to be keeping as many players alive as possible to have these residual buys, and EF have just been unable to do that. Great flash, good space take. Which is denying information and space to Eternal Fire. These Falcons are spreading out across the map. Happy to give up that main control. They took brown walls. 𝙤𝙠's going Ivy solo. So there are some opportunities to get picked apart, but it should be fine. Based off what we can see. This is the only real issue. Dexter coming back over towards main on his own with the bomb. 𝘋𝑠𝑡𝑠's not finding a lot until he is. Peppering of the USP, push out high ramp, so information on at least 2 players. If Dexter goes through main on his own, he can lose the bomb.
He's certainly vulnerable. Oh, Magisk just gets shot in the side of the head. Is this really happening? Oh, 𝙤𝙠s, you're going to have to do a lot more than that. Nico and Dexter. Okay, great awareness from the 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗. Shouldn't have to be the 𝙁𝙗 up against these pistols. It's a 2v2, Chad. 𝙁𝙗 has the bomb on his back. 𝙂𝙀 reveals his position, throws out the smoke pop. Will limit 𝙬𝙗𝙗. Oh my God, look at 𝙂𝙀's HP. The USP puts him low. 𝙬𝙗𝙗 can clutch up, but 𝙁𝙗, he is doing everything in his power to save Falcons. It's the 𝙁𝙗 with a triple kill to save them from red faces.
And we'll just bring you back to the desk conversation before getting this one underway. They have played at, well, now 3 consecutive events. Bounty, no maps for Falcons. Katowice, no maps for Falcons. Right now, in Cluj, they could be getting there first against EF. And then we're going into their map choice, 𝙍2, their home turf, their new pick. We haven't seen that between these two teams throughout this year yet. Falcons could be setting themselves up for a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I mean, already. Impressing, that is impressing. 𝙁𝙗𝙗 just taps double dink through the smoke to the face of 𝙂𝙀.
Laser beamed him.
That's a fantastic opening. Looks like 𝙬𝙬 is going to ask questions of 𝙂𝙀𝙗 as ebox hold. Great flash from 𝙬𝙗. Sets up his pop players, so that's an equalizer.
Well, they need it as well, right? Because they took so many casualties in that last round. Loss bonus is working against them because they started to win so many. So now for Falcons, their residual cash is what we're talking about. It's what we're looking for.
A lot of pressure onto the young gun's shoulders for this hold on B.
Rotation of Wox, it can be close by. Here it comes. 𝙍𝙗 pushing, gives so much information.
Even has an incendiary available. That could prove very useful.
Or might search out high ramp contact.
That's exactly what he's looking for. Getting out of the way would be useful, though. And there's 𝙬𝙗, there's 𝙬𝙗! Double spray, 𝙬𝙗 low. He could find the triple. Walking up on him, Thomas side. 𝙬𝙗 another victim of 𝙬𝙗 and his M4A4 destructive hold. The anchor delivers, masks the drop. Does 𝙬𝙗 prepared for this? It's quick, it's brutal, it's 𝙁𝙗. Can he really deliver the 1 versus 2? With such low HP, it's 𝙍𝙗 up against him, bomb in an awkward spot to be retrieved. And is he going to go for the round-the-world maneuver? 𝙍𝙗 walks on down. 𝙁𝙗 trying to get on out, but if he jumps on up, the timing is crazy! Oh, what? Pivot spots him! 𝙍𝙗's now aware, and he's down! 𝙁𝙗 shut down, another impact round! It's 𝙍𝙗 with 9 kills, but how many of them have translated into an EF round win?
At least 2 of them this half, right, in 1v1 situations. Had that one against 𝙍𝙗, had the AWP over towards main, this time on the flank. He couldn't help 𝙬𝙗. Class work from 𝙬𝙗 anchoring there. He did massive.
Beautiful.
Staying alive, multiple kills. The support network was drawing eyes. He needs to make good on that.
Oh, you know, I started to believe when I saw him go Z. Why did he second guess himself?
I don't know. Look, stage game, anything's possible. You know, if he starts hearing the crowd getting excited about the situation, he's not understanding what that info means.
Okay, hang on, wait, yeah, you're right. I was like, you're not a mind reader, but you kind of just did. Yeah, that's probably exactly what happened.
But right now, as touched upon, the finance is an issue for Falcons as we've made it to round number 24.
This game, this head-to-head, I think it does deserve overtime. And 𝙬𝙗 passing his test with flying colors.
Yeah, beautiful work from him. Still tough for the EF buy with only 1 player staying alive in this situation as well. Nice shot, important shot from 𝙍𝙗 in the end. 𝙬𝙗 getting fired up, bringing some energy. So both teams with battered buys for round number 24.
Yeah, I certainly fancy the chances of EF. And AK on 𝙬𝙗 is a valuable asset. He can win the round on his own. With that weapon in his hands.
Yeah, big map for both 𝙬𝙗 and 𝙂𝙀. 24 for 𝙬𝙗, 23 for 𝙂𝙀.
It's just a clash of titans, isn't it? Just 2 Goliaths swinging at each other.
Now a bit of a difference in the AWP department. 𝙁𝙗 has one, but 𝙁𝙗𝑖𝑐 doesn't. Already seen him get some scout tag, sure. Can see this conservative from 𝙬𝙗 just with the smoke on the jiggle, looking for any info. And there's some. 𝙁𝙗, massive shot, they're going in.
He's opened it up. He's cracked open the site. 𝙁𝙗 poised to collect. He waits for the smoke. 𝙬𝙗 makes us path through. Great nade. And there's more where that came from. There's actually going to be a smoke to limit the swing.
𝙂𝙀's hearing all this.
Yeah, okay, he's relaying that information. He's just got the Desert Eagle, but he's playing up close. He's playing to win this and close this in regulation. Another impact frag. 𝙂𝙀 plucked from the pack. 𝙂𝙀 slips into Z behind enemy lines, and 𝙬𝙗 now noted on oil.
2v5, there's no way.
Is this how train ends? Falcons on EF's pick on the quarterfinal stage. 𝙂𝙀's Deagle seals the deal. 𝙬𝙗's left alone with a clock against him. Falcons prevail on the first map. Their opponent's pick train in the bag. A golden opportunity in front of them now. 𝙍𝙗, their pick, a chance at the semis.
said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Eternal Fire's flame still burning bright after an incredibly strong start to the year.
Now another is for delivered with 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗.
They continue to level up and show up since adding 𝙬𝙗𝙗, and here they want to prove to the world that a Turkish team can do more than just reach the grand final.
𝙁𝙗𝙗 audible drop. Macca's considering his options, and it's 𝙁𝙗𝙗 that secures it. Eternal Fire, perpetual playoffs.
Welcome back. This tournament is rapidly becoming the road to redemption for multiple teams. The latest being Falcons, able to triumph on Eternal Fire's map pick. Crazy stuff. And honestly now, with Dust 2 around the corner, Falcons looking like they've got 1 foot in the semi-final. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. But what did you make of that game and kind of how they're able to overcome an opponent that they've lost to repeatedly?
This seems like a weird pick from Eternal Fire from the start, I'll say. I mean, it's one of those wild card maps where not anyone has a lot of reps on train, if we're being perfectly honest. And so I think going into it, you're kind of blind as to what Falcons is going to be capable of or not. You're sure you beat him at Katowice on this map in a one-sided fashion, but that's a pretty small sample size. And when you look at this game, I really just feel like it was the NiKo show. I mean, the guy was everywhere on the CT side in the first half. You know, he's normally an outer player, but he had a lot of rounds where he would stack inner, upper side and just, you know, catch people off guard. Just had so much impact. And when you switch sides, he was also just a driving force of all their entries to get those key T rounds to close the game.
I feel like the flaw in Eternal Fire's game plan here on the T side mostly revolved around the fact that they were trying to play perfect trained T sides, perfect offenses, but we see what Falcons did on their offense, and they're just like, NiKo, go kill. Just they're throwing the necessary smokes to take outside yard space, then they're just flooding everybody behind him off of his entry point, and that's really all it really took to bust open these bomb sites. We saw repeated calls from Falcons where they just wanted to do the same thing, and then the execution in the late round is just a smidgen better.
Yeah, and we definitely saw a good, solid individual performance. But honestly, for me, the surprise here in Cluj has been there have been multiple bright spots within Falcons. It hasn't been that way up until this point, but other players are now starting to add some support to what NiKo was kind of doing, which was carrying in all of those maps, very often putting up big numbers and still losing. And now he's getting some help from his colleagues.
And that comes from people like Dexter, people who, I mean, I think a lot of the jury was definitely out on Dexter for quite some time in CS2, whether or not he was actually going to pick up the form that he showed in CSGO, that star potential, but that's exactly what they got here. Yeah, we got the NiKo show, but we definitely saw Dexter holding some really important lines, holding flanks at times. And the thing is that he's throwing a lot of the utility to set up his teammates, so to still have this sort of impact on top of the fact that I'm sure he had a dozen flash assists nearly as well, that kind of stuff just is so important for a team that's trying to put this kind of structure
What's
together.
absolutely crazy, just as well, about this performance is I can think off the top of my head of 3 really bad whiffs he had as well. It was like, yeah, he was able to post up this just monster performance.
Yeah, I mean, just look at some of these frags he's getting towards that ramp into the inner bomb side. I mean, that's massive, and this is ability to rotate on the defensive side with the op. And I mean, look, I think people forget that Dexter had a long period of time off from this game. I mean, he basically didn't play Counter-Strike for a year. And then even when he tried to come back, there was obvious visa issues through a lot of heroics, first half of 2024. And so he really didn't get to settle in until probably the last 4 to 6 months of 2024 with that team. And he eventually got himself up to a really high level, and he's now transitioning that over into this year as well. And again, I think he thrives in situations where he doesn't have to think a lot. When he's able just to kind of get some support, take a line, and hit the shot. He's very good at hitting the shots. And so if you can get him in a early round situation with support, or just let him play post plan or something like that, he can be very successful.
I think, just as well, to your point, I think he's at his best when he's in flow states. Like when he's not, overloaded with things coming at him from different directions. There was multiple moments there where he got several kills in a row, and it was like, look, there's one optimal option here. You have to play it, and you have to hit the shot. When he's doing that, he looks really good.
He's got fast firing speed. He's a very flashy opper. I mean, yeah, you're not going to put him in the same conversation as some of the best oppers in the world, but I think if you can continue to have performances like this on this Falcon squad, he is eventually going to put himself in the conversation as far as just raw opping.
Yeah, sure.
He's trying to enter the conversation for the top oppers in the world still. I'm not really saying that this one performance is going to vault him into the top 5 or anything like that, but it's obviously a boon to Falcons that they can rely on their op presence. In the past, I mean, 𝙬𝙀 wasn't really even that bad for them, but I would say today, between both of those players, it's just a hair where Dexter's ahead.
Yeah, that's fair. Meanwhile, over on Eternal Fire, a couple of players didn't really get going in this one, and definitely in a match this close, it's very similar to some of the other games we've seen today, where one player just being able to find, even like one extra kill in one extra round, it could have been a reverse scoreline.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think that a lot of the reason why this game was even close is because Eternal Fire won both pistols and had good starts to both halves. I mean, they got 3 of their 4 T rounds in the first half just in those first, 5 rounds played. So it really did come down to just having hot starts to stay competitive. And, there were a couple of bright spots you can look at and be happy about. 𝙬𝙗, I thought, did a pretty good job anchoring the interbomb site, a lot of the time. They were able to put together, a pretty decent defense in those situations. But at the end of the day, Falcons just, again, played simpler Counter-Strike, forced their way into Outer, let Nico lead the way, and then he had great follow-up kills from 𝙬𝙗 and other players on the team. And speaking of 𝙬𝙗, people forgot about this guy. I feel like because Falcons had such a horrible last year, people forgot that 𝙬𝙗 is still a pretty capable player. Definitely, I thought when the whole move came in and he came in for Sjuush, I thought that was actually a pretty damn good move. And I think a lot of people kind of slept on that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think with 𝙬𝙗, obviously he's got that tenure and that experience. It's just been, Falcons has just been a weird project, man, like from start to finish. It's like very hard to gauge where all the individual players are at, because when you start looking at like performances, it's like, oh, okay, but those stats are from this lineup, and then there was a weird period where he was secondary calling, and that was when they took 𝙬𝙀 out, and this is with a new core, and all of a sudden there's like just a million caveats. The team just hasn't had consistency, and that has obviously led to it impacting on multiple players in this lineup.
It's been a clashing of philosophies in the past. When it was Snappy and Zonic, sure, they're both from Denmark, but that has nothing to do with actually the fact that Snappy wanted to do faster, poppier plays, whereas, the success that Zonic's experienced in his career was playing perfect Counter-Strike. So this is a lineup that I wouldn't say is trying to play perfect Counter-Strike, but I feel like the Zonic conversation too, along with 𝙬𝙗, is just that they're acclimating. They're recognizing that we can't just play perfect CS. We don't have the most synergistic, highest chemistry team on the planet anymore. We need to actually abuse the fact that we have explosive players that don't want too many decisions to be in front of them all of the time, and that's why that simplistic T side worked out so much better than 𝙬𝙗, who was trying to call this perfectly constructed round. But then look at what happens on a map like Train. When you actually try to call a perfect round, you get pushed in Pop Dog, they swing you on Ivy, they take away your extremities, and really the bulk of the attack from Falcons that entire T-side half was just come out T-Con, come out T-Con, come out T-Con, and that's all it really needs to be in this game sometimes.
Well, and it certainly helps if you've got someone that can just do what Nico does, which, I mean, look, I think obviously he hit the ground running as you would have expected.
I mean, they have a guy that can do what Nico does, Rich. They have Xantares, but the game plan was just too, it actually kind of hindered the players instead of behooving them.
No, that's fair. That is a good point. point, and obviously, look, without you being reductive, I think there is an element of truth to Nico go kill. You know, you could see how Falcons were playing around what Nico was able to do, reacting to it, taking up the space that Nico was able to get. And obviously, that's kind of what G2 had been trying to do before it, with maybe arguably better players, but now you can't even necessarily guarantee that.
It's just his intuition as a player, right? I mean, you saw on the CT side the amount of different looks he was taking, different locations he was playing from. He just seemed to have such a good read of the lay of the land. And then, yeah, I mean, the thing is, when we see teams be successful on T-side train, it's about keeping things simple. You know, it's about controlling that top side of outer. If you can get to that top side of red train, you know, with Ivy smoked off and Icon smoked off, then you just, you know, get that initial space and you just start pressing the site together. I mean, that's eventually what got them the rounds that they needed to finish off the game. Nico was leading it, and then again, you got good trades from Pop. And I actually think one of the downfalls of Eternal Fire that I don't like about this T side is the fact that they don't put Xantares in winning positions. You know, a lot of time he's doubling up inner halls on T side with Joda, and that's just not really an effective place for him to be, in my opinion. He should be like Nico and more in team main and just leading outer hits and letting him cut loose in entry.
Look at the heat map there as well. Like, Nico just went where he wanted.
Exactly.
You know, we've talked about it on Nuke. We say he goes where he wants, he does what he wants. He's doing that on Train there as well. It was just kills all over the map, and each one, there he is. We're talking about you, brother. He knows, right? But he just, when he has that game and he's just getting kills all over the map, it just makes it so much easier to execute whatever game plan you need to do. We turn our attention now to 𝙍𝑇.
Sure.
We were having a little bit of an argument in the green room, a friendly one, about which team is the best on 𝙍𝑇. You, Dust, you think Falcons have got this all day on this map. Explain to me why.
Well, I mean, for one, they just, to me, have done well on it enough as far as the resume goes. They have a 4-1 record. They've beaten some good teams to do it. I think they had an easier transition than Eternal Fire did on this map because essentially Nico and May just plugged in 1-for-1 for the former members of this team, 𝙬𝙗 and 𝙬𝙗, as far as positions and roles that they play on the team. So they didn't really have to go through a lot as far as just getting the basics down and fundamentals. I mean, no one's reinventing the wheel on 𝙍𝑇, but I think it does help whenever you're bringing in new players that you're able to just kind of plug them into, you know, old spots and not have to worry about moving too many personnel around. Meanwhile, you look defensively on this CT side for Eternal Fire, they've already gone through a lot of changes. You know, they initially started off Joda as an A anchor. Now all of a sudden he's a B anchor because their 𝙍𝑇 results haven't really been that promising, and so they're trying to make adjustments to figure out exactly how to get the most out of this lineup. And so far, the resume hasn't been that great. I'll give them credit. Most of their losses are to elite teams, but they just haven't gotten any big wins that get me, you know, really kind of confident in them.
I'm just going to say the pressure's on Eternal Fire in a way that they haven't necessarily experienced before. At the Blast Bounty, they went to the grand finals. They took down a lot of the top teams in the world, but now people are catching up. That's what's scary if you're in Eternal Fire's shoes at this point. You're seeing the rest of the competition who have better players than you start to catch up to you tactically. In fact, they're outplaying you, they're out game planning you, and that's why this lineup, they might have had their best result at the start of the year. They need to show us here on 𝙍𝑇 that they have a little bit more left in the tank, because at this point, this is where you decide if you're Eternal Fire in the season. Are you getting lapped by the teams that have better players than you in the server because your tactics were only going to give you that little boost at the beginning, or are you going to be able to speak back tactically? Because Xantares was in the server on map number 1. Some of the other players were able to chime in individually, but now you're getting beaten comprehensively. That little boost you had, it is slipping away through your fingers.
I think the win condition for Eternal Fire to push to a third map is twofold. For one, you have to be able to contain the split pressure that Nico and 𝙍𝑇 can create on this map. You know, 𝙍𝑇 being a B tunnels guy who's not just some lurker. He's going to be poking and prodding you and pressuring you. How do you handle that? How do you contain Nico, who's just, you know, just like we saw on Train, he's going to have free reign to attack middle, attack cat, whatever he wants and feels like. And then meanwhile, on the flip side, once Eternal Fire goes in attack, use what you're strong at. They have great long A take protocols. They have really good utility for just straight up B pops. Like, play to your strengths, play those set pieces, play off your spawns, and just try to get out there. Don't make things too complicated. Don't get bogged down in the mid round. You know, go for what their strengths are, and I think that's what's going to help them out here.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think this one's over. I mean, for me personally, where the argument aspect came into, I think Eternal Fire on 𝙍𝑇, I think it's a terrifying prospect for anyone to play. In fact, if you were to say to me, Rich, like, you know, you want to watch a 𝙍𝑇 game right now, pick 2 teams, I'd say Spirit and Eternal Fire would be the 2 teams I'd like to see go out. I think that matchup on this map would be absolutely straight fire. And I think, look, yes, we've got Nico in a flow state. We've got 𝙍𝑇 popping off. There's definitely firepower over at Falcons right now, but I do think Eternal Fire can play this map as well as anyone in World Counter-Strike.
I'm really scared for them, Richard. Falcons have been leveling up on this map. They look like they're already in this series. They have familiarity with Eternal Fire. They've already righted the script from losing 4 maps in a row to Eternal Fire across the Bounty, across Katowice. They've now tasted blood against EF, and I feel like they're going to be able to close it out here on a map that they have outlined and showed us that they can beat some of the best teams in the world on.
I absolutely agree with you, and I think individually we just need to see the stars from Eternal Fire step up, and we praised them before this series started, how consistent 𝙬𝙬 has been as an entry fragger, how 𝙬𝙬 hit the ground running on this team, how 𝙂𝙀𝘼𝙍 has found new promise on this, but we need to see them actually bring it to the table on a map where elimination is on the line. You've beaten this team a couple times before, you know what you're capable of, but now this is where all the pressure comes to a head.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. I just do think that, look, you have to put that, the train Hail Mary aside, you have to put that down, forget about that. Just choose a much more comfortable environment. It could just be something as simple as a veto snafu.
The one thing that I would say for people to pay attention to in this game is just that the way Madger likes to game plan in general is he targets one specific part of the map as he outlines it to be just the weakest player on the opposing team. That could be Quicksand, that could be Magist, depending on form during the day. And I want to just see, can he change that? Because sometimes they dig themselves in a hole trying the same play over and over and over again. Because I agree with you. They have their B-pops, they have their long protocols, but usually they just center on one for the first 3-4 gun rounds repeatedly until they just realize, is this working? Is it not working? Is 𝙬𝙬𝙗 killing people with double entries? Yeah. And if he's not, then it's just that they're so deep in the hole at this point that I feel like they don't always make the mid-half adjustment they need to.
I mean, that's a fair point to make. I mean, it's one of those things where, yes, you could have the best playbook in the world, but it's about making sure you make the right calls at the right time and handling those mid-round situations. And I think that, again, it's going to be a lot about when, you know, the Falcons start off on T-side on this map. Are you able to contain the pressure that they bring to the table? Are you able to contain Dexter going for his opening picks with the op? Are you going to be able to contain Nico, who can just bring so much pressure and he just plays with intuition and can kind of sneak up on you at any given point in time? His timings are just so impeccable. It's hard to really kind of prepare against that because you don't really know where he's going to be and when. You just always know that he's going to be a threat on the map somewhere. And yeah, I mean, I think it is about diversity. You know, it's one of those things where use your full playbook. You know, don't get bogged down in the mid-round. Go ahead and go for those spawn-based plays that you feel confident in. And I think the biggest thing that I'm going to be looking at in this game is this new B defense that they're trying out.
Is it going to be a
𝙬𝙬
2-0 like
the transition to a B anchor? That's a
series
tough spot, so we have to see if he's going to be able to handle it.
We're going to see if they are able to handle it.
Now
We're
it's
ready to get into
2-0.
the game. This is Falcons looking to soar
Astral is
into the
2-0.
semi-finals. Take it away, guys.
Is it
Yes,
going to
we'll
be
see if they can
Falcons
score their
2-0?
way into a 2-0. Unthinkable. Eternal Fire always had the edge against Falcons. Maybe not here in Cluj-Napoca. And look where we're headed.
Long rush.
Game plan clear from 𝙬𝙬𝙗. Lines it up. 𝙬𝙬𝙗, the only one that's going to be hearing this smoke land. He is just going to stay tucked. Madger to draw them in. Will they overlook this position? The nade looks good. And in combination, he fires off a warning shot. Now the penny drops, but so do the flashes. 𝙬𝙬𝙗 removing Tessus, but Dexter, he's comfortable for the equalizer. Running over 𝙬𝙗𝙗, taps ahead of Nico. It's Dexter again. Is he really going to keep up the form from Train?
Safe plan, not for long.
Mantles up. And excuse me! Gets it on, gets it across the line. Can 𝙬𝙬𝙗 come up clutch? They partner up. Need some clean clicks. They're going to double swing. Oh my God! It's 𝙬𝙬𝙗, baby! Triple kill on the pistol.
Clean.
Limited the options there in the post plant, going for the safe one behind the single box, but no issues if your in-game lead is clutching up like that. And that'll be their first pistol in the series so far, so important stuff from 𝙬𝙬𝙗.
Talking about his form on Train, just want to reiterate, Dexter plus 14, Nico plus 9. It's definitely an overperformance by his typical standard. If he can keep this up, this is a golden opportunity for Falcons.
Take a look, double scouts are out.
Okay.
It's a nice little tag early. Nico's going to go test the waters of long.
He's coming into Madger. It's just Madger here. He has to concede it. MP9, knife out, retreats, concedes long. 𝙬𝙗𝙗, he is probing middle.
Yeah, he was in no man's land for a moment, trying to catch them between either taking top cat or tunnels. And Tessus is giving up all of this space. 𝙬𝙗𝙗's actually smoked behind him. So it's going to make it seem like they aren't playing in upper tunnels. You do have the full long control, so rotation starting to head over.
What on earth?
Yeah, and like I said, the smoke behind you, you're probably not expecting the push. So Tessus with a big bit of information. Nico with an entry. Now they're going to head on in.
Yeah, really interesting smoke. They're going to throw one on site as well as the cross smoke. And now just spamming away. 𝙬𝙗𝙗's FAMAS is good for one. It's it's 𝙂𝙀𝙗. It's always 𝙂𝙀𝙗. Maybe even another one as he spams away, not far off. 𝑇eSys, did he just catch him? He saw 𝙬𝙗.
They just had another little joust, this time top mid.
Okay.
Cat and mouse game between the two of them, but round should be done.
I just want to see if 𝙬𝙗, does eventually go down. 𝑇eSys, he owned that one.
Got the better of him in the end. Now just has to find Madja and, doesn't have to go too far for this kill.
A window of opportunity.
Well, Madja is going to get to stay alive with the MP9. That's 2-0 out the gates for Falcons, looking for a hot start.
Windows sound
Played this map
background.
7 times this year, going into the 8. They lost it once. That was to Mouse.
They lost it once?
Yeah, and that was the other day where 𝙬𝙬 was getting exploited over towards Long. Only got 4 kills within that map. Oh, but there he is again. So good stuff from 𝙬𝙬. He's already managed to hit that goal. 4-0.
Are there going to be 2 upsets today?
I've chosen to
First
start on the
one
defense.
was
Dust highlighting the fact that we have seen their positions change. This isn't a map that's been working too well for EF. Also pointed out it's against elite level teams. They're losing it. But I feel you need to be able to mix in levels of aggression on this CT side. You can't just allow teams to go through their default procedures.
3-0
If
is
you
most
read
likely.
the scenarios wrong and you're getting hammered by mid to Bs, you're going to be in a lot of strife. Defensive molly lands mid doors and 8 as well. And for Falcons in a round like this, keep as many players alive as you can. That just liberated by the assistance of Dexter and 𝙬𝙬. 𝙬𝙬 with the dual Berettas. He's going to play first. Players across. Madja tracks for the first, the second tag
Nice
too.
shot.
Oh my God! Madja starts it once it comes to join him. Incredible poise on the dig, and you can see 𝙂𝙀𝙗 resides himself to a very uncomfortable round ahead.
They misunderstood the situation. I think Madja must have calmed that nobody crossed, but that wasn't the case.
Okay, well, a misjudgment could very well lead to an Eternal Fire eco win. You've lost the bomb. What's your play here?
You definitely don't want to go through the long doors. Think about all the corridors you're going to have to worry about clearing. A blue bin boost, the hard left, pit, corner. They need to get in towards the site, then be able to take some long-range duels. Now, fortunately for these two, they have a lot of time to work with.
It's also their 2 best players, 𝙤𝙑 and 𝙂𝙀𝙗, on the rifles, partner up to try and rectify a nasty, unforced error. Madja with some great shots, make no mistake.
Well, if 𝙂𝙀𝙗 knew, he definitely
Which can
stuck
win in this
alongside of
situation
𝙤𝙑 to
is
take these
this.
fights.
It's this duo right here.
30 seconds. Need
What
to
are they
start
supposed
taking
to
some
do?
duels, yeah. Unless
to
they're
be
just
clean.
saving, but they should give it a look at least. See if you can find anything.
Oh, golden opportunity.
Nah.
And 𝙤𝙑 is the one worse. But wow, what a round this is from Eternal Fire.
Sam, okay, we're about to lose absolutely everything, aren't you? Just 𝙤𝙑
We are
looking to
back,
hold on
we
to
are
this
back.
AK. He announced his presence. Joda's waltzing over to try and remove this, and this is a huge boon for EF. Couple of AKs, and there you have it. All 5 staying alive, and Madja, the man on your screen, finding impact on Train.
I just love that, like, what's it, like a 2-second pause where he's like tracking.
Yeah, well, that was damn
Engages.
risky, wasn't it? And he's trying to bring some energy. This is one of the issues. You take a look at this team. They played in Katowice on the stage. They took on the Mongols, and I think Mongols were fortunate. They were both fortunate that that was the matchup we saw.
Yeah.
Because it's 2 teams who are extremely
That was
inexperienced.
a
We saw
ding
earlier
through
today,
the
Mongols
wall.
dropping to that of 𝙬𝙗𝙗, and coming
Second
in was
shot.
potentially the choke
Second
for
bigger
EF. But
shot.
because they lost, I think they probably learnt a lot from that 4-8.
Wall bang.
But they need to find this energy, this conversation, oh, we're homesick. Well, you haven't been to the top of Counter-Strike for long. You're in an event that is extremely winnable. You come in as one of the top 3 alongside of FaZe and Mongols. Mongols eliminated. And you want to put your best foot forward. This is what you've always wanted to do. This is what you've been playing Counter-Strike your entire careers for, to be playing in arenas in front of fans to try and win the lion's share of 1.25 million.
True.
You definitely need to make sure that you're not worried about the distractions.
Something we heard from Madja in an interview was just saying he has to remind himself that his opponent is feeling the same way. You know, this is his way of kind of digesting it.
I think in this scenario, right, I understand for Falcons, this is their first time as this 5 on the stage.
Yeah.
But this 5 have all played a lot of stage matches. You got
That's
Madja's
true.
4-time major winner,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗's been in a whole bunch of majors, finals. He's been doing this for the better part of 10 years. Dexter seems to do some of his better work when the spotlight is on him within those big matches.
Meanwhile, you've got 𝙬𝙗𝙗, who's just hungry for more.
Exactly, and we saw that in some of their games. Think about that nuke match against 3D Max.
Meant to be.
Yeah.
Right, it was him and 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗, the two who didn't look dejected. Every time the camera was on the likes of 𝙬𝙗𝙗, he was looking fed up. Madja wasn't looking as inspired as he traditionally does. It was those
No
two
one
who
going
clawed them
mad.
through to this point.
And
28 seconds.
Those two, Chad, are the ones defending this bomb site right now.
This can go
Timing
wrong.
is awful for 𝙬𝙗. 𝙂𝙀𝘼𝙍 one and done. 𝙍𝙗 puts him in the dirt. 𝙬𝙗, can you deliver? Oh, yes, he can. Double kill, but Nico, he keeps us interested, keeps the conversation alive. It's 𝙑𝙧 and Nico. You want to talk about pedigree? You want to talk about experience? When it's those two partnered up for a 2v3 in the post plant.
Very winnable, both with AK-47s. Diffuse kits for this, no smokes, no mollies, just flashes. 𝙑𝙧 is going to set them up, the AWP to send in Madra and 𝙬𝙗.
Oh, he's in transition. He's going to swap them. Double. Oh, can't get anything done. It's only Nico that can save the Falcons for this one. 𝙬𝙗 pre-aim. Nice shooting. And into the AWP. 𝙑𝙧 shuts it down, locks it down with time to spare.
Stressful moment, but 2 on a row now for EF.
Oh, dejected Nico.
Yeah, well, they understand this is their map choice. Don't need to get too far ahead of themselves, do they? So the bomb goes down. They can invest into a couple of digs. They were very stubborn with their buy approach on Train. We saw in the early stages of that CT side, they were buying and buying and buying. I think this time they may as well let it go. But great work from 𝙂𝙀𝘼 and 𝙬𝙗. The two of them combined doing more than they're worth. In that situation, if your B defenders can have a one-man advantage, exactly like we saw, it sets you up for the retake. They've gone for a hero AK, so still something to keep this interesting. Absolute worst case, Nico just dies.
2 AWPs peeking mid. That is a little unusual, right?
Yeah, well, this is one of the flexibilities of having 𝙂𝙀𝘼 over towards the B site with 𝙬𝙗, right? Changing things up. You get Madra to play what is unfortunately becoming the in-game leader spot of Long. Oh, here you go, boss. Just go and sit. And this is equivalent of B on Mirage.
Yeah, well, he did win a crazy round with it already. Justified his position.
But it's important to be able to have heavier hitters over towards B to deal with mid to Bs. And if you can have a secondary AWPer as well, then right, you can play spawn-based with the likes of 𝙑𝙧. How much of a dent can they make? Late Long looking to target Madra.
Yeah, 𝙑𝙧's going to arrive just in time to take that powerful angle with the
Superstar
AWP.
Nico.
Can Nico give us a 𝙑𝙧 peek? Ooh, the bait and switch. It's 𝙑𝙧 that strafes out, takes the bullet for Nico.
You need to take short control of something. You can't just sit in limbo on site, and they're aware of that. 50 seconds.
This is where the AWP should be good, but again, good diligent
nice
flashes from
flashes.
𝙑𝙧. They are closing the gap, an opportunity perhaps to get across with this smoke. Is there something to be done? Yes, there is. It's 𝙬𝙗, but only one. 𝙬𝙗 with the drive-by Glock kill. Hang on, hang on. Nico in now, the bomb on his back.
Double AWP retake, no thank you.
It's not the one. Oh, 𝙬𝙗, he's in the perfect time. Jumping as well, damage onto the plant, and Nico's got a lot to do, but somehow he's hitting shots through the smoke. It's only 𝙂𝙀𝘼. Surely the hard work is done now. He has got an opportunity, though, mantling up the boxes, easily overlooked. Oh, sound, give it away. Double swing imminent. Nico and 𝙑𝙧 to secure it. Oh, so close. It's Nico to win it out. I really love the way they put that round together. Falcons put it off, and 𝙬𝙗 gave it a real good go.
He almost did enough, didn't he? That double kill.
That was close.
Like enough to keep them in contention for it. See this again. So 𝙬𝙗 just pathing across, takes down 𝙬𝙗. Extremely aggressive. Now Nico's AK into the play. Madra removed. Double AWPs.
This one.
Changing away, pulling into the M4, but not able to connect the dots on the second. Nico, the hero of that one.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, well, EF, they bite back in. Still have 1 AWP, 2 M4s, and a heavy look towards B from 𝙬𝙗. He can just be smoked off. 𝙂𝙀𝘼 and 𝙬𝙗.
Oh,
nice
But
find.
they're going to walk in now.
They're not ready. They're not going to anticipate both of them. 𝙂𝙀𝘼 stands and bangs, does remove 𝙑𝙗, and 𝙬𝙗's next victim, or not? Somehow
If Dexter
prevails.
Important from
gets the
𝙬𝙗.
third
Now
one.
they can play out this round. They don't need to continue
he's
with
not
this
going for
commit.
it.
They can reset.
Ooh, but the line is drawn in the sand here.
1 mid, 1 B, 1 A.
Apt on dust.
What is the
Doesn't
call?
have to be dry. Smoke's available to get them up.
Come on, 𝙑𝙧, show us a highlight.
Nico knows all too well what he's up against. You can see he's going to throw out the block smoke.
There you go. At least 𝙑𝙧 will be able to silently rotate over. So if it is going to be a finish through short, the AWPer can play from car. You do have Madra still anchoring down towards long. 𝙑𝙧's actually going to take a little bit more of a forward line. So at least retaining some information. Risky move, but didn't hear too many sound cues as he transitioned. Madra needs at least a kill. 2 would be great. 2 makes this winnable.
We got 2 with the Desert Eagle. Now with the M4. His timing was pretty damn good. 𝙬𝙬, however, just quick to the draw. Is that the round? 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙧 is going to be here.
Playing for it.
He is playing for the round, and ooh, now it gets awkward. They are closing that gap
Spotted,
rapidly.
I think.
𝙂𝙀𝙧 peeking around the flames. The incendiary just set him up for escape for the AWP, and now a second opportunity. Matt just mantles up. It's 𝙂𝙀𝙧 that collects.
That's a massive 2v4.
I love the geeky incendiary. Just throws it. Maybe it was just to try and block ramp, but either way, it gave 𝙂𝙀𝙧 just a little bit more cover to stick around on that fight.
Okay, well, Falcons, after getting the kill on Ḥaģa, you think that's going to be all theirs for the taking, but that's a bit of a fumble. Yeah, we're going to tie things back up 3-3. Important stuff. These are the two veterans of the squad, 𝙂𝙀𝙧 and 𝙬𝙗𝑎𝑟𝑒𝑠, and both of them being able to contribute to keep their team in it. So back and forth we go with these rounds. No one really being able to run away at this point. So they save an AWP. And AK back in the hands of Nico. Going to be some upgrades for the rest. Neither team with the fullest of buys.
Heavy start B once more, and a 3-man long take for EF.
2 deagles.
Nobody poking or prodding out short aggressively, so they will be able to get away with their default. Problem is, no Molotovs to work with on the T side. Can't flush them back from short, so just going to search out mid to B.
Do we get a head-to-head here? Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
It's 𝙬𝙗𝑎𝑟𝑒𝑠 versus Nico, who's aiming sharper. Double out of Tessus. Sorry, double onto Tessus and Nico. It's 𝙬𝙗𝑎𝑟𝑒𝑠, of course, with his 9th. And that should be enough. Dexter, sure, you've got your AWP. It's got nice that 𝘋𝑠ON's managed to recover one of those fallen rifles, but already the odds stacked against them. They are tested 𝙬𝙗𝑎𝑟𝑒𝑠, and you can see they're trying to bait Madger into a nice catch. He's ahead of that smoke long doors. May catch a timing if they start trying to walk out mid to B.
You need to try and set your AWP up right now. If you get out mid to B, he can oversee. He can just post up on window, and then you can scale up.
Just like that. Ooh, but being spotted. If they dare do it again, they wouldn't. They certainly shouldn't. 𝙬𝙗𝙗 actually, ooh, good, great damage inflicted, but they are in trouble. Never mind.
Nice.
𝙬𝙗𝙗 once again anchors down his sight valiantly, and the cherry on top from 𝙂𝙀𝙧.
That was an insane hold.
Decent attempt there from Falcons, considering they lost 2 to 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝑎𝑟𝑒𝑠 to start. Now a smile on the face of 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗. Broken the bank will have to be the eco out of Falcons now. Eternal Fire get an opportunity to extend this lead. Steady work from 𝙬𝙗𝑎𝑟𝑒𝑠.
Oh, lovely second onto Tessus. I have to say, I feel like all of 𝙬𝙗𝙗's frags have come in pairs right now. Like every time he's got the opportunity, it tends to be 2, and you can see this is that very visible frustration on the face of Nico, despite being a map up. Early doors on Dust 2, but I mean, he knows what this means. He knows that this is going to be, what, 5-3?
Yeah, and him being the entry point right there, just looking for that kill. You'd hope he's just frustrated at himself.
Yeah. Very well placed nade, isn't it?
For EF, keep as many alive as you can. Well done from 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗, taking a swing into the open. Dexter down, just a few more to find. So important to establish a bit of a bank on this CT side.
I like how active they're being on, you know, not playing too scared against these, I was going to say pistols, these Glocks.
Wow.
The Desert Eagle.
Technically,
they are a pistol.
They are a pistol.
Yeah, all right.
The P shooter. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 can let them in. You can see 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝑎𝑟�‌�'s biggest issue for him is if he gets a little bit overzealous, if he feels that he wants to peek into a deep line. Oh, there he goes.
Hey.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Here comes 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗. Just needs to try and get his way up to Goose very quick to get this. Never mind. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 will sort him out. Drop that back. 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 will get the AK-47, and we'll see. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 just going to get out the A1S. Now, tactical timeout taken from Falcons. Onyx to get on the microphone. And important to take a look at the spawns for the T side. That's going to educate what type of options are available. Nico and Tessus could go out long. Any ideas?
I did have an idea, but I don't want to say it out loud.
All right, well.
Might just be a cool guy.
Yeah. Sometimes ignorant is bliss.
Yep.
Yeah, well, the timeout has concluded. Are they going to use these spawns? Are we going to get a head-on collision out long, or is it just going to be going through the paces from Falcons? All right, it's going to have to be a scout in lieu of the AWP. This is really tough for Dexter, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, but 𝙁𝙗𝙗 unable to track such a fast-moving target. Early protocol utility, heavy barrage, double nade. That's information perhaps for the exchange of Magisk and Madja. Had to speak that one slowly.
Oh.
Look at
There
that.
could be a flash available here as well.
Oh, and 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 finished off by NiKo. The crosshair placement sublime. Trade necessary. It's Kixon onto 𝙬𝙗𝙗, not for the first time.
But that's an AWP and the A rotating rifler, so you'd want to put pressure on A immediately.
And look at them, they are. Exactly that. Flashes go through, Tessus and Kixon go swinging, and Madja now sleeping.
Well, that came to them. That obviously wasn't the call for Falcons, but the fact that the fights came their way and they hit those shots, this one's done. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 and 𝙍𝙠 are just going to have to save.
I mean, credit where it's due. Once again, that's Dexter impact. It was just a scout tag, but it meant NiKo could just body shot to open up the account.
I did talk about Total Fire needing to throw some aggressions into their CT mix to be able to unravel the default spread, and that's what they tried to do, just couldn't stick the landing on it. And poor Madja, he knows he's under the pump in that situation, has to hit some bangers of shots with the M4 at range against the AKs.
Yeah,
not easy to do.
Not easy at all.
Well, let's see if Dexter can get in something better. Yes, he has. Grades away from the scout.
Kaboom!
1400 loss. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 glass cannon. 𝙍𝙠 can drop. Actually, an AWP was saved, so don't worry about that glass cannon. It's going to be strapped, actually. More than enough for them to contest against the Falcons. So buys come together.
HE to get across, that's a sign of respect.
And it's a sign that they're expecting something B or mid to B heavy. 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 is starting on that side of the map.
He's already out here. NiKo on the warpath. Oh, and he's got the timing. Takes down the long anchor. Already a threat. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 attending to this. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗, panic, flash. Does stop NiKo in his tracks. I think there's a gap. Yeah, you're right.
Poorly thrown.
Okay, they replenish. Flash, anti, good work. The bodies are reacting to this very heavily. They continue to be stubborn about this. NiKo, good awareness. He's not going to be able to handle 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗. That's an important trade back. 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 towards the elevator, peeking into the spam, and oh, 𝙍𝙗, huge catch on the lurk. Now they're going to get boxed in. He's heading long. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 has the cross. It's a hard shot to hit. Very hard shot, but the southpaw sniper backs away. Tagged up. Dexter, bit of an overextension onto 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗. He will be punished for things like that.
Magisk is alive.
𝙍𝙗. Oh, he's ready for Magisk. Sure, you got the bomb down, Kixon, but a clutch.
Oh.
Not happening today. Crosshair in the right place. 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗's important impact, and again, 𝙍𝙗 in pairs.
They didn't need to play that fast because NiKo got that kill for free. There he is, the fan favorite. Falcons overplayed their hand because NiKo got that opener.
Right. Still feel like, even though it's so disconnected from the rest,
is
it was
this
that, like,
guy?
just removing Tessus, knowing he's no longer a threat, no longer worming his way into B. And
well, that lurk, you expected to find something, don't you? That's why it's a huge find from 𝙍𝙗. Dexter's going to search towards B quite quickly.
Okay, well, another test for the young guns, 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗 and 𝙍𝙗. They've passed every test so far.
No.
Even that round where they got picked with the AWP, they ended up converting that somehow.
Some way.
Well, that was the 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗 against 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗's round, so need to make this look like the default indeed. And last round, Eternal Fire, they gambled incorrectly, but they still were able to pull it off, right? They started 3B with 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗 helping out.
Intriguing approach here. You've done a deep, long smoke. You had 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 supporting you, and now you kind of send him on his way. You've got a secondary smoke you can throw through, given to you by your AWPer.
Taking this short control. Deep molly lands, forces a potential AWP off the line. HE is going to be a little bit deep there from 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗. NiKo ahead of this, he might just swing.
Yeah, I think he might. That head-to-head with 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗. Now, he doesn't want to go too wide. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 was posted.
That's one of the problems. The Falcons are going to be a little bit more individualistic, and if you overstep the mark, you're really setting your team up for failure. Still a couple of smokes to work with. Will be the 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗. Lining up pieces of utility right now is Nico. So applying short pressure.
Love smoke.
CT smoke. 𝙂𝙀𝙗 activates, and now 𝙍𝙗, is he ready for this kind of fight? Oh, he's missed his shot. 𝙂𝙀𝙗 quite the opposite, puts 𝙍𝙗 low. 𝙬𝙀𝙗 can't do anything, and it's all good in the Eternal Fire Hood. Lockdown, Nico drops down through the waterfall. Smoke, a second chance, but Magisk too good. 18 seconds, yeah, and Magisk has got the bomb, it's lost, and 𝑇SSUS can't get down the B ramp and back to site in time. This one's all EF. Just playing for the round as 𝙂𝙀𝙗 runs away, ensures that this round cannot go awry, picks up the bomb, but there's just no time. And 𝑇SSUS at least gets away with his AK-47.
Barely
7-4.
to escape.
A solid CT haul. Now, I know I'm not the numbers guy, Chad, but does this indicate a likely 8-4 half?
There needs to be something special to come out of one of the Falcons individuals right now. 𝑇SSUS is the only one who's likely to have a rifle in his hands. 𝙍𝙗 does get a Galil, sure, but that's something with Kevlar, so no head armor behind it. Taking a look, they could go out long with the spawns. There's a corner smoke in the air. They were able to get it before. They're going all in.
Yeah, and there's going to be Madger and 𝙂𝙀𝙗 here to receive. 𝙂𝙀𝙗 Scorp has to do a lot of work here. Madger's dead. Forced to retreat.
Well, now they need to make sure they don't overplay their hand like they did last time. Take the pause, but there's so much advantage for EF in terms of utility. 𝙂𝙀𝙗 immediately springs into action to take the space. 𝙬𝙗 clears out all of upper tunnels, so they have all the information. They can lock the door and throw away the key.
Oh, unless 𝑇SSUS just kicks open the door once more. Okay, 𝙂𝙀𝙗 puts 𝙍𝙗 on the floor.
A second piece to this.
Wait, are they Magic's going to assume it's clear? Ouch! How has he done that?
But that was the bomb spotted. They're trying to beat them back on rotation.
And they might actually be there, but now 𝙬𝙗 throwing
Going
util,
B.
so was it fake? Was he deceiving us with the cross of the bomb? 𝙂𝙀𝙗 and Xantares alone. 2 1v4s, essentially.
B-door smoke's about to land. 𝙂𝙀𝙗's about to understand this.
Okay, he can get to window in time. The AWP will be posted. Multi-kill available. Can he peek into 𝑇SSUS? Bomb spotted.
Oh,
Headshot delivered.
nice
Gotta go for this one, Xantares.
I can't believe Falcons have made this one look comfortable. Truly comfortable, but hang on, you've got to get past Xantares, and 𝙬𝙗 will. Once more, the kryptonite to Xantares. A 7-5 half, rectified in the last stages.
Yeah,
7-5, not
overall.
bad.
Pistol with the conversion in there, but some good fight out of Eternal Fire.
It's
Maybe too frustrated with how that one unfolded. You got a minute until we get the second half underway. Focus on what comes next. You want to take this to the third. Falcons already a map to the good. They snatched away Train. A close one.
50-50.
This one looks like it'll be the same. Now it's Falcons' turn to see how they are on the defense. We have Nico as the A rifler, rotating between the mid to Bs, patrolling the short, helping out the long control. 𝙍𝙗 as the AWPer. 𝙬𝙗 to be anchoring down long, and the likes of Magisk and 𝑇SSUS over towards the B bomb site. 𝙂𝙀𝙗 still showing some good spirit. It's going to be important for the coach to keep them leveled.
Faber promising Xantares top 20, and well, he was good on his promise.
Huge opener, just blind straight through the smoke there. This was an important kill, but the find from Magisk, right, he had the bomb. Could have got very awkward. 𝙬𝙗's going to be a little bit frustrated with that one.
Yeah, no, for sure. You know, it's probably not a 50-50, maybe a 60-40 to 𝙬𝙗, so Magisk has done very well.
Yeah, nobody's starting long for Falcons, very mid-centric. 2 players up short, 2 in middle, Magisk to block B, and they're out.
So what's the protocol when long is taken?
Well, they have a flash on 𝙬𝙗 to try and initiate a fight back, but he's the only one rotating towards the site for now.
No one is playing
𝑇SSUS is
it.
pushing up to make sure they can't come back. It's all going to come down to the timing on this.
Okay, is he flashing for Nico? Yeah, Nico is on his way.
Already crossed.
Blind and dead.
Blind.
Okay, 𝙬𝙗 puts Nico to bed. Bomb planted, 𝑇SSUS flank handled. Magic almost just pre-firing on that fight. And 𝙬𝙗, next victim of 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗.
Completely outmaneuvered. Now for the other 2, just hold on to the Kevlar. Just happened so quickly, didn't it? The pace of that. You can see that Falcons weren't ready for it with that rotation back over. So splitting the pistols.
Cheeky angle.
They can hold on to the Kevlar. It's about what this can enable. We're sure 𝙍𝙗 is probably going to get into a scout. We've seen Nico scout before as well. Magisk could get out of Famis. He already has a smoke to work with, so that's quite nice.
It's crazy that
Long
Eternal
range
Fire posted
P2000.
7-5 while conceding the pistol in that first half. Now winning this one, I guess actually that's the 𝙑𝙑𝙑 effect, right?
Well, they looked better overall in the gun rounds, and they also won that 2v4 situation with 𝙬𝙗𝙗 and 𝙂𝙀𝙗. So there was a few scenarios that I feel like Falcons fumbled. And of course, that force is coming through. 𝙑𝙗𝙗 doesn't want to go for firepower. He's just gone for the MP9. We'll see how much they want to take this fight. You could use your spawns, push in towards the lower tunnels, really try and take away some of the space. There are long spawns available for 2 of the EF players, but they're not going to take it.
Pause by.
A boost and a scout collision.
Ooh,
Dexter. Worse for wear after that one. Smoke imminent.
It's also about how many did you see cross. So if you saw 2 cross and had 1 player go for the pick, that's info on 3, but they are into lower.
Yeah, *𝙬𝙗𝙗.
Oh,
what's that?
Mouse
Scroll wheel.
maybe?
Yeah, it's actually perfect. It's given Tessus the premonition of presence. And so *𝙬𝙗𝙗's AK empty-handed. Is there grounds for a 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗? It certainly looks good. Can't hit it.
It's to back off, really.
The lead round to 𝙑𝙗𝙗 in combination now with that recovered AK-47, but the MP9 of 𝘋𝙬𝙗 shy of the mark. It's Tessus. Oh, it's all Tessus. Triple kill in the round. High impact from the Dane.
Oh, they're pushing.
That's
right.
mad, son.
𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 back over to join up with 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗. There's a bit of a timing in their favor right now because Falcons have had no info on what's out long.
Oh, just in time. Oh, and 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 receives
That's
him.
the side open.
Yes, and the bomb on the back of 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗. They're not to know.
Nah, they're not
Nico's
expecting
really
that.
made sure there's only one way forward. Tough shot.
Hard shot. Do you really stick around against the scout? Nico does get tagged.
But look how boxed they are. The only way in is B.
And they're not even acknowledging it now,
Go
𝙑𝙗𝙗𝙗
B,
is.
please.
He's low on HP.
Yeah, 28. If 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 was to hit a scout shot, they'll smoke the doors. He's ahead of it and starts to spray. Oh, lovely. So comfortable on the AK. And 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 quite the opposite with the MAC-10. Look at his HP. Nico is loud about this, and you'll get the first of a 1v3. They are low. Maybe there's something to be said about this one, but 8 seconds. Oh, he's dead. Forced to commit, hoping they overextend double push, and yeah, it looks like just by existing, 𝙑𝙗𝙗𝙗 will clutch up.
Don't die after time.
And 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗, oh, he even takes him down as well. A nice AK for his troubles. 4 kills in a lost round.
Yeah, important to get away with those kills, save that AK-47, because now the CZs have to completely rebuy with the round winning bonus. I think they only had 1 player just over that 4K mark. So that's going to be a little bit troublesome for the CTs. So they're keeping them teetering right now. That's actually huge from 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 to get all of those kills. That's the best of a bad situation. A great round from Tessus, sure. But right now, if you compare the buys, both of these teams are looking pretty weak going into this round.
More 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 scout action. Another tag
Nice
on the
tag.
cross. Kick 𝙑𝙗𝙗𝙗 operating at 50 points of health. Smoke lands on long doors, control gain. 𝘋𝙬𝙗 tasked with holding on to that.
Well, they know that there's not going to be an AWP in the mix on 𝙍𝙗𝙗, right? At most, he has a scout, just like their boy 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 has as well. So do they want to go for a mid to B, maybe crisscross smokes, run through them, or get the short control and go for an A execute?
How does Nico play this?
Timing.
Incendiary to drop. Oh, he just swapped out. Just swapped out. Somehow, he does prevail versus 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗, but bringing him down, one and done. Pretty damn good, especially when the scout is responsible for so much. Dexter's in trouble. He needs help at bursts of the MP9. Significant damage inflicted, but now Falcon's on the back foot. Just a little late piece as well. Tessus focuses his way. The smoke will fade. Good nade. The damage is there, but 𝙑𝙗𝙗𝙗's flank is perfect. Removes Tessus, pulls 𝙑𝙗𝙗𝙗 in pursuit of trying to find him. Falcons falter. Nice from 𝙬𝙗𝙗.
Hey, just saw the deficiencies in the buy. How many rounds do you ever see Nico with an MP9? I know we got a kill with it, sure. But really, it was just 1 M4 for Tessus. It was a scout for 𝙍𝙗𝙗, MP9 for the others. And it's tough to really function around like that. They could have gone aggressive again like we saw them do on the force buy of their own. But Eternal Fire winning that
So,
initial
bro,
exchange
welcome,
and then
man,
just
bro.
teaming out a bridge. If 𝙍𝙗𝙗 hits the shots, it slows them down, but unable to connect.
I mean, look at the amount of damage Eternal Fire managed to sustain. They've all got scraped knees, black eyes. But coming through with a 9. Oh, and they take it away from 𝘋𝙬𝙗𝙗 as well.
Okay, well.
I thought Dust 2 was supposed to be a safe haven for the Falcons, but Eternal Fire proving that this series, this quarterfinal, is not going to be a freebie despite their shortcomings on train.
Interesting that it is actually going to be the T side taking the timeout. That's Eternal Fire to have the conversation. Are they expecting the force buy again? Well, they know the loss bonus situation for Falcons, so most likely So this is another one of those scenarios that's essentially worth 2.
Now EF should win this round if they don't want to fumble
win
this.
it, they have to eco. You're up to 11 to 6.
They should win. Only Nico
You have to
DL.
dig real deep if you're Falcons to pull yourself back into this one. Nuke is the 3rd and deciding map.
Oh, it can
And that's
be.
where the reps, I think, of a team like EF Short, J.O.T.A. new this year. The rest of them together for more than a decent period of time. Should be the difference maker.
Oh.
But Falcons losing to
They're
Mouse, and now
forcing.
they might be losing to EF on their home
Now
turf.
they are in trouble.
Full on control. Door smoke lines up. Couple of HEs in. 2 counted. Information.
Make it clean.
Door
EF.
smoke, short molly.
It's all about the go signal. And where are the Falcons players when the call is made? Are they able to thrive around the smokes? Is it an execute? Is it a bit more using their weapon advantage? Or do the CTs push on in and take the fight? Well, cinched toes for 𝙑𝙬🙗.
Yeah, that's good information.
This flash could be massive.
You're right. 𝙑𝙑𝙗 and 𝙑𝙬𝙗 are going to swing off of this.
Have to play ahead.
Swinging through. Magi needs help. And oh, headshots are found. A flurry of frags.
Oh my God,
From the 5-7.
5-7s.
𝙬𝙗 next victim of 𝙑𝙑𝙗. Does he get greedy? Is he punished? Yes, he is. It's 𝙂𝙀𝙼𝙖.
5-7 is so good.
On the retrieval of the scout, 𝙑𝙑𝙗 stuck around a moment too long. And speaking of long, Nico still resides on that side of the map.
Full HP
𝙂𝙀𝙼𝙖
Vicaria.
tasked to clutch. Has he got it in him? Nico departs.
Might want to try and pick up something a little bit heftier to go for this retake. 𝙂𝙀𝙼𝙖 yet to plant the bomb, so giving them chance to triangulate his position. He's in the site sector clear. How does he want to use this smoke? He's
They
being
can
very
pick
diligent.
the
He's
AK.
making sure that nobody's up close and personal when he starts to plant, but this is giving so many seconds over to Falcons to start moving in. Now bomb goes down. Defensive smoke, or does he block?
Oh, he's going to block short as well. He's setting himself up for success. Never mind that. He isolates the duel. It's up to Magisk in a clutch. Doesn't hear him, doesn't have any info. Magisk in the open, looking to catch 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙖 as he next shows up on that ramp side. Magisk, good patience here, but he's going to have to take a fight. 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙖 can come up clutch. A flash to delay. Time sensitive for Magisk. He doesn't have the kit. A 10-second defuse, and 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙖, he's playing it to perfection. Magisk goes down. 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙖 delivers for Eternal Fire. You said that one was worth 2, Chad, and already 10 in the bank thanks to 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙖.
Really important clutch from the young gun. Huge stuff from him to be able to convert around like that. The snapping 5-7s just coming through short and middle, causing that chaos. 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙖 getting to isolate all of those fights. And he gets to take the first one on 𝙑𝙑𝙗. He has to backpedal. He's in such a miserable position short. But then the timing on that smoke, Nico plays ahead. Magisk isn't there ready to swing. Can't convert the 1v1.
Now they
it's the
should win.
eco. 11 rounds feeling
This
destined
is
now
easy.
for EF.
Sure.
Wow, and after such a fantastic flurry
11-6 is this
from
time.
those pistols out mid, what an important round that is for Eternal Fire.
Right, they're coming through CT, they're not smoked off. They're coming through long, they're not smoked off. The fact that it's short drops the smoke, knowing that they're likely going to pick up some weapons, try and level the field.
Imagine.
This would have to be crazy with the starter pistols.
I'm not even going to entertain it.
Silently getting across. Antares could have a farm fest.
𝙬𝙗𝙗 is incoming.
Or he could get a bullet between the eyes. 2 USP frags. It's all good though. That's not a fight that the USP is favored in versus the AWP.
Surely.
Comms would have just got absolutely hectic within that moment. None of these rifles are picked back up. So Magisk and 𝙑𝙑𝙗 can give this one a look, of course. It's just an eco, so they will try their best. 𝙬𝙗 is low.
Yeah.
What if
Botkin's
EF
law.
loses
But
this?
there's grounds for something wild.
No smoke?
Why not?
Oh, it's actually a nice little... Oh my god, they partner up, they give him the shots. They made that one threatening, and Magi, you can see it in his eyes.
They're arguing.
I said this, I said they're stacked with USPs.
They're just going to make sure that... look, they're only 2 rounds away now. They'll wipe away the shortcomings on map number 1. That's what Magi wishes he could just do. But into the guns are Falcons. 𝙑𝙑𝙗 has his prized possession of the AWP, but this will be quite the comeback.
See the
5
odds.
consecutive to tie things up. 6 on the trot. They could get to 12 first. It's still possible.
Ooh, yeah, okay, 𝙬𝙗𝙗 has been spotted out by Nico on his default.
Nice nade.
Oh, that's a big nade.
You could just see the vigor at which 𝙬𝙗𝙗 was taking that. Nico noted it too and took a bit of backspin on it. very well handled from 𝙬𝙗𝙗. Whether he meant to drop off or not, baits out the nade. Just up to bat, they're about to pop.
B-Rush.
Doesn't have much in the way of support. It is 𝙑𝑠𝑖S that's just arrived in time. Who has vision? Wolf, definitely not 𝙑𝑠𝑖S, and definitely not Magis. Great layering, and J.O.T.A again a pair.
Save. You're going to give him 12. You have to. You can't go for this.
What an incredible map J.O.T.A has had here.
The timing, they were just so far ahead. Yeah, 20 and 9 for J.O.T.A. The Death's Disgusting, the added firepower to this team. First, it was the merging of 𝙑𝙗𝙗 and 𝙬𝙗𝙗. Then it was the find of 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗, who for a while there was looking just like a one-trick on Vertigo. Then get J.O.T.A coming into 2025, and they have just gone from strength to strength. That's the future generation of Turkish Counter-Strike, both delivering. We had the 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 clutch, and J.O.T.A just as a force to be reckoned with. I mean, 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 doesn't need to be top fragging whatsoever. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 just making sure. Absolutely no chance they'll be getting in that defuse.
Taking no chances.
I probably didn't want to carry that piece of rubbish through anyway.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Making light work with Falcons Dust 2, aren't they?
Yeah, truly. So this will be their second Falcons Dust 2 loss.
Yeah, so this is the 8th played. And it'll be 2 on the trot as far as Els are concerned.
Okay. Well, more tape. Teams have been studying.
And still early on within the season as well, right? So refining how you want to respond to a lot of things. By the time the major rolls around in June, that's when you hope everybody has it ironed out. Right now, the first deadline, April 7. But every event in between, especially for one like Eternal Fire, getting reps in on the stage, hugely important. Just finding comfort in an area that they've never found themselves before. Edge labeling it as a bit of a choke over there in Katowice. Well, if you're going to do this weekend in, weekend out, you're going to get a lot of reps in quite quickly. Saved guns, FAMAS is in, util there, but 6 consecutive needed just to take us to overtime.
Starting with an aggressive short maneuver. Yeah, boosting the orb. Okay, will 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 be ready for this? He has been known to jiggle it. Or swing. Swing wide. 𝙬𝙗𝙗 doesn't track.
He gets mid control so quick. He's looking extremely aggressive. Sure, he had the oversight.
Calling it 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 3K.
But he couldn't
Minimum
help that
3K
short fight
incoming.
whatsoever.
He can help this one, though. Is NiKo going to be putting up a fight? Now, nade premature. 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 will progress. Flash facilitates.
That's just a lot of pressure already applied. So NiKo now has to
Going mid to B.
use his instincts. Will it be a mid to B? Will it be a short play? Who needs the support more?
It's a good smoke from 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗. Flash to set up 𝙑𝑠𝑖S to try and take that fight, but it's all just a little bit too early.
Well, it's the buff FAMAS. They need to work some miracles between the two of them.
Wow, just by
𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗
noise
lurk.
and pausing, they've kind of cycled through what little remained.
And NiKo's not in CT spawn anymore. It's just the two of them.
𝙑𝙗𝙗𝙗 is incendiary. They are going to push through this, through the flames. An important shot from 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗𝙗, but there's 𝙑𝙑𝑠. Hitting a headshot, bomb confirmed. 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 has their rotate cut off. The support coming, but miles away. Magis secures the site, secures the plant.
Easy 3K.
NiKo versus 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗. He's been
I'm
waiting for
calling
that
it GG.
one. You could hear NiKo's boots stampeding towards CT. 3v2, 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 maybe has a chance here. Oh, good awareness. Confirms the occupation of upper. 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 can finish this right now. He knows where 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 was. His teammate can handle that. And he'll find 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 as well. Okay, light work on Dust 2. Convincing.
What the hell? Stream died?
And 𝙒𝙀𝙗𝙧 puts him down.
All right, well, they will retain the AK on Dexter.
Nico off to a flyer, isn't he? Damn.
Sorry, guys.
Now, when you get 4 on the pistol.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good point. Well
and
made.
then you get the full eco bash.
Okay, all right. So perhaps they might be slightly inflated.
And it's probably important that Dexter holds on to
Are we
this because I
live?
think Nico wants it in
We are
exchange
not.
for the.
We are live.
Okay. So Nico has enough money to drop an AWP to Dexter. That's likely where the exchange of, hey, you give me the AK, I'll give you the AWP. He's still going to do it anyway.
Would have
He's just
liked
into
the
it.
AK.
Exactly. So he's just going to have to function with the A1S. Only a smoke to his name. So going to be lighter on in the util department. But check out Falcons, left-hand side of your screen. Not looking strapped as far as that's concerned. So blocking's going to be a bit harder. Do they want to go aggressive for a yard control? No, it doesn't look like it. Nico's been given a bit of extra nades to help block the outside crawl. Smokes are in the sky, but again, lobby-centric from EF.
Okay, Dexter,
Ooh,
this is an
close
aggressive AWP's dream. You've got there silently. You are potentially
Trying to
about
be
to be
brokey.
Xanthara's peaked, and you can see a little wide on that. Oh, again, just zooms in. Doing it on land, Xanthara's gets away from the AWP again.
That informs them to push ramp. They know that the player can't help from elbow.
Just Tessus in no support available.
Himansh
So
bro, welcome to the
one
stream.
and drop is the dream. Held by 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙧, and oh, nailed by 𝙂𝙀𝙧.
Maybe some
Great
internet
understanding
issue.
of the situation. If the AWP's over towards heart, it means that the support
Himansh
network
bro.
for ramp, or at least the traditional one, is not there. So now they have the number advantage. They need to try and claw this back, Falcons.
Should not take
Just
more
keeps
than
making good moves forward.
2 minutes or
Much
3
utility
minutes.
for the finish still. A couple of smokes, some mollies, flashes. Magic could just call
And
them into
there
a
are
winning
less
round.
players in
Dex is going to
non-prime
need to combat
matchmaking.
or back aside if they team out
So
that
that's
squeaky
why
door.
you might
Yeah,
be
but asking a
having
lot
some
of this
long waiting
AWP.
times.
Safe from the flashes. Kicks
No,
in
no,
support
no,
from
no
the
video.
heaven.
Bye. Not today. Welcome to the stream. Now straight on Monday.
Okay, Dexter, this is really all hinging on that engagement. Puts 𝙬𝙗𝙗 down in the dirt. A chance as well on the seconds. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 jumping into the scope of Dexter. Hang on. With 20 seconds, this gets uncomfortable. Magic has the bomb. Not anymore, he doesn't. Removed by Dexter's AWP. It's all
Brother.
for Dexter's first time in the feed. Quad for Falcons third.
Clean
Well, they
off him.
avoided him to get the entry kill towards ramp, but he didn't reposition whatsoever. It was the riflers, Nico and Magic, heading down towards the lower site. Dexter just stayed tucked, ready, and he definitely delivered massive work from the sniper.
Clean
This
stuff.
is perfect, just pivoting around the side boxes. That's exactly what he had to do.
Chef's kiss.
I'll tie things up 3-3. Opportunity going missing there for EF after that opening kill. They had a good response, sure.
A break, but blind. AWP's now noted, and actually it seems to have sent them towards an investigation of ramp. 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 is going to try and slip on the fade of the smoke. They got blocked. And that ramp side, 𝙬𝙗𝙗 is stretching his legs.
So secret control established. Orb posted up towards main, now rotated ramp. Tessus down towards B, having to deal with the potential leak.
Dexter's in the right place once more. Oh, and how does he not tip Nico in the back of the head there? Good composure.
Under pressure. Close the last one, open this one.
That's asking a lot of him now. Drops, falls back, Nico, summoned. Oh, can't transfer, it's Magic, wounded. Nico got him to just 2 points of health, and I think Dexter could very well be holding this angle successfully.
There's so many bodies lower. There's such a big rotation down. Magis is so fortunate to get back up that vent. Remember,
Yeah.
we saw Tessus go early. We saw Dexter force down. They're taking lobby control, 30 seconds.
Oh, Kicks and gets crouch peeked. It's a big one back from 𝙒𝙀𝙗𝙗.
Magis needs
Plays
to
his
go
trade with
big.
the AK-47,
You won't
but are
expect
you
enough.
ready
Multi-kill
for
needed.
two? Yeah, Magic, gets away with murder.
20 seconds.
Uncomfortable, but look at Heaven as well. Look at the awareness on Magisk. Knows 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 was stretching his legs on yard, and now 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 trying to get that bomb across, and he's down. 10 seconds, pressure applied. Oh, look at him go. That was high IQ counter-strike from both squads. Their time, the biggest villain
for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, you could see that EF didn't have a very good understanding of the CT setup because Zentaros was slow to go up ladder. They knew that Magisk was in Squeaky. The only piece they didn't know about was Tessus. They knew that Dexter was forced down towards B. And that's what really hurt. 𝙂𝙀𝙼𝙖𝙧 had to play earlier than he wanted to out Hut. He was hoping to get the Heaven support that he didn't have. And Magisk was able to reposition to the front side of Tetris.
Magisk just heard Nico's steps. He was so locked in. Turned around, still pivots into the frag though. Hang on. Tessus, early question asked of him, and yeah, that AK is going to be playing hot potato into an unarmored 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙧. Magic, the only one with Kev, but he's already thwarted their initial adventure.
Yeah, good work from Falcons. This should be the 5th. Won't take any casualties, really. As swagisluv could get across, but it's the worst weapon for the job. Nico has him dead to rights.
There's 𝙑𝙬 with the AK. It has found his way into his hands and kicks him very calm as he collects.
5 alive is huge. Got a little bit of a bank on the CT side now. 2-round gap as scoreline is 5-3. With the full purchase coming out from EF, but not before a tactical timeout. Faber wants an opportunity to get on the mic. So we've seen them get to these yard smokes. I need the law.
I think it's old, mate.
Yeah, but what was he working at a tech store or something? What was going on there?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's old, mate.
Yeah, what have I done?
Jaxie.
I've been spending too much time with you.
Well, now what this is about is Faber probably going, hey, Zentaros has been able to get across the secret in a couple of these rounds. If we would like to, we could try and send more. But knowing that, as Falcons, do you want to go for a yard control? Do you want to completely remove that option? It'd be all in. You got to tell with this opening stance. Oh, Magisk is heading there. So this is looking yard control-y.
Standard util.
Oh, they didn't thrust themselves forward.
Nade does chip away. Zentaros, 𝙬𝙬, a bit more susceptible to the M4 of Nico. Does he? No, he does. He was considering peeking off of it. Timing favors him. Zentaros down. 𝙬𝙬 trade. 𝙬𝙬! Oh, gets it done. 3 HP. He actually dinged him.
Okay, necessary for 𝙬𝙬 to claw one back. Oh. Nico almost got away. Oh, yeah. Back turn, running away. You don't see that every day of the week.
3 HP.
Zentaros, an 8th death as well. It's not been sunshine and rainbows for Zentaros on Nuke, and look at 𝙑𝙬𝙖𝙧 throwing it all, get from one position, setting up his boys, and tasked with holding lobby as they progress.
Kixon's the only one with the HE, and he can't really help to break this. Tessus lobs up the incendiary to slow the cross. 𝙬𝙬 needs to be very, very careful. They've gotten across undetected, but obviously Falcons are aware this is a possibility. Will need to be some form of a sound cue. Door opening, window smashed. 𝙑𝙬𝙧 just trying to keep things interesting on A for now. The rotation to B most likely will be Dexter. With the AWP, he can stay up at ramp. The pathing right now of EF will be very telling. They're going to go double door side.
He's not staying. He continues with his eye pressed to the scope, and they're not ready for it all up close. 𝙬𝙬, the sacrificial lamb, but Tessus caught on rotation. 𝙑𝙬𝙧's lobby linger, rewarded. Kixon stampeding around the vents. Fakes that he's going single side. Partners up with Magisk for his 2 versus 3 attempt. 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙧 scavenges the AWP, takes it ramp side. It's 𝙂𝙀𝙧 up and over, has a huge advantage. Just his legs poking out, Kixon down. Very well structured round.
And they did return to outside, right? Whether or not that was going to be the call based off of Nico going down with the exchange outside. Either way, the late smoke wall, the cross down secret, and success. So find out if we see more of that. It was just a bit of a slower tempo to things. Noisy about this is 𝙑𝙬𝙧. He is going to find Magisk. Oh, gives away his life. Now, there's plenty of money for the buy. Dexter can get an AWP. That won't be a problem. Everybody else can have rifles in their hands, and Falcons can try and bounce back into winning ways immediately. This one's looking like it could be a competitive finish to map number 3.
Yeah, it's certainly got that feeling about it, that aura.
We do have FaZe taking on 𝘠. That's coming up next, the final quarterfinal of the day. Charles upsetting Mongols. 𝙂𝙗 to get a victory. A semi-final number 1 for tomorrow. Ramp rush.
It seems that way.
This is crazy.
Tessus primed and ready. Wow, actually finds the forward man, the front Mac 10. Oh, and he controls the spray. Madja drops to his demise. Tessus doing everything within his power to slow them down, cut them out of the round. It's Tessus with 3. NiKo can't close. It's 𝙬𝙗 again. He can't seem to finish off 𝙬𝙗. 2 points of health.
Nice
Quickson's got his exit. Should be an easy close. Actually, a little shoulder spotted.
Okay, playing for info quite well. Now 𝙬𝙗
should have
primed
this.
and ready.
Bang.
Very ready.
Puts it in. Okay. Well, money seems to be the tougher task for Eternal Fire to having the residuals. Might just be a partial for the final round of play.
Love this. I can't believe he goes for the Mac 10er.
Yeah, but every stage you see, okay, takes the next, drops back, forces them into one choke point. If you want to keep coming, I'll be ready. And it's the nade that ends up taking him out. NiKo a little bit unfortunate not to get the job done there and then.
Oh, there's an idea afoot.
Yeah,
at least.
I think they're just trying to keep every round somewhat competitive, and especially when you have a player like 𝙬𝙗. So
sure.
An AK given over, but let's see if he can find some work with this. As you mentioned, struggling. 2-9 for 𝙬𝙗 right now. NiKo, on the other hand, 12-6.
Chilling.
Well, he's going to go for the smoke wall again, so in case you missed it the first time round.
NiKo's already going to be able to call this fake.
Yeah, so full info. Support network on the way to help out Tessus.
Oh, he needs help. He's going to need it because 𝙬𝙗 is coming. 𝙬𝙗 is short-handed. He's doing it again. Your ramp player, even actually hitting him through the wall did 𝙬𝙗. 𝙬𝙗, a little bit of insignificant damage dealt.
It's going to be a problem, right, if it does need to be 𝙬𝙗 and 𝙂𝙀𝘼 to claw them through. 𝙬𝙗 has gone missing so far.
Tough shot for 𝙬𝙗 to hit. He's kind of let them in and does chip away at 𝙂𝙀𝘼. Going for the no-scope. Okay, 𝙬𝙗, now he's got
Styling
support.
on them.
He's still alive and kicking. Okay, 𝙬𝙗. Finally finishes one off.
Madja says, I have the site. Everybody's already dead. And, Magis, I don't think he spotted him. It's not going to matter. All 5 staying alive. 7-4. 1 round left in this first half. 4 or 5, it's workable for EF.
The kill spread is just so
4 rounds should be enough.
tidy.
But 5 would
14
be
for
better.
NiKo, and then everyone else on 8 or 7. And that's what it's all about. And a huge chunk of hundreds of thousands of monies.
More than 5.
Yeah, I think
is a
on this
bit-
second half, right, 𝙬𝙗 is going to need to step up because he's going to be tasked with being outside again. So he's going to have the head-to-head with NiKo. NiKo's going to play through these smoke walls into warehouse. It's going to be the one to watch, but 𝙂𝙀 as well. They need to get that orb activated on him ASAP. In big games, 𝙂𝙀 can step up when needed, when called upon, and they need him now. So a crazy call. I can't quite believe a gun round ramp rush, but that's for the Des to decipher later.
That's the kind of thing you were calling.
You don't want to look, when you're fully naded up. It's so risky to go for a play like that. You're not even allowing your 𝙬𝙗 to play out the round. You're throwing away all your advantages, and essentially they threw away their economy for the tail stages of this half.
Well, you mentioned 𝙂𝙀. He is going to go try and find NiKo
He's
around.
dead.
Well, NiKo's found 𝙂𝙀. Hang on, 𝙬𝙗 is going to test it. This time he gets his revenge and now can chase down the 𝙬𝙀. Or get wallbanged by the 𝙬𝙀 for 90 damage. Madness.
And NiKo's low, 𝙬𝙗's as well. It's the others that are going to have to do that hard work. It's 𝙬𝙗. Spots one out towards heaven, but does get away.
Madja needs a smoke. Delivery on its way.
Door blocked, but not open. So, at 𝙬𝙗.
We're cool with calling this position NiKo, right?
If you want.
I'm gonna. Feel like he likes to live here.
Nade clear, nothing, no sound cues either. I don't know if 𝙂𝙀𝘼 is going to clear this position.
Especially if like 𝘋𝙀🙬 is the one herd in main. Might overlook it, despite his low HP. After removing 𝙂𝙀𝙀, this is what he does. He's just gonna jiggle out, and NiKo prevails. 𝘋𝙀🙬 forced into the fight, still good for one, blind, and dead. 𝙠𝙗𝑎 10 HP. After that wallbang from Dexter. Hang on a second. Dexter finishes off 𝙠𝙗𝑎. It's only 𝙑𝙘𝙀. And 𝙑𝙘𝙀 could have another impactful clutch up his sleeve.
Magic and
Makes it a
clutch.
1v1. Up against 𝙑𝙧𝙗. And he has a clear game plan.
Aim plant.
Plants for himself and slips out main. 𝙑𝙧𝙗 has the kit, but no smoke to really make it awkward for 𝙑𝙧𝙀. 12 bullets in the mag. Drops in. Does 𝙑𝙧𝙗 just... Oh, he's just holding it. Yeah, perfect. 𝙑𝙧𝙗 clutches up a necessary 5th to work with.
Oof, that's a risky maneuver for 𝙑𝙧𝙗 to go for in this type of environment
5
as well.
rounds
Just start
should be
defusing it home. But still a strong half, 7-5. Both teams coming into this second half with it still a possibility.
𝙑𝙧𝙗 has double anyone else on his team bar 𝙂𝙀𝙼. A 10 frag haul on the T side from the captain of Eternal Fire.
As far as the pistols are concerned, Eternal Fire picked up both on map number 1. That was Train. We headed over into Dust 2, the choice that was eventually a blowout, 13-6, in favor of the Turkish side. Split the pistols there. As we take a look at Nuke, well, Falcons picked up the CT pistol. That was a Nico massive 4K to get the party started.
This is the one we missed, that headshot onto 𝙂𝙀𝙗. A little too predictable, perhaps. He's there often.
Still found impact even after the first, and Nico just having to sit like a statue until called upon for the late activation. But 𝙑𝙀𝙀 clutches it down regardless. Just a 2-round game as we get the second half underway. 2 pairs of dual Berettas, 𝙂𝙀𝙼 and 𝙬𝙠 gifted those. A flash for 𝙑𝙀𝙀. He'll play in a pivot position to try and set players up. For the attack, Falcons have a 𝙬𝙀 to blow open door. Bang, there it goes. A lurk smoke for Squeaky. Nico searching as that P250 in hand.
I don't fancy the chances of anyone that challenges this P250 on yard. 𝙂𝙀𝙼 might fancy it though. Low, spots him out. Couple of missed shots. Tessus an audible dismount. Kicks some more swing to try and remove 𝙠𝙗𝙗𝙗. There it is, an opening kill for the Falcons pistol campaign, and 𝙑𝙀𝙀, a couple of shots going awry. He's being hunted by Tessus. It's Dexter that beats him to the punch. Double kill, now dual Berettas. 𝙂𝙀𝙼 gets a double of his own design, but already 𝙬𝙁, he has got a nasty 1 versus 3 handed his way. And overlooked, Dexter does turn, spins around for the third. High impact from Dexter throughout
Could
this
have been a
series.
2v1 if he wins that duel.
Be ignored.
Yeah, massive work for him with that 4K AWP on the top side, wasn't it? And now on the pistol round, he started with the Glock, went into the USP, and closed it out with the dual Berettas. So 2 for 2 on the third map for the pistols for Falcons.
Bullet.
Some beautiful shooting. Here he is to close things down with the scavenge back Julies. Oh, force buy out of EF.
Oh my. 5 SMGs walk into ramp.
We've seen this from them once upon a time before. This was going back when 𝙑𝙑𝙗 was still on the roster. And they would always be very good with these second rounds. Obviously, the conversation has completely changed about them, but it was moves like this. 𝙑𝙀𝙗 and 𝙬𝙗𝙗, they can pack a punch.
Yeah, there's so many bodies down here already.
𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗's on the way as well.
This is a great call, quite a great read. But knowing or reading is only half the game. Still have to hit the shots. 𝙬𝙗𝙗, first contact, Nico swings through, deleted by the SMGs. It's Dexter again.
One more.
You don't expect him, do you? At this point, you definitely don't expect him, but oh, 2 out of 𝙂𝙀𝙗. Needed to be that, needed 2 out of him, maybe even more available. 𝙑𝙧𝙗, does he fancy his chances, or is he just trying to get the bomb away? 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗's got it. No, we should have him.
Timing.
We certainly should have him. Or not, pivots up the vent. Oh, the potency of that round is just disintegrated.
Back in the driver's seat, 𝙂𝙀𝙗 picked up an AK. Rotating to meet up with 𝙬𝙁. Looks like he's going to head through lobby. 𝙂𝙀𝙗 up the ladder. Another molly lands, but they're just in time.
Oh, and 𝙬𝙁 into the crosshairs. Good control of the spray from 𝙑𝙧𝙗.
Maybe just save this now.
Surely. With a 10-second defuse ahead of you, bomb planted, he checks where it is. And he drops in, so a full commitment of 𝙂𝙀𝙗. He hasn't got the time for this. He has to be on it now and holding it. It's all over. Red Rover 9th for Falcons. Locked in and secure. Magus plays a huge part in that. The fact he goes right under their noses, steals that bomb, and then the 𝙂𝙀𝙼𝙀𝙗 exchange.
Yeah, you wonder what's going on there. Maybe poor comms in that situation. The 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 double. At that point, the fact that they're just moving around so much, giving away back in, it's all the timing of that vent kill. See, 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 gets the first, then Magic goes to swing. I feel like 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 needs to stay committed. They lined up, which made it difficult. And that one right there, 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 with some wobbles.
A theory is that they just had that, the bomb's gone. They said, we have bomb, do we have bomb? They check it, it's gone, and overreads how far he could have gotten off to.
Now they will have to take the eco. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 will have the AWP out early. That needs to be a difference maker in this second half. But Falcons 10 feels like a certainty at this point.
Some of the more convincing Counter-Strike we've seen out of the Falcons roster. Here in Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, there's no doubt that this is the best roster that Falcons have been able to put together.
For sure.
It's the core of 𝙁𝙗𝙗 from last year, plus Nico, and then Magic just slotting right in under the watchful eye of 𝙍𝙗𝙗.
Oh, there was a gap. You can see how concerned they are.
3 players playing.
I think they're going to do A-map smoke, so we're going to send smoke off main. Potentially a locker smoke as well. They've just crossed that line of sight, so not necessary.
Can go wrong, can go wrong.
Their setup is like good for this.
Yeah, 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 ready for...
Yep. Oh, gets it done with 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗's help.
Nade's good.
Nade is good. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 down, but Magic is at spawn.
No
Literally
way.
at spawn. Nico. Oh, slip. Oh, no! Oh, dear.
Hold up a second. That's 2 kills for 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗. It's not too late for him to get activated in this.
Yeah, if he hits another one, we're on. Kicks it. Dead to 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 with Nico's AK. Are they really pulling this one off? A triple kill from 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 chips in. Magic just like a robot.
No way, Magic
10 seconds
like
behind.
this.
He could transfer. Oh my God! Nearly something inhuman.
Nice round from 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗. Feels like they should have had the round prior with the MP9s. But
What if he had more
just
bullets?
Because of the damage sustained in those rounds, Falcons, they're the ones in trouble with the purchase. Magic tries his best. He's trying to just stabilize there for the final few.
Need a replay.
So a chance now for EF to slide back into things. You can see with the money on your screen for Falcons, they're not going to be working with an awful lot. Full buy was quite the light investment for Eternal Fire. They can get this AWP out. So as they talk through the options, where have they landed? Piecing together the Galils. 3 of which currently, this is huge. Nico's going to be kicking himself after that one. Especially now if Eternal Fire win this next round, then it'll have to be Falcons on an eco.
Sequence.
And it'll just be a 1-round game at that point.
Bro. 10 seconds left. He got the info on him and nearly did something incredible. Okay, a different smoke wall. Throw it. Oh, it's the Falcons. It's not the Magic approach. Brain fart for a minute.
Just going to be the diagonal. Like the top main smoke, but I think 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗 is going to play over the top of it late. Just been given a 𝙬𝙀𝙗𝙗 to be able to clear this at his own will. Jump spotting, so any way that he can get some information. Nico, Dexter, 𝙤𝙗𝙗. Be clear. Here comes the second one if they want it.
Oh, they pulled 𝙬𝙗𝙗 away from heaven. The moment Nico gets across, he does more than cross. And look at the acceleration. They were quick on that. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗𝙗 is 2 though, and he hasn't got anything to block.
It's drawn 2 players as far as the rotation is concerned, so the AWP's essentially out of play. And you'd love to have it over towards Heaven or Hell right now to patrol this, because they are activating quickly. This is great from Falcons. Really good mid-rounding.
And if they slip across, that's what 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 checking. Okay, confirmation of their suspicions, but
now they know.
As the penny drops, 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗𝙗 accelerates into Dexter. From behind, he'll strike.
What a flank.
Nico ready for it and will compose himself to make it a 3v4.
No way they expect one more.
Oh, 𝙬𝙗𝙗's actually edged the smoke. What awareness that is. Nico, very low HP. Kixon holding Heaven on the cross, but smoked for now is 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗𝙗. If he walks through, he's a dead man. But barrel, damage, Nico prevails. Falcons prevail. Triple out of 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙧. He opens up onto 𝙍𝙗𝙗, finds 19 total.
Considering they were scrambling there, I love the fact that 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙧 immediately after 𝙍𝙠's information plays into this, but take a look at the man sitting next to mAdge right now, dejected, gives away the opening kill. It's going to be hard for his teammates to piece that together when he was the first man to go down. They rotated heavily. Sure, it was the smoke wall, but still getting caught. The hero of the last, the first to fall in the next.
Hero M4 mAdge on mAdge.
Now fully strapped to Falcons. Again, in a very strong position to close this.
It's mAdge that plays over them. Oh, tried to anyway. Oh,
nice.
Wow. Nice little bursts out of the A1.
Needs to stay active as well. He's well aware of that. Ramp's given up.
Yeah, hang on. 𝙬𝙗𝙗's got P250 and a dream. Oh, the damage. Just insufficient for the conversion. Look at the health on 𝙑𝑔𝑒𝑠. Okay, so are we rushing things? No, things look to be slowing down for a minute. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙧 an opportunity, but that sound cue gives him away. Going for the plant regardless, counting on his teammates to cover.
One bullet,
just
one bullet.
50 from 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙧. It's not too much of a threat.
Oh,
just side by side with him.
This would have to be huge for mAdge.
Yeah, this would have to be godlike.
I'm thinking better of it now. 𝙂𝙀𝙧's about to get blindsided by 𝑇eSys. The reroute. See you later. Round done. 11 for Falcons. Just looking to hold on to this M4, but the door is closed.
Nah, he can't say no.
Is he allowed to? Is he allowed to say?
Edging the crowd.
He is. He earns it.
Oh, the risk to go for the...
Oh, dear. Well, that would have been nice into the next, but it wasn't compulsory.
Yeah, 𝙍𝙗𝙗
Why you want the
I think
AK,
that's why
man?
mAdge was surging forward for it. It does limit the utility, and I think this timeout right now is going to have reality sinking in for Eternal Fire. It's a great response on Dust 2, their opponent's map choice, after the train pick does fall against them, and agonizing for mAdge.
Last pause, Faber on the mic. Coach of Eternal Fire trying to rally the troops.
That's now or never. A cliche, sure, but that's the reality of the situation. Katowice, they were not online and present against the Mongols. Coming in against Falcons, a team who are on the road to showing they should be a force to be reckoned with Counter-Strike. That's what you expect when you have it all with so much money behind it, but it just hasn't been.
Should.
Yeah, I mean, a win in the quarterfinals of a big event
But they
is that
can
necessary first step
this lead
to vindication for Falcons. And now just 2 rounds away. Last time out, will EF be able to kind of make a bit of a second wind into this defensive half?
When you are low
taking the bomb on
already.
Silo, yeah, thinks twice about that.
Yeah, it will be a bad throw. But I think Falcons can fumble this.
Could be an impromptu smoke wall.
They have done it before. They can do
Stage
it.
one, they're behind red.
He starts secret, so he will
Again,
have that head-on
they can fumble
collision.
this.
He's so
Zentar
desperately
is pushing
seeks.
secret. They're going secret.
𝙑𝙬𝙗𝙧 unloads his magazine. 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙧
Nice
even
timing.
trying to catch someone swinging out 𝙍𝙀𝙗𝙗.
He can go big.
This is exactly the fight he's waiting for. Is there a trade? Is there a multi? Is there nothing from 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗? Surely
They
his
can easily
frustrations
fumble, yeah.
will reach fever pitch as the 12th round
It looks like
lies
it is
in
done and
front of
dusted.
Falcons. A man advantage. 𝙑𝙑𝙗 maintains full lobby control.
They're going A.
It's a talking from 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗. Warehouse control taken. A fight needs to come their way, and it does.
Whoa, nice finish.
nice
Actually,
fight.
wall bangs him. That's an equalizer. A nice clawback from 𝙬𝙗𝙗.
So for the finish, Falcons are just hitting the break. 35 seconds on the clock. They need to group up for this.
They are reading
It's
it.
like in through main.
EF
𝙑𝙗𝙗𝙗
is
behind the
reading
vent.
this.
Yeah, 𝙑𝙗𝙗𝙗 getting into a powerful position for this fight, though.
mAdge
See
is
him there
pushing
on
secret.
𝙂𝙗𝙗𝙗's POV.
Nice smoke.
And controls his spray. For 1.5, 𝙑𝙗𝙗 is low, but 𝙑𝙑𝙗𝙗 slipped out. 𝙂𝙗𝙗𝙗's the unknown entity. Good for 1, and it's 𝙬𝙗𝙗. And 𝙂𝙗𝙗𝙗, triple out of 𝙬𝙗𝙗. High impact fragging to rectify the loss of 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗.
Another opening death for 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗. Not having the easiest of time over towards Yard whatsoever.
Ooh, yeah, he's been a part of, what, 8 now?
Yeah, he's 2 and 6 in the opening duel category, and that's not what you need from what is meant to be a superstar on a map where he has so much responsibility. You play a star position, you need a star delivery. And really, since we started talking about 𝙂𝙀𝙼𝙍 and 𝙍𝙠 coming up with impact for them in these pressure games, they haven't been present. Still time to turn that around short. 30-second breather given over this time by 𝙍𝙗𝙖𝙧, saying, hey, boys,
Come on, 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙧.
let's get the job done. Let's not allow them to sneak back into this and find a surge of power. For them, 1900 loss bonus going into the next. Does that change the purchases they've already made? Well, still yet to see the buys coming through from Falcon, so a conversation hasn't come to its conclusion just yet.
Took too much time to push into side, yeah.
Okay, they will shove. They're going all in behind this.
I mean, EF read it perfectly. Like
an AK in the hands of Dexter.
First they were rotating, then they.
Nicko just working with the Galil.
And they didn't, and they went back to heaven under heaven, and they.
So they want to do a top pop on a second timing. Or is it ramp? 𝙬𝙗.
Should have accelerated into.
Yeah, they're going to ask questions of him. You see Kixon lining up some nade. Throws out a HE of his own, designs significant damage, and now they throw out theirs. Oh, good one.
Nice.
Oh
my God. Clean.
The one-man army right now. Tested on ramp, thrives. Wins the round with a spray. Say that with bated breath. Magisk is still healthy. But a mammoth task. And you can see the diligence. Look at 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝑆's positioning, which actually, that smoke will lead to a lot of eyes. That will keep him busy.
Yeah, plenty of things to consider right now. But 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙧 has already been down on B. He's been here for some time. He's actually playing passive, so he's not committed to a duel. He's playing for information, allowing Falcons to play first.
They should go for it.
To make a sound cue.
And try to get the
starting to plant that bomb, smashing a window, opening a door. And then the support will be on the way.
Can he really go to OD, yeah.
So where's the safest plan considered for Magisk? Window open, now the incendiary to help flush out.
That's just going to buy you enough time to plant the bomb and go down to 𝙂𝙀𝙧. Oh, Nicko.
No way. 11
no
HP Nicko clutch. 1v4.
4 members of Eternal Fire
not
encroaching.
Today. Surely not.
He's exposed in the open. They buy time for the arrival of the last piece. And an 8th round secured convincingly.
3-round game.
𝙬𝙗 adjusting in his chair. I mean, he was tested there.
Yeah, and this is the thing. We've had some crazy highlights
3-round game or
from
2-round
𝙬𝙗
game
in this
now.
event over towards ramp. It's beautiful work from him, just shutting him down. And the two young guns on the end, both sharing a smile between the two of them, getting the round over the line. The only way they could have had that better was denying the plant.
Yeah, it was cool actually. Magic talked a little bit about 𝙬𝙗 in an interview, just saying that
11-8.
having these young players,
3-round game.
seeing them, you know, grinding, learning, seeing their hunger, it's inspiring.
They got the plant,
so
they should have.
Older dog, a bit
Well,
long in the,
he's
bit
been
long in
around
the
for a
tooth.
very long time.
They don't have
Magic
money.
dates back to 1.6
Sad.
in the French scene.
3 rounds.
Flying the flag of Turkey.
Yeah, well, Turkey, definitely. I mean, for a long time, it was just 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗, the talisman of Turkey.
I mean...
Now they've got a whole roster to get behind.
The AK sounds off Magisk there, so maybe Eternal Fire doubting the economy. Magisk, huge kill on Badger, man advantage.
What a gift that is with the only
Can
rifle.
𝙬𝙗 do it again?
Yeah, okay, they're asking questions of him twice.
𝙬𝙗 needs to go big again.
𝙬𝙗 does it again, double kill. Rifle falls into enemy hands and 𝙂𝙀𝙖𝙧, he's not going to try and give this away. It's a 3v3, so 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗 is the one tasked with the descent of the vent.
A lot of pressure on 𝙂𝙀𝙗𝙗 again. There's so many options he has to worry about.
They're going A again.
Squeaky, main as well. He's going to give himself a better position backside to tuck in. 𝙂𝙀𝙧 is investigating yard. Playing on a safe angle over towards the CT boxes. And 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗, if they do come his way, he will need to deliver a multi-kill.
Going yard?
All three, silent reroute yard. 𝙂𝙀𝙧 unlikely to detect this based off of his position, so they should be able to creep down secret.
Nice call.
For the finish, we're talking to smoke. A couple of flashes.
If they are going secret.
So 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗, who hasn't been having the best of games, needs to focus in.
Lower. Not a good call if 𝙬𝙗𝙗𝙗
So many worries. They literally have no idea where Falcons have gotten off to.
It's going to be a matter of timing and another potential collision.
Oh, timing is bad for
Xantares and Nico with 14 seconds. Oh no, Nico hits the D, gets it done, body shots. Xantares down after, wait, time. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 can't stop him. Bombs down, covers there, Nico provides. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 though, looking sharp. He knows the bomb planter's not gone far. Little does he know, they're both so close, he can get double swung. He'd have to hit a crazy transfer or isolates the duel. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 steps wide.
𝙁𝙗𝙗 clutch incoming. Let's go. No.
Falcons 12. Little bit of a relief.
Man, Nico almost
but the job not done.
whiffed that. Nico and Deagle on
from a
nuke.
semi-final.
Don't know what the comms was there. That's likely the biggest thing that plays into that. Or
Never-ending story.
Oh, the timing, they're likely not coming down secret. There's no way in the world. Just the fact that he was so diligent. They
Good
had no
timing,
idea.
yeah.
And then look at this. In the last moments, he's just stayed focused towards the windows. They knew ramp was open the whole
Nico
time.
got
But the same queue still
flashbacks.
had to be made. They still had to breach into the site. Offers up his back.
Xantares.
Now this looks like it's it.
Still they can fumble
𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗,
this.
however, maybe the southpaw sniper can save them in their time of need. Maybe not, because Xantares another opening death. Another one.
That's 7 he's conceded in this map alone.
Now he will push the smoke.
Absent map 3. Nico
No.
quite the opposite. Walking now towards secret. Will take that space. That horrible foreboding feeling.
And what are your options? Push in, right? You have to play for info somewhere, but if they do, we can see what's waiting on the other side. You sit back, allow 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 AWP to play, but that means that they can't just execute in front of him. If they get in towards the top side, it's going to be tough to battle in. Just a couple of flashes of smoke on 𝙑𝙑𝙗. That's all they have to defend their honor. 55 seconds left on the clock, and EF, that Singh can feel
Nico
it.
is getting
Pulling teeth.
some
Four members
space.
of Eternal Fire left. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 investigates the ramp side. Powerful angle for the AWP. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 just a FAMAS to his name as Nico breaks the glass. And they mask it with nades. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 didn't have the time to react. Now the AWP is gone.
GG's.
And so is the hope for Eternal Fire. PGL Cluj-Napoca. Quarterfinals is where the story ends for Eternal Fire. Falcons, their first victory in the head-to-head. A full 3-map affair. Falcons in the semi-finals.
2 upsets today.
From strength to strength and from
First
quarterfinals to
Mongols, now
semi-finals.
EF.
A massive accomplishment for a rather new roster.
Yeah, the first step to vindication for the organization, but Nico trying to justify why he is
Okay, so easy path for
a massive series
FAZE.
from him. 𝙁𝙗𝙗, the other member highlighted
Easy
by
path
the
for
desk, who had to
FAZE
step
now.
up, and he had his stunning moments throughout this map as well. But 13-8, the scoreline reads, revenge, victory on train. They lost us too, sure, but a comprehensive nuke. And that right there books them that semi-final ticket. They'll be taking on the winner of FaZe versus 𝙑𝙗, our final quarterfinal coming up next. But a great series, the first of the day to go 3 maps. For EF, more experience on the stage.
Now the real
Getting
competition
worn
will
down, third
be
event on the trot, third playoffs on the trot, but they're going home.
Mouse again. FaZe versus Mouse final. I think I'm calling it.
Falcons have done it, and they beat Eternal Fire here on the stage. Well, I'm sure this puts a big smile on your face, but how much of a smile does this win put on your face, considering how much you already struggled against Eternal Fire this year?
Finally,
first
Nico,
of all,
yeah.
I want to thank for the support you guys have shown us today. It's been amazing. Thank you so much. And we will see you tomorrow for more action as well. But first win versus Eternal Fire. We have struggled a couple of times versus them. They are a very good team right now. They're playing very, very well. And it took us also for us to play really well in order to beat them. And I'm happy. I had confidence going into against them this time around. And I think the whole team felt the same. So happy that we could pull over this time and close it out on Nuke as well.
I have to ask you, when it comes to the veto, how it went down. Were you expecting the train pick to come in from him?
I'm not really involved in the veto, but I think we thought it could be a third map, the train. So because obviously they beat us last time and they maybe wanted to switch around a bit of Nitro, but I also understand why they went for Train. It's pretty hard to keep beating the same team on the same map all the time. And I think they also struggled a little bit on Inferno throughout this event. So it was understandable for them to switch the strategy a little bit. But I'm happy they picked Train in the end because it's been our good map. And but we just decided that we are not gonna, we don't really want to pick it anymore because it's just cursed. So we are happy to play Train and happy how the Veto turned out.
It does seem like when you pick Train for any team, you can be cursed on it. But then on your Dust 2, which has been a tried and tested one, it went quite wrong when we get into the latter parts of the game. What was missing for you guys here? Because this has been so strong for you.
Yeah, I mean, our Dust this event has been either really good or really shit. So there's something that we need to figure out. But I think the biggest reason was probably that we wanted to close it too fast, some of the rounds. We wanted to, we get an entry and then we want to just go. And that cost us a couple of rounds, I would say. So I think we are still confident into our Dust 2. And we just need to look at what works for us the best and just make sure that we stay composed even though, we are winning or whatever. Because Dust is it can ask you to react really fast. You can feel the urge to react, but it can be very hard to do it sometimes. So yeah, just need to look at it and fix some things.
And overall, you've started to play better as a team here. Things seem to be clicking right now. How good does it feel? How confident do you feel for the rest of the event?
Yeah, we definitely are starting to feel better as a team, but
Zonic clicking photos.
yeah, we beat some good teams this event, but obviously we know that the top dogs are missing, right? So we just we can't do much about it. We can beat the teams that are in front of us, and I'm happy that we are doing it. So hoping to get FAZE tomorrow, and yeah, I mean, we have been putting a lot of work. I have a huge confidence in this team. I think we are clicking most of the time good as a team. We can have little hiccups where, we can look a little shaken, I would say. But overall, happy with how we are playing. And
Brother
I really
wants
believe
FAZE
we can
against
do
him.
some good damage with
Brother
this team.
doesn't even
Well, I
know.
wish you the best of luck in doing so. Guys, give it up one more time for Nico and Falcons!
And there you go, lots of support in the arena
Okay.
for Nico. Whatever people have said about the move online, this crowd vibing
Let me check.
with Falcons. And it's got to be said, look, I think an interesting point he brought up was he was talking about, the timing and clicking
So it's
and
gonna
how
be
things
Mongols
coming
versus
together at the right
Astralis.
time.
I was
that
wrong.
The team has been a bit feast or famine,
Okay.
right? That they're either really, really good or really, really bad, as he put it.
Either way, easy. Easy
I can
route for
sympathize,
FAZE.
but I've definitely seen the evolution of Falcons across 2025.
Cannot
Though
be
they are
easier than
getting
this.
better, the question now is, well, two questions. Can you sustain it, and what is the ceiling?
Oh, can you sustain it? I would say the individuals are starting to match what we have seen them do on other teams. That's exactly what we want from Falcons. Some growing pains in the beginning. Certain coaches in the past, like Blade, have talked about peaking for the major. Well, maybe Falcons are peaking for PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025, Richard.
Could be very well. Could be very possible. I mean, yeah, I think a lot of people, when they saw this roster on paper, they felt like it had potential to be a great team. It's just we weren't seeing the results as quickly as we were hoping for. But now is certainly the case that throughout the course of this event, they have definitely looked sharper.
That was a nice
The protocols
3K.
look more polished. They
4K
look a little
actually.
bit better with their spacing and timings in general. You're getting good individual performances out, the players you want to be performing.
Centaur
for the
is
most
disaster
part.
class.
And really, when you look at this game, while the first half was pretty close, they
On
dominated
last
the second
map.
half. They absolutely bullied Eternal Fire when they got on the T side. And really, the stars of
What
Eternal
were
Fire
the
did not show up in this
stats?
game.
Let's see the
Yeah,
stats.
we'll no doubt talk about it a little bit because we're going to continue to talk about
Picture
Falcons.
in
But let's just
picture.
introduce it quickly. Where was Antares, man? Like, that is crazy to see him have a game like this.
Oh, just completely humbled. I mean, I would love to see the
New
deaths from his
Xantares,
perspective, actually, because
bottom
Xantares,
driver.
throughout this
Not even
tournament,
10
throughout
kills,
the
not
year,
even
throughout
double
last
digits.
year, first bullet accuracy has been immaculate. I mean, he's
Yeah.
one of the
Disaster
fastest
class
time to
of
kills of
Xantares.
any player I see.
Master
And this
class
time
by
around,
IGL,
felt
but
like I
not
saw him
enough.
miss a couple shots.
Master
I mean,
class by
sometimes he
Nico
took a
though.
little bit longer to get those kills, and people
Let's
that I
see
put the
if
spotlight
the-
on, like Testis, were getting the better of him.
if the
Nico, by the end of
Falcons
the
can
series,
perform the
got the
same
better
against
of him
FaZe.
in a lot lopsided affair through 2025 thus far, where 𝙇𝙗𝑡𝑎𝑟𝑎's was leading 19 kills to NiKo's 7 in the head-to-head. This time around, it was 14-11 in NiKo's favor, and so that kind of thing, I mean, Eternal Fire, they live and die by the Zan.
Yeah, it's true.
And Pole.
Especially when you play such a critical position, too. I mean, when you're talking about he's your guy who's trading openings, he's your guy defending yard, one of the
9
biggest
volts.
pieces of the map that just has so much impact once you have control of it and what
You
you can
guys
do
are
from
correct.
it. It's definitely really tough to see him struggle. And well, we did have a couple of bright moments from 𝙬𝙠 and a couple of ramp holds and a couple of other moments here and there. It was just never anything they could really put together consistently. Meanwhile, I mean, look at NiKo. The dude barely had a round. He didn't get a kill, and then he made up for it with like these, 3K, 4K multi-kill rounds. And again,
but it's what we highlighted.
Is crazy too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's literally what we highlighted before the game. He goes where... This is one of the maps. It's a NiKo map.
Yep.
He goes where he wants. He kills who he wants. He does what he wants.
He's like,
and if you allow him to do that, then he's going to win.
He's like Simple with a rifle, okay?
Yeah.
When Simple was at the apex of his powers for Na'Vi, he was just going everywhere, calling his number whenever he wanted to. This time, the spread in terms of the kills looks like it's a lot more towards outside, but there's other games with NiKo where he's just moving everywhere and he's always in the right spot. He's just in a constant CT flow state when it comes to Nuke.
I mean, no disrespect to any of the other Falcons players as well, but when you look at a series like that across the totality of the 3 maps, this essentially is NiKo. This is what he used to do for G2. I will put the team on my back. I will get us through. I just need a couple of moments, a couple of performances here and there, and that's going to be enough. You definitely can put that pressure on me. It's another reason, by the way, I always thought the whole Choco, apart from that's a terrible nickname, and it just doesn't work. And you should have workshopped that one, Reddit, because it's garbage. But apart from that, it's not even really a reflection of reality. Like, there's
This
more
skill
often
right
than
here.
not, this is a player that is clutch
If 𝙇𝙗𝑡𝑎𝑟𝑎's
and
reacted
also
a bit
capable
quickly,
of dragging
could have
his
got
team
the
through difficult series.
kill
He's
on
done it throughout
NiKo,
his
and
career.
maybe
Except this time he didn't have to. I mean, his
Yeah.
teammates
Could have
showed
been
up
the turning
big time
point.
this game.
Yeah,
I mean, I
on
wanted
Nuke, for sure, yeah.
definitely want to tip my hat to 𝙑𝑠, who had a phenomenal half on the CT side, but also he's a guy who's their lobby player who just knows when to poke and prod, like knows when he can go hut. Let me take a pick at someone on the upper bomb side. Maybe he's going to poke at that ramp player, and he just kind of alleviates a little bit of the pressure when he's able to find the openings that he finds. That means you don't have to rely on yard as much. And you saw him a couple of rounds in that second half be able to just get in a hut, get an upper pick, and then boom, the round unravels from that point. So really, even Dexter had his moments with the AWP, of course, too, rotating across the map. So it really was a team performance, although obviously NiKo was the MVP of the series.
I have to ask a little bit about mentality and Eternal Fire. One of the things that I always notice when I'm listening to Magic doing interviews, obviously he's a great captain and a great IGL. He also does a lot of the media work for his team, so no wonder he's been feeling, a little bit tired, which he talked about, but a bit of fatigue creeping in. But I do say one of the things he always talks about is like, we have a different mentality when we're on stage, and sometimes communication gets muddled, and we start arguing, and I have to like referee and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, at like an S-tier team, like you can't have that, can you?
Now we've seen it 3 times.
Yeah.
At Katowice, losing to the Mongols this year, losing to Falcons. I would say that the Mongols one's kind of a 50-50. This one, they were the favorites going into this. Like,
totally.
let's make no mistake about that.
True.
The Eternal Fire have been on a heater throughout this year, consecutive playoffs, grand finals finish, the Blast Bounty, and for them to go out in this fashion, this is what I was saying. Like, when you're looking at Eternal Fire at that Blast Bounty, getting to the grand finals, I said, guys, be careful to get too excited, because this is because they have a very strong core. They had a direct upgrade in 𝙬𝙗, but if you look across the board, the firepower, the individuals of this team are weaker than a team like Falcons, and once Falcons and these other rosters that are retooling, like FaZe, like Vitality, have caught up tactically, they will lap them, and that is what we are seeing in motion now.
This felt like this should be their window, right? I mean, we've already seen them have positive trajectory to kick off the year with the second place finish at the Blast Bounty, the top 5 finish at Katowice. Like you said, 𝙬𝙗 has been an upgrade in that position. But then you even look at this particulars of the series, they came into it, players on good form. 𝙇𝙗𝑡𝑎𝑟𝑎's having a phenomenal tournament with 𝘾𝙤𝙧, 𝙬𝙗, the 2 youngsters having a great tournament. It seemed like they were on the right path. And then, yeah, we could maybe take a look at that train to that was a plan that backfired. But when you look at a fact like Nuke, they came in as the favorite on Nuke. They definitely had the better resume. They definitely looked like the better team on it throughout the course of this year. But today, on that stage, just now, they did not look like the better team, not even close. I mean, again, they got bullied that entire second half. Their CT side was just unheard of. It was not there at all.
And what's the answer? I mean, is it a case if they need to rework their map pool? Is it where can they go? Because, I'm hearing from Magic when he does the interviews, we have to win tournaments in 2025. We're not going to get a better
FaZe
roster
is
than
here.
this. You come into tournaments where it's like, hey, good
Brokey
news, there's
is
no Vitality here. There's no Spirit.
visible.
There's no Na'Vi.
Exactly.
It's like you said, these teams, like Astralis and Falcons and now Eternal Fire, you've got to set yourself the W here. And that was a kind of amateurish fizzle at the end.
This is a tone-setting tournament, unfortunately, for Eternal Fire. You're trying to build off of the 2 tournaments you had leading through the season, and now at the precipice of a tournament where you consider them the favorites at this tournament. I had them in my top tier.
If you'd put a gun to my head, which you often do,
yes,
I would have said, no doubt in my mind, Eternal Fire would win.
Right. Yeah. And so now we see them when the pressure is actually on, when the lights are in their faces, and then it's just too bright for them. And I will say that if you're talking about Eternal Fire and you want to really get down to brass tacks, get into the details, get granular, I just feel like the game planning from Madras sometimes comes across single note. You look at the gun rounds in that T side right there, and it was an okay T side in terms of results. They did like 4 A hits in the first like 5 rounds where they had significant guns. Like they didn't really test outside all too much. When they went ramp, it was kind of obvious after a while because they never took outside control. And so I just feel like they just keep going for these. Like I've seen so many T sides from Eternal Fire where they do the same thing for the first 3 gun rounds. Like mix it up. Mix up your...
Legend bro, I was talking about the...
Is that possible?
It's possible. It is possible.
These things can happen. I'll get some
I
final
was
thoughts
talking
from you,
about
Dust. You can go with
stream in which I
either
will
to the victor of
play.
the spoils and put out some more praise
Will
for
play
Falcons, or we
on
can talk about where Eternal Fire
Monday, but I'm
Yeah,
streaming.
final word is yours.
I do think Eternal Fire is a little bit top heavy in their map
I'm
pool. Like they're very
streaming the
reliant upon
matches.
Anubis, which are never going to get against this team, and some other teams will ban it out as well. So it is going to be about trying to build the rest of their map pool out, I think. And it's
stream
also
tomorrow,
about, in the
and
case
day
of
after
Dust 2, for
tomorrow
example, they
too.
had to figure
Will
out
not
some
play.
positions and kind of change some things up and try to see what is the most optimal setup we can bring to the table with the lineup that we have now. And I think that's something we'll have to explore too. But I think for Falcons, for me, it was always just a matter of time. Like, I know what this roster is. I know what these players are capable of. I know what roles they play. It all makes sense. It's just about lining everybody
I always
up on the
believed
same
success for
page.
Falcons was a matter of time. It was never about this roster. It was about the giant amount of money backing them so they can literally buy every player in the seed and use every iteration. But, like, if they do win tournaments with this lineup, it's going to certainly shut me up. You know?
This is the foundation now, though.
Yeah.
I think this is the foundation that you build from. I think that this is a really a blessing in disguise. Yeah, they wanted Muncie. Yeah, they wanted Jimmy. We talk about all these things, and those have been great players to have. But I think it's so hard to build a team from scratch and be successful. Like almost every team we think of that has gone on to do great things had some kind of core, some
Sunday
kind of
night,
platform to build off of. And I think
9:30.
the Falcons
We'll
have
watch the
found their
grand
platform.
final
Now it's just
of this
about
tournament.
kind of, working things through.
All right, well, we'll see if we can do it as the tournament
We'll
continues.
watch the match
For
too,
now,
and we'll
a
watch
quick break. When we
the
come back,
grand
we'll have the
final
last quarterfinal of
later
the
on.
day. FaZe will be
And we'll
taking
stream
on
it.
Saw. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
9:30 till 9:30 match will end. India versus Pakistan.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Closing ceremony. I mean, let's see. I'll not comment. I think it's going to be close. Match is going to be close. Either team can win.
I think the first real time I played CS was probably Italy.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yeah, I played against bots running through the tunnel when you're still in T-spawn.
Yeah.
They had no chance because I killed the hostages and then I just waited for them to come.
You killed the hostages? Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's how I was like 10 years old or something. I can't remember, 11. So yeah, that's before I got my PC where I didn't have internet to play on.
Yeah. You're just enjoying the offline mode.
Yeah.
All on your own, and you
so
feel
easy.
You feel like a god, right?
Yeah.
I want a close match.
It was so easy.
I mean, when I was
Sunday.
too young and going to net cafes with the people who was like same school with me.
Nice.
It was too long time ago. I think maybe I was like 13 or 14, maybe 12. Can be even 11. But it's like a random 1.6 maps. It's like sometimes Ice World, sometimes Pool Day, sometimes like Death Run, Jailbreak. Those kind of like bunch of things. It's like for kid to be like get happiness, you know. And also going to net cafes and playing against each other like 5v5. We were doing that too. With the school friends in the like same class. We were skipping school and
don't skip school.
Don't skip school. But yeah, that times like I played like I think for 7-8 years Counter-Strike, which is like not even professional level.
Just for
like
fun, enjoying
for
it.
fun, full amateur.
Yeah.
It's like doing something but don't know exactly what are you doing.
Okay, the first time that I played, well, I think that I really enjoyed it, but it was like I have an older brother, so he started playing and I was always close to him, watching him playing. So I was watching him and I was, okay, get out of the house, I want to play. So yeah, I think that's the first memory, watching my brother.
Nice.
And yeah, I really liked Counter-Strike 1.6. No, 1.5.
Oh, 1.5. Okay,
Yeah,
really
yeah.
good, really good. Okay, old school.
Brother is
How
playing from
old were you
Counter-Strike
then when you first
1.5.
10 years old or 10, 11. Yeah, something like that.
I cannot say that I remember it clearly, but I think that I used to play a lot of video games when I was really young. My first time playing CS was when I was 10 years old.
Oh, wow, okay.
So I was really young. My brother obviously showed me the game, like most pros, I would say.
Yep.
But basically what I remember was just that I've never enjoyed the game that much before.
Okay.
I felt really connected to the tactical side of it. It's not just a shooter game. It's like Call of Duty. I just run around, give some
1.5
headshots,
before 2000.
So I just remember that I was super intrigued by utility, the grenades,
CS 1.6
and,
was
basically
released
the whole maps and how cool they were. I
in
remember I really
2000,
liked that skill a lot.
so
in 99,
before that,
99,
wow, okay.
most
I
likely
used to play
1999 or
these, Age of
1998, somewhere
Empires,
around there.
these strategy games, and we used to come to this internet cafe. I didn't have a PC at home. There was back in the days with 56k modem, so if you wanted to play online, you usually had to go to an internet cafe. And then I remember we did these.
But first official
night,
iteration of Counter-Strike is
where
1.6,
you
then
would
Condition
come in
0,
at
then
11
Source.
PM, you would sit until 8 AM in the
Then
morning.
it
You
was
pay a
CSGO.
certain fee.
Now
And
it is
then
CSGO.
I remember one night coming in,
So
and
it's like
everyone was
total,
talking about this new
how
one
many
to
games?
Half-Life that was called
1,
Counter-Strike,
2,
and I didn't want to
3,
play,
4,
but
5.
Oh, you didn't want to play?
Total
I
5
hated the
games
FPS
of
games back then.
Counter-Strike
I
have been
didn't
released.
I didn't want to
5
be
versions
antisocial, you know.
of Counter-Strike
All of your friends was playing
have
Counter-Strike,
been
and
released till now.
then I tried that once. But I remember not using the mouse.
1.4
I was using page up to get. That was how bad I was.
There were versions before
Yes.
1.4. I don't remember 1.5, but
You know, I
they
got
were not
hooked by it,
the
and then we had all these clans,
you
and I
know,
remember the
official
internet cafe
versions.
had this clan called DSOW. It stood
Okay.
for Doom Soldiers of War. And you know, it was my big dream to join this team.
Or
and,
it was
and
like
eventually I got to join it.
1.5,
And, then I
1.6
got my
was
first PC
before
and,
1.5, and then they
I mean, I have some
updated it to
memories. I
1.6,
started
maybe
quite
like
early
that. I
because
don't
my brothers and my dad
All
actually introduced me.
CS.
Oh, your dad as well? I see, I knew your brothers. I didn't know your dad.
Also
Okay.
my dad, But I think there's a picture of me somewhere when I'm like 6 or 7, trying sitting there. I think what I remember is maybe the old dust, and
standard dust,
and ancient as well in the CSOs,
Okay.
And
November 9,
having the
2000.
duels, that was my favorite weapon when I was a little kid. And it actually nowadays they're super viable.
now it's come into it.
Back in Source they weren't, but that's my earliest memory.
Counter-Strike
It's been
1.6,
a
Condition
while ago.
0,
Actually, that was
Source,
like what?
then Global
25
Offensive,
years
CSGO, then
ago,
CS2.
maybe. Yeah, I mean, I think it was 99 or something. I've been playing a little bit because we haven't had
Neo
like,
Online
the
and these
stable internet
parts
connection,
of,
so we had that
are,
modem
I
that
think
cuts off your home phone. That was totally
when you get a phone
they
call.
were not released
different
worldwide.
times, right? So like we had neighbors who were like
Or
an
if
IT
they were
company
not
back then,
that
and my dad
popular.
was like having some games from them, and he's giving them games. So they brought CS to us at some point. That was still a beta version, like 5.2, I think, when I think M4
Crash.
A1 had a scope back then. So it
Maps,
was a completely
this
different
Maps
game.
folder,
But
try
that's
to add
the
in
first time
that.
I've tried it. Yeah, then we went over.
I used to do that.
To play a little bit on
I
the
used to
proper
add
internet,
skins
but we
in
started playing
CS
more and more
1.6
from that day. That was like 99,
earlier,
something like that.
when I
Do you
was
remember your first impressions of it, like the feeling when playing that game?
Actually, that was like the second or third game I've played with other people, because that wasn't a thing back
you
then,
did single
right?
player games.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
bro.
it was like I played some Unreal Tournament.
I have added some skins
of course, like Quake,
and maps.
There
is
we've tried
maps
different
folder
things.
in
He figured out
the __ directory.
I mean,
you
that's
need to
crazy,
add
but
there.
like
And
he
a
connected
models
two
folder
PCs
for
with,
skins.
like a
Models
printer
folder for
cable, and
skins.
you could play like that with other people in
And
Quake.
maps
So
folder for
that's how we
maps.
started with playing with our neighbors.
Yeah.
And then I tried CS and I totally loved it from the
Watch
start. 'Cause
party,
there's
unknown.
a bunch of different
Welcome to
people
the
running
stream.
on the server. You could play with, other people and like prove yourself. So I really got into it very fast.
More interactive, very social as well.
Welcome,
and
welcome,
competitive
welcome.
at the same time. Eternal Fire did put up a fight, but this time
Losers
around they weren't
interview.
able to best Falcons. I've got Madrid with me here to talk through this, and I want to just talk about the veto, because obviously you played them so many times, you guys start to know each other well. Last time around when you played Train, it was so good for you guys. This time around, what kind of differences did you notice?
To be honest, not a lot of difference, but I think the prep was okay, but individually we didn't show up really well on Train.
Yeah, need to follow the
guidelines. It was really a
guidelines.
close game because like
Can't speak in
some
Hindi.
clutches in the end of the match, like if Shota wins his 1v1 on the last on City side, maybe we wouldn't Train, but it's okay. Like I think we didn't play also very well on T side. I think it was 8-4, losing the pistol. Today maybe the map, we picked Train instead of Inferno.
Why?
My coach, we decided yesterday because we knew that there will add a lot of preparation on Inferno.
Everyone who has got the rights
The only
is
things I can think, we did a good
streaming
fight,
in
but
English.
the only things I can think
And they
after
don't
all is
want
maybe pick Inferno instead of Train, but it's okay,
any
I
other
think,
language.
because we take a decision.
It's
me
not
and my
like
coach,
any other.
and
Like
we need to
if you are,
keep beyond
if you're
that.
really popular,
look
then
at this
only you
though,
can
right?
stream in your
One thing
native
I'll say is very
language.
positive. You guys didn't
What
break going
guideline?
into
They have
Dust 2. You may have
provided
lost Train,
some
but I saw
rules.
there was still high energy.
They have
There was
mailed
still
me.
belief. And you look
You need
so
to
good
follow
on
those
Dust 2.
guidelines.
We come into that, you must be feeling fantastic. What was the feeling coming out of Dust 2 before Nuke started?
Like you can't block any
It
sponsors.
was good. I think today, sometimes I say in front
On
of
the
crowd we are
stream,
not the
you-
same, but
you
today
can't hide
we
them.
was the same.
Okay, good.
Good communication.
There are some
etc.
guidelines.
I think they just play better today. Obviously,
If we get
individually,
popular,
was not on
we
the
can try.
top of our form because usually
But
we are way better individually.
Right
to
now
be
we have
honest.
no numbers, so we
But
can't ask
I
them.
think we lost as a team today.
I'll try to
and
ask
I congratulate my
if
teammates
we
and I
can
congratulate
stream.
Falcon for the win. You can't win every day.
Let's see what
a team need to lose.
what is
Today
the
it's
reply.
it sucks that is always the first match on
In
playoff
Russian?
every time. But it's like this, bro.
Which
Keep doing,
channel?
accept it and keep doing.
I know you guys will always keep going. You
And
always
how
keep
many
going and
viewers he
pushing
had?
to make yourselves better. But do you feel like you
Tell
are
me.
starting to improve as a team on the stage? Are you seeing that work?
Yeah, we are improving. To be honest, I also have a lot of fix in my mind, but like example, in 4 days we
Getting
go
cut for the
ESL League
sponsor
again.
money? No.
So
Why will I
and we
get
play the play, not the main
sponsor
tournament,
money?
so
Nobody
it's
gets.
gonna be long also. Yeah. So I have a lot of fix. We can't work a lot, but I think it's okay. We need to keep fighting. I think.
Then
I'm
he,
proud of my teammates, like I
then
told
he
you,
or
it was
she
way
might
better
be
today.
streaming in,
And hopefully one
might be
day
watching
we're
the
gonna success
Russian stream.
Our dreams.
Are you still overall proud of what you guys showed at
Might
this
be
event?
might
You
be
still make a
watching
playoff run?
Russian stream
Yeah,
where the
obviously
casters are
proud,
speaking
big
in
pictures,
Russian.
But it was a tournament that we can win. Some
Maybe.
people say that we can win. So yeah, it's a little
When will
deception because there was not a spirit
about to
with
start
ITG
in 15 or 10
Navi,
minutes, 10 to
weakness
15
before.
minutes.
So yeah, a little deception, but Falcon is also a good team. They have
If they are
a lot of
watching in
good
the,
individual
they are
team.
watching the English stream,
So
then tell me.
It's not a shame
Then I
to lose
will
against
try
them. I
to
think we did our best, but today it was not a good day at all.
Try to ask.
We need to accept and learn for that.
Lastly, anything you want to say to all the Turkish fans out there and also your lovely family at home?
Yes. So first of all in English, Defne, Ceren, Aslan size çok seviyorum.
I mean,
love
they
you
will
so
warn
much,
me,
my,
of
my
course.
family.
There's
And boys
nothing
in
like
Turkey,
it,
thank you very much for
my
your
channel
support
will
and
get
everyone
deleted
in the
or
world.
like that.
Beyler,
But they don't want you to stream in
bir
another
savaş.
language.
Devam etmek lazım artık. Yani Gelecek turnuva 4-5
It was
gün
strictly written
sonra,
that English
yani
co-streamers are only allowed.
elimizden geleni yapıyoruz gerçekten ekip olarak. Yorgunuz ama o yorgunu karşı çıkmaya çalışıyoruz. Bazen olmuyor. Bugün biraz olmadı. Ama rüyalar devam ediyor.
I mean,
Sizi
they
seviyorum.
want
Destekleriniz
the
için çok
most
seviyorum.
popularity, so they want.
Sizi çok seviyorum.
Thank you very much, Maja. We'll see you at the next events. This team has been grinding
If I will
hard.
stream in
They're playing
Hindi,
so good.
if
I
I
wish them
will
best of
speak
luck
in
going
Hindi,
forward. Let's see how they go on future tournaments.
maybe that won't attract that many viewers because people don't watch CS that much in India. People watch Valorant co-streams. Nobody watches CS co-streams, and nobody even does it in India right now, and has never done it before too. You might have seen Valorant co-streamers in India. They do, and they are speaking in Hindi because they have the numbers. 𝙂𝙀𝙀𝙀𝙀 does that. 𝙁𝙀𝙀𝙀 does that. Valorant co-streams, and who else does that? T-Bone has also done co-streams sometimes, not every time. T-Bone also does it. So like Riot allows them because they have numbers. I'll be back, guys. Wait. Welcome, Rajvi, bro. What? I read that. Support. Whichever team you want, bro. I think if you will start watching, then you will get to know which team to support, because then you will get to know about the storylines which are happening in the scene, in any sports. I voted for FAZE. Let's see. FAZE are the favorites. Big names. There might be people streaming on Twitch. Yeah, 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙧 is streaming. 𝚘𝙀𝙗𝙗𝙧 is also streaming this. Not in India, but on Twitch, people are streaming. Like this guy is streaming. He has 21,000 viewers right now. He's the most biggest. He's the most biggest streamer, CS streamer. Yeah. In India, no one else. I think no one else is doing. If you are asking about Indians. And people outside India do the streams on Twitch, so you can watch on Twitch. These are long to 5 minutes, yeah. About to start. $40 more seconds. Like the music. It's good. Let's go, let's go. Romania. Cluj-Napoca. Beautiful city.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. The last quarter final of the day is about to get underway. It's between FaZe versus 𝙁. So I asked the panel, do you want to play a game?
Good one, Rich.
Workshopped it.
I don't even know if half the audience here has watched that one, unfortunately.
𝙁?
They're pretty young nowadays, you know?
Classic.
I mean, that is a pretty popular horror film, I think.
Yeah,
well,
it is Counter-Strike fans too, so they're a little older.
Listen, and there's a whole franchise, but anyway, if we're talking about horror shows, we can talk about what happened at 𝙁 just before this tournament. That was what I was setting up, Maui. You're off the desk next time. That was terrible. Right, anyway.
Yeah.
So, no, what has happened to them
Betting
is the worst
side.
thing that can happen before you go to a big tournament, one that you're hoping to maybe get a few upsets in. You just get told, yeah, this roster's dead, by the way, guys, but sorry, we booked the tickets. Just go do it. And that's what's ended up happening. And by the way, I read an interview coming into this where one of the players, I think it was Roman, said, oh, no, we found out about it like pretty much just before we went. Like, as we were traveling, essentially. So I don't really know what to make of 𝙁. Like, the reality, guys, is they shouldn't be in the playoffs.
I mean, 𝙁 has been a perpetual free fall for a while now. I mean, you look ever since they decided not to play our 𝙈𝙗𝙗 at the RMRs, and they wound up not making the major because of it. And then obviously he was out of the team, and then 𝘃𝑗erks eventually leaves the team as well. And they go pair up and they go play on an IP. And this team has never been able to really find the talent they needed to replace what they lost. Like Story, solid opper, but they really lost two huge big rifling pieces. Yeah. And they just haven't really been able to fully recover. But at this tournament, they have somehow defied the odds. They beat 3D Max to find themselves here on this stage in the quarterfinals, and that has to be commended.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I'll certainly say this. It is an odds-defying story to beat 3D Max. That did not look on the cards at all. They were given complexity as well, though, you know, so. It all evens out.
They're playing incredibly well to punish, Richard. Anytime a new team is coming into them and they don't have their protocols outlined, they miss a smoke, they miss a flash, I will say people like Story, people like SHR, they've played to punish fantastically well. In fact, the way that they dismantled Complexity was just if there's a single gap in that smoke, Story is not the flashiest operator, he's not the craziest, but he'll find those kinds of gaps. And that's really all it takes sometimes is that you're just making less mistakes than your opponents. And I can say that Saw winning the last 3 series in the fashion that they did, that's really what jumped out at me. It just felt like they were playing a more airtight style, whereas the guys on some of those other teams, 3D Max Complexity, they let the pressure get to them, and they missed a couple nades.
Yeah. And you know, look, the dead team buff is a very real thing. You know, when the pressure's off, like, what are you really playing for? Like, your next contract, I guess. I mean, it certainly helped SHR out. I mean, he's been playing the best Counter-Strike I've seen him play since he joined this team in this tournament. I mean, he was supposed to 𝙂𝙀𝙗 replacement. He was supposed to be that aggressive rifling star, and he really struggled to fill those shoes. But these last couple of series against 3D Max and Complexity, he has played very, very well. And Story has hit heights he never really reached last year. I mean, again, he was kind of like their 3rd star as an operator.
I mean, teams are getting ready for you know, the walkout, so they need some time. I mean, the previous match ended like around 30 minutes ago, so they need at least 40-45 minutes to set up. Other like FAZE and SWA will come, then they will set up their SSDs and set up their keyboard, mouse, so they need some time.
It would be a loss because
they don't want to yap, but they need to yap to,
you know. The Portuguese scene, obviously coming from a Source background, historically they had some good rosters back in the day. So, and I used to love the XL LAN parties and stuff they had out there.
The gap.
I'm hoping that we can see a resurgence of Saw. It's just, it's not going to be upset. They've already by far exceeded expectations just by making these playoffs in my books, and they don't lose any ranking. Like, even if they lose this game, they remain in the same spot. That's pretty good considering your team is technically dead and you're having to build up on your roster at this event anyway.
Well,
but a tall order, Maui.
Of course, and we're going to see what they're able to accomplish here because, I mean, actually, Muterus talked about it, that the next iteration of this lineup is just going to be international. Like, they can't keep digging into the Portuguese scene, which I find to be a bit of a surprise, completely honest, because SHR, one of the guys that's likely to be leaving this roster, like, he's been really good. So I'm not sure if there's a little bit of buyer's or seller's remorse that is for their upcoming team.
What's the price?
And what they're going to be working with next. I guess we just have to see the pieces. Like, it's hard to make the claim that this is better or worse without seeing or knowing what's coming next.
Well, we move on to FaZe, their opponents.
Winner gets 400 million. 400 what I'm saying. $400,000. $400,000.
There have been 1 or 2 weaknesses that we've seen, particularly Nuke, which we're going to see if that comes out in the veto a little bit later.
Second finish gets around
the new look FaZe with Alisha.
Well, it's actually not been that great. This is the one tournament where they're finally showing up. At the Blast Bounty, they didn't actually even make it out of the online portion of that event. They lost to Pain in an online elimination match. And of course, at Katowice, they were unable to actually make the playoffs as well. So finally, we're seeing FaZe Clan in an arena. This is what everybody came to see. That's why we have the fans in the building right now. They came for FaZe Clan, and they're finally making it work. 𝙑𝙘 is working so well with the team this time around. First couple tournaments, there were growing pains between people like Rain, Kerrigan, a lot of spot switching, and now it feels like finally Kerrigan's starting to put the pieces together.
I mean, and even with those growing pains, they still beat G2 and took a map off of Vitality. They had a pretty tight series against Eternal Fire on that Nuke game that went into multiple overtimes that knocked them out of Katowice. So even at their weakest, which is why I would argue they were at the time, they were still pretty competitive. But now they have been able to have more time to gel, move things around. And let's be honest, they beat some pretty good teams to get here. I mean, yeah, Saul, I guess, was like an easy first opponent.
The prize gets distributed
we're going to see here on the stage, but
among the org and the players
to get to this quarterfinals, and they played really well in those series. So tip your hat to them. They've been on a positive trajectory for sure.
We don't know what is the contract between the org organizations and the
how
players.
Frozen has found form again. Look,
we should be around 70-30, maybe.
When Rops was announced to be leaving, I'm sure FaZe fans were really
to the players and 30% might be to the org.
Alleviate some of that. But what you've gained since Rops has left is ultimately
everyone gets paid. Salaries are different. Prize money is different.
Start of last year, people
like
seem to forget
prize money is also given to the players and
in Shanghai. A lot of people were
players
blaming him.
And some prize money also goes to the org.
It's been a bit of a crucible for him to overcome, but now he's back and looking as good as ever.
They get the regular salaries too.
Right now on this team, but the makeup they have on their roster, because look, he didn't really have to change too much about the positions he played. I think the only map
they're taking some time.
Nuke, where he took over lobby and ramp on the TNCT side, but every other map he gets to play basically where he played before. I think the other thing that really helps him is
is like now not only do you have
Now I
Kerrigan
think
and Rain as
they're gonna
aggressive
start
riflers
it.
that you can kind
I
of
can't
trade frag
see-
behind. Well, now you got
I can't
Aleesh
see Saw.
too. You know, he'll buddy up with Aleesh sometimes and just trade frag behind him. And so you've taken Frozen, and he
coach is
used to kind
there,
of be the more
clueless person
active
can play
extremity
on
player,
their
with Frotz
own.
being the more passive one. And now it's kind of shifted because now they have Rain playing a lot of extremities, who is a natural
Coach
born
is
entry
required
framer. So I think it's just given
because
Frozen even more room, in my opinion, to be
coach
able to
can
tuck
help
into
you
that
with
mid to late
tactics
round position and not have to be
and
relied upon the create any openings.
can
It's early
help you
days
in
here, but
situations where
𝙑𝙫
nerves
and
take
Frozen
over.
are really showing right now that they might be one of the best
But
rifle
you are right.
duos
In
in the scene.
CS,
Okay, 𝙑𝙫, like
coaches are
Gus said,
most-
is going to be
most-
taking that space.
mostly
but
like the
Frozen's spacing on
cheerleaders, you
trading,
can
the
say.
consistency he has with trading, the fact that he's incredibly clutch on top of that. I would argue he's more
That
clutch. He's
they're
actually
the-
more clutch
they're
than
there
Robs. I would
to
argue
cheer
he's
up
more
the
clutch
team
than many
and,
of the riflers that we have.
The
at
the
this
tactical
tournament.
part
He
is
probably is. In fact, if I just had to
40%.
kind of make a
60%
general
part
statement, he
is
is the most
like
clutch rifler here. Yeah, he
to
is the most clutch rifler
cheer
here.
them
So when he
and
has a guy, or he has three
get
guys,
them,
as
you
a
know,
matter of
together.
fact, that are willing to take space, take openings.
You
Now,
need
if we
one
see a
guy
late round with him and Brokey,
to
it's
do
lights
that.
out. It's been lights out for everybody against them at this one.
Yeah, and look, talking about Brokey as well, I mean, that's where the question
There are
marks
some
go to
coaches
now
which
on
are
FaZe. People are
fully
excited about the
tactical,
Legion,
like
what that might look like when they finally get the map pool hashed out.
they
Frozen's
make
back.
strategies like
We've got
Blade,
Carrigan,
Navi's coach.
the
Blade
𝙁𝙍, everyone loves him. Rain
is too
is
much
Mr.
strategic.
FaZe. So naturally, when results
And,
don't go your way, someone's got to carry the can. A lot of the time, it does
he
seem
has
to be
developed the
Brokey.
whole
How do we
system
feel
of the
about
team.
that narrative?
So
I think that's a fair point to make. He certainly had
everyone
his
plays
moments last
according
year
to
where he
that
really
system.
did seem to suffer.
Like,
but
if
let's
he
not
wants
forget,
one player to
Robs
play
kind of
like
took the
that,
spotlight
to
because
play
of how
one spot
incredibly
on
he
this
played
map.
in Shanghai to help FaZe make their way to the grand finals.
So
but
they are playing
I think
like
people
that.
do sometimes
In
forget
other teams,
that Brokey also played fantastic throughout.
it is not
you know,
so
a
much.
lot of those last
They
couple of
do the
series they played in
tactical
the
stuff.
playoffs and actually
Coaches
gave them
do
a
the
chance
tactical
to
stuff.
really push that grand final even further against
But
Spirit.
it's like
And I think
50-50.
so far coming into this
50%
year, at
tactical
least at
stuff,
this event, and even some of the times at
50%
𝙁𝙗, he actually has looked pretty
cheerleading
solid.
and
You know, again, I think a little bit of pressure gets
getting
taken off
them
of him
together.
when he has an extra aggressor on the team like 𝙑𝙫.
I mean,
It was
Brokey's
such
the
a
most
best game,
iconic
such
player
good
ever.
mechanics, but
I
high
mean,
every
you
time in
get,
tournaments.
you know, lights out Brokey
10 versus
doing
10.
things that
10
only
versus
Prime
10 would be
Simple was able to
chaotic,
do,
man.
and then you have the other version of
Would be
Brokey.
too
And
much
I've seen this
chaos.
guy take more shots on nukes
I mean, it
vent
sounds
ladder
interesting.
than any other player in Tier 1 CS. It's like, come
But
on, relax.
if
dude.
you are
Like,
an
you need to
observer,
sometimes set
like,
yourselves up for a good fight.
let's
because
say
sometimes the
you are an
mechanics get him
observer.
into
Can you
trouble. He's seen
spectate 10
himself
people?
make the most
Like 20
unbelievable
people
plays that
at a
any
time?
opper could possibly make, and then he constantly
Can you
has that sort of
spectate?
blind faith in himself.
And
I
if
think
you are
Kerrigan
if
loves
you are
that,
an
but also
if
probably
you
at
are
times wishes he could
if you are
reel
a
it in a little
viewer,
bit more.
can you
So
watch 20
at this
players
tournament,
together?
it really
You
has been
can't.
pretty smooth sailing in my eyes. I
You
don't
can't
think he's
track
really had
everyone.
to hit that just unbelievable level that we sometimes see out of him. But if push comes to shove, he's going to be the better opper in the server today.
And of course, the big narrative talking point
The
is
people who
like, FaZe
spectate
really
in these
do need to win
tournaments,
this one. I think maybe in the future, just hearing stuff behind the scenes without
they
bringing
won't
it
be
to the
able to
broadcast,
spectate.
you know, there's probably a chance FaZe might sit out one or two events in future as well. They're going to want to get this one in the bag, and then we'll see what the future might bring. They're the clear favourites left. I think it's a really savage indictment of where they would be if they weren't able to beat the remaining field in the tournament, frankly.
If they didn't win this,
It would be funny like World War.
Half the people here wouldn't even show up tomorrow. Come on, what are we talking about? We get an 𝙑𝙗 game versus what, Falcons? This is gonna, like, people would just be lost.
Hey,
okay,
Falcons were like the home team.
I don't even know how we're gonna guide the action
to.
tomorrow if we get that one. Okay, no, people can't. People bought their tickets for FaZe Clan because 𝙂𝙀 didn't show up, and they want Kerrigan to get to the grand finals here. I mean, this would be a Herculean effort for 𝙑 to even take a map off of them. We'll see what the veto unfolds and how it shows us like what's possible here, but this is anything but like 1 to 10 odds, I think, is an understatement for how much of the favorites FaZe are.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where 𝙑 had to be commended for what they were able to achieve. They went down 0-2 in groups. They looked like they would be one of the last teams out. They were in such a dire position because of the roster situation that they're in right now, yet they marched their way all the way back into a playoffs appearance. And sure, they beat a couple of weaker teams to do that, but that win over 3D Max is pretty legit to me, especially against the situation that Saw are facing. So yeah, I think they've already done more than enough in my opinion. Yes, FaZe are the heavy favorite. Anything they do now is just a bonus, but I will commend on what they've done so far, but it's now time to leave.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Okay, you going to show him out, Dust? What are you going to do? You're going to hold the door open for him?
I could, you know.
That is absolutely fair. I agree.
Okay,
with you.
so we can
now
see
we're going to
Banks.
go over to the
They're
stage.
starting.
James Banks is going to introduce the teams.
Thank you very much, Richard. We're down to our last quarter-final game. Cluj, are you with me? You've been keeping the energy nice and high all day long, but I want to see you really raise the roof for this one. So give it to me. Let's hear it! That's more like it. Now our first team, they're coming in with a new look. Rejuvenated, some might say. They added a North American talent, and they didn't struggle in the group stage, which they normally do. This is a team that only has one thing on their mind, one thing that they're used to, and it's winning that trophy just behind me. Give it up for FaZe Clan!
Let's go. FaZe up. Can Indian also join them if he's too good? There is no Indian that is that good, bro.
Of upsets. Is a
Sorry
team
to
that
say.
came into this event looking to
Citizenship
make roster
matter.
moves. They were a dead team walking.
We are
but
not
they
that good,
continued
bro.
to power through
Simple.
from 0-2
Straight.
to make it here to the playoffs. Can they continue this Cinderella run? Well, we're about to find
Let's see
out.
if in future.
Make some noise for Saw!
Right now we are not good. There were opportunities like Optic India. Optic India. Optic is a international organization, so they came in India and they formed a CS team. But ultimately, if you know a guy named
Our teams have
𝙑𝙏,
taken
he
to the
was on that
stage.
team,
Carrigan, Mutiris, come
and
join
he
me up here.
cheated. So
Rain, you can come as well if you want, man. You can do whatever the hell you want.
10 downs, but still can't get
Now, Carrigan,
opportunities.
you went through this group stage, 3-0. It's not what normally happens for you guys. Must be a pretty good feeling.
Also a strange feeling. I'm just happy that I had a less stressful days the last few days. So yeah, we're ready to play, and obviously we haven't been fully tested, but we know what Saw can do. We saw that in Cologne, so we're not underestimating this time.
Yeah, you had that problem before, but it's a very different Saw, who you also beat in the group stage. But given what they've been able to do here, given the fact they fought back from 0-2, you have to give them that respect, right?
Going 0-2 to 3-2 is very
we were
hard
given
for the team out
opportunities,
there.
but you know,
And
we
especially when you
fumbled
think
them.
about, maybe
India
some of the
was-
players, we all know they're getting switched, so they're playing for honor.
Was
And when you play against a
given
team that
an
plays so much for
opportunity.
honor, and the last ride is always going to be a tough game.
But
so I'm just looking
we-
forward to play.
I'm looking forward
But
to see it go
one
down
guy
as well.
cheated.
Now for
We
Mutiris,
can't say all
when we spoke
all
at the
Indians
beginning
are
of the
bad, but
event,
one
you
guy
said you didn't really
cheated,
know what was
and
going
he was
on or
Indian,
what you were
and
supposed to
it,
do. The pressure is off now, and it
it
seems
created
to
a
be
bad
working out. So
image
how is the feeling when you all step onto this stage
for us
today?
internationally.
Well, I mean, the feeling. It's
Player
a
base
bit
also,
the same.
yeah, that is
I think
that
we
is
did something unexpected.
also a factor.
But yeah,
But the major
coming to
factor
the
which
playoffs, I think we just need to
pulled
enjoy.
us back
We are
was
playing against,
𝙑𝙑.
a great team. So that's
If you
what we're
don't know
gonna
what
do, and,
𝙑𝙑, you
I hope
can
that we can
Google
do a
and
good
YouTube.
fight against them.
I want
You
to see a
can
good fight from you guys. You have shown it
search.
in a lot of these games, but in terms of your leading
How can
and how
he
you're
made to
leading the
cheat on
team
that
now,
stage?
are you leading in a different way? Do you feel more relaxed,
I mean,
more comfortable doing it because it's been this kind of a crazy run?
I mean,
People can
when we are
cheat.
in this crazy,
People have
I mean, the team
built-in
it's not
hardware
way
cheats like
I want
and
I would say.
drivers.
So yeah, it's
So
kind of
he
crazy
had
coming
like
that, but like I said, we just
built-in
want to
cheat in his
enjoy and
mouse,
do
or
our
maybe
best.
I don't
so,
know. But
yeah, let's see.
no, he
Lovely.
he
Let's see
had
how it goes through the
he
games.
had on his
The fist bumps are in. You can
cheats
take your
on
seats
in
and
his
get ready
game
for the
folder.
match.
I don't know how he loaded, but he had
And Saw have
in his
certainly
folder,
earned
game folder.
everyone's respect with what we've been doing here. Have we got some Saw fans
And
in the
how
house?
he got those in his folder, I don't know. Maybe through
And
a
then maybe looking at
SSD or
FaZe.
flash drive. We don't know.
And I think just everything right now, all of your energy for Counter-Strike. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Not used to seeing these respectful exchanges in interviews. It's like Maui on a first date. Gentlemen all round. So anyway, what did you make of that?
I mean, I love what Kerrigan says there, though, about playing for honor, okay? I love to honor my dates, too, when possible. Thankfully, I only have one now.
All of them.
One queen. I have one queen now. Okay, we're going to move on from that, though, Richard. Not enough about my dating life. Enough about what makes this one romantic, okay? Because when we look at this Saw team, we see a swan song of what they were in the past. Roman on the team for over 5 years. This guy is 32
You are given a
years
PC,
old.
you are given an
Richard,
SSD,
this might be his
portable
last date game
SSD,
ever,
where you
okay?
carry your
So I want to
config,
just hear it out for
configuration
Roman in terms of just
settings,
what
all
he's
of
going to
that
be able
stuff.
to accomplish, what he has
So you
done
need
with
to
this
set up
roster in
the
general.
SSD, you need to load your settings.
Even if this is the last
So
stage
maybe
game
he
we
carried
play
the
or
cheats
with
on his
Roman or get to
SSD,
see
maybe.
with Roman, I think
This
he's
is
given a
all
lot to
speculation.
Portuguese
Nobody
Counter-Strike.
knows the
Yeah, that's a
exact
very good point. And by the
exact
way,
way how he
Nomura
got
said
the
it in that
cheats on his
interview. He's like,
PC.
look, we've already upset everybody doing what we've done. We feel the
And
same way as if it was a group stage game.
What we will
And here you are
gain by
playing
knowing
FaZe
that how
on the
he
stage.
got the
Let's get
cheats.
into the veto.
It's just that he got them
exactly
loaded
what
and
they were
he
going to be.
cheated
It'll be
and
interesting as the
he
picks. I think Nuke would be a target for Saw. That's
he
been one of their
tarnished
best
the
maps.
image of
Been one of the
India.
maps that FaZe have kind of been struggling to adapt
That's
into their
it.
map pool. So I wouldn't mind that. FaZe picking Ancient, that's definitely been one of their strengths. They're 4-0 with this roster on Ancient, so I'm not surprised to see that come out as their pick.
And then Saw pick going back
He
to
was
the tried
cheating
and tested
blatantly.
Nuke. This is the exact same
You can
sort of
search
start that we
4-second.
got from both
Search
teams
you,
in the
you
last
can
one.
go right now on
Win on
YouTube.
you. That was the
You
point I
are
was
on
trying to
YouTube.
make.
That is,
But
there
you
is a
can search on
possibility, Richard, and Decider on
YouTube.
Dust 2 right there. I mean, all in all,
4-second
what we saw
cheating
in the
in
first
CSGO.
matchup between these teams on Ancient, on Nuke,
You will
showed
get
that
to
FaZe
know.
was the better team. Saw is going to have to play better today. They're going to have to control 𝙁 in the middle of the map there. And I like that Saw have shown that they are actually something to worry about when it comes to Nuke. You can't take them too lightly on that one.
Yeah, but you're going to have your hands full with this first map coming up on Ancient. FaZe have looked so ferocious with this lineup on this map. They have been able to adapt their lineup to it very quickly. And again, they're 4-0 on the year. They've been able to
But I'll show you the
essentially
video.
take their T side and just load up their players. Just have, you know, Frozen and 𝙁
Let's
taking B together.
not-
Have Rain and 𝙁 taking B together.
let's not
Whatever
talk
the
about
case
that.
may be, they're playing very aggressive and in your face
Because
Counter-Strike.
he's banned.
Kerrigan, he's just roaming and
But
being
he's
the
now
glue that the
unbanned,
team
so
needs to
we
be.
can talk
He needs him the
about
whole
him,
day, he'll go a whole day
actually.
for you while you do your things on mid and B. You need him to help lead a hit, he'll do that too. Just showing the incredible amount of
4-second got
flexibility
unbanned
all
recently.
across this map. And then you get that
After
same
5
Frozen
years.
and 𝙁 combo defensively
5 or
at
6
middle.
years.
And that is such a
5
powerful
years.
front to try to get past. They are so effective on dictating the pace of that area of the map, and that's going to lead
I
to a lot of
can't even
success,
talk
I think.
about the banned
The only
players
thing I'm curious
on
about is,
stream.
okay, again, I'm peeking at their monitors right there, and
That
we
too
got,
is written in the
we got
guidelines.
FaZe picking Ancient,
But it's
it
good
looks
he's
like we're
unbanned,
starting
so I
CT
can
side.
talk
Is that what we're
about
getting?
him.
Is that what we just saw there? I mean, either way, I mean, you
Just
did set
forgot
it up
about
though,
that
Dust. I mean,
thing.
the fact that Frozen and 𝙁 are in middle, I think that's on both sides of the map actually, and so at this point, like that's the problem. That was the problem for Saw last time. 𝙁 was literally one-tapping people through middle smokes and just getting
can search
kills that
4-second
Saw couldn't
on
deal with.
YouTube.
If they can't
You will
control
get
that
to
part
know.
of the map, they will have to do something on the extremities.
It's going to be very difficult to
can
do that too,
watch
though,
it now
because
also,
you know you
if you
look,
want.
Frozen's going to be able to anchor that A site off mid if mid's not being taken, or Brokey will be able to anchor it with the AWP. And you got Rain parked at the B bomb site. Is very good at playing that ramp position.
He
and
got
just playing
caught
very
because he pulled out
effectively
some
with
easy
Kerrigan.
shots,
So
yeah.
I think they're going to have their hands full.
I mean,
think
I'm
what
telling them you
Saw
can
has done to
go
allow them to
yourself
be
and watch the
effective
video.
and make these playoffs is by playing
And you will
simple
get to know.
contact Counter-Strike. Keeping a group up together, letting
He was
SHR
cheating
lead,
blatantly,
and then letting
simple.
Agile kind of trade in behind, and then Story,
What
just let him
.exe
play
file,
intuitive with
legendary,
his op. He's been
legend,
playing really
a
well,
true
making great
legend.
decisions. That's their win
4
conditions if
second.
there's ever going to be any.
SHR, a player that's going to be dropped after this tournament, though, also, he's really struck me. He's been a guy that I honestly didn't have too much familiarity with, but the more I watch him, the more I actually like it. The more I actually see him, the more I actually feel like Saw are making a mistake. That's also what I think SHR needs to prove in the server today, that even if the game plan doesn't go well, that he can be an asset to this team. He makes very few mistakes in terms of deaths, makes a lot of great choices on his rotations in terms of his defensive sides. Watch his demos, aim is crisp, man. So honestly, keep an eye out for him and just see if he can make a statement.
All right, then. Well, if the deck is stacked against Saw, it's time to draw a pair of Canadian kings. Take it away, Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, gentlemen. Another excellent pregame, another stage set. A king and a queen ready to take you guys through this one. Mohan, how are you feeling? Because we've already talked about how FaZe become this beast once the playoff starts, and we've already seen this exact same map between these exact same teams, a 13-2 loss for Saw last time around. Could it get worse?
It potentially could, but at least they're starting on a different side. This is Saw having FaZe start on CT and trying their hand at the offense first. But right away, they get blocked out of their idea. This was going to be a straight tactic, hit on the A site, and now 𝙗𝙘𝙍, who was a nightmare for them on T side last time, will be here aggressing from the top of Cave.
I think you can anticipate this pretty frequently. 𝙗𝙘𝙍 kind of taking a chunk out of Saw last time around, as the desk alluded to, the reminder of the one taps that were had. 𝙗𝙍's mechanical level, just something you can never really question, and something that he has definitely brought to the table since donning this FaZe jersey. But we get real slow here.
It's a lock-off, and you know, 𝙗𝙗's probably a little uncomfortable because he can't really see anything except for this one angle. But as long as he's here in a 5v5, he's doing his job. Patience is key. Saw looking to attack from another position first.
Ooh.
And Frozen gets his.
Yeah, that's the tap they're looking for. 𝙗𝙗 connecting onto Story. That's the red room cut off, and nothing but CT kills till that happens. A jumping SHR, a 𝙬𝙗 now into Temple.
Oh, they have to
but
cancel
it's a fast move out from 𝙗𝙍𝙍. Man advantage taken for just a moment there for Saw. Bomb gets dropped on the corner of the bomb site, and we're currently sitting at now 15 seconds. It's always going to be difficult to put this bomb down when there's no smoke or cover. On Donut could come down to kills. And at the end of the day, there's not a lot of health left there for FaZe, but it's a CT pistol win nonetheless.
You can see that Saw were actually correct about every position they paused in. That the site hit could still come out, but 𝙗𝙗 was so incredibly patient in his quartered position, and he's the one who you would expect might get a little nervous. But I think since Frozen got his first kill, that's when the power went back to FaZe. And Frozen will be, I think, the story of the match here for the event. You know, 𝙗𝙍𝙍 might have frozen.
What the? Sorry, guys.
Takes a 𝙬𝙗 back, but it's through the cement.
Sorry,
so
my
give him a little bit
internet.
more of a chance. MP9 commits. No way, Frozen's gone. No way.
Sorry for the
Almost a third kill there, but it just
technical
primes
problem.
𝙗𝙗 nicely. He flexes out for the MP9, gets caught on the jump up. 𝙗𝙍𝙍 going to make sure that this one gets
Geo
converted.
doing wonders.
And I think FaZe just showing us that they're ready to bare teeth if need be.
That was funny. He like saw one, dipped back, came back in when he saw he was full blind, even though two other guys were still shooting at him. Obviously, they were just using pistols, but yeah. In this match, again, they're trying a rematch on the same two maps, but at least they're trying a different side. Last time, the T side was so brutal from FaZe, Saw didn't even get to try T rounds. So, in theory, FaZe know nothing about this T half.
See if it's a switch up that creates a boon early. 𝙗𝙗 gonna hear that rush. Not even trying to mask this approach. Ooh, through the smoke though, down goes Story. And Story has kind of been that saving grace at times for Saw. We'll see how his game gets going, but right now it's 𝙗𝙍𝙍 with a follow-up frag. Bomb to be planted by Roman. At the very least, you've got that. A little bit of extra money and a chance with this late walkout. 𝙂𝙗𝙗 able to catch one to bring this down to just a one-man advantage. Up close, insight is SHR looking for more. He's got himself a double kill. 𝙗𝙍𝙍 out from Temple brings one off, and it puts 𝘾𝙤𝙧 into an early clutch attempt. First gun round here for Saw, they just go barreling into the A site.
What?
And 𝙂𝙗𝙗 out from middle with critical kills to get Saw on this board early.
I mean, 𝙗𝙗 came back with a plan to clear him out, and he was so ready for that. Perfect spray from him, maintaining control, and what more can you ask for here from 𝙍? That's a
Didn't try to
vicious A
walk up
attack.
before match.
And it's ultimately a 3v5, right? The kills through the smoke is the best part of the round out of FaZe.
The second one from 𝙬𝙧. Swift headshots for his dub. Ooh.
Oh, it's like that. He said we're gonna try to have fun. Just want to keep it light.
Kerrigan off to the races with a 5-7. Looks like fun. Trying to gun around with the sidearms. Muteris out from middle, climbs up. And if he's worried about Kerrigan at the bottom of the ramp, well, guess what? There's a cave player right here to help. Kerrigan's in the middle.
Oh, he's going crazy.
This guy's got 3 kills already.
Indian CS.
You could be watching a Kerrigan ace. If not for him running the other direction.
No, come on back, Kerrigan.
Nah. A real leader.
All the way back. Come on back, Kerrigan.
Not the esports, but CS esports.
Teammates pick up the pieces.
Well, it was never really that big in India.
Just a little
CS.
meat for the plebs. Kerrigan
CS
gets his
esports.
and
CS is
dips
big in
a
India.
5-7
Not
into an
gonna
AK-47.
CS is
and that
popular in
rifle
India, but
shines.
CS
You know, I think it was pretty
esports
evident from the pregame with the
not
crowds
that
lean
big.
towards FaZe. Everybody
And
here
yeah.
tonight, including FaZe, is
He
kind of
ended
just
that.
here to celebrate FaZe and watch 𝙍 get bullied somewhat. Everybody
Final
could
layer
have
in the
fun if
coffin.
this is lopsided
What do you
again,
say?
except for 𝙍.
Yeah, this is a game. Well, I mean, again,
Can he clutch?
going 2-3 in groups. That's something that other teams that were expecting to be better than 𝙍 couldn't do.
Dumping
It's
AKs.
pretty miraculous to see what they managed to accomplish. Even though they did lose to FaZe and Astralis for that 0-2, two of the teams that made it here to playoffs.
The thing with that 𝙍 run, though, is that they beat 2 of the teams who just love losing in Complexity and in
Yeah.
FlyQuest. And then 3D Max, a team who hasn't quite figured out how to win all the time either.
Yeah, that's true.
Kerrigan 3K. On
There's
the
no
menu.
arguing the...
But I mean, you know, when Complexity lost to 𝙍,
Whole
like, oh,
game.
this is going to be their first series that they win.
Sure.
You know, their second series on land, whatever it is. And then when they 3D Max, it was like, oh, it's 3D Max. They got the luckiest draw here. You know, they're going to make it into playoffs.
And
but no.
choke.
And as Richard kept pointing out, like, their nuke is actually real.
Sure.
You know, regardless of everything else, their nuke works.
Well, then maybe we'll give him a bit more of a thought once we come to the second map of the series. Right now, Kerrigan, he's kind of invited this rush forward, put a bit of pressure on Rain, that's fine, turns it around, Glock wallbang. Ooh, and a Tech9 holds the flank. Frozen getting a little rambunctious.
Yeah, they all are. I mean, they're coming at it with this pace.
Of course.
And they, I think, well, for the most part, it's working out pretty well. But it does mean that
Bomb
some of these
drop.
rounds are getting traded down.
Well, it's an AK picked up due to that flank frag. Then you've got 𝙁𝙗𝙗 just waiting, knowing that they're up inside that cave, and he's not wrong about it. Minute here as they sit on top of the bomb that was dropped with the second frag from Rain. Oh, that's
my goodness.
What?
Excuse me?
Dude, it's been silent for 30 seconds. Ah, Story's gonna get taken out.
No, that's
𝙬𝙧
crazy.
wall bang back, but that kill.
What angle was that?
Let's celebrate
exactly.
that one.
Yo. That was
Crazy wall
illegal,
bang.
𝙬𝙧. Very nicely done. Yeah, as Maui said, his goal here is to prove that this is a mistake, you know, to let him go after this match. And we have seen amazing moments from him. Bro, every bullet. Yeah. No problem. All good.
First tac pause coming out from 𝙍. As the gun rounds be put back in.
Guys, maybe we should have started CT side.
I do like the change-up. I mean, again, you've just been 13-2'd in the very same event. Like, why not shift it up a bit?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I wonder, like, FaZe have gotten a little time off in between playoffs, and things have been changing so rapidly for them with like all the adjustments that they make. But it feels like the way they ended off in groups, you wouldn't see any more changes.
It is really competitive,
they've got
but
spots that I think they like now. At least
if
they're
we
starting
try,
to work. I think there's still some maps
we
like
can,
Anubis, which we won't see today. That we'll see tested more by other teams.
But we often
Maybe we'll
lose
make
to
some
the
changes
teams
there.
of other countries in Asia. So
But
we are
for the
not
moment,
able
it's
to
still
beat the teams
Kerrigan
in
playing
Asia.
Cave now. Rain switching
That's what
with
I
him and
said
playing as the
earlier.
Perma B anchor.
In the evening. First, we
And
need to be
Frozen
good
his
in
happy
Asia,
place
Asian region.
out here in middle.
Then we can compete in the international tournaments.
I wonder if they heard that.
Against Europeans and
There's
North
a
Americans.
double-layered lurk here inside of middle. I mean, Frozen's going to have a lot of
Same
pressure,
is the
but there's
case with
also a
any
K
other
player,
game.
or Donut player to help him out.
𝙁𝙧 going for the spray down on the boost up. Spots the offer as well. Lost the teammate. Pressure's on. 𝙁𝙀 also kind of pinned in Donut. Brains dead.
In
Everybody's actually
Valorant too, we are good in India,
𝙁𝙧,
but
and Roman's not ready
Indians
for
are good
it.
in India, but they
In the
do not perform
anticipation of another mid
against Asian
walkout,
teams.
you get 𝙁𝙧 kind of looking
Other
back over here,
country-
but it's not the
other
case.
Asian
Everybody that's left for
countries'
𝙍,
team.
which is, of course, 3v2
Ooh, nice
advantage.
find. Oh.
But now 𝙁𝙧 is going to have to come back and clear up all three. While smoked off, that's just not going to happen. So a bunch of damage done on the approach, but we are getting a good showing out of the gate from SHR.
The A splits are looking solid, man. And yeah, SHR is getting his, that's for sure. 𝙁𝙧 will at least maybe be able to survive with this AK, but it's an overall great A split out of 𝙍. They put so
Game
much
is tough,
pressure. They
but it is not
overstressed mid. They
impossible.
didn't do it in one way. They had Muterus last time. This time they had two players coming in, and that was enough to overwhelm 𝙁𝙀 and force 𝙁𝙧 to peel back at a donut, watch his back, and you can see for a moment he was really confused.
Can
Where
𝙁𝙧
was the
save
fight
this
going to
AK?
come from next? They were so scared about even maybe a third player coming in from mid.
So officially tying the amount of rounds that they were able to get versus FaZe on Ancient last time.
And the last A split that came in, you know, it was 3v5 because FaZe got 2 skills through smoke, which you are going to do that sometimes, but still you aren't seeing this, like this fight right here. If you're coming out of Donut, you're not seeing them FaZe trying to participate in that duel. Instead, they're playing back and they are trying to go for smoke spams on the cross and sort of crossing their toes that that'll happen.
Materius already out middle. We've got 𝙁𝙀 and 𝙁𝙧 trying to attack this from Donut. Player is locked in, but they've gone ahead and dealt with the cubby guy. 𝙁𝙧 out in the open. It's a fisticuffs. And he gets 2 kills before being dropped out of this one. There's pistols other than 𝙁𝙀. So if not for 𝙁𝙀's rifle, we've got 5-7s on the field, but look at Kerrigan going off onto a adventure.
In my opinion, this is a better looking map for FaZe right now with the flank coming in, even though they only have these pistols. Because you've got a 𝙍 who need to stay vigilant and watch
Can be a good
everything,
timing
and you can
for
see there's
Kerrigan.
too many positions to watch
Let's
for.
see.
Agile, let's see if he turns around.
He just checked it. He
Yeah.
just checked it. Kerrigan comes around, cautious, but still expected.
That's a great display of timing
1 second
and awareness
late.
here from Agile. And now
Rain
we've got
with the
Roman moving
5-7.
towards one of the pistols, who will get spotted, taken out, and 𝙁𝙀, who was last known in Donut.
But he can still stop bomb. That's the weird thing. They're actually walking up. If he kills the offer,
Okay.
if that op misses,
That's good.
then
They covered every position
good
that
chance,
they could
right?
be in.
But they slowed that down and they anticipate FaZe's moves, and in doing so, we now have a 1-round difference. FaZe lead 4-3.
When we were walking over here, I was like, what does it feel like, man, to play with a dead roster, you know, like, and to win, you know, and to beat teams that are probably crying at night after you beat them, you know, to like qualify to playoffs when you're potentially not practicing enough, or you don't even believe in your teammates, and yet the IGLs they're calling, you're winning some of these games. Like, there probably is some level of regret about what's happening, whether or not it's in your control.
Sure. I mean, what if it's, you know, bad blood as well? What if the guys who know that they're out next week are
I hate
are
this guy, but he frags.
Right?
Yeah, that happens all the time.
But you've still got to get out of bed, roll into the practice room, and prepare for a game versus FaZe,
And
who
then-
have looked fantastic and for the first time ever cleared a group stage 3-0.
And boo-hoo, you keep winning.
I mean, honestly, when 𝙍 qualified for the playoffs, there was no, like, overjoy. If anything, it's like, oh, man, we got to play again next week?
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to go home. I want to call this quits. But
Check
now I think suddenly sitting 4-4 on this T side of Ancient, have a little fun with it. Soak up the moment. Soak up the frags while trying to minimize death. SHR, the only one to fall here. We are all tied up 8 rounds into this half.
Legit. I mean, good calls so far. And one of the rounds, again, it was a 3v5 that they put FaZe into that they ended up winning. So that could have been a very legit A split as well. This could be an even worse half for FaZe. And they have been running it down almost every round. They even have an eco win inside of this 4. So I don't even know if 𝙍 have shown their full hand, really. We haven't had that full-on B rush.
B rush.
Speak of the devil. Here it is. Asking you shall receive. Oh, God. Nade goes flying into the sky. 𝘾𝙗𝙗 peeks out with it. He's got a one and done. Roman's got the trade frag. Rain keeps the pressure up. Nade sailed past him. And his support suddenly pushed back around the corner. But it's nice to see Rain have been maintain this little pocket.
It'd be good if they planted, though. These smokes are going to run out.
Rain's able to find him. Roman barely alive, able to get that plant off. But there is another frag grenade soon enough coming in from Frozen. That could finish off Roman.
The T's can't replenish these smokes.
They're going to put that off a little bit beyond it. Sure enough, off. Can't get the trade immediately, sees the players on the approach. Frozen just lines this up.
I don't think they've seen anything
No,
yet.
they haven't. And 𝙁𝙗𝙗's dead to the boost up from Brokey. So FaZe happy with that one. Sure, they lose the bomb site, but it's a delayed bomb plant. And with that delayed bomb plant, a very uncomfortable saw.
I mean, FaZe show us that the most underrated resource in Counter-Strike today is ammo, right? Even being able to shoot through CS2 smokes has its exceptional advantage of being able to, like, spam while someone else looks or shoot back at bullets that come through you. And the B site is very small. It's quite crowded. There's not that many places to stand. And you can see how long they delayed the bomb plant from going down just by spamming the entire time. This is a huge part of the game, and some of this might look like RNG to the, the spectator who doesn't understand, but these timings and spams, they're all very well thought through, and they've been run through like a million times. So when you see these kills come down, don't be too surprised.
True.
Insta boost for Roman. But there's nobody on that long line to duel him. Oh, 𝙁𝙗𝙗 is catching a 𝙁𝙗𝙗. That's like a classic 𝙁𝙗𝙗 kill to get the guy in red room from bottom mid. But what goes around comes around, and what goes Saw's way is this B site. To be tied again looks likely, if not for Brokey, who catches the kill pushing up through middle. 𝘾𝙗𝙗 going to try to compromise the back of this site before bomb goes down, but it will this time quite quickly. And we've got a long con to be played out by Frozen. Now, as it stands, Story's going to be preoccupied. He actually jumps over to the ramp.
This just baits him into looking away from Frozen, who's coming up.
𝘾𝙗𝙗. Oh my God. As he approaches, clears the corner, gets the duel picked up, and a wall bang. Come on, Finn. Give him a chance. Story's going to clip him from the sky. Rotation confirmed from that deep line and the flank just when they need it. FaZe to 6. They jump on that bomb with just an extra couple seconds.
Yeah, wow. It does come down to the wire. If 𝘾𝙗𝙗 doesn't get that wall bang, how are they going to make this happen? I mean, again, more moments like this. They're not even seeing players. They just understand that there's one solo pillar in the middle of the site. There's only so many spots you can be in, especially if you have rotators coming in through CT, through long and short. That already eliminates open spots on the site. So don't be surprised when these kills come through. Opening kill went the way of 𝙁 last round. It's just a shot through window. I think probably 𝙁𝙗𝙗 was asking for it, probably shooting back.
Going 𝙁𝙗𝙗.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing. You talk about all the shooting through smoke and how ammo is the last resource, but also just opening portholes through smokes. Excuse me.
Everyone on FaZe, 8 kills. Rain 7. That is an extremely tight kill distribution.
Stats here paint a tale of FaZe dominance on Ancient. One of those 10 wins they currently have in the last 3 months, of course, again, a 13-2 over 𝙁. Back when we were playing it out in Bucharest, but...
And I think their CT side on this map is right now the weaker one without ropz, but, well, you can see it's still not too much of a problem, it seems like.
Still nice to see 𝙁 keeping it competitive. Seizing the day is really all you can ask of him.
Oh, the A push is so smart here from FaZe. They take the risk, and we have 𝙁 who have not done one thing too much, but they're starting to lean B more than they are A.
Whoa.
𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 with another one.
With a 𝙁𝙗𝙗 catching that cave aggression. Thing is, we've actually allocated a 𝙁𝙗𝙗 in it as well, which is definitely a shake-up in the positioning. Also, a big gap in mid.
This is wild. I mean, Frozen hasn't made it all the way through. FaZe are not getting too scared. And they smoke behind Frozen to bait a push in, but it's actually a player walking away. This might work out pretty damn well for 𝙁 if it ends B, because for the moment, Frozen's really hoping they come in his direction.
We get this slow move from 𝙁𝙗 as he approaches Red Room, but the thing is, it's obviously been FaZe playing totally unknown to middle the whole entire round.
And right now, it's just because they haven't even thrown a flash towards Frozen at this point in the round, it gets more and more unlikely that it's going to be the A site.
He's looking for a gap.
Latira is still working up that mid row.
I don't know if 𝙁𝙗 saw that.
I don't think so.
Nice push by Frozen.
Taking over cave control 𝙬, but I mean, honestly, dude, this push.
This is the timing that 𝙬 opened up for themselves, though. They have to be aware of this.
Yeah, but did they pay the price? Because we see that third member joining cave just too late for Frozen to actually take his head off. Frag grenade goes into the cave. We've got the bomb pushing up from ramp. They'll be watching over here. 𝙁𝙗 has kind of beat his chest, so attention drawn in his direction. Support right here with him. Rain's gonna try to fight this. Missed shots now out of the AWPer. We get that pressure out from Red Room. 3v3 and bomb goes down. Frozen strikes.
Nice.
And as he does so, suddenly Story feels that heat, that pinch. The pressure falls to 𝙂𝙧. Very difficult for him to get through these two players and then stop the diffuser. So it really comes down to that flank out of Frozen, which even though he didn't get the kill towards cave, at least he just gets to take his sweet time for the retake.
I think it's a frustrating moment for 𝙬 because they're sort of wandering a little bit in the middle of the rounds. They pulled back from A. They didn't bite on any of the baits over at the A site, but they also didn't get Frozen to leave. And once you go into 50 seconds, 45 seconds, you know that if a team's coming into A, they got to walk in, they have to clear all of A main, and then they exec. Or, at the very best, they go through donut, and then your A player is still fine by himself having A main to his name. So I just think that 𝙬 didn't realize the options that FaZe were participating in, even without mid control.
Done a good job of keeping the economy online.
Timing.
But not ready for that rain push. So he'll peel back. Drop a smoke in front of it, and that's unfortunately Roman walking wounded. Kerrigan's been a real nuisance up inside cave, and 𝙂𝙧 has been good at getting the mid frags. He will kill Kerrigan, sure enough. And Rain gets the follow-up. So all of a sudden, we've got cave held on to. Rain just kind of swapped them off like a bunch of flies. 4 frags for Rain. Smushed on the walls of the cave entrance. 𝙁𝙗 clips the wings of the last 8-4 CT side. It's an improvement from 𝙬, but we know that their defense last time left a lot to be desired.
It would take a superstar performance out of 𝙁𝙘 on the second half, which you never know when it's going to strike. But that's pretty much the reason that 𝙬 lost last time, this one man alone. But what we saw from 𝙬 that half was 4 good rounds. I mean, there were some solid calls. They did a good job game plan-wise of exploiting the problems of the A site. They beat the odds in a couple of situations, and they even survived getting ecoed. So not a lot of rounds numerically, but at least some quality ones to think about. Now let's see. Surely they knew Ancient was coming. That's why they probably swapped sides for the pick. So they probably improved this half of the map too, or at least had conversations about what went wrong versus FaZe last time.
Nice multi-frag out of Rain. Enjoy this one before he takes to the T side.
Clean, man.
See ya. Always nice to see Rain back in cave. You know, I know the positions have been changing around for FaZe Clan, but
I still don't know why they switched that. I think just like put him back there. You know, it's a natural position for an IGL to go to play cave. I get that, but come on, Rain in cave, that's iconic.
It's a thing of beauty. And here we go. 𝙬 to the defense now. Like you mentioned, FaZe never really had to see what 𝙬 had to offer on the T side because it was so lopsided in their last outing.
What was that, a fruit roll-up on his Glock? What was that, rainbow strip?
It was rainbow flags.
Oh, just, man, that's so cool. You can do so much cool stuff with these stickers.
Wow, man, cool, man, rainbow. Rain in cave again. This time on the attack, and it's 3 defenders in position with utility sailing down. Story in the corner, hopes to go unnoticed. Little flash from the obelisk. That's perfect. That is an excellent piece of utility for Story to try his damnedest to capitalize.
What?
Roman got a knife.
And how? On the edge of the smoke, whips out the karambit and makes a little cash, but we've got 𝙁𝙗 and Frozen in a 2 versus 3. Long player is going to get spotted first. Frozen.
Oh, they're coming for you.
That's both of the rotators dead. You know Roman's back on cave. How the hell does he fight his way out of this one? With a headshot, that's how. Good trade. 𝙁𝙗𝑆 got that one in the bag, and FaZe Clan with one member left take a second pistol on Ancient.
That's such a FaZe moment, man. That's such a FaZe late round moment. So bad goes to worst here for 𝙬. That's a great round one. Let's see if the knife money can get you anything nice. What can you buy with that, Roman?
Good push from Frozen.
Yeah.
Definitely takes the pressure off the post plan.
Maui highlighted the late rounds.
Yeah.
Clean.
Obviously, the GOAT trio was Twist, 𝙁𝙗𝑆, and ropz. But Frozen comes in just perfectly to supplant what ropz pulled off with this team in those late round T-side situations.
In which country? Russia. Yeah. Russia.
And it kind of looks like we know what 𝙁𝙗𝑆
Actually, in whole of the
tournament. That's a good one.
Europe
It would be
continent,
nice to
it
see
is
if 𝙁𝙗𝑆
famous.
can find some more consistency with 𝙁𝙗𝑆 on the team. The same way
CSGO
Frozen's
is
been
most
kind of
famous.
taking a step forward in form.
Every game is popular in Europe.
You know, one of the talking points about FaZe Clan in the offseason with the inclusion of 𝙁𝙗𝑆 was
Let
like,
it
this
be
is going to look like a
PUBG, let it
completely
be
different team. I remember, if
any
I'm not mistaken, it was even ropz who
other
said,
game,
like, I don't know what
Valorant.
that team could look like without me and with 𝙁𝙗𝑆 instead. And there was a lot of reinvention. We've seen many moving pieces. And the last question will be,
Every
well,
game
who can thrive
out there.
in
Every
this new
multiplayer
system?
game is the most popular in Europe. And if you talk about
We've seen
mobile
glimpses of
multiplayer games,
everybody
then yeah,
having recent success, but this
mobile
one right here
multiplayer
has shown
games
us some
are
of the nastiest
more popular
mechanical
in
moments.
Here it
Asia
comes, Johnny Neutron.
because in Asia we have mobiles.
Molotov into Donut. Pistol players start to reveal
People
themselves.
with mobiles are more number.
And 𝙁𝙗𝑆 doesn't like the feel of that, so he's going to peel away. Just puts that looming threat on Red Room. It'll draw the
Gamers are
attention
less.
of SHR. Smoke in front of
Mobile
Roman, who
gamers
does
are
have that
more
one
than
M4, right? The
more than
reward for
Asia.
his knife in the round prior.
Pushing this is
He's going to
crazy.
kill
What
𝙁𝙗𝑆.
the-
He's going to stop the plant. Or it goes down, but it's still the planter.
What the?
That was worth.
What the hell? Slips an M4 into the buy and then slips it up against the head of two.
Everything is
If
under
only the
control.
pistols could have done something to couple with that. There's a response late from 𝙁𝙑, but he's going to fade away. 7 health, 𝙍𝙠 to his name, wants to save the 𝘃𝙗𝑆, and that concedes double digits to FaZe Clan.
So they're still going to hit shots. That's nice to see from 𝙬, but yeah, it's 10 rounds. This half is quickly getting away from 𝙬 already. Unfortunately, losing the pistol does not help. Maybe if 𝙬 win this game, you should shave your head too.
No thanks. I'm good.
I believe in them as well.
What a temptation this event could become for FaZe now that we've seen Eternal Fire and the Mongols both get eliminated. Rosters that, you know, the Counter-Strike world has started to cheer for and expect to not only make playoffs, but go beyond. Trying to get over that hurdle regularly now seems like their problems, but FaZe, kind of the last favorite, so to say, that could still take this to a grand finals. And my God, imagine 𝙁𝙗𝑆 hoisting a trophy in CS2.
Yeah, we had a lot of false prophets get exposed on stage already here in Cluj, excuse me. And I think that, yeah, what can you say? If it was supposed to be
Brother was
FaZe,
about to
Eternal
say
Fire,
Bucharest.
Mongol, some combination of those teams to make it to finals, that's now wide open.
Oh.
Because I remember very clearly at the end of last season, 𝙁𝙗 saying, next year I'm going to do whatever it takes to win. And we didn't know what that meant exactly, whether
Yeah,
it meant
as long
he was
as
going to demand new teammates in complexity or
Just
if
nothing
he was going to
illegal.
leave. Nothing illegal.
Yeah.
Well, you know, gray area is okay. Some rules are made to be broken.
𝙁𝙗 would never break the law.
Nah, of course not. You know, but obviously he's been playing this game for many years, has had the taste of victory, and then a long drought of defeat.
Oh.
Nope, nope, nope.
Unfortunately, I guess it could have been a knife.
Follow through onto Roman. All's good here for 𝙁𝙗𝑆. He'll double back through A main. That's a safe way to save. And this is FaZe Clan going up 11-4 all too easy.
So not as bad as the last time they played.
Correct. Okay,
And still
so Nuke
time
should be a test
to make
for
it even
FaZe.
better.
Yes.
That's the upside here for 𝙬.
Silver linings.
Let's see.
Again, dead roster walking.
That lining is like 3 inches thick.
How well it goes on here.
It's a dead roster walking that defeats 3 teams who could really use wins right about now. To reiterate, Complexity, FlyQuest, and 3D Max was the journey that this SAW team went down.
We've seen upsets all day. This would be, though, the biggest one. Obviously, the ranking disparity is massive, but it was the same. It was also massive for Astralis, Mongols, and the VRS implications were huge for that one. There's so much more on the line for the favorite in all these games.
All right.
Ooh, we rush.
These favorites don't show a moment of slowing down. It is rapid into the B-bomb site. Smoke wall up, so you can plant on that side of it if you're feeling safe. The threat is right here. That grenade softens up the planter, following it up with some spam on that smoke. Look at how little health they have on the fallback.
This execute is wild. They have not taken a fight that they can see. Wall smoke comes out. Now, you need some mollies. They've got them, actually. But there's one smoke from Uterus. This canceled out everything.
There goes the first molly onto it.
Oh, wait, his smoke missed.
Oh, that's not ideal.
Oh, that's the only smoke, guys.
We get a Liege with a wallbang frag, and you're going to get
one more molly.
More util over the top, but Agile is on this. It's going to have to be coupled with spam. He gets off, and now that's the time gone. So from the other
crazy
side of
strat.
that curtain of smoke, FaZe Clan gentlemanly in that they plant the bomb with no frags.
Crazy
that is a wild strat.
And then they just play with their food.
It's not. I feel like that smoke wouldn't be totally advisable just because of the amount of variance with like how you can get spammed crossing in. But we saw the best case scenario where everyone got hurt, but no one actually died, and FaZe peeled back with 2 mollies in hand to specifically set up this play. Also with cave control, you can set up the spam. Obviously, that works too. But that was clearly very confusing for SAW. I think they saw that and they thought, wait, they're not really trying this, are they?
To pull that out at 11-4.
You know, a good variation to that, too, would be to throw that smoke down, go for the plant, and then blow it open. And just have everyone fight.
Exposed?
Yeah,
sure.
As the CTs are spamming back.
Catch them with their pants down.
Okay, guys, let's go to Nuke.
Yo, make a little noise if you've been here for all 4 best-of-3s today.
Oh. Some of you are lying for sure.
Yeah, me included. You guys have been awesome.
Yes.
Big day of Counter-Strike semifinals tomorrow. And someone's lifting that trophy on Sunday. Hell of a crowd for a Friday morning.
Yeah.
We ride this one out, but obviously FaZe doing what I think everybody would anticipate and making quick work of SAW. So far, it's a good enough buy to try to continue play on Ancient. And I do think this series will always boil down to what's going to happen on Nuke. So nobody leave just yet.
Yeah.
Because Nuke is where...
Nuke went 24 rounds last time they played against
Same
FaZe.
teams a week ago. And FaZe gave you that classic entertainment that you've come for. And you've come to know them for.
SAW got to playoffs off of Nuke.
Damn right. Now that smoke fades. You've got 2 CTs on the other end of it. Ooh, bad timing, Kerrigan. Better get that gun back out. Rain almost making the same mistake. Throws a flash to help himself. He dies in that push. And it's a good move from SAW to try to at least pounce on some portion of the map. What does it do? Opens the door. A site can be taken over, but we get this quick flood from SAW, not only into Donut, but with also that mid flank inbound. Good trade frag from Story, spamming that smoke off, but then they start to line up, and you've got Elysian
Please.
ready
now he's
to
gonna
make this happen.
He's out of
the
there.
B site, he's gone.
Houdini, man. Brokey's running for it. SHR knows right away that he's trying something tricky. Brokey, I wonder how much time he thinks he has, but with the molly down, he knows he's guaranteed this next few seconds. SHR coming through it quick.
It's a huge health advantage for SHR. He's got a smoke, he's got the kit. So you could definitely see a world where he creates a bit of panic here for Brokey.
This is interesting because you can spam it, but you got to do it through the doorway. It's not as much of a lineup. Let's see if he can find it.
Oh, for the map! For the map!
Let's go.
All too easy. Brokey ice cold in a clutch. FaZe Clan make quick work of SAW on Ancient, but they already did this. Didn't stop Story and Co. from making this head-to-head competitive on Nuke. So don't go too far, don't change that channel. We'll be back soon enough, and when we are, it is Nuke, the very map that got SAW to the playoffs.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
We saw them come, but we didn't expect to see them do this.
And they come up the ramp. 𝙑𝙬𝙗 charging in. Agile waiting. Just that first pyramid. It's going to work out here from the Tiras and Roman stepping up together, and they're not going to allow 𝙑𝙬𝙗 through.
The Portuguese side entered Cluj-Napoca as a dead team walking, but with that pressure taken off their shoulders, they heroically went from 0-2 to make their first elite playoffs since 2024. Largely thanks to SHR, who is looking to deliver in his last event for the team.
Can it lock it down? Agile's been huge in overtime, and he's gonna deliver again. No way, 2 kills out, and it all falls on Maka. Saw with a dead roster, FlyQuest, Complexity, and 3D Max. And in the final event, as SHR holds this Saw jersey, they are gonna go to playoffs.
Yes, welcome back. Pretty brutal
Unique
watch
trophy.
there as FaZe dismantles Saw on their map pick of Ancient. We're going to break it down on the desk now. It's going to be kind of tough to find the positives for Saw on that one. I guess the positive is this, Maui. We didn't really expect them to do well on Ancient at all.
Hey, they did better than last time.
Okay, well, yeah. Oh, wow.
I mean, picking T-side was a bold choice, and it did net actually a slightly better outcome than the last time around, than letting FaZe, who had a flawless T-side, run over you once again. And so, yeah, all in all, I mean, FaZe are taking care of business on this map. 𝙑, Frozen, Brokey, the trio that you wanted, some highlights from some of the other individuals on the team, and Saw, yeah, we unfortunately we just don't really expect them to hold a candle to FaZe, so we just got a FaZe highlight reel.
Yeah, I mean, they're exactly what we thought they were, right? I mean, it's not going to be an easy day at the office playing FaZe on Ancient, and we figured that it would be a quick game, and it was. And I think if you're a FaZe fan, you're just happy that they did take care of business. You know, you don't want these games to get squirrely. It's supposed to be an easy playoff game that kind of just gets you on to the next stage. And so to be able to handle it with these is exactly what you want to be seeing out of this team. And FaZe has been doing
I was worried briefly. I'll tell you when. It went 4-1, and then something seemed to upset someone on FaZe. It may have been 𝙑𝙬𝙗. And it went to 4-4 after that, and I was like, oh dear, what's happened? But then they did just run
Rich,
away
I know you
with
like
it.
hate watching 𝙑𝙬𝙗. I know you do.
I hate this. By the way, I want to make it abundantly clear. There's no way I hate 𝙑𝙬𝙗.
Okay.
I've followed his career a long, long time, even back in the StarCraft days, my friend. So
yeah, you watched all those games of the public game queues.
Big fan.
Yeah.
So look, he was a great Terran player.
Yeah. So no, obviously I followed him a long, long time. I got nothing but love in my heart for him.
Sure.
I just think sometimes in the moment, you know, he's one of those perfectionist players. It is easy to forget that sometimes, and that can have a knock-on effect on some of his teammates. I think that's something to watch out for. But obviously, in a game like this, it's not going to rear its head. But I did have a little bit of trepidation. It was there. I'm not going to lie. I never tell lies.
Another little bright spot here about 𝙍 is that the two players that they're removing actually top fragged for them. I mean, it wasn't like they were blowing anybody away with their performances, but I'm going to just say, I mean, I feel like, yeah, we can say 𝙁𝙗𝘼. We could have picked anybody, honestly, from the FaZe side who would have been the standout player here. But on the 𝙍 side, I'm mostly just curious in how Roman and 𝙬𝙬 are going to play, because obviously the chances are going to be taken away from them. I'm not expecting that they're going to get opportunities moving forward because the season's already started. I don't know who's going to be just trying to like, change their team with those kinds of
NIP
rosters.
getting real Portuguese at the moment.
It's true. I don't think they're going to switch to a full Portuguese-speaking lineup,
Ninjas in
however.
Portugal. That's going to be the new acronym. All right, well, that's definitely quiet. Dust, anything to add about 𝙁𝙗𝘼?
That wasn't bad. Anything to add about 𝙁𝙗𝘼? I mean, he only had, like, what, 4 rounds? He didn't get a kill that entire game, so, yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. 20 enemies flash. That's the life of somebody that's throwing flashes from spawn on mid. Yeah. I mean, 𝙁𝙗𝘼 did a great job in this one. Also, the ending clutch here for him, 3K is his biggest round, actually, to seal the deal for them. This is what you want to see from 𝙁𝙗𝘼, okay? 𝙁𝙗𝘼, obviously, like I said before, hot and cold player versus teams like this, mostly hot. Like, in fact, scalding, smoldering, okay? I feel like it's actually one of the hottest substances on the planet right there, up there with, what, like heated tungsten or something? I don't know, Richard. Save me from this metaphor.
I'll take it from you here, right? You know, speaking of scalding, that strat that they had, they just threw Molotovs over the wall. I thought we were watching different games there for a second. I'm like, wait a second, I've seen this somewhere before where you just keep throwing fire on.
You can say the game's name. We won't be mad.
No, let's not do it at this event. But look, picking up on your point, here's a broader question then. If you're worried about where Roman and 𝙬𝙬 are going to end up, do you think the VRS system kind of helps or hinders them potentially finding another team? Because I just feel now that there's so much importance placed on winning tournaments like this and accruing prize money. I think risk-taking on rosters, I think we'll see less of that moving forward. I don't know if you agree.
You need 3 people from 𝙍 to make any kind of big move here, so it would be rather unlikely. You're not really going to gain anything. There's no wild card points to gain or invites to get. So all in all, no. However, I actually will say the hottest take about 𝙍 possibly right now. 𝙬𝙬 is their best player. Even though he's going to get kicked from the team, I think he's their best player now. After watching story demos, 𝙬𝙬 demos, I know what Roman is, I know what Mutaris is, I know what Agile is. I've seen Agile demos in the past too. Like, 𝙬𝙬 just makes the best decisions, 1 for 1, and he has the best aim of anybody on the team. So I would say that, if, in all honesty, he's the free agent that people could probably look out for here. I don't know why he's getting removed from this roster, because everything at this tournament has shown me and confirmed that he is the best player, because he doesn't have the AWP and he's still putting up better numbers than story.
Has he impressed you, Dust?
I mean, the problem is that he wasn't doing that when he first joined the team earlier this year. The first few tournaments that they played when the team was struggling, he wasn't putting up that same type of performance. It's only now at this tournament against Complexity 30 Max and, you know, I guess this game to a degree is where he's been putting those numbers. So that's the problem, is it just didn't happen soon enough and fast enough. And as Richard was saying, in a VRS system like this where you risk losing one of your spots to get invited to tournaments if you slide down too far the rankings, you can't afford to take too many L's before you have to decide that, hey, maybe this is not the right team to bring us forward to keep us where we need to be. So that's kind of my issue with it. But you're right, like if he continues to, you know, kind of put on a nice eye test and kind of show that he's capable of some great things, and if he can build upon this down the road, then yeah, maybe he could be a prospect in the future. But unfortunately, it came a little too late this time on 𝙍.
Now, Maui, we are going to break down a little bit of that map before we start setting up new.
Sure.
You had a round you wanted to highlight.
I mean, we got one rollback one. I mean, okay, we got Rain here on one of the last rounds on CT side where it's 𝙬𝙬, him working together. 𝙬𝙬 and him kind of been swapping a little bit on who's actually playing Cave round to round. But this was just vintage Rain, okay? Yeah. That's why I wanted to show this one, is that Rain, not the loudest group stage performance, but look at that was just disgusting, okay? The way he nails the guy, tracking him in the air. Like, Rain's aim in any situation is just the coolest, the calmest. It's like, if I could have any player's aim, I'd want Rain on any given day in an arena, because it just looks so slick.
He's been such a great servant to FaZe as well, like down the years. You know, a lot of people, they seem to get their head turned when there's like big contracts flying around or whatever, you know, maybe make moves, you know, but he's just been sat there the whole time. 𝙬𝙬 said he's his favorite teammate. You know, they've played together for so long. They have this almost like telepathic understanding.
He's a blue-collar fragger, Rich. Yeah, okay, he just puts in the hours every single time. You get a 1.06 rating and you're happy about it. Doesn't matter what stage it is, online, group stage, grand finals, he's always going to put up something nice.
Yep. It's also nice to see him doing it where he's had to make the most changes of anyone on this team to facilitate this elite transfer. So the fact that he's been able to maintain a great performance, keep the same attitude, and just be a warrior for this team is exactly all you could ask for as an IGL as 𝙬𝙬.
The real 𝙂𝙀𝙘𝙧. That's what I always say about him.
True.
We look to Nuke. Now, okay, I'll start by tossing this one out there.
Here comes a grenade.
Yeah, here it is. We had no hope for Ancient, but right, we know FaZe are really, really, really good. One of the best teams in the world on that map. Was always going to be a tall order for Saw. Saw's best map is Nuke, and I think FaZe are having problems on Nuke right now for reasons it will probably take a professional Counter-Strike analyst to explain, Maui.
Well, I will say that one reason that this matchup gets a little bit dicey for FaZe is that Saw became good around July, August of last year. In fact, in the Cologne playoffs, it is the map 3 where Saw was able to take down FaZe. So they're going back to it not only because it's a comfort in the short term, but the long term. That being said, that was when they added Barry to the coaching staff. That was probably one of the most slept on coaching moves of last year. It boosted Saw in the rankings, got them that playoff berth in Cologne, got them that playoff win over there, and I would say they're just holding on to the vestiges of it. Their mid-round decision making is incredibly decisive. They're very fast. They have a wealth of outside yard splits that they can use in order to just put 𝙑 in a blender, and honestly, I think that this is going to be a bit of a challenge for them.
Yeah, I want to keep my eye on Frozen on this game. This is the map that is the only one that he's had to make changes. You know, he is now playing that ramp area, you know, on the CT side. He's going to get tested a little bit. There's been definitely some times where I've seen Saw be successful because they're able to take SHR and Agile, just kind of pair them up and just do these ramp room takes and just very quickly take lower. That's the one big thing about Saw, I think, that makes them so effective, is that they're so decisive. They don't really second guess themselves. Once they start to get a little bit of an opportunity and get some space, they just take it and go. They don't loll around. They don't wait until the clock gets low. They just, you know, go ahead and take the advantage that they got and try to make something happen. They play simple textbook Counter-Strike, and they're very comfortable on this map in doing it. And Rich, to your point, you're right. This is one of the maps of the pool that FaZe has had a little bit harder of a time kind of adjusting with the Legionnaire because there is so much overlap between those two players, and they've tried to do the best they can by putting like a Liege by A door so he can kind of still play towards outside like he's used to, but that still is Reigns' turf, right?
I mean, Liege even said it in an interview. He said, look, I have been struggling a little bit in this map. There's no hiding it. The numbers don't lie. The performances don't lie. What have you observed about how he's been adjusting?
I guess the thing with 𝙑 is that I'm not always sure if he gets the comms as clear as he wants to in terms of should he rotate down the vent? Are they going to go for a lobby crunch to retake space that they lost outside? Like, the protocols on Nuke are what always are tested in these high-level matchups. And for me, with 𝙑, I just think that his protocols with complexity are probably different than the ones that he on FaZe. So when he's reacting to information on one side of the map, he's thinking that they're going to make this kind of play, and that'll make him 1-2 seconds a little bit slower than he would have been on complexity, which on that team too, they weren't super sharp either. So I think that this is obviously a map he's going to grow on. I will say, Rich, I think they're going to do better than last time. I think they're going to win by a little bit more, maybe like a 13-8 here.
Let's be fair. Like, even though they struggled on this map, their losses are to like Eternal Fire and Overtimes and Vitality, like two of the best teams in the world, right? So they're still taking care of business whenever they play against quote-unquote lesser opposition, which is who they're facing in Saw, and they've already beaten this team on this map earlier this tournament. So I do think they still come in, obviously, as a heavy favorite to 2-0 this series. But again, if Saw is going to still keep the swan song singing, it would be on a map like this one. This would be their best bet to try to get something done. And maybe they can try to target 𝙑 at A door, or try to target the yard, try to see if they can split those guys up and make something happen. But again, I think the other thing is maybe try testing Frozen at ramp. That's a new position for him. See if you can try to brattle him a little bit. But so far, so good as far as I'm concerned when it comes to that position. So yeah, it's a long shot, but we'll see.
If it was any other team with any other IGL, I might not float this, but is there a chance that maybe we do see Nuke go out of the pool and maybe Train come in, something like that? I mean,
for FaZe, you mean?
Yeah, I feel like with Karrigan, anything is possible. And like, I genuinely believe they have problems on this map. I think Saw are going to win this. So anyway, we are about to find out. You ain't got time to answer the question. The game is live. It's going to be Scrawny and Lowndes calling this one.
Classic strategy there, Richard. Make a boiling hot point and hand it away. Nuke up next between FaZe and Saw. I'll tell you this, our desk wanted to know whether Frozen can get tusted over by ramp, but of the 6 successful first kills that Saw had on their T side, 4 of those 6 outside. There's been a lot of outer play to the favor of them from Story, from Mutiris, and I think that is what they're going to try to tap back into yet again. If there's any improvement on the defense from FaZe, I think it's all about outer.
Yeah, I like that. I like that view for sure.
Fast
Rain here to stop him. The doorman. A couple of kills between him and 𝙑.
Range on that thing, not quite, Brokey.
Yeah, having fun with it, though. He struck fear into their hearts. And, a bullet between the eyes here for Story. With the push continuing forward, of course, he never gets enough.
From a Zeus attempt into the USP one tap. Oh, tries to keep that pressure up. SHR is going to find him in the process. Now, the bomb is awkwardly dropped where? Somewhere here outside of main?
Yeah, 𝙍𝙗's coming up to wrap through Mini. He heard the vent drop, but they still see the bomb.
Thing is, SHR was chasing 𝙁𝙗𝘼, and all that does is queue up Frozen, who was biding his time, playing patiently over on the ramp, drawn forward into the action. And so a 50 HP clutch demanded of 𝙍𝙗.
It was a novel idea, though, to drop in, and then try to wrap back through Secret. I don't know if there's a chance that he can get away, but 40 seconds. Let's see if he can make it weird.
It's not a bad plan in terms of getting bomb possession. That's, you know, the first thing on this checklist. Pick next up.
He needs to start working. Because
get a laser headshot on the door guy. But it's actually Frozen who keeps it quick. FaZe Clan going to go ahead and collect yet another pistol for the series.
Yeah, it was funny because like the bomb is so close to you by the vent, but you open yourself up to so many more angles. Whereas like actually dropping down the vent really quickly and then running out to Secret is only like 5 or 6 seconds. So thing is, the round kind of ends when the first 2 kills take place and 𝙁𝙗𝘼 hits that shot. 𝙁𝙗𝘼 hits that shot. What are you supposed to do?
Watch this one.
Yeah. Super clean.
Yeah, they do be clean indeed.
Yeah. It is funny though, like 𝙍𝙗 clearly hates this map right now.
Yeah.
His best performance so far on Nukes, 27 kills and 38 deaths.
Not good enough.
Yeah, they ended up losing that game versus Eternal Fire. That was a banger. We obviously casted that one. But he's still figuring it out. Oh, some of us have it figured out.
Oh my God. Yeah. That new bomb is looking good. And the new MP9 looking the same.
What has 𝙁𝙗𝘼 been eating today? That's what I want to know.
Lee's going to make some cash here. SMG in hand. Player up above you. Desert Eagle's going to try to drop someone. It will.
Nice.
𝙁𝙗𝘼 pays the price, but then you get a fast one from Karrigan up onto the rooftops. SHR walking around with a Zeus trying to get some revenge, I suppose.
Let's see if we can find a good angle. This will be tough. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, they're all jumping around, so he's going to have the advantage of
He's probably so confused.
Surprise, but at this range, Glock versus MP9. I put my money on Karrigan, so he'll find those last 2 converted with ease. And just one more thing for 𝙍𝙗 before we see the gun rounds come out.
As many things as you want, Connor.
Okay, I think that this is actually one of the maps where I've seen 𝙍𝙗 make some of the worst decisions when it comes to trying to bite off more than he can chew, right? If there's been any kind of criticism for 𝙍𝙗 so far in a FaZe jersey, I think it's been like just, you know, 1 kill.
You're talking about that Eternal Fire game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a lot of overcommitments. And it was like one of their first games together.
Yeah, sure.
And
Growing pains.
yeah, he was, because like, I think when he walked through smoke, he's like, yeah, Frozen would walk through the smoke.
Right.
You know, but then he was totally out of position. So, but again, I like seeing him start out aggressive. So I'm expecting it to balance out in the end. But yeah, the FaZe chemistry on Nuke, that's been codified over many years.
Yes, sir.
And that's even, remember, people always forget, but Frozen has already played with Karrigan. So he had an edge, right? He played with Karrigan on Mouse Sports. He's learned the ways.
𝙍𝙗 doing what one of few North Americans do in joining a European team. And to go on to win is now the next goal. Twists, Malbs, 𝙍𝙗. Quiet. But Story's able to get out from 𝙬𝙗𝘼.
Yeah.
The thing is, they've pushed already into the hut. So with that, Karrigan's got a piece of map control with him. But as he backs up, oh my God, he catches them off.
He's still alive.
No way!
Come on.
Double MP9 headshots.
No. What's happening?
Roman's getting weird on the ladder with 𝙍𝙗 jumping around him.
What the?
There's another one on the smoke. What has happened here? It absolutely falls apart inside the A site.
Again, Karrigan was destined to die. He was going to die. He's going to die without a kill 100%. And then he got 2.
He backs up into that bomb site, gives himself a jump scare, but also scares the hell out of that guy. And to get a second kill.
No.
Unreal.
Wait till they nerf the MP9, man. I'm telling you. All right, so that's how that one plays out. Now we've got the 1 Galil half armor buy here with Tech9 to support.
Try to keep that pressure up. 𝙬𝙗𝘼, Rain blind as a bat. And then smoked out of the moment, but He's content to try to challenge. We've got the bomb now down vent. Interesting situation.
Yeah, no rotations just yet.
𝙍 have been able to gather this at the very least, a bit of presence down on B and a bomb plant with it. Not going to stop that from going down. It all boils down to the retake. We've got 3 kits out there on the field, so it shouldn't be a problem. You've got already multiple bodies inside of the ramp, so you'd think the trade train could work well as Frozen takes to the tip of the spear.
Muterus, P250 gets the kill.
Weird, man. Oh, Roman looks away. Agile down beneath, gets sprayed out. And that's going to be SHR now on his own. It is a huge 1v4 demanded of him. 3 kills left. And he only ends up getting that first one on Frozen. But with Kevlar and Tech9s and a fast rush down B, you basically get what you'd hope for.
Yeah, one more kill, maybe he could delay for time, but no, not going to happen. So vent drop was a clear timing. Like, they heard him go down there. They knew it was happening, but they also knew there were still players upstairs to watch for. So marginally scary situation here for FaZe, but I think in general, they kind of feel like downstairs getting taken over, and they're like, yeah, it's just pistols. If we play this one slowly, it's better than just overcorrecting. Very shrewd on the rotations.
Ooh, again, fast one, Roman. Gonna catch a player transitioning. Kerrigan never saw that coming. And so he'll go down with hands busy. Fast response out of Elysian, rain dropping grenades inside A site. Bomb is in. Oh, what a find, it's on the hut. Bomb is on the hut, and it's kind of stuck there.
Oh,
Muterus able to find Frozen. That's a good trade back. It's gonna even us up. Stories also dive down the vents, wrapping up around Secret. I mean, Elysia's gonna be compromised, and he doesn't expect that at all. Way too easy for him. But every time 𝙁𝙁𝑖 is put into a clutch, we hold our breath a bit.
Okay.
Because you've stepped into him.
If the bomb is still upstairs, 𝙁𝙁𝑖's trying to go a little 1 layer deep and assume that they're trying to avoid him. But him with the op up in heaven, I don't think that's the biggest threat as long as they get out of hut in general. So 𝙁𝙁𝑖, again, trying to go 1 step, looks like a bit too deep. Now the molly would have ruined his position anyway, but he can turn this into a hut wrap. It's an unlikely clutch here for 𝙁𝙁𝑖, but that's actually what he's really good at.
Dual Berettas in hand, kit on his belt, picks up a little bit more utility.
Impact grenades for these low HP players. Ooh. What is 𝙁𝙁𝑖 going to conjure up?
Can't you guys feel it in the air?
Yeah.
𝙁𝙁𝑖 on the slow approach, both players backside. 𝙁𝙁𝑖, first one is right there for the taking.
Oh, but it's not a real dink. Look at the HP.
Realizes, yeah, Op's probably better for the job, and he's worried about getting flanked, but that's not the case, so he has misread this. Saw 2 members in the bomb site. He will take that as a ticket to leave. And shout out 𝙍, because it's straight up aggression out of the gate, keeping pressure on that A site, and doing so finding Kerrigan unprepared. Not always easy to find Kerrigan unprepared.
Yes, that's true. That's the most prepared man I've ever seen play this game, I think. So hard to find that.
So first round on the board for 𝙍.
I'm going to tell him. I'm going to tell him to find you.
Only 1 player survives, so everything reinvested here for 𝙍. It's nice. It's 1 round early. It's nice.
More of that.
Yeah, hopefully for 𝙍's sake. Kerrigan comes at the door from a different direction. 𝙁𝙗 gonna lock this one down. I tried to highlight the success in opening kills from 𝙍 on Outer, but 𝙁𝙗 has other ideas today. Already 5 versus 3, and remember, 1 player survived, so a critical one. And is that another moment where maybe 𝙁𝙗 could just chill?
Just looking for a way to die, I feel like.
Right,
but
you've got 2 frags to your name. You could have just relaxed. Instead, of course, an op is going to be on the prowl trying to find you.
He's insatiable, man. He's insatiable.
Agile having an advantage on Secret means this 3v5 has been evened out.
Yeah, all right. Now they can try to make it a little bit more strange. That's the bomb that gets spotted over on Secret steps, but because it is Secret, it's purgatory. You can go up, you can go down. CTs have to respect and try to make a read. Commitment upstairs is Frozen drops down onto the floor.
Well, that's not ideal.
Said all clear.
I think.
All clear.
Frozen doesn't like the sound of that.
They do a fake flash here. I mean, there's no one inside the lobby. They could still wrap, and that's the value of taking outside control in the beginning. So it looks like a good move here from 𝙍. I mean, even vent will be a slow rotation. And once you drop onto the floor of upper, it takes forever to get back downstairs. So
Brokey's slowly coming down, though.
yeah, it'll come down to Brokey, in fact.
He was worried about hell for a second.
They don't have smokes, though.
Looking to come down, and so you think that... No, they don't. They've got a flash.
then you
Easy
just
pickup
gotta
on
die.
Roman. And that bomb's been able to at least get into sight. The only plant really offered is on 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗.
Brokey has a molly as well, but he's a little bit late to this.
Now Story misses the op shot on the vent play, who now is going to contend with that single door.
Nice
Noski's going to
shot.
land a no-scope of all things. Story getting flushed into the vent, fragged, flashed, and played with. Frozen takes an extra second before going in for the peek, and Story knows his chance is slim, so a bomb plant means nothing. It is a walk away to save the op. Back-to-back rounds where only one member survives for 𝙍. FaZe answer instantly.
They're trying to make it worse than last time, which isn't cool. Because last
13-11.
time, they did the job. But yeah, they do have something to prove for themselves on Nuke in terms of their record and in terms of integrating 𝙁𝙘 to make sure he feels comfortable and understands how FaZe move on the map. I mean, this is the litmus test of Tier 1 teams. That Nuke has always been the toughest map to beat the best teams in the world on. It's always a testament to teams like 𝙍 that are coming up and having such an impressive record. Well, I mean, it's not an impressive record, but close win losses. I mean, I'm trying to draw up a nice narrative for 𝙍, but I mean, for the expectations for this team, they're getting a lot of rounds.
Of course, yeah. The expectations of a dead roster should be no wins, let alone 3 playoffs. And any rounds that can be shown versus FaZe. That's, well, that's a bit rude.
Brokey playing crazy today.
Love
Crazy
to see
on
it.
Ancient, crazier on Nuke.
Honestly, I would say a very welcome sight as we move on through playoffs. The Leash doesn't waste a moment locking into top secret. Interesting one, though. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗, he's going to have a path behind these smokes. The Leash not looking to go too deep on the swing out to clear, so now that's 4 players from 𝙍 making this walkout happen. They're using that smoke as a path to get into 𝙁𝙗. Or is it all about coming to a Leash? Because he's actually able to clip the wings of the offer. Good trade frag, but through smoke, there's 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗, right? Using that wall to catch them off guard. Kerrigan turns back, Wild Door remains smoked, and so there can't be a join up between the 2 remaining members here of 𝙍.
No molly opposite vent. Roman walks through the smoke completely. Kerrigan, timing on the swing, gets his. Another for Kerrigan.
And SHR has to double back because, well, that bomb stuck out on the dirt. Frozen was able to drop that bomb by catching the player who went for the cross, and then Rain's on cleanup duty with 3 members standing tall for FaZe. That's a 6-1 lead.
They were just trying to use the diagonal smokes to press up against them. We see sometimes people make this mistake of going too far away from the smokes, and if someone's standing on top of the railing on Heaven, they could just see ahead, or if someone tries to jump. But
just a glimmer.
They didn't move. They didn't move fast enough, and they didn't molly secret beforehand. So 𝙁𝙗 just had such a valid position, and wow, clean one here for Rain. He's just death matching.
Getting a few of those out of the FaZe clan.
Also known as Land Clan. Yeah, that's the thing about FaZe. Don't let FaZe into playoffs.
And, you know, usually we can say don't let them into playoffs because they find themselves in the middle of a group stage, getting scrappy, not playing to their full potential. This is different.
Yeah.
They've started this event with a nice clean 3-0. Kerrigan said it on stage.
They were a little confused.
It was kind of weird. It was an odd experience, right? But also enjoyed the few days off in between, not having to compete. You know, that's one of those things with FaZe. You actually get a chance to, God forbid,
on this
practice.
When they came into Copenhagen, they barely made it to playoffs and then lost in the quarterfinals. And they cited getting exhausted after playing a whole event, especially the maximum amount of rounds in a stage, because it took too long to get to playoffs. They're a team of old men. They need to do these things fast.
Got to make do with the early bird special. Making mincemeat of 𝙍. But still, I mean, this constant threat from 𝙍 to get into secret's been going well.
Yeah.
Again, we're kind of grasping for silver linings, but that's definitely one of them. We'll see if this off angle from 𝙁𝙗𝙗, something different from him and his positioning, will at least get some damage. There's the second player to swing, and 𝙁𝙗𝙗 is going to deal with both, basically.
Yeah.
Peels away into the site. 𝙁𝙗𝙗𝙗 able to try to chase him, gives over some real estate.
He could have fought this if he wanted to. That guy's low. 𝘾𝙤𝙗 takes again. Another pseudo dink through the wall. He's still high on HP, but Story.
Love it.
Oh, chance to multi.
Story's been happy to just walk out with the element of
got all
surprise.
three.
No, that's a snap down from heaven into the backside.
Wow.
Okay.
He's got the pen.
Let's cue that to the highlight reel, shall we?
Nah, that's ridiculous.
Replay, please.
That's pretty much the perfect way to defend against him, too. Well, that's how you can win a round.
Yeah, everybody sit up straight, because we're going to have to watch that one back. That second vent, heaven, and then a snap down into sight. One man, 3 entries. And by doing it again with just this quiet walkout through the squeaky smoke, we saw 𝘾𝙤𝙗 get the better of him 1 round to go. This time, Story just tiptoes his way out, and it comes with 𝑍's second round win.
Yeah, they are getting a touch sloppy with that timing.
So let's watch this together, shall we?
Tabit first. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, that's the fly swatter.
Let's get a golf clap going. Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
Now full speed.
Yeah.
See ya. Sorry, 𝘾𝙤𝙗. No extra seconds. You know, Story was the glimmer of hope for 𝑍.
Yeah. He's nice, man.
He was playing as the highest rated player throughout the struggles of the team. And one of the critical reasons that they have managed to get onto this stage to begin with. So never too late for him to tap into that potential. And again, they're just going to try to burst out onto the A site. It's been what's working. Oh, but the dink comes out from rain twice. 2 players tagged up as they try to just find positioning. Instant push out from heaven out of 𝘾𝙤𝙗. Maybe rushing the fact you've got 3 players, 1 bullet from death.
Everybody's
and still
1 HP.
It's a post point.
And they're
out.
They're out? Wow, just because of that, they lost 1 player. And because Rain didn't finish off either of his targets, they don't even know about the damage, really. This is the only commitment. Well, nice one, 𝙍. 5 alive round win.
Dare I say it, the game begins.
Yeah, yeah. They can easily make a real T-half out of this now. They'll all get to run the max distance as well and get out of dodge. Not bad.
Very respectful. Good. This is the sign of what we all signed up for, which is going to be that classic 24-round FaZe heartbreaks.
You think this one goes 24?
Well, the problem with FaZe winning as quick as they have so far at this event, with them coming 3-0 through the groups, is that we're not getting that classic FaZe. The entertainment factor has been a little more one-sided as of late.
That's true. The rough and tumble FaZe.
You know, that's why we love them.
Yeah, it's like the team that's the favorite and the underdog at the exact same time.
They can't get too good. So here we go. Chance for 𝑍 to make this T-side competitive. It was a 6-6 half last time. And this is Broky's chance to go above and beyond. We see that op already moving up into lobby. Misses the chance at striking down a second. That brings Roman back out from Squeaky.
Oh, why is he watching this?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
He predicts it.
My goodness,
Roman
it actually
walks
works.
back in, covered over by the op. Now, Story's been great on the entries. What about a 1v3? We've got Brokey on the line. Brokey misses a chance, but Frozen's right there. It's that clean double push out of the ramp room that nets total lobby control for FaZe and a 4-round lead with it.
Another one, clean and easy. Thank you, I love you too. Love you so much. Connor didn't say it back.
I commitment issues.
Cluj is a great city. We didn't know what to expect coming here. We've been to Bucharest a couple of times, but it is a quaint town. People seem happy here.
What happened?
Because Counter-Strike's back.
Because Counter-Strike's back.
How are your exams
like
going?
Years.
Welcome, welcome.
Only 5 people at this event were at the original Cluj Major, and one of them is Pimp. Who could have seen that coming?
That's how you know it was bad.
Best of luck for the remaining exams,
Evacuation of the
bro.
ramp room doesn't want anything to do with those fast-moving SAW members, because I'll say that they've been fast. And Story now swinging with the AWP has managed to find an aggressive hot play out of
Physics, as I said you, it is gonna be
Feels
tough.
to me like he just wants to get this series
is never
over
easy.
with, like a semifinals
I
lock-in
already
needs to
told
be
you.
done ASAP. But his 10-3 will be
CBSE
sat to the
physics
sideline in round
paper,
11.
never easy.
And I like this redirection from SAW. Just as easily could have gone down into the B site where we do have two of the FaZe players waiting. Alisha is coming back.
Focus on the rest of
worried about
the
Alpha, but
remaining
right now,
papers.
I think he's gonna find a
Best
nice
of
bit
luck for the
timing.
remaining.
Yeah, well, SHR. Oh.
Lower player dies. Alisha finds a back turn. Rain has killed one of the guys who got up into heaven, but there's a second. Agile able to turn that down ladder. It draws Mutiris out from the squeaky door, and poor Frozen, who made that contact early on ramp, is going to have to come out with a 1v3 if he wants this round win. Well, and, I wouldn't say this one's possible.
There was a little bit of confusion on this round for sure. It went a little bit both ways, but honestly, SAW found the gap for the most part. They had FaZe rotate down. They took over,
Don't
held
worry, you will
control,
get past.
And Elijah got one kill, but they already had two up in heaven. That
If
was
you
pretty perfect, if you ask me. So Frozen,
wrote in a good
I think I'll be
handwriting,
happy to
then
just keep this gun. But yeah, it is another round.
and provided you filled the
on the last one
pages.
for SAW, 3 now.
How many pages you filled in your exam
Potential
copy?
chance to get 5 rounds on T.
Because I can't stream this in.
Win the
English,
event.
English because we can't stream in Hindi. That's why. 30 pages, that's decent.
Getting seen on his old age. 7-4 and 1 to
That's
go.
good.
You'd be riding with the
Not
old
decent,
guys,
that's actually
you know?
good.
Yeah, that's you'd think.
Rain and Kerrigan.
MP9.
Richard.
You will easily get above 50 marks. Provided you had written in good handwriting.
Too. That was the joke.
8th to be had.
Shabra.
Now, which is the next paper? Bio.
It's looking like a great chance for SAW 5-round half. Just a couple measly deagles. A duo of MP9s. And a few nice change-ups from SAW throughout this T side that got them on the board. So this time, Mutiris again.
After 20 pages, it doesn't matter. If the start of the
Rain outside main. Story. Oh, nice double. Anticipates that peek out of Rain. Mutiris' pathing has been found out. He's got to be careful because there is a defender out there, and he's a little preoccupied with the guy in spawn. Sure enough, Alisha, as those smokes fade, finds his contact. And it's a 3v3 retake. Final round of the half.
Of course,
so
you can't write in a good handwriting on all pages.
And
But
it's an easy
if it's good in starting,
but
then
Roman
it
takes a bit of damage in that
gets a good
engagement.
impression on the
Flash offered up for
checker.
the main push.
Copy checker.
From the second vent, and it's Brokey to die.
So no issues.
5 rounds on a
So we'll get
T-side
good
is not
marks.
half bad. When 4 of the
Focus on the
5
remaining
in the
exams,
last 5
bro. It
rounds,
doesn't matter
SAW are
if one
making a
exam
go of
didn't
this.
go
Yeah,
well.
man. I mean, they made
Focus on the
FaZe
remaining.
look like they almost weren't trying, but it's really because
can
they didn't
still-
know how to hold the upper side.
You still
They
got
just
remaining
went
papers.
from a tough upper exact
Chemistry on
slow
27,
rounds
okay.
to a faster tempo, doing the exact same thing. These are some great kills that came out of Story as well on the rifle. That was awesome to watch. And now I think I'll have to wonder. We're switching over to CT side. Can we make Richard's dreams come true?
Nice to see Alisha at the top of the board for FaZe Clan, I think, despite the
85
return
above,
of rounds
okay,
that
nice.
SAW are able to post.
Yeah, and he takes a lot of risks.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
So far, this is his best score line, I think, to start
Just-
a half on Nuke. 101 ADR for a
Just
lead.
focus on the remaining
We
now.
switch over to T side, and I
What
think that
is
some of those risks
done,
are actually
now it's done. You
they're
can't.
more
you
more
can't go in
welcome.
fast and
I
fix
think
the
it's going to be good to see him take more liberties and swing. And I think throughout the map pool of
Fix
FaZe
the
Clan,
problem.
Elijah is improving T sides faster than he's improving the CT sides,
Just
because there's
focus on
only
the
so much that
remaining
you can
and
do
do your best.
to replace that anchor role that's been missing for FaZe.
If you get good
So
marks
let's see it.
and
Elijah
remaining
starting
papers,
off
then
very
you can
well here
easily
on the
get
defense,
90%
looking
marks.
to put his best nuke performance up so far.
See that graphic right before it starts, the 4 multi-kill rounds of Story in his 11 frags so far this map.
Oh, yeah,
Again, dead roster walking, but he has been their
English is left,
star.
yeah, so get around
turmoil.
90 plus 100 marks total papers. 70 theory and 30 practicals, right? 30 marks.
It's a bit of a warning to the T's who know now they're surrounded, trying to fight out of this.
Yeah, if you get 90 above in English, then
3 versus 5 for FaZe to
you
have
can
to
easily
deal with.
score.
They respond quickly, and now just like that, double man advantage has been taken out of 𝙁's hands.
Yeah, that's good damage control here from 𝙁𝙗 as they take back to get into heaven, and the CTs are a little bit worried about this, so they fall out.
80% easily.
I don't think this will help their case.
If you get 90 above in
playing
those
from
subjects.
lobby control's not too bad of a position.
Dude, Agile just hiding behind this box. His teammates, again, moving around in lobby to head over to ramp. I mean, he's going to be alone on A for quite some time if FaZe commit.
That was actually a good spot, man, because, you know, Heaven's going to come out, clear all the positions on the site, including the opposite vents, and that would give him a timing peak. But Agile's sort of dropping his guard a little bit.
Saw it first.
Yeah, he did.
But I mean, what? Oh, perfect! Now it opens up his 2 teammates to climb up the ladder. That is such a critical headshot from Agile.
They could go down the vent, but
if
they don't
feel
really,
like it. But now bomb's been thrown to the dirt, frozen. He'll bring 1 down. That is such a
70
good
theory
find
and
from
other, but
Agile.
English we have 80 marks theory.
And a
Oh.
second pistol, the first pistol round, however, of this series.
It doesn't matter then.
Actually able to win.
Even
Yeah,
80
no
marks
kidding.
theory.
They make it look nice as well.
English
Great
is like
shots outside to start this
usually
off,
easy.
and it was FaZe
CBSE
playing from the
English
back foot
paper is
every
usually
single
easy.
frag down to the last. This lead has damn near evaporated.
Physics.
Good on them to close out that 5
True,
versus
true.
3, because once 𝙁𝙗 gets a double, things look a little sketchy. Scout on Kerrigan. Okay.
Same happened with our batch too. Physics paper was really tough, but the checking is easier. If the paper is tough, then checking gets easier. Checking is lenient.
Glocks all around him.
Don't worry that much. Just focus on the remaining. You will get good
The only
marks.
person he's really going to find is going to be Story at long range.
Usually checking is lenient in all papers, but if any paper gets
Okay. I mean, that is more than
too
a small
hard,
find here this
and
early
if
into the round.
students
While they're
complain that
wrapping
they
outside as well, the
usually
CTs are
check it
starting to get
easily.
nervous.
They do
Look at
lenient
the
checking.
positions having to change. They've got to morph their setup now.
CBSE
Watch
knows
their backs.
they can't fail every round.
Careful about Heaven on the approach.
Boosting from this side.
Yeah, very interesting. What if they boost in the middle of the door and he can go for the peek? What about this? Agile must have seen something. Oh, God.
He jumps because he's so scared.
Able to reposition. Roman kills Rain. That's a good save offered up from SHR. Comes out from down beneath them. Looking to deal with a little bit more. That's Kerrigan trying to chase him around these windows. And it's all good, seemingly. SHR going to get glocked out of the round by Frozen. Kerrigan now incredibly low. Sketchy round, all things considered.
Yeah, how much
Brought
crazier?
to you by Kerrigan.
How much crazier can you make it, really?
By getting down to B.
I don't know. Got an SMG waiting for them. They do have a smoke at the very least, but 15 seconds, they've just got to dive the plant. Muterus, peek whenever you want.
It's only got 30 health. It's only 30 health. Bomb planter's got the smoke covered. Little extra money, that's been found. Nothing thereafter. Saw gonna make the most and convert. We are tied up at 7.
He even fakes his death.
Same as the case with every physics toughest. Yeah.
Told you guys this was gonna happen. It's a FaZe game after all.
One paper
What if
they
there really
make
was a 0% chance that FaZe could win this tournament?
It can be. It can
With
either
each
be
in their back
physics, it
pocket
can
as
either
they
be
had it.
bio, or it can either be chemistry.
Let's see them
But
with the guns.
most of the time
Sure
it is
thing.
physics.
Let's see about
Most
these
of the time.
guns. Are FaZe going to win this game? Are 𝙁 going to win this game?
Are you guys tired?
People cheering for the chaos. Let's go.
And yet y'all still here. No one more committed than a Counter-Strike fan. So let's see if FaZe make the most of it this evening.
Take it, bro. Right. Study hard, you know. Don't take stress, too much stress. Chill out.
Smokes.
Focus on remaining papers, and you will.
Rain finds a path behind it. They're
You
gonna
will
pop it
score
open.
good.
Ooh, but it didn't open up any kind of an angle for Rain to be caught. Second one.
Okay, okay, no issues. See you, bro.
But
Take care.
really, who gets exposed? Rain goes hunting. Then he's clipped on the crossover. Things got delayed a little bit. A ton of damage versus 𝙁𝙘 as well. But he makes the most of that moment, kills 𝘂𝙀𝙗. And we've got Agile walking up along the site wall. He's a sitting
Nice timing.
𝙁𝙘's got one back site. Spray gets away because it's a double down from Story. And 𝙂𝙬 hangs on to that ramp.
Oh, and he's staying here.
From FaZe dealt with.
Ooh, he played that like a violin. Beautifully done. Off the box,
What was this
not
now?
dropping down to lower as well after getting that kill. Just confidently taking the swing. 2 each as they defend. That's another moment for 𝙁𝙘 where, I mean, it would have been hard to try to disengage from that spot, but if he did.
Things got slowed down outer. The players crossing over, caught out once those smokes disappeared, and then obviously this double kill's the turning point.
That's such nice rifle work, man.
Tech9's out for FaZe. They are losing control of this second map. Dead roster walking.
Who, FaZe?
Walking it over towards the ramp with the Tech9s in hand. Who's our bomb carrier? That's 𝘂𝙗.
Ramp rush.
A part of this pack, but they get smoked off. So a bit of a waiting game here in round 16. Unless they just want to redirect. And it's curious because Rain's found a bit of a path down secret. 𝙬𝙗 now out of utility.
Scary position to be in, playing the ramp.
Why does this have the makings of something weird? Why is Kerrigan out on the A floor? Frozen's going to cross up in front of the Opper. Story looking to alleviate the pressure in ramp, but 𝘂𝙗 still finds that kill. That's the bomb, of course, right now, kind of caught out. Kerrigan able to get past the guy inside of the vent, and we already had Rain down secret. This is a possibility on B with Tech9s. That classic FaZe shenanigan.
Wait a second, is there anybody here? No one's dropping down just yet as well because Kerrigan was in the vent. Agile gets out.
Rain not able to stop it inside of the vent. It's a retake that's on.
He gets to play for time now.
Again, Story doing a good job of at least getting those first 2 inside of the ramp room.
Double up control side, doors open.
All it takes is a Tech9 and a FaZe chant.
Where's that bomb plant?
And suddenly we could be tied. Bomb planted right here beneath Story. Flash off the railing. Agile goes for the clear. 𝘂𝙗 hits him with the tech. And it's classic FaZe.
Classic.
We tie this game at 8. Tech9's into the ramp room.
That is gutting for 𝙬𝙗, man, the way that they lose this round. There's so many moments, actually, that they bring this back. But then we have Kerrigan, who slips the net, gets that vent kill, and this one. Oh, the way that Rain scaled was so confusing for 𝘂𝙀𝙗. He thought that he was wrapping all the way around. Why did he come and touch the box but not actually swing? Dude.
That's a 3v5 as well after Story's 2 up-frags. 3v5 with Tech9s.
Okay.
And the economy here for 𝙬𝙗 is busted up.
Okay.
Well, things are getting a little jumpy.
All right.
You know?
Brother is getting scared from his own
exposed, but for the
teammates.
most part, it's just SMGs and pistols around him. Feels to me like we're getting this pattern. Rain finding more and more comfort with getting down secret. It was a key component of that last round, and they've gone ahead and established it again. That one M4 out on the field in the hands of 𝙬𝙬. Can he solo hold lower? Closest rotation would be Story over from ramp. Utility comes at him. 𝙬𝙬 is going to give over just a little more real estate at a minute.
Yeah, they earned the way to push him back. There's not really any way for him to respond to this safely. Story's got this deagle, but they need to find a way to regress somehow.
They just keep pushing him one corner after another. 𝙬𝙬 from the stairs. Oh, he at least gets the one, but it's 𝙁𝙘 and a simultaneous Frozen entry onto ramp. That closest rotating Story's already down. So 𝙁𝙘 can go back to vent. He hears this movement. He gets caught, though, by the SMG. That's a big upgrade. AKs to be had. Sure, they'll take over control room, but right now, FaZe soon to be attacked from both sides. They'll take some pressure off, but coverage to the bomb just enough. Frozen able to make sure that goes down, and now 𝘂𝙀𝙗 comes swinging out. 5-7 for the first one. AK.
No way he can clutch this
This
again.
guy's stuck back there.
You wish you had an HE.
And it's all about figuring out where Kerrigan's going to help from.
Like he did in Cologne
but he's off the
against
mark,
us
now dropping down.
in
Audio offered.
playoffs.
FaZe just going to play with their food, waiting for the timing to split, to pinch both at the same time. Uterus backside gets the first. And now it's all about just trying to run. It's a safe call. It's FaZe.
Okay. Man, it's another moment. Älîzh puts himself in a good spot taking over control side, but then it actually gets scary, right? Because he goes out to try to get the vent player. Not in an unfair way, and if he had just stayed control, Kerrigan wouldn't have had to retake control of it. But in the end, it all works out, of course, for FaZe clan. Lots of deaths here for FaZe, so they keep the money honest, but it's also around with this one AK for 𝙭, and potentially a lot of bank to be built up for the T's.
This one's got a little tempo on it, huh?
Oh boy, these
𝙍𝙗 is blinded. The two site players.
They've cranked it up now.
That
They're
was
churning
an
the dial.
insane rush.
Fastest round so far.
That's a taste of the full FaZe. All 5 kills, easy for FaZe clan, taking over that A site, taking over control of upper and map 2. But we still got buys in the cards for 𝙭, so you know, Maui Snake was halfway through writing the eulogy for Roman, as alluded to. 32 years old.
Please push again.
Yeah.
Please.
Knows he's getting cut from this roster. Maybe his last stage game, but got wealth of experience when push comes to shove. What's it worth right here, right now?
Hey, there's always a spot for him on FaZe.
That's true.
They're not rushing really.
There it is. Oh, and who
in the world?
In their right mind is trying to sign up for Fights versus Rain.
Challenging Rain outside, man. That is...
You want this guy to see you?
No.
And then he gets into the perfect corner, and Roman sees him,
Oh.
so trying to hide. He forgot that he's, 6'5".
Yeah.
So lower taken back by 𝙭, but we already saw what FaZe can do on this A site when they run in with some aggression. Agile right now working on his own. He's got a ramp rotate and still that player downstairs. That's a good clean first kill. 𝙁 dead, but his rotate up the vent gets cut off. Agile, 2 kills is great. And we go down into the clutch. Frozen comes back at this, and he's been able to scoop up that bomb. Planting front sight, are you mad?
Wow, the balls on this guy.
And then he's able to reposition.
This is going to be weird. SHR thinking that Frozen's going to push this. He's only got 8 bullets left in the magazine. He's going to see that the bomb has been left, but does this mean back sight? Probably not.
No, right? That'd tell you and honestly, he's not wrong. Problem is, SHR doesn't have a kit at the moment, so the full 10-second defuse would be wild. He's going to tap it. We'll see what Frozen does. Trying to clear corners.
What?
That's... I think he actually does.
Frozen repositioning into 𝙁 fully red in this round.
Yeah.
And all's good.
Okay. All right. I mean, Frozen could have walked around to Squeaky and then played it slowly that way, and there would be no way for SHR to counterplay unless he went out wide, or didn't play so far back. Not sure if he...
These kills, though.
Yeah. Well, what are those worth? 3v5.
Shout out Agile being able to hold this back.
Yeah, man.
And SHR getting active on ramp, winning a 1v1 right now while he's not having one of the better maps of his event. But slowly recovering the scoreline. And chipping away at the money of FaZe, chipping away at the lead. 10-9, 1 round the difference. What are you guys cheering for? I don't get it. 𝙁 from top silo. Quick tap
Crowd is playing.
to SHR. Story ready to go for a peek, but do you really want to? Remember what Rain can do, and now you know 𝙑𝙫 is up top as well, hunting heads, outer. This has been a good avenue of attack for FaZe, so no surprise they're going to try it again. 𝙑𝙫 catching the legs of the Garage fallback. Lucky to be alive. 𝙂𝙀𝙗 making moves, and he's able to drop bomb. A turnaround from 𝙂𝙀𝙗. He will be caught still through that smoke. They know this guy is incredibly low in the back of Garage, so that's another easy cleanup. The fact he gets a headshot on 𝙁𝙗 is something to work with, but it still needs to be 2v3 for 𝙍.
I think it is pretty great in this spot, in this 2v3, but 𝙍𝙗 has already rotated down lower, which means they're split. 1-1 on the defense. No bad site to go to as long as they go together. FaZe Clan, what are you thinking? 25 seconds. Looks like it's going to be an upper hit.
Yeah, 2 through main, 1 late out from lobby. Roman tucked in. Oh, he drops bomb.
Yeah, 𝙁𝙗 said bait me.
Insta trade. And so that bomb goes down, sure enough. Same plant position.
No one's running just yet. 𝙍𝙗, bit far from the action.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Down in the crypts. Has to find a way up through vent. Now, luckily for him, it's not being watched. We've got a defuse kit out there on the field. Not that it's in his possession. The thing is, we've got already the squeaky lock-in. So Rain, in anticipation of that door cross, that's an 11th one. Offered up by 𝙑𝙫 first, finding contact outer.
Yeah.
Damaging the Garage guy so that there was a very easy rock back from Secret into that upper site.
And last round was so expensive. And
yes.
This is match point on the line, folks.
Nuke is weak, so I
Series
think
point right
can
here.
pick against us. Pick this
Clean
map
as
against us.
need be. Rain has been a monster outside throughout this T side.
As per, an iconic position for Rain.
Zeus for 𝙍𝙗, up close, Rain again.
They're playing for the overtime.
He just asks you to open these smokes, but they don't have the utility to do it. In reality, 𝙍 have nothing to work with here in round 21.
I appreciate this because, you know, if they were really a dead team, they'd force right now. They're just pretending to be dead. They're faking their own death.
Ah.
𝙍 more like Tupac. I want to see a hologram of 𝙍 at Coachella.
Well, sorry, Roman, but not looking too easy. CT's try to get frisky in 2 different points of the map, but as you'd expect with the buys out of this one, it's coming up FaZe. Maybe you catch him off guard with this boosted position. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. And 𝙁𝙗 just watched his teammate die. Doesn't want to step out into that. He'll let them come to him. You got nowhere to run if you're Story, so he gets pinned into the corner. And poor 𝙂𝙀𝙗, with that Zeus in hand, could do something funny. Just give 𝙑𝙫 a little zap. Tilt 𝙑𝙫, go ahead. Yes. Come on. Do it.
Come on.
Do it.
Oh, you got him! Oh. Do the noise. Do the noise.
But that's 𝙑𝙫 whenever he dies.
He's going to reload it and then, no.
No chance.
Dead. Assassinated. That's 12. So we're waiting for this.
3 map and match points to get into the semifinals. The last standing favorite in Cluj. A team who brings in a new player, one who wants wins more than anything else. It's a reinvented FaZe. A lot of moving parts.
Welcome to Nuke.
And a gun round here for 𝙍 to try to push it. Again, we needed all 24 rounds a week ago. 𝙍 have fought valiantly throughout this event, beating 3 teams they had no business defeating. And yet now FaZe Clan using tricks them as a springboard. A little classic FaZe sprinkled in from Kerrigan as 𝙑𝙫 peeled 1 player off that A site. He gets stopped. 3v5 recovery starting to happen. 𝙍 looking at their deathbed here in Cluj, but they're not ready to be tucked in. Rain continues to tap players out of this server. And SHR from the heavens to stop 2, but both look in anticipation. They will stop them. And this is what the crowd wanted. FaZe Clan stepping forward. It's a road and a journey they can see to a trophy. A road they have walked many times before, but one that has eluded them as of late. It's a perfect quarterfinal to put the pieces in position.
Give it up for 𝙍, folks. Maybe the last time
See
we
you
see this
tomorrow,
roster,
guys.
they made it to playoffs.
Make sure to like and
Everyone
subscribe
wrote them
if you
off every
like the
step of the way.
stream.
Started 0-2, made it through the group.
See you
One
tomorrow.
last swing.
Take care. Good night.
Last dance for this lineup.
Thanks for tuning
and
in.
they
Thanks
impressed
for
all the way to
watching.
the very end. Competitive here
We'll
on
see
Nuke
you
versus
tomorrow.
FaZe. Not an easy draw,
Good
but
night.
obviously a position you find yourself in as a low seed. Everyone got a smile on their face. They came to have fun, and I think they did that.
Let's see the
Difficult
interview.
head-to-head when, again, you
Then
know that
we'll
you've
leave.
already matched up in this event, and you know FaZe will be just boiling over with confidence as they step onto the stage as per usual, let alone in a rematch, they win so lopsided. I think it's a really good sign that Rain's playing the way he is, that 𝙑𝙫 has had his moments and avoided deaths, barring the Zeus on ladder. Ultimately, this is, again, the first step for a FaZe clan. Everyone in every room, in every country of Counter-Strike wants to see win. We hand this down to 𝙑𝙫 and Banks on the stage.
There's big cheers going up for FaZe Clan, and they had a big performance once again. But for you, 𝙑𝙫, first arena in quite a while, first arena in the FaZe jersey. Nice to be back.
Yeah, it feels nice. Like I was saying to you, it's been a long time since I've been in arena. It feels like so long. So it really is nice. It's a really nice vibe, and the Counter-Strike is a lot more fun.
Oh yes, it's a lot more fun in the arena with the crowd and all the action going down. You face Saw once again for this one, right? First map starts off dominant like before. Still, we're seeing this little bit of a back and forth in order for you to get the win on Nuke. Still trying to get comfortable with it all?
Yeah, we're still trying some things on Nuke. As you can see, we're trying to, find different solutions since we've been struggling on it on the last couple of matches. I think that we played a lot better in this one. Definitely an improvement. So yeah, looks good.
Is that something, though, that you can worry about when you face other teams if they try to pick it against you at this point?
Nah, not really. I mean, they could try, like, they're all going to try. We're going to try our stuff. If they think it's weak, they can try it for sure.
I like it. Call them out. Let's see if they can challenge you with it. Overall, this journey you're going on in the FaZe jersey, all this learning, all this changes you're having to go through, how good does it feel right now to be in this position and be going into the semifinals?
It definitely feels nice being the favorites as well. I think a lot of people are expecting us to have a good performance. For us, we're obviously just taking it game by game, but I think that we're feeling really, really strong going into the semifinals. Going to be playing against Falcons, and they were looking very good too, so it's going to be a good game.
And you just said it yourself. A lot of people are expecting you guys as the favorites for the whole tournament right now. Is that what you're saying to yourselves? Is that the goal still for FaZe no matter what? Even with you newly coming in, the trophy should be what you're aiming for?
The trophy is the goal. We're not really specifically saying something like that. We didn't have a goal of getting 3-0 groups, and we ended up getting 3-0 groups. So I think not acknowledging the goal might be better, but we're just taking it game by game. It's still, a marathon for us. We just had like a really big change with all the roles and stuff like that, so it's going to take some time, but so far we're playing really well.
And we can see that happening on the server as well. This crowd's been giving a lot of energy for you guys as well. Anything you want to say to all the fans out there?
Yeah, thank you so much, crowd. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much, everyone that's come out here today. We're going to make a good game for you guys all throughout the way.
Ooh, all throughout the way. I like the sound of that. Cluj, one last time. Give it up for 𝙑𝙫 and FaZe Clan.
Yeah, he should be enjoying it. It's been a long time, 𝙑𝙫, for him in a stadium surrounded by...